This morning, 15 cases of zombie attacks erupted in Huangshu City. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. Shelters are currently under construction. Please trust the authorities and wait for further notice at home. The news broadcast continued on the television. Chen Qi turned off the TV with a sigh. For a month now, disasters have been occurring in rapid succession, even leading to incidents of zombie attacks. Initially, the appearance rate of zombies was quite low, but recently, it had evidently accelerated, causing a frenzy online with predictions of the apocalypse. Chen Qi, who valued his life greatly, found the sudden occurrences alarming, and the prospect of relying on official shelters felt like a distant hope. He could only hasten his own rescue. He took action and swiftly made his way to his sparsely populated rural hometown. In the midst of a zombie catastrophe, it was clear that the fewer people around, the safer one would be. It's infuriating that I'm not the protagonist without the supernatural ability to hoard infinite supplies like in those novels. I would have already raided the supermarket. Chen Qi was in a state of panic. Even in the countryside, he felt no sense of security. The infectiousness and physical capabilities of zombies were alarmingly high. If just one zombie appeared in the village, it was likely that the entire village would be wiped out. He had no desire to become a mindless, flesh-eating monster. I should continue working on my shelter. Over the past month, he had expanded his grandfather's cellar and stocked up on some food and supplies, but he knew it was merely a drop in the ocean. If the apocalypse truly arrived, these provisions might only extend his life by 6 months at best. Grabbing his tools, he headed to the cellar to clear out the last corner. Clink, a ring fell to the ground. Chen Qi picked up the ring, examining it closely. Could be my grandfather's engagement ring from back in the day. No, that can't be right. There was no such thing as diamonds are forever back then. Besides, my grandfather was a farmer his entire life. How could he afford such a large ring? He chuckled at the absurdity. The diamond on the ring was the size of a fingertip if it were genuine. His grandfather would surely have been a billionaire, not a struggling farmer. Nonetheless, it is a relic of my grandfather. I should keep it safe. He caressed the ring a few times, alleviating his nostalgia for the kind old man. Little did he know, as he touched it, the diamond suddenly flickered with a green light and began to vibrate. Holy cow, grandfather, is that you manifesting? Chen Qi was startled, and after a moment of observing the ring merely glowing green, he scratched his head and wondered, or is this actually some kind of electric ring? Wow, grandfather, I never imagined you were this kind of person. The image of his kind grandfather shattered in Chen Qi's mind. Who is calling my grandfather? He is here. A loud voice boomed from the ring. What the heck? Is this really a ghost? Chen Qi hastily flung the ring away. Ghost? Where's their ghost? I am Wu Yong, the esteemed disciple of the Shireen sect. Which demon dares to challenge me? Amidst the green light emanating from the ring, a figure of a young man emerged. Tall and robust, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace. If only he weren't carrying a coffin on his back. Who are you? Chen Qi was utterly bewildered by the scene before him, but as a fervent reader of online literature, he had encountered all sorts of extraordinary scenarios, so he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. And who might you be? Why are you on the other side of this spatial artifact? Dressed so peculiarly, you must be a transformed monster. An evil being, Wu Yong, the disciple of the Shireen sect, spoke as he grasped his coffin lid. Hey, the name Shireen sect does not sound like a reputable sect at all. Chen Qi couldn't help but interject. Wu Yong was momentarily rendered speechless, for the Shireen sect indeed had a notorious reputation. Boom! Before Chen Qi could ask another question, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Oh no! Chen Qi's hair stood on end, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Out of caution, he had dug a large pit in his yard and erected a sign stating, only mindless zombies would fall into this trap. He grabbed his cleaver and dashed into the yard. In the center of the yard lay a pit about 3 meters deep, filled with bamboo spikes. And beside it stood a wooden sign with bold letters. There's a pit in the yard. Enter at your own risk. Oh my gosh, it's really a zombie. Chen Qi trembled, realizing that spotting one zombie meant there were likely countless more lurking in the shadows. He thought to himself, could it be that the entire village had already succumbed, and he was the last survivor? The mere thought of possibly living in a zombie-infested village brought him to tears. As he cried, he raised his cleaver, thinking that taking down one would not be a loss. and 2 would be a significant gain. Damn beast, taste my blade, spare the corpse. A shout resounded from behind him, and Chen Qi was taken aback to see Wu Yong, the green glowing disciple of the Shireen sect, slowly drifting over. This scene was reminiscent of horror films where malevolent spirits emerge, causing Chen Qi to nearly drop his knife in fright. "What are you doing? Oh my, you scare me to death." Chen Qi rolled his eyes in disbelief. This is ignoring Chen Qi. Wu Yong focused intently on the twitching zombie in the pit, a look of sheer ecstasy spreading across his face. "This is a walking corpse. Brother, it's a walking corpse. Walking corpse." Chen Qi stared at Wu Yong as if in a daze. "Isn't it just a zombie? There are countless of them. Now, who knows how many have been reported on the news?" What did you say? Such a rare walking corpse. And there are thousands of them." Wu Yong was practically glowing with excitement, his aura illuminating the surroundings as he nearly fainted from exhilaration. "Yes, and they're increasing in number in the future. There may be billions." Chen Qi sighed. "These creatures are extremely dangerous. Our world may very well be doomed because of them." "You are truly oblivious to the fortune you possess," Wu Yong exclaimed in fury. "Mindless and soulless walking corpses are prime materials for resurrection. The soul of the Creator can easily dominate them, making them the most sought-after furnace and puppet materials. They could be worth millions of spirit stones at an auction, and powerful beings would surely fight over them." "Wait a minute. You're not really a practitioner from a cultivation world, are you?" Chen Qi felt a surge of excitement at Wu Yong's words. "Holy smokes, cultivation, controlling thunder and fire. With such powers, who would fear mere zombies? He could obliterate them to dust. Of course. I told you. I am the esteemed disciple of the Shireen sect." Wait, could this spatial connection lead directly to another realm? Wu Yong seemed to have an epiphany, a paradise filled with rare walking corpses. "If I could bring a few back, it would lead to my ultimate success in cultivation. Perhaps even the inner sect's nascent soul ancestors would personally bestow enlightenment upon me." Cultivation. Heck, cultivation thus. The two stared at each other, finding an unexpected camaraderie in their shared situation. To call it a meeting of kindred spirits would be an understatement. Chapter 2. A business both sides consider profitable. "Good brother, let us deliberate on a matter. I have an idea." The two spoke in unison, their tacit understanding evident. "You go first." As someone who cultivates immortality. "Your words are melodious. You should speak first." The two began to defer to one another, even referring to each other as brothers, as if they were kin or close friends, exhibiting remarkable politeness. After all, deep down, they were both harboring unhealthy ulterior motives, and the fierce bravado of calling each other monsters upon first meeting had long dissipated. "That I proposed that you, this zombie, might consider selling yourself to me." Wu Yong's face flushed crimson. After all, a top-tier corpse in the world of immortals was akin to a treasure, one that even a Yuan-ing ancestor might struggle to obtain. Although he was the foremost disciple of the Corpsine sect, his cultivation was ultimately shallow and his resources limited. With his financial standing, attempting to purchase a premium corpse seemed akin to deceiving this naive foreigner. "Fine, but do you have a way to procure it?" Chen Qi inquired skeptically. "Rest assured, our meeting proves we both possess a spatial artifact. Such an artifact allows for the exchange of any items, barring sentient beings, between us." Wu Yong exclaimed in elation, thumping his chest in explanation. "Ah, I see." Chen Qi, as if suddenly warmed by the gentle spring breeze of March amidst the chill of winter, felt invigorated. "That a divine artifact. If what Wu Yong says is true, my chances of survival in this apocalyptic realm are promising. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" I will give you my entire fortune. It contains all my amassed spirit stones, cultivation techniques, sword doctrines, magical artifacts, elixirs, formations, insights. Take it all. You may have it." Wu Yong unfastened the storage bag from his waist and prepared to remove the large coffin from his back. Enough. There's no need for the coffin. You can keep that for yourself." Chen Qi's expression darkened. He understood from Wu Yong's words that corpses were immensely valuable in this alternate realm. However, the cultivation techniques in this world on the brink of apocalypse were akin to treasures among treasures, divine artifacts among divine artifacts. What he desperately needed aligned with what the other urgently required. How fair. The other had already expressed the utmost sincerity by offering everything. It was pointless for him to demand more. Thus, they should directly finalize the transaction to demonstrate his own sincerity. Good brother. It's settled then. Come back to purchase from me once you've become a big shot over there. The price will be absolutely reasonable. Rest assured, you are like a brother to me. I shall never forget the kindness you have shown today. Once I make a name for myself and attain the status of an elder, I will certainly send a few enchanting female cultivators your way. You corpsine sect truly are a band of wicked rogues. Cough cough. Yet I find it rather appealing. Ha! In the next moment, the joyous laughter of kindred spirits echoed throughout the courtyard. Thereafter, Chen Qi began to recite the incantations along with Wu Yong in unison. The zombie in the pit vanished. Chen Qi also received the storage bag in his hand. The plan was a success. He chuckled lightly and turned to the green glowing Wu Yong, asking, "How shall I contact you next time?" The triggering mechanisms of each spatial artifact differ. I cannot provide an answer. However, I will reach out to you proactively. Dear brother, Wu Yong insisted repeatedly, fearful that Chen Qi might ignore him. Thus, amidst the delightful atmosphere where both parties felt they had struck a lucrative deal, and in a scene nearly touching enough to evoke brotherly vows, their communication was abruptly severed. Alas, how regrettable it is to meet too late. The mutual admiration evident, Chen Qi shook his head in lament, then quickly composed himself, weighing the storage bag in his hand, his eyes revealing determination. Zombies had already begun to appear in the village. He could not afford to delay any longer. He added several more layers of bamboo spikes to the pit for reassurance before returning to his small dwelling. With a thought, he delved into the storage bag. The Yellow Springs Ascension technique. Damn, this does not sound like a legitimate cultivation method. Chen Qi shook his head in resignation. However, he could not reach out to other cultivators for assistance at the moment. He would have to cultivate this technique for now. Opening the manual, he found it written in traditional characters, and he comprehended it entirely. To practice this technique. Upon reading the first 4 words, Chen Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no. It can't be. Point 1 must first open the life and death meridians, then draw qi into the body, initiating the practice. Huff, what a fright. I was almost led to believe that Brother Wu was a eunuch. Before long, he had read through the entire manual. This was the core technique of the corpsine sect, with boundless potential. The Yellow Springs Ascension technique was merely a foundational method for qi cultivation. Without further ado, he decided to commence his training. He retrieved an opening meridians pill, a treasure only core disciples of significant sects could possess, extremely precious and only attainable by at least an elixir-forming cultivator. He swallowed it whole. The medicinal powers surged. He felt a sudden influx of energy. Could it be that I am a cultivation prodigy? According to the manual, feeling the qi within 100 days of beginning cultivation indicated exceptional talent. He let out a fart. It turned out that the potency of the medicine was too overwhelming. His stomach could not contain it. What a false joy. Not a cultivation genius. Then it was time to resort to medicinal aids. Wu Yong, being a core disciple, had a plethora of precious elixirs in his storage bag, which for someone like him, who had yet to even open his meridians, was akin to using cheat codes for cultivation. In just one night, the life and death meridians within him were directly opened by the medicinal power. However, this came at a cost. That night, he produced a symphony of foul odors, his room reeking, his body sticky with impurities. After washing up, he threw a punch, exuding a newfound vigor. The opening of his meridians was complete, and today he could challenge the first layer of qi cultivation, although he had not officially embarked upon qi cultivation. Chen Qi could feel that he was no longer the same. One punch was enough to defeat the version of himself from yesterday. He pondered whether he would now be stronger or weaker than a zombie. He was confident that one-on-one, he could overpower a zombie, but in a group, the outcome was uncertain. Safety was still a concern. Though cultivation was promising, the progress was too slow. The external world was fraught with earthquakes, tsunamis, meteor showers, volcanic eruptions, and various natural disasters. Without a secure refuge, survival was precarious. The world was becoming increasingly perilous with each passing second. No one knew what tomorrow would hold. The overwhelming sense of urgency made Chen Qi acutely aware that time was running short. He turned his gaze to the ring, realizing that to resolve his issues swiftly, he would need to rely on it. How did I trigger the ring back then? Chen Qi ruminated, tinkering for a while without success. Ultimately having to abandon the effort, he could not depend solely on it. His supplies were insufficient, and he needed to venture into the city. After opening his meridians, his strength had increased remarkably, and his courage had grown substantially. Grasping a butcher's knife, Chen Qi stepped out of his courtyard. He climbed into his beloved little Jetta, preparing to head into the city for supplies. His hometown was a village in the suburbs, not far from the urban area, but the transportation was inconvenient, making it seem remote. As soon as the engine roared to life, the ring on his hand unexpectedly emanated a yellow glow once more. How brilliant! Has it connected to yet another alternate world? Chen Qi was overjoyed, promptly turning off the ignition, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the other party's image. Chapter 3. The Shelter. Disaster warning? It connected. The yellow glow illuminated the interior of the car, revealing a bespectacled man in white overalls with a rooster comb hairstyle appearing before Chen Qi. A super scion. Chen Qi scoffed, finding the man's glasses remarkably reminiscent of the power-level scouter from Dragon Ball. My name is Jian Shang, and I am a dimensional merchant. After the rooster-combed man introduced himself, he surveyed the environment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Still in the information age of a single-star civilization. It's actually an apocalyptic world. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. Jian Shang. A cunning merchant? Chen Qi thought to himself. Having encountered this situation before, he remained unperturbed and calmly inquired, what is a dimensional merchant? By your understanding, I hail from a highly advanced cosmic civilization that my job is to link different civilizations and conduct trade, profiting from information discrepancies. The rooster-haired man appeared quite animated. A world capable of cross-dimensional dialogue boasts a high level of civilization. For instance, a mature cultivation world or advanced technological civilization. Yours, however, is still in the primitive information age. This is my first time connecting with such a world. Chen Qi was left speechless, realizing he had encountered a high-tech extraterrestrial. Given our backwardness, does that mean there's not much to trade? Not at all. Jian Shang waved his hands vigorously. The more abundant the material, the more developed the civilization, the greater the spiritual demand. Viewing your era is akin to how you would perceive the age of primitive humans. If I could obtain a few antiques from your time, they would surely be snatched up in our world. Just contemplating this made Jian Shang drool with excitement. Fortune was at hand. The probability of a low-level civilization possessing a spatial connector was exceedingly rare. Authentic antiques from a primitive civilization would undoubtedly be treasures in the higher cosmos. Would you be willing to sell your phone? I can trade you a super-powered basketball for it. Jian Shang attempted to appear as friendly as possible. But to Chen Qi, he exuded a distinctly mercenary vibe. Chen Qi was tempted, stepping out of the vehicle. What else do you desire? Feel free to take a look around. Wow, my horizons have broadened so suddenly. Jian Shang's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the myriad of fine goods, his excitement palpable. What else do I want? I want it all. This antique vase, this vintage television, this old computer. The rough craftsmanship unique to the information age radiated a wild and primitive aura. These were not mere furnishings to him. They were mountains of gold. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat, trying to appear less avaricious. I won't cheat you, good brother, given that you are in an apocalyptic age. I will offer you a shelter, absolutely top-notch. Let me show you the manual to go. What do I need to offer in exchange? With a fleeting glance at the instruction manual, Chen Qi swallowed hard, feigning calmness despite his eagerness. After all, his counterpart was a professional merchant, and he harbored no illusions about their intentions. It was wiser to act like a seasoned player. This, and that. Just package them all for me. Chen Qi was somewhat bewildered. This old fellow truly was not one to engage in losing trades, claiming nearly all the assorted items from his home. You want the boxer shorts too? What on earth? What do you need the joyful cup for? Are you truly a respectable businessman? Chen Qi was at a loss for words. Fine. I haven't used them anyway. Consider it a gift. After a wave of acquisitions, Jian Shang was utterly delighted, unable to suppress his laughter as he winked playfully. Good brother. I will keep in touch regularly for future purchases. If you manage to procure a live specimen of a zombie next time, I'll send you a cybernetic battle maid as a reward. He was overjoyed, feeling as if he had struck a gold mine. Chen Qi feigned immense sorrow, but internally he was elated. The pile of junk had been exchanged for a high-tech sanctuary. Was there any difference between this and winning a lottery worth 500 billion? He felt slightly guilty, as if he were a more unscrupulous merchant than Jian Shang himself. Contact me tomorrow, and I will do my best to acquire one. Good brother. It's settled then. Jian Shang was overjoyed. If he could physically traverse into this world, he would undoubtedly embrace Chen Qi with fervor. Beep. The call ended, and Chen Qi gazed at the core of the sanctuary, a 1-meter diameter metallic sphere that he rolled the sphere into his bedroom and, having skimmed the manual earlier, called out to it, Little E, Master, I am here." The sphere flickered, emitting a melodious mechanical female voice. Its full name was EVA, the Sanctuary's AI. "Activate disaster prediction," Chen Qi commanded. Disaster prediction activated. Data collection in progress. Analytical model established. Probability generated. Tomorrow, the probability of acid rain occurrence. 99.9. Probability of the first wave of zombie virus outbreak in 3 days. 80.8. Probability of meteorite debris impact in 11 days. 60. 3. The further into the future, the less accurate the probabilities became, given the ever-changing world and data. Acid rain. Chen Qi shivered, looking at his modest northeast wooden cabin. Without the disaster warning, he would have foolishly made haphazard preparations. And the acid rain would have surely eroded his home by tomorrow. His abilities were insufficient. He would likely perish. How could he guard against the acid rain? Conducting feasibility analysis. Report to the master. You may choose to upgrade the acid-resistant features, provide sufficient energy and materials, and the sanctuary will automatically upgrade. Seeing the system's prompt, Chen Qi felt the urgency. Grabbing a pig-slaughtering knife, he hopped into a Jetta and sped towards the downtown area of Spring City. Upon entering the city, the streets appeared desolate, with sporadic incidents of unrest. Papers and trash swirled through the air, left uncollected. Spring City was the provincial capital, yet its population was sparse, and with various disasters erupting. Public safety had long since deteriorated. Although chaotic, it hadn't yet reached a complete state of collapse. However, in 3 days, when the first wave of the zombie virus struck, everything would be drastically different. He had 3 days left. As long as the sanctuary had energy and raw materials, upgrades could proceed, and a generator was essential. With over 100,000 in cash remaining, purchasing a generator should have been more than sufficient at the original market price. But given the current circumstances, merchants would likely seize the opportunity to inflate prices. Soon, he arrived at a department store that in this dire situation, generators were in high demand, and merchants were quick to restock. "Boss, how much for the generator?" Chen Qi inquired, pointing at one at a fair price. 1 million. The rotund man at the front desk lounged lazily, glancing sideways with a sinister grin. Chen Qi frowned. Such a generator had sold for merely 10 to 20,000 just a month ago. "What? Too expensive," the owner scoffed. "Do you see any generators available around here? I got this through special channels. If you think it's overpriced, I think it's overpriced too. Get lost, you broke fool." Just then, the door crashed open, and a figure exuding a corrosive odor lunged in with a whoosh. Chapter 4. Upgrading the villa. Qi refinement period. What the hell? Chen Qi slapped out instinctively, with one powerful blow. He sent the drooling, wide-eyed zombie flying over 2 meters, several teeth shattering in the process. "Wow, I'm that strong." He was astonished by his own strength. "Don't come any closer." Inadvertently, that slap propelled the zombie onto the counter. Its mouth agape, ready to sink its teeth into the fat owner's face. The fat man struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face as he screamed, "Help me, help me. I'll give you all the generators." "Fool, even if you die, those generators are still mine," Chen Qi sneered. You deserve to die. If I die, you won't survive either. I curse you to die with me." The fat owner's eyes brimmed with malice. Initially intending to make a joke and assist, Chen Qi froze, sensing the murderous intent in the fat man's gaze. Just at that moment of distraction, the zombie had already bitten through the owner's throat. Roaring as it lunged toward him, "You should be the one to die." Chen Qi's expression turned cold. He seized a nearby hammer and swung it at the zombie's knee, having opened his meridians. He was on the verge of entering the path of cultivation. His physical prowess rivaled that of top martial artists. With a crack that in just one blow, the zombie's legs were shattered. The zombie, now writhing on the ground and roaring, still flailed its arms, unwilling to give in. Bang! Bang! With 2 more strikes, Chen Qi smashed the zombie's arms to pieces, then found a rope to bind it. He shoved an iron ingot into the zombie's mouth to prevent it from biting or screaming. That he remembered that Jian Shang wanted a live zombie specimen. The fat owner's body convulsed on the ground. Eyes rolled back, fluids oozing from as the nanorobots emerged from the metallic spheres. The transformation of the concrete villa commenced, with the primary raw material being packaged cement, which was quite affordable. The material for the acid-resistant adhesive layer was rubber, readily obtainable as well. Observing the continuous changes in the house under the diligent work of the nanorobots, Chen Qi let out a sigh of relief and began his cultivation. Consolidation pill, consume. He retrieved numerous elixirs from his storage bag. The path of cultivation was inherently long, yet consuming these potions could significantly shorten the journey. With the items in his storage bag, he was quite affluent in the Qi refining stage. Tonight, I shall step into the Qi refining period. He set his goal that by continuously consuming the elixirs, he hardly needed to practice. The potency of the drugs was consistently aiding him in overcoming obstacles, as he merely needed to guide his power in the right direction according to the Huangquan Ascension technique. In the early hours of the following day, the dawn light streamed into the room. Whoosh, a vortex of energy radiated from his body, creating a thundering sound. He officially entered the first layer of Qi refining. Embarking on the path of immortality, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Gesturing forward, fire. Come forth. A small fireball erupted from his fingertips, incinerating the zombie that had fallen into a pit the previous night, leaving it in a charred heap, howling in agony. Soon, the cries diminished, and the grotesque zombie was reduced to a pile of ashes. The fireball technique proved terrifyingly effective. Although it was the most rudimentary of spells, it granted him a means of ranged attack against zombies, allowing him to easily manage multiple foes simultaneously. In the apocalypse, one must be prudent. Stretching languidly, he examined the ring on his hand, and with a thought, infused it with spiritual energy. Buzz. Within the ring, his consciousness revealed two marks, one yellow and one green. It required spiritual energy to activate. Haha, Cyber Battle Maid. I'm coming. Chen Qi's spiritual energy surged, directing itself toward the yellow mark. Chapter 5. Zombies for Battle Maid. Hey brother, I was just about to contact you. Did you manage to obtain the live zombie specimen I requested yesterday? Jian Shang, upon seeing Chen Qi, grinned broadly, evidently having profited handsomely from the previous transaction. Of course, it was a trivial matter. Chen Qi approached the truck, unceremoniously tossing the bound zombie onto the ground, its limbs severed, its mouth gagged by an iron ingot, posing little threat. As expected of you, brother. You are quick and efficient. Jian Shang rubbed his hands together, gazing at the gruesome and grotesque zombie with an appreciative glint in his eyes, akin to admiring a bikini-clad matron. Chen Qi inwardly scoffed at the notion of his brother being a pervert, yet he preferred dealing with eccentric individuals, as they often exhibited remarkable generosity in pursuit of their unique whims. Cough, cough. Enough of that. Where's the battle maid? Hand her over. Chen Qi extended his hand. I know you're eager, but hold your horses. Jian Shang chuckled mischievously. I have various types available. Which do you prefer? Lowly, mature lady? MILF? Three-dimensional data. Voice, shoe size, all customizable. Wait, what exactly are battle maids meant for? Chen Qi pondered, feeling what a pity. Chen Qi shook his head. Death and disaster tend to awaken the darker facets of humanity. He had witnessed much of this. Yet, in an apocalyptic world, what is of paramount importance is composure and caution. It seems that this reservoir has already been claimed by others. A frown creased Chen Qi's brow, as he felt a wave of trouble wash over him. Rubber and certain inert metals can resist acid. Although not as specialized as the protective suit he wore, they could withstand a brief encounter. Clearly, the turmoil at the water plant was the work of bandits prowling nearby. It appeared that many had come to realize the inevitability of the apocalypse and sought to amass as many resources as possible before the situation spiraled out of control. That moment. On the second floor of the water plant, 3 individuals trembled in fear. Brother Kuan, a large truck has crashed in, exclaimed the mohawk-haired man, visibly anxious. Brother Kuan ran his fingers through his gray-black hair, replying coldly, What's the panic? How many of them? Are they here to rob us as well? There's a man and a woman in the truck. The woman is quite voluptuous. Did I ask you to say that? Brother Kuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Cough. The truck is intact and has acid-resistant measures. I can't discern anything more. Just after the acid rain had poured down, a horde of people had rushed in, attacking anyone in sight. They had hidden in a corner on the second floor to avoid disaster, now reduced to quivering wrecks. Wonderful. Finally, someone has arrived. Hurry, let them rescue us, the woman beside him exclaimed, as if she had found a savior. Wouldn't a normal person be paralyzed by fear upon seeing so many corpses? They are clearly here to steal water as well. We should avoid provoking them and wait for the acid rain to pass before calling for help. The Mohawk man pondered. What if the phone lines remain busy? What if the next wave of thieves finds us and kills us? Brother Kuen's gaze grew increasingly cold. Then what shall we do? This fairy cannot die here. You two big men. Can't you think of something? The woman, Li Ting, was on the verge of screaming, only to be silenced by a slap from Brother Kuen. Shut up. You foolish woman. Brother Kuen's eyes glinted with a sharp intensity. Rather than waiting for a nebulous hope, we should take the initiative. Kaken, are you suggesting the Mohawk man stammered, swallowing hard, to knock them out and steal their truck? No, Brother Kuen shook his head. Knocking them out to steal the truck would mean facing legal consequences if this weren't the apocalypse. But if that we kill them, we can pin the blame on the bandits. Kill someone. Both the Mohawk man and Li Ting were horrified by Brother Kuen's ruthless suggestion. Oh, you still not understand your predicament. The apocalypse is nearly upon us. We are trapped in the water plant. And more bandits could arrive at any moment to slaughter us. They possess a large vehicle, while we are merely two. If we ambush them, we stand a strong chance. Moreover, killing is far easier than capturing alive. The more Brother Kuen spoke, the more his eyes gleamed with malevolence, his body trembling with excitement. The end of days truly exhilarated him. Please, Brother Kuen, that I don't want to kill anyone. Although he protested verbally. The Mohawk man had already begun searching for rope in the back. In the face of survival. What is the value of another's life? In chaotic times, lives are worth no more than grass. Brother Kuen's gaze shifted to the woman as he brazenly tore her shirt, leaving it tattered and revealing. What are you doing? Li Ting exclaimed, frightened in a fight. What use are you? Go seduce him. Just use your body without putting in effort. Enjoy it secretly. Brother Kuen scoffed. Having practiced Taekwondo for 2.5 years, he was confident he could handle Chen Qi, who did not appear particularly robust. Tears streamed down Li Ting's face as she ran downstairs. No acting required. Foolish girl. A cold smirk crept across Kuen's lips. He intended for Li Ting to test whether the newcomers were armed, to discern if they were as vicious as the previous bandits who killed on sight. As the three descended from the second floor, Chen Qi regarded them with a cold stare. Are you here to rescue us? Li Ting trembled as she ran, her tear-filled eyes making her appear quite endearing. Had it been anyone else, they may have fallen for her charm. It is truly wonderful to see normal people. A horde of zombies attacked our plant, and we barely survived. My good brother, I am so glad to see you. Kuen lied without batting an eye, his acting skills worthy of an award, as he quickly approached Chen Qi. Unmoved, Chen Qi regarded him with great suspicion. Are you employees here? Yes. Your truck can resist acid rain. Right? Please save us. Li Ting implored repeatedly. How much is your gratitude worth? Chen Qi's eyes narrowed as he observed the two men inching closer, a faint, cold smile curling at his lips. Get lost. Take one more step forward. And you will face the consequences. How can you stand by and do nothing? Are you even a man? Do you not understand how to respect women? Li Ting's nose crinkled in anger at Chen Qi's words. What was happening today? It seemed everyone's attitude towards her had shifted. Previously, any man who saw such a beautiful girl would shower her with compliments. Why was it that all men treated her so poorly today? Will you sleep with me? Do you expect my respect? Chen Qi shook his head, uninterested in conversing with such a mindless individual. Tell me where the reservoir is. You. Li Ting was on the verge of exploding. She had already drafted a lengthy rant in her mind to post online once she was safe, aiming to roast this foolish man. Though she had little to command respect, the weapons in their possession warranted some acknowledgement. Kuen, recognizing that Chen Qi was a tough nut to crack, abandoned the charm offensive and drew a crowbar from his waist. I see you're a smart man. As long as you don't resist and hand over the truck. We promise not to harm you. Right now, we have the advantage, 2 against 1. The Mohawk man tossed the rope over. The woman in black stockings, bind your man. Seeing that Chen Qi remained unfazed, Kuen bellowed, attack. With that, the two lunged towards Chen Qi, aiming to strike his head. Had they connected, a normal person would surely perish. Yet, halfway through their charge, they found their feet lifted off the ground. To their horror, they discovered that the seemingly harmless woman with a voluptuous figure had effortlessly hoisted them both into the air by their necks. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Xia Yubing's eyes were devoid of emotion as she prepared to crush their necks and kill them. Do not kill them, Chen Qi shouted. Xia Yubing turned back, puzzled by his insistence that I will handle this myself. Chen Qi's gaze was resolute. Chapter 7. Zero-cost shopping across the city. Meeting the supernatural for the first time, Chen Qi took a deep breath. The moment had finally arrived. He understood that in this world, one could not avoid killing, that he must condition himself to embrace this cold reality that no, please don't kill us. This is murder. You'll face the gallows for this. Cohen cried out, while the Mohawk man was paralyzed with fear. That weren't you quite decisive with me earlier? Chen Qi drew a butcher's knife from his waist. You will meet a wretched end. You curse yourself to the depths of hell. Cohen howled, is this your dying wish? With a swift motion, Chen Qi's blade fell. The glint of the knife flashed, and two pristine heads rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. That it was not nearly as difficult as he had envisioned. He muttered to himself as he approached Li Ting, who had collapsed on the ground, rendered speechless by terror. I was forced into this. Humph. Before she could finish, the blade flashed once with a space ring that connects all realms. Infinite possibilities lie before him. What he must do now is to trade the supplies acquired for free today for time, that he needs to act swiftly, as there is much more to accomplish. His truck traverses various neighborhoods. While countless reckless bandits have risen in revolt today, they risk being corroded to death by the acid rain, donning rudimentary gear, and begin to assault supply points indiscriminately. It is sheer madness. The commotion is so great that even the military is likely to intervene. However, this chaos is rampant everywhere, and the number of acid-resistant armored vehicles is limited. They probably can't manage the situation today. As he hastily shops, he remains vigilant, monitoring online updates. Damn it, this acid rain is terrifying. I have witnessed many perish on the roads. That my little dog was killed by the acid rain after running outside without a leash. Woe is me. Please, do not venture outdoors. The situation is too chaotic, with many desperate individuals taking advantage of this cursed weather. The nearby supermarket has been looted. Having lived for decades, I have never encountered such a horrific climate. Is the world truly on the brink of apocalypse? Are those online posts accurate? Chen Qi shut his phone. The acid rain has corroded some networks, but many underground channels remain unaffected. He has seen the posts others mentioned. A mix of truth and deception, with some claiming to be reincarnated souls here to save the world. Yet, most have been proven to be mere attention seekers. Strangely, a few posts did predict today's acid rain. Chen Qi dismisses it as coincidence, quietly noting the IDs of those posts. Busy until midnight, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and boarded the truck. Today, he returns laden with bounty, along with ample materials for the next upgrade of the shelter. He has more than enough. Homeward bound, his spirits lifted, he set off. Not long after, he discovered a blockade ahead. Figures stood beneath a hastily constructed metal shelter, obstructing the entire road. Acid-resistant trucks? What a find. Just this vehicle alone is worth a fortune. Indeed, possessing such a vehicle today guarantees he has struck gold. It would be an injustice not to share a portion with us. The shadowy figures smirked. There was no choice. A forceful approach would damage the tires. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Chen Qi's eyes as he exited the vehicle with Xia Yubing. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, the figures loomed like malevolent specters, watching the duo with sinister intent. Leave the vehicle and cargo, and you may live. Should you choose to resist, death is your fate. In the rain-drenched gloom, the leader smirked coldly, revealing a scarred visage, clearly a ruthless individual. Understood. Chen Qi nodded, raising his hands in a feigned gesture of surrender. There was little point in negotiating with such vicious criminals. It was either submission or annihilation. Brother, their clothing is also acid-resistant, one shadow exclaimed with astonishment. Strip them of their garments. The scarred leader nodded, coldly commanding. While others rob stores, he dares to rob the robbers, clearly relying on some hidden strength. The scarred man, a desperate fugitive, had inadvertently absorbed the energy from a mystical crystal within a zombie's head. Awakening supernatural abilities, an ordinary person suddenly endowed with formidable power naturally believes himself to be the chosen one, swelling with confidence, gathering followers, and vowing to become the king of the apocalypse. Here are the keys to the truck. Chen Qi produced the keys from his pocket. The one-eyed man stepped forward to take them. Swoosh. In the next moment, the one-eyed man's body went rigid. A graceful hand pierced through his chest, instantly slaying him. Not good. Attack. The others gasped in shock, frantically swinging their weapons, rushing to eliminate Chen Qi. In that instant, Chen Qi formed hand signs, unleashing 2 fireballs. He is also an ability user, the scarred leader. Terrified, summoned an ice blade, hurling it at Chen Qi. But before it could reach him, the blade melted under the intense heat. It seems your abilities are rather lacking, despite your audacious claims. In swift succession, Chen Qi incinerated the remaining henchmen, leaving only the scarred leader and a woman behind. Both of you possess similar energy fluctuations within. It appears you two are an ability user. Chen Qi locked his gaze onto the alluring woman in leather. Chapter 8. Apologies, I am a cultivator. What is your ability? Chen Qi inquired coldly. After stepping into the Qi refinement stage, he sensed energy fluctuations within the crystal embedded in the zombies' foreheads. Absorbing it should yield transformations. However, today's opportunity was too rare, and he had yet to study the crystal before rushing out to gather supplies. Let us take him down together, the scarred man, realizing he could not win, shouted, urging the leather-clad woman to sacrifice herself as he turned to flee. Unexpectedly, the woman acted in concert with the scarred man. However, she was too close to Xia Weibang as she moved. Xia Yubing struck her 3 vital points, swiftly subduing her. Mud truck. Chen Qi inwardly cursed these 2 fools, quickly forming hand signs as the ground shattered. The scarred man was knocked to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, Chen Qi's foot landed on his back, causing him to spit blood. You are a dual ability user. Sun character, wind, come, Chen Qi pursued, having reached outside the metal shelter. With acid rain pouring down, it seemed imminent that the scarred man would meet his end. Yet, Chen Qi harbored doubts. The scarred man could not die just yet. Wind swirled around him, shielding him from the acid rain. Point 3. At the legendary tri-ability user. This is impossible. In the impending apocalypse, I have never heard of someone like you. At this revelation, the previously silent woman in leather could no longer contain herself, letting out a shriek. You truly are extraordinary. Chen Qi chuckled coldly, kicking the scarred man back into the shelter, returning with an air of indifference. He rapidly cast 3 spells. His qi had nearly been exhausted, yet he had to maintain a semblance of grace. The more mysterious he appeared, the more fear he would instill in these 2. A reincarnator, Chen Qi directly voiced his suspicion. You are point 1 of us. The leather-clad woman's eyes widened in disbelief. May I inquire which esteemed individual you are on the ability rankings, returning from the apocalypse? Your thoughts seem rather disjointed, a little probing, and you've revealed your cards. Chen Qi smirked inwardly that it was not that the woman lacked caution. Rather, Chen Qi's tri-ability was too fearsome and bizarre, leaving her dazed and disoriented. Chen Qi refrained from answering her question, instead gesturing toward the scarred man, asking coolly, is he also a reincarnator? No, my abilities are primarily supportive in nature. He was merely a temporary shield for me. The leather-clad woman insisted. As a reincarnator, you should comprehend the struggles of an early-stage space user. She was convinced that Chen Qi was a reincarnator. A novice could never wield abilities to such an extent. You waste my time. Chen Qi formed hand signs, his gaze icy as he turned to the scarred man. Oh, you wish to kill me. My fate is mine to dictate. I am the protagonist of this world. Whether I live or die, that is for me to decide. Seeing this, the scarred man roared in fury, unleashing the icy power surrounding him, prepared to fight to the death. Die. Chen Qi snapped his fingers, and the massive ice blades formed by the scarred man's power pierced through him. Even in death, the scarred man could not comprehend his fate. I am not the protagonist. Shouldn't I have achieved a breakthrough in my final moments? Vanquishing the boss and winning the heart of a beauty, the leather-clad woman's pupils dilated. A 4-ability user. This is impossible. Such a monster cannot exist in this world. A man remains youthful until the end. After delivering a candid assessment of the scarred man, Chen Qi turned to the leather-clad woman. That I find you valuable. My ability is space-oriented, and I reincarnated a month ago. During this time, I collaborated with the scarred man to acquire copious supplies. Enough for us to last a lifetime. These resources, along with my capabilities, are crucial to you. Having witnessed Chen Qi's ruthlessness, the leather-clad woman was eager to prove her worth. You are mistaken. Chen Qi shook his head. You and your abilities hold no significance to me. She frowned. You know nothing. After the apocalypse, resources are scarce, and everything is shrouded in darkness. Even a single box of instant noodles is a rare treasure. Trust me. You need my resources. We can collaborate. Collaborate? Chen Qi flashed a grin. I am only interested in your memories to my memories. How are you asking me to reveal all my trump cards? I assure you, That is impossible, the leather-clad woman insisted, needing to retain some leverage against Chen Qi. If she had no bargaining chips left, how could she ensure her value in their partnership? Chen Qi's spells were too mysterious. She could not hope to defeat him now. After years of lurking, she could only wait for an opportunity to strike back, enduring in silence, biding her time. Just a young man sheltered in a greenhouse. How could he compare to me, a queen of the apocalypse with years of experience? She chuckled inwardly, brimming with confidence. There is no need for you to speak. I will take it myself. Chen Qi produced a golden talisman from his storage bag. This soul-reading talisman can completely extract the memories of the one it is cast upon. Even in the world of cultivation, it is exceedingly precious. Had it not been for Wu Yong being a core disciple of the Corpsine sect, such a rare treasure would not have been in his storage bag. You are also a mental type? 5 abilities. Impossible, this cannot be happening. The leather-clad woman was on the brink of madness. Chen Qi's existence shattered her worldview. That I forgot to mention, I am not a reincarnator. Chen Qi spoke. He activated a talisman. What? The leather-clad woman's gaze turned vacant. What kind of monster are you? I apologized. I am a cultivator. A yellow talisman was directly stamped onto the forehead of the leather-clad woman. In the next moment, her scream echoed hauntingly through the streets. Her body convulsed violently, yellow fluid oozing out of her leather pants. Soon after, her eyes rolled back, her tongue hung limply, and she collapsed to the ground. Utterly powerless, having her memories forcefully extracted, her consciousness could not withstand the strain and shattered, leading to her demise. Chen Qi removed the soul-extracting talisman, completely absorbing the leather-clad woman's memories. The Space Queen, survival in the apocalypse. Post-disaster organizations, mutated beasts, level 9 superpowers, the complete extinction of humanity. The vast array of memories he had gleaned left him deeply contemplative. The brutality and hardships of the apocalypse were vividly felt by him, far exceeding his previous imaginings of a harsh world. If this Space Queen were to survive, she would undoubtedly make numerous decisions that could alter the landscape of the apocalypse. Chen Qi stroked his chin, yet she perished at my hands. And there are many online who seem to be genuine reincarnators. The terrifying nature of the butterfly effect is well known, yet this world has birthed so many butterflies. The timeline has already been disrupted. This will be a completely different apocalypse. Chapter 9. Space System Reincarnator, Striking It Rich. This will be an entirely different apocalypse. Chen Qi concluded. The overall timeline may resemble the memories, but the reincarnators have infused this world with countless variables. This doomsday will be utterly unlike the one in the leather-clad woman's memories. How complex! He shook his head. Was he not also a butterfly? In the leather-clad woman's recollections, there was no mention of his existence on the list of superpowers. Through comparison, he realized that the path of cultivation was superior to that of superpowers. The so-called level 9 superpowers were merely equivalent to the 9th tier of Qi refining. Even a level 9 superpower possesses limited abilities. Unlike cultivators who can wield various spells through their magical energy, once one steps into the foundation establishment stage, they would be comparable to the strongest royal superpowers of the previous life. If there had been cultivators in the past, they would not have been insignificant figures. As long as one understands cultivation, in the apocalypse, surviving a few years would guarantee overwhelming dominance. Chen Qi pondered for a moment, suddenly sensing a disturbance in the surrounding space. Crackle. After the death of the leather-clad woman, her vast space, a product of her rebirth, began to shatter. Countless supplies tumbled out from the fissures, resembling mountains. My goodness. How much has this individual stored? Chen Qi was taken aback. The supplies before him were truly immense. From gourmet food and electronic devices to various raw materials and weapons, everything was in abundance. Food, drink, necessities, and tools. All were present. Chen Qi was overjoyed, waving his hands to continuously transfer these items into his storage bag. It took half a day to completely clear the hoard. The storage bag can collect items from quite a distance. But the sheer volume of supplies was overwhelming. Even with the bag's capacity, it took half a day to gather everything. I've struck it rich. Chen Qi was filled with elation. If he disregarded the construction of a massive force and focused solely on his survival, these supplies would suffice for 100 lifetimes. Being a cultivator, perhaps if he survives for a few hundred years, civilization might restart. That doesn't seem too bad. After indulging in such thoughts, Chen Qi reigned in his imagination. Surviving for a moment was fine, but enduring for hundreds or thousands of years would be too lonely. Besides, when civilization restarts, what species would dominate? Perhaps it would be a beast-eared civilization. Now that is worth considering. The thrill of sudden wealth was exhilarating, and he found himself unable to suppress his musings. Indeed, fortune does not come without risk. After gathering all these items, Chen Qi felt an overwhelming sense of security. These reincarnators must all hoard supplies. Each one is a veritable treasure trove. Chen Qi's gaze fixed upon these reincarnators. Checking the time, he realized it was nearing midnight. The acid rain would soon cease. It was time to return. With a wave of his hand, Xia Yubing joined him in the truck. Although chaos reigned, the true apocalypse had yet to come. Society had not fully collapsed. Once the acid rain subsided, military forces would undoubtedly make an appearance, ruthlessly targeting any remaining criminals. However, the intensity of their response would likely not be overwhelming. After absorbing the memories of the Space Queen, Chen Qi was already aware of the situation. In the coming days, troubles would erupt worldwide, far exceeding his expectations. Numerous aberrant beasts, undead creatures, monsters, and even bizarre entities from myth and legend were awakening and emerging. Yet, the news was being deliberately suppressed. The military forces were largely preoccupied with these threats, leaving little time to maintain urban safety. These petty thieves were causing casualties. Should those undead creatures and monsters break through, the city would surely face a bloodbath. Boom! The truck sped along the road as Chen Qi organized the memories of the Space Queen. As the disaster warning system had predicted, the first wave of the epidemic would erupt the day after tomorrow. This would be a baptism, with the infection rate skyrocketing. Those unable to withstand it would turn into zombies, while those who could would begin to awaken their powers. The timing of awakening would vary according to individual constitution. Initially, only the strongest 1% would awaken powers, but approximately a year later, all who were still alive would gain abilities. To awaken early. One merely needed to extract the energy core from a zombie and undergo a baptism. If they could endure it, they would awaken. If not, they would be transformed into a zombie. Tomorrow, I must retrieve Zhang Dafei in advance. The impending zombie wave was far beyond Chen Qi's predictions. Nearly 70% of humanity would perish that day. Given my cultivation physique, I would undoubtedly awaken powers as well. Chen Qi was unconcerned. No matter how powerful those abilities were, they paled in comparison to the path of cultivation. Only the Space Queen's superlative attributes would prove useful. After all, cultivation is a steady ascent, and in the early stages, one would not truly encounter the peculiar abilities of time and space. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Qi organized the contents of his storage bag. The television was already broadcasting news of various departments scrambling to repair infrastructure after the acid rain had ceased, with military and police forces joining to sweep away criminal elements. They ordered tens of thousands of KFC's crazy Thursday meal deals. Chen Qi was left speechless. It appeared this Space Queen was indeed a devoted fan of KFC. 10,000 bottles of soda, 50,000 bottles of nutrient drinks, 1,000 cartons of various cigarettes, hundreds of thousands of prepared hot dishes, over 100,000 boxes of assorted beers and liquors, adult products. Well, several. Chen Qi was somewhat astonished. I never expected this leather-clad queen to be quite the little rich lady before the apocalypse. Moreover, her interests are quite diverse. If one were to purchase all these supplies, it would easily reach hundreds of millions, right? A month ago, the law and order was not remotely comparable to now. Stealing and robbing would surely lead to capture within 3 days. Whether she stole, deceived, or purchased these items on credit, they now all belonged to me. Chen Qi smiled with satisfaction. Space Queen, rest in peace. I will enjoy these supplies on your behalf. You may close your eyes. At that moment, beneath the iron shed, the lifeless body of the leather-clad woman twitched slightly, nearly causing Chen Qi to lose his composure. Arriving at the core metallic sphere of the shelter, Chen Qi directly placed the salvaged steel and other raw materials before it. The shelter began its upgrade. His voice was resolute. Little E received it. The metallic sphere lit up, and the nanobots were deployed once more. The shelter is upgrading. Level 2 structure. Steel mansion. Accompanying facilities. Armored iron door. Indoor greenhouse. Lightning storage unit. Current transformation progress. 0.13. Estimated completion time. 15 hours. Chapter 10. Upgrading to a steel mansion. Chung Xin. After a day of exhausting activity, he felt utterly drained. The primary source of fatigue came from the overwhelming influx of information. Xia Yubing noticed Chen Qi's weariness and approached him, offering a massage. That feels wonderful. Chen Qi was immensely relaxed by Xia Yubing's ministrations. When the mind is fatigued, the body must be thoroughly rejuvenated. Fatigue is akin to sand clogged in a pipe. It requires periodic clearing. Xia Yubing smiled slightly, carefully inspecting. There is excessive water accumulation here. It needs proper maintenance. Hey! Before Chen Qi could offer a word of caution, Xia Yubing began her work. The correction was executed flawlessly. The following morning, the upgrade of the Level 2 structure, Steel Mansion, was completed. Chen Qi awoke feeling refreshed, looking at the upgraded shelter with satisfaction. The two-story villa had transformed into a grand mansion, entirely forged from steel, boasting maximum defensive capabilities. The exterior adornments rendered this steel mansion incredibly imposing and magnificent. A sense of grandeur welled up within him. The mansion was encircled by a steel fence, and the entrance was an armored door. The armor was over 30 centimeters thick. Even missiles might struggle to penetrate it, let alone the current zombies, who would find it utterly impossible to breach. Undoubtedly, this is the most formidable and secure stronghold in the vibrant Spring City. The underground greenhouse. He descended below ground, where an additional expanse beyond the cellar awaited him. An artificial oasis illuminated by synthetic light, adorned with soil, forming a natural greenhouse, spanning approximately 500 square meters. This entirely self-sufficient environment shields it from the ravages of external fluctuations that in the future for those yearning for fresh vegetables worldwide. This place will stand alone. Cultivating crops is a waste of time. Let Dafei handle that, for he is an adept farmer. Chen Qi chuckled slyly. Both he and Zhang Dafei were taken in by their grandfather, and naturally, they toiled in the fields from a young age. While Dafei possessed greater strength, his academic prowess paled in comparison to Chen Qi's, yet his agricultural wisdom far exceeded that of Chen Qi. Good brother, I've come to rescue you. With thoughts of Dafei, Chen Qi hastened forth, stepping out of the opulent mansion. Atop the mansion's terrace, a battery was present, capable of harnessing lightning during thunderstorms to store electrical energy. It was already taking shape. With just one or two upgrades, it could be deemed a mature refuge. Chen Qi climbed into the truck, while Xia Yubing settled beside him, donning black leather boots that enhanced her commanding presence. Who would have thought that even a bioengineered individual could experience a first? Chen Qi scratched his head and smiled. My apologies. I was unaware earlier. I acted rudely, and no matter. I appreciate the wild aesthetic. Xia Yubing replied with a smile, pressing down on the accelerator. The truck roared forth like a beast, racing toward the city. How tragic. Chen Qi observed the aftermath of yesterday's acid rain, where many had become lost souls amidst the downpour. Tomorrow, the epidemic would erupt on a massive scale. But today, the signs were already evident. The streets were teeming with an increasing number of zombies. Battles erupted everywhere, with uniformed personnel who had been fighting just moments ago collapsing into pools of blood, only to be transformed into zombies shortly thereafter. Residential areas had become disaster zones. A mere handful of zombies congregated at the entrance of an apartment building, trapping all the residents inside, unable to escape. The city's cats and dogs had also succumbed to the infection, becoming fiercely aggressive. These animals often posed a greater threat than the zombies themselves, striking unexpectedly. Stray cats and dogs had become the most perilous factors. There had been prior suggestions to capture and manage all stray cats and dogs, yet the proposer faced online backlash, leading to the proposal being shelved. The collapse of order was thought to be a tomorrow's affair. A sense of urgency washed over Chen Qi. Even before the true outbreak, merely the precursors were becoming unbearable. On the streets, individuals occasionally erupted with newly awakened powers, only to be dismembered by zombies before they could even revel in their newfound abilities. Those who awakened powers harbored antibodies against the infection. Even if bitten by a zombie, they would not succumb to its fate. Boom! Xia Yubing harbored no affection for humanity, treating both humans and zombies with equal indifference as the truck barreled through, leaving a trail of blood and severed limbs in its wake. That it was impossible to discern how many were human and how many were undead. Speeding onward, traffic lights had long ceased to function. The streets were strewn with scenes of devastation. Soon, the truck arrived at their workplace. Zhangxi Ability Company Limited. Alas, zombies were attacking here as well. Chen Qi donned the specially designed combat suit from the Space Queen, which possessed the ability to mitigate damage. Even if confronted at close range, 3 or 5 zombies would find it difficult to contend with him for the time being at that moment. Within the offices of Zhangxi Ability Company, the surviving employees huddled together, trembling in fear. The iron door of the office was barricaded with a crowbar. "Everyone, listen to my command," the boss shouted. Zhang Dafei and others looked at the boss with disdain. This man had deceived several colleagues into facing the zombies to save himself. The apocalypse had begun, yet he still considered himself the leader. Having witnessed the boss's treachery, no one paid him any mind. As he noticed their neglect, the boss awkwardly cleared his throat. Suddenly, frantic banging echoed against the iron door. "Have the zombies found us?" "No. Please, I don't want to be eaten." The colleagues panicked. "Open the door." "Open it." Outside, a hoarse voice cried out that "It's Li Xiang." Someone exclaimed that he is not dead. "He is trapped outside. Quick, open the door and let him in." A female voice interjected. "Chen Qi, we cannot do that. Letting him in could lead to our demise." Colleagues protested. "We've already lost several co-workers. Have you wasted 9 years of compulsory education? How can one lack conscience and morality? To stand by and watch while others perish is no different from a beast. How can you be so heartless?" Chen Qi, becoming increasingly moved by her own words, saw herself as a moral paragon, unlike these cowardly, self-preserving individuals. "You there, Chen Fei, go open the door and let Li Xiang in." Chapter 11. Slay the Sacred Mother, burn the sycophants to ashes. "Why don't you go yourself?" Zhang Dafei frowned. Even with his straightforward nature, he found the request quite displeasing. "That I'm a girl. How can you expect me to take such a risk?" Chen Qi asserted, as if it were self-evident that you're strong. "It's only fitting that you handle this. Do you wish to stand idly by while someone perishes?" "Indeed, Dafei. Hurry and open the door." Those ensnared by moral obligation felt uneasy. Yet each one delighted in binding others to their moral standards. Now, with Chen Qi targeting Zhang Dafei, the other colleagues readily joined in. After all, they wouldn't be risking their own lives. They could hide their cowardice and selfishness by pushing Dafei to take the risk. "How convenient. Chen Qi is right. We cannot ignore someone in peril." Several quickly aligned with Chen Qi, creating a pressure that left Zhang Dafei feeling cornered. "Fine." Overwhelmed, Zhang Dafei hesitated before moving to open the door. Click. The moment the door swung open, a horrific scene nearly caused everyone to retch. Li Xiang's head had been cleaved by a zombie, which was devouring his brain. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Dafei quickly shut the door. "Are you trying to get us all killed?" Chen Xi's shrill voice rang out. "Yes. Quickly close it." Zhang Dafei was struck by the gruesome sight, momentarily stunned. The zombies, sensing so much fresh meat within, surged toward the entrance, eager to feast. Just as one was about to sink its teeth into Zhang Dafei's neck, whoosh! At the critical moment, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the zombie's skull and shattering the crystal within. Instantly, the zombie lost its vitality. Phew! Zhang Dafei exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat. "Dafei." Chen Qi sheathed his crossbow. At that moment, his most potent spell was the fireball, which could not achieve instant kills in a moment of desperation. He had drawn the specially designed crossbow from the Space Queen, dispatching the creature with a single shot that a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by rage. Having just discovered his good brother in peril, he was thrust into a life-or-death situation. Had he arrived later or not at all, Chen Dafei might have already perished. Fueled by fury, he kicked the iron door wide open. "Boss." Zhang Dafei finally regained his composure, joyfully embracing Chen Qi. "Why did you open the door? Do you realize how dangerous that was?" "You're still just an ordinary person," Chen Qi retorted angrily. "I didn't want to." Zhang Dafei briefly recounted the earlier events. "Was it you who forced my brother to open the door?" Chen Qi's gaze turned icy as he faced Chen Qi. "What do you mean by forced?" Seeing a colleague trapped outside, one cannot simply stand by. What is wrong with asking him to open the door? Chen Qi, observing Chen Qi's unwavering demeanor as he dispatched zombies, felt a twinge of fear but remained resolute. Convinced of her righteousness, "Let us put that aside. It's fortunate you're here, Chen Qi. With your crossbow out, if we follow you, we can escape. Quickly, lead us out." Chen Qi incited. "We're all counting on you." "Colleagues, don't you agree?" Yes, Chen Gu, we're relying on you." Chen Xi's words rang true. Now was not the time to dwell on details. Escaping was paramount. for the sake of our shared experiences. You wouldn't abandon us, would you? Chen Qi chuckled coldly. Details? If I had arrived a moment later, my brother would have been killed by you. And you dare call that a minor detail? He raised his crossbow. And before their horrified gazes, he shot an arrow straight through Chen Xi's head. Chen Qi, what have you done? Chen Xi shrieked. You've committed murder. 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 Some were rendered speechless, utterly shocked by the ferocity of his actions. We can't rely on a murderer for survival. Take him down. Seize his crossbow. We'll fight our way out ourselves. Everyone, quickly. Chen Xi panicked, aware that Chen Qi would undoubtedly seek retribution for her role in endangering his brother. Most colleagues exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Only a few sycophants of Chen Xi approached. Chen Qi, hand over the crossbow. You're unstable. We cannot trust you. Meanwhile, Chen Xi seized the opportunity to retreat several steps, hiding behind a few people. Chen Qi was truly furious. You cannot distinguish right from wrong, twisting the truth. Allow me to give you a lesson in survival. The tuition will be your lives. These colleagues engage in a vicious cycle of competition and exclusion, harboring no goodwill towards one another during work hours. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a fireball, incinerating the sycophants that approached him, instantly turning them into charred remains. The scent of burning flesh and the stench of charred bodies caused the onlookers to retch, gazing at Chen Qi as if he were a demon. A monster. Step by step, Chen Qi advanced, feeling that Chen Xi's use of fireball spells was utterly unsatisfactory. What do you intend to do? Are we to stand by as a murderer bullies a defenseless woman? Hurry up and subdue him, Chen Xi screamed. Facing death, she still attempted to morally bind others. What hope is there for someone like you to change? Death is the only answer. With a swift motion, Chen Qi severed Chen Xi's head, blood gushing forth like a torrent. The colleagues, terrified, lost control of their bowels, collapsing to the ground. Boss, you've become so powerful. Zhang Dafei, nearly perishing, had begun to grasp the brutality of the apocalypse. His mindset shifting as he emerged from the clutches of death, gaining clarity. Yes, I have come to guide you to safety. Come with me, Chen Qi urged. Little Chen, I always knew you had it in you. You needn't concern yourself with them. Just take me out of here, and I shall grant you 1/3 of the company's stock. The boss of Zhangxi boasted, patting his chest with bravado, observing Chen Qi's indifference. He quickly added, I'll give you half. I have money. All of it is yours. Just take me away. The apocalypse has arrived. All of that is mere scrap paper. Better to burn it. Chen Qi turned, addressing the vampire who made us work 996, timing even our bathroom breaks to my sparing your life is already a display of immense tolerance. Utter one more word, and your head will roll. Gulp. The boss trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Exiting the employee office, Chen Qi silently gestured to Xia Yubing. Zhang Dafei, newly acquainted with the apocalypse, was aware that Chen Qi possessed several years' worth of memories from this new world. He understood that loose ends must be tied up. Those offended must be dealt with decisively. Taking them along to survive would only lead to resentment, resulting in future betrayals. Open attacks are easily dodged, but hidden daggers are much harder to defend against. Survival in an apocalypse requires rooting out the problem completely. Understood, Xia Yubing nodded, leading a horde of zombies outside the employee lounge after Chen Qi departed. Chapter 12. The trio, a small society in the cold storage upon boarding the truck. Zhang Dafei seemed to have something to say. Are you hiding something from me? Chen Qi inquired. There is indeed something, but it requires you to take a risk. Perhaps it's best left unsaid. Zhang Dafei shook his head. Between us, I'll kick your butt if you keep talking. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. Speak. I have a girlfriend who works at the Junhua Hotel. She is trapped as well. And I want to rescue her, Zhang Dafei confessed. Junhua Hotel? Chen Qi rubbed his chin. That was the only 3-star restaurant in Spring City, renowned for its exceptional culinary standards, said to be of world-class caliber. He was in need of a chef and had intended to check it out. What a fortunate coincidence. What does your girlfriend do? Chen Qi asked, wondering if Zhang Dafei's girlfriend happened to be a chef, which would be even more advantageous. She's a front desk cashier, Zhang Dafei replied honestly. Chen Qi's disappointment was palpable. The truck sped toward the Junhua Hotel. Along the way, the zombie outbreaks grew increasingly violent, painting a grim picture of humanity's plight. Chen Qi recognized that this was merely the beginning. The virus still relied on direct human transmission. Most zombies were driven by instinct rather than awareness. As long as one remained indoors, safety could be ensured. However, should the virus mutate tomorrow, airborne transmission would ensue, and hallways would be teeming with zombies, leaving no place to hide. Citizens are urged to stay indoors and avoid wandering. Await our rescue. The vehicle's radio broadcasted the official announcement. Before Chen Qi's truck, a black convoy, protected by military armored vehicles, formed a line, methodically crushing zombies on the streets, leaving a trail of blood and dust. Heading out of the city, armed helicopters continuously swept across the sky, moving between various target points, passing over rooftops where residents cried for help, evacuating key personnel. Chen Qi shook his head at the scene before him. The irony of the broadcast not lost on him. Yet, he understood that today marked a widespread outbreak of the virus. Attempts to save everyone would only result in greater casualties. That IT would be more prudent to consolidate resources. Focusing on preserving a major city. The memories of the Space Queen revealed that the first 2 years following the apocalypse saw the emergence of doomed cities. However, the virus and disasters infiltrated every crevice. And terrifying monsters gradually became immune to conventional weaponry. The shattered military-industrial complex post-disaster struggled to sustain weapon consumption. Within 2 to 3 years after the apocalypse, these once thriving cities had nearly all vanished. How long could these cities withstand this impending doom? Chen Qi pondered. He tossed a zombie crystal to Zhang Dafei. Dafei, consume this and see what abilities you might awaken. Sure. Zhang Dafei fully trusted Chen Qi and complied without hesitation. It's so hot. Energy surged forth, and Zhang Dafei felt an intense heat. His muscles swelled, and he transformed, becoming significantly more robust. Incredible, Zhang Dafei exclaimed in astonishment. It appears to be a power-based ability. Chen Qi nodded in satisfaction. The shelter would require strong individuals for various labor tasks. Zhang Dafei's newfound powers were perfectly suited for this. Shortly after, the truck arrived at the Junhua Hotel, situated in a bustling district, surrounded by countless zombies. Numbering in the hundreds at the very least, the truck barreled forward, crushing dozens of zombies beneath its wheels, turning them into a bloody mush. The truck, modified for shelter purposes, was utterly indestructible, an absolute beast. With a crash, the truck smashed through the entrance, barreling into the hotel. Chen Qi and his companions jumped out, seizing the opportunity before the zombies could fully encircle them. Zhang Dafei wielded the hefty 80-pound spear gifted by Chen Qi. Donning heavy protective gear as he forged ahead, Xia Yubing, equipped with a double-handed crossbow, provided ranged support while keeping watch from the rear. Chen Qi positioned himself in the center, casting fireballs in rapid succession to deal area damage. The trio surged through the ranks of beginner zombies, wreaking havoc and destruction. However, Chen Qi was cautious not to linger. After all, he had only just reached the first level of Qi training, and Zhang Dafei had only recently awakened his powers, limiting their combat endurance. Conversely, Xia Yubing, as a bio-soldier, displayed an unyielding stamina, functioning as an unrelenting killing machine on the battlefield. Chen Qi had witnessed this firsthand the previous night, after felling a dozen zombies. The trio continued to search for their target while navigating through the hotel at that moment. In the cold storage of the Junhua Hotel, even with the freezing system shut off, the air remained frigid. Survivors huddled together, their teeth chattering. The highest-ranking boss occupied the center, enjoying the most warmth and relative comfort. His bodyguards and willing, alluring women clustered around him, forming a secondary source of warmth. Weak men and unattractive women were relegated to the outermost layer. Shivering uncontrollably, their bodies stiffening, their complexions turning blue. If they remained another day, they would surely freeze to death. Beyond the outer layer in a cold corner of the storage, 2 figures stood close together. Both strikingly beautiful, exuding an exceptional aura, clad in white chef's coats, tightly embracing one another. Hey, have you two thought this through? If you submit to the boss, you can warm yourselves in the innermost circle. Don't be stubborn. You won last out there. The zombies are outside, and if you don't comply, you'll freeze to death by the day after tomorrow. The second-tier henchman occasionally sneered. Attempting to undermine the sisters' resolve, the sisters defiantly turned away, resolved to remain unyielding. Humph, obstinate fools. The boss chuckled coldly, waving his hand dismissively. He was now the top predator in this place. Although he desired to conquer the sisters, he was surrounded by too many women to manage, and his energy was limited, So he was in no rush. Having finally encountered two virtuous souls, he wished to savor the game. Conquering women like these was simply too mundane. He regarded the sisters as one might observe an entertainment program, relishing this diversion in the signal-less cold storage. Some of the sycophants shared in his delight. Rest assured, I wager these two women won't survive the night. Even if they refuse, we'll force them to submit tomorrow. Geijiji. They were not the lowest tier, perceiving themselves as the blades wielded by their leader, naturally filled with pride that in human society, suffering was not terrifying. As long as someone endured worse than oneself, that was sufficient as long as they ensured they were not at the bottom. The sense of superiority and reluctance to disrupt the status quo governed their actions. Truly lacking in self-awareness. How pretentious. They deserve to freeze to death. What a time to feign purity, shamelessly. Meanwhile, the already submissive or willing women began to mock the sisters, using condescension to diminish their own shame. Only by doing so could they convince themselves of their rightness. The sisters were merely naive and foolishly pure. Chapter 13. The deep and shallow sisters. The women fawned over the boss, Yang Guofu, who relished their adulation, tilting his head back as he bit into an orange from the cold storage. Soon, silence enveloped the cold room that in such a frigid environment. Excessive movement that generated heat was a luxury. Only the boss, basking in the most warmth, could afford to act without restraint. Others could only envy. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the cold storage door. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Had they been discovered by zombies? Was there someone inside? Shortly after, a youthful yet composed voice drifted in. It was a human. The tone was not overly urgent, suggesting that there were likely no zombies outside. Whispers began to circulate within the cold storage. Boss Yang Guofu shrugged off the mink coat draped over his shoulder, exuding confidence as he declared, "It must be the security company I called before I got trapped. Let them in." Truly, the boss was reliable. There's something to be said for wealth. Even in dire straits, money can turn misfortune into fortune. How fortunate we are to follow such a boss. The people in the room continually showered him with praise. Yang Guofu waved dismissively, indicating it was nothing significant. With a click, the door swung open, revealing only 3 figures. Although they wielded weapons, they appeared ill-equipped to lead the group through a zombie siege. The individual who opened the door caught sight of the howling zombies behind them, trembling in fear, and hurriedly shut the door again. Why are there only 3 people, and one of them is a woman? Is this how the security company operates after being paid? Yang Guofu remarked with displeasure, furrowing his brows. Forget it. Just escort me out first. Xiao Chui. After Zhang Dafei entered and scanned the room, he finally spotted his disheveled girlfriend in the center and felt a surge of anger. What have they done to you? Do you know the rescue team? Yang Guofu turned to the alluring Xiao Chui, whose vulnerability was evident. She is my girlfriend. What have you done to her? Zhang Dafei shouted. What have I done to her? You might as well ask her what she begged me to do for warmth. TSK, your girlfriend is rather impressive, Yang Guofu replied, savoring the moment. Rest assured, once we get outside, I'll pay you compensation. It's just money. Why the long faces? Hurry up and escort me out. They were holed up in a cold storage devoid of internet access, completely oblivious to the changes in the outside world. They still thought this was just another routine zombie attack, and once it passed, society would return to normal. Wealthy individuals naturally spoke with authority. Zhang Dafei, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his mind whirl. His face reddening with anger, he grabbed Yang Guofu by the collar, wishing he could pierce him through with a spear. Chen Qi shook his head. Doing whatever it took to survive was not inherently wrong. However, his refuge did not require such disloyal individuals. While Li Chui's choices for survival were understandable, he had no intention of allowing someone like her into his sanctuary. Dafei, what are you doing? Li Chui frowned. This is my boss. I have no issues serving him. Otherwise, would I freeze to death like those 2 cooks? Chen Qi followed Li Chui's gaze to the corner where the 2 sisters trembled, his pupils narrowing. How can you be so naive? Do you think you can afford to offend such a powerful boss? You better think carefully for your own sake. I'm doing this for your good. Li Chui continuously berated Zhang Dafei. What? Your simplistic worldview has been shattered. No issue at all. Let go of me, or I'll kill you. The henchmen were outraged. How dare anyone harm their boss? Just moments ago, the boss had promised each of them $1 million upon escaping. Anyone who threatened this favor, if the opportunity arises, we shall undoubtedly repay you. Throughout this journey, the 2 sisters have already harbored thoughts of joining Chen Qi's team. Yet their unfamiliarity with him remains a barrier. Furthermore, Chen Qi has not explicitly invited them to stay. Ultimately, the sisters bid farewell to the trio. As Chen Qi watches the sisters' retreating figures, a sly smile creeps across his face. We are destined to meet again. Even if I do not rescue these sisters today, once they awaken their powers tomorrow, they will surely escape after enduring some hardships. Where shall we go next? Zhang Dafei inquired. Rescue a dog. Chen Qi stepped onto the truck. Rescue a dog. Zhang Dafei was taken aback, yet he knew Chen Qi was always right, so he refrained from questioning further and simply followed along. According to the memory of the woman in leather, the location of the howling celestial dog should now be at the Huannong Circus. The dog Chen Qi intends to save is a potential creature referred to as the howling celestial dog in the impending apocalypse. In this cataclysm, mutated beasts are also set to rise. Just as humans have their power rankings, so too do these beasts. The howling celestial dog, despite being merely a dog, has managed to ascend the beast ranking in a world teeming with monsters, which is nothing short of extraordinary. The abilities it possesses, such as 1,000-mile tracking and the moonlit domain, are incredibly valuable for Chen Qi, who aims to establish a fortress in this apocalyptic world. The Huannong Circus is quite renowned in Chongqing, famous for its active bamboo rats traversing a mountain of blades. However, this once joyous paradise filled with laughter has now transformed into a site of human tragedy. The infection does not discriminate. Any living being can be afflicted. Many of the circus animals have already morphed into zombie beasts. The owner and staff of the circus have either become zombies or have been reduced to mangled corpses. As soon as the truck came to a halt, a massive shadow loomed over it, causing the vehicle to shake violently. A roar. It was a brown bear, its chest ripped open, organs missing, its white bones exposed, emanating a palpable sense of death, yet it stood upright, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Damn, had I known it would be this dangerous, I wouldn't have come. Chen Qi cursed under his breath as the zombie bear almost overturned the truck. Fortunately, the truck had been modified for ref. It is merely the size of several football fields, each dimension exceeding 500 meters, with a height of approximately 6 meters, Chen Qi casually remarked. 500 meters on each side, with a height of 6 meters, it could easily accommodate entire schools. A typical athletic field is only about 200 meters long and a few dozen meters wide. We could utilize these resources for several lifetimes. Zhang Dafei felt he could finally relax. Indeed, Chen Qi conceded with a shrug, but that would be rather dull. Merely surviving in the apocalypse lacks any sense of purpose. Boss, you have always possessed grand aspirations, Zhang Dafei replied in agreement. These resources are far from sufficient. Despite our significant advantages, our aim must transcend mere survival in this wasteland. A surge of determination welled up within Chen Qi. Xia Yubing and Zhang Dafei turned to him, and even the dog, Ha, sat attentively, listening earnestly. What we must do is to trample this apocalypse underfoot. Chen Qi's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Echoing through the cellar, Xia Yubing gazed at him with admiration, clearly appreciating her leader's demeanor. Brother, I may be somewhat dim-witted, but whatever you wish to pursue, I shall follow you steadfastly. Zhang Dafei patted his chest. Ha let out a joyous howl, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Chen Qi. It immediately drooped its head, looking quite forlorn. After all, in such an exhilarating atmosphere, it felt compelled to contribute to the mood with a howl. Come on, Dafei, we haven't finished exploring yet. There's still more that you will love. Chen Qi waved his hand, leading the team and the dog down to the second underground level of the current shelter. Chapter 16. Elven Lowly Plant Seeds. Ding! The elevator arrived at the second underground level. Upon opening the doors, Zhang Dafei felt an irresistible itch in his hands. This was actually an artificial greenhouse, although smaller than the first underground level. Measuring roughly 150 meters on each side, the agricultural inclination runs deep in the veins of Xia country people, a trait exemplified in Zhang Dafei. He had always harbored a love for farming. Had his grandfather's land not been so limited and the income from farming so meager, he might have aspired to be a full-time farmer. These are seeds. If you like, you may take over this plot and plant whatever you desire. Chen Qi gestured toward the boxes filled with seeds. The harsh environment of the apocalypse rendered crops nearly impossible to cultivate. Though his supplies were ample, the appeal of fresh produce was undeniable. And achieving his goals required a self-sustaining system for the shelter. I'll start cultivating this land tonight. Zhang Dafei grinned broadly. Returning to the third-floor dining room, twilight had already descended. Dinner time, after a long day. Let us treat ourselves. Chen Qi produced piping hot dishes from the restaurant's customized menu. Tonight, let us keep it simple and just make do. With that, an array of dishes appeared on the table. Roasted duck with flowers, tender chicken, bamboo shoots with bell peppers, sweet and sour potatoes, dompa pork, blood sausage with sauerkraut, stir-fried pork intestines, boiled meat slices, and plain boiled cabbage, accompanied by 2 bottles of Flying Mutai. 4 large bowls of fragrant wuchang rice. Boss, are you serious about this casual meal? Zhang Dafei exclaimed. Even in normal times, one wouldn't be able to afford a meal with 9 dishes, and paired with Flying Mutai. What kind of dining is this? If we were to eat like this before the apocalypse, we'd be bankrupt within 3 days. Having endured hardship before the apocalypse, now it seems we've become affluent in these dire times. Woof woof, the nearby dog, Ha Wang, ran around joyfully, drooling at the delicious scents. The sunset outside the window was picturesque as the 3 took their seats. Chen Qi generously shared a portion of the sumptuous feast with Ha Wang, who devoured it with delight. What a life of ease. This was a lifestyle he had never experienced before the apocalypse, in a luxurious mansion, enjoying the sunset, while relishing 9 dishes and sipping on Flying Mutai. They shared laughter over dinner, with only the few dim-witted zombies below, mindlessly banging their heads against the wall, eliciting a mixture of amusement and disbelief. The television nearby continued to broadcast the day's news. Although many communication towers and radio stations had been destroyed, they were still able to receive some broadcasts via satellite dishes. Attention, citizens! Due to the severity of the current disaster, the government has established 8 major refuge cities. Please make your way to the nearest refuge city as soon as possible. Armed forces are stationed along the routes with checkpoints and assistance available. Here are the specific travel details. Chen Qi nodded. The strategy outlined above was indeed about consolidating surviving forces and establishing safe havens. With so many calamities occurring, it was impossible to save everyone. The only option was to create a new order. Along this journey, countless lives would inevitably be lost. He gazed at the endless lines of families dragging their belongings along the highway as captured by the drone's camera. Occasionally, mutated creatures and hordes of zombies would appear. And if there were armed protection points nearby, the sounds of gunfire would ring out in defense against the impending crisis. Yet, their resources were limited. No matter the amount of military might, it felt inadequate in the vast expanse of millions of square kilometers. In this cruel apocalypse, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is a mere illusion. Countless individuals faced trials that revealed both the dark and noble aspects of human nature that are in just this single frame. There were mothers wielding kitchen knives valiantly against zombies to protect their children. There were also looters wielding knives against the weaker ones merely for a bag of bread. Soldiers charging into hordes of monsters with bayonets after exhausting their ammunition to protect the fleeing populace. Helicopters ferrying key personnel, soaring above the chaotic lines below, heading towards distant safety. Life is inherently unequal. Chen Qi turned off the television and continued to eat. No one is destined to survive, nor is anyone fated to perish. In the apocalypse, it all comes down to chance. Burp. Zhang Dafei rubbed his belly, the table nearly stripped bare. Today had indeed been a day of excessive consumption, and after becoming an ability user, his appetite had grown significantly. Chen Qi stretched lazily, suddenly pondering. Since one could awaken using zombie crystals, could it be possible for bioengineered beings as well? Didn't Xia Yubing mention that although she was a bioengineered creation, she was not much different from a regular human? Just as he pulled out the crystal from the zombie bear, the ring in his hand began to tremble. Was it his senior brother or a merchant? He focused intently, noticing that this time the ring emitted a blue glow. A new world. A wave of excitement surged within him. A new realm, new possibilities. Within the blue luminescence, he saw pointed ears, golden hair, flowing white garments, and translucent lace. An elf? He was taken aback. He had somehow connected with an elf. Mysterious creator, have you finally heard Alice's call? Alice held a crystal ball, her eyes brimming with tears, evoking a sense of compassion. Creator, Chen Qi was momentarily stunned. Indeed, his grandmother had told him that this was an ancestral artifact of the elven race, and as long as one's intentions were sincere, it could be used to communicate with the Creator. Alice pleaded, the Creator is all-powerful. Please, save my grandfather. He has been corrupted by the dark elves and is on the brink of returning to dust. He needs pure life energy to be saved. Chen Qi gazed at the pitiful Alice and sighed that he wished to help. But where could he find such life energy? He was not a creator. He was merely an ordinary survivor in this apocalypse, living comfortably in an armored luxury mansion. Creator, do you not wish to save my grandfather? Alice's eyes dimmed. I do not possess life energy to assist you, Chen Qi stated honestly. You possess life energy crystals, yet claim you have none. Alas, Alice understood. The pointed ears of the elven lowly drooped in disappointment. What? Chen Qi looked at the crystal of the zombie bear in his hand, realizing it seemed that the energy contained within was referred to as life energy in the elven world. Ah, Alice remembers. Her eyes brightened. Tio received the Creator's blessing. One must offer a sacrifice in exchange. She pouted, but my family has nothing of value. The only things I have are these elven plant seeds, which are relatively precious. Creator, could we exchange these? She raised her hands high, presenting some seeds for Chen Qi to see. What are these? Chen Qi inquired. These are elven plant seeds. When planted, they can grow into special plants. Each plant possesses unique abilities. Some can launch attacks at specific targets, some can emit freezing cold, and others can explode upon stepping on them. Alice eagerly explained, her hopeful eyes fixed on Chen Qi. Chapter 17. Plants vs. Zombies? Chen Qi and Zhang Dafei exchanged glances, both equally astonished, exclaiming in unison, Huh, what is that? Alice widened her eyes, puzzled. What do you mean? Cough. It's nothing. Chen Qi waved his hand. Alice's description was so evocative that he could not help but draw connections. Especially in these extraordinary times that I can trade with you. He nodded. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Qi observed her youthful face, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation akin to tempting a child with candy. It was a sentiment he couldn't help but find comical. Having engaged in transactions before, he was well acquainted with the method. In an instant, the crystal in his hand vanished, and a bag of plant seeds appeared on the table. Then I shall take my leave. Creator, please rest well. Alice eagerly departed, clutching the crystal in her hands, eager to save her grandfather. Chen Qi severed the connection. The zombie crystal holds a multitude of potential applications for the future. However, given the current combat prowess of the team, they can effortlessly reap ordinary zombies if their numbers are not overwhelming. Trading them for elven seeds is an exquisite profit at least for him at this moment. Such seeds, capable of safeguarding his home, are exceedingly precious. Chen Qi contemplated that with the impending zombie outbreak tomorrow, their only option would be to take refuge in the shelter if the zombies were too numerous. The team could easily find themselves trapped, leading to exhaustion and death, resulting in the annihilation of the entire squad. Yet, with the addition of the plant seeds, the scenario would transform entirely. Boss, this, Zhang Dafei was left astounded. A little elven girl emerged from the ring, demanding to trade items from another world. Addressing Chen Qi as the creator, he felt as though his not-so-large brain was on the verge of short-circuiting. Just get used to it. There are more surprises awaiting you in the future. Chen Qi chuckled, patting Zhang Dafei's shoulder. Being modern individuals, their capacity for acceptance was quite strong. After a couple more occurrences, Zhang Dafei would likely become accustomed to it. All right, fine. Zhang Dafei's mind buzzed, but having read some novels and watched anime, he found it hard to believe that such extraordinary events were happening to his boss. Without further ado, they needed to plant the seeds, hoping they would mature by tomorrow. He had learned the method of using the seeds through the elven language contained within, although he did not grasp the literal meanings. The essence of the ideas conveyed was clear upon sight. Curse it. I somewhat regret not forcibly bringing back the two sisters. Chen Qi shook his head. Chu Qianqian's ability was life-based, enabling her to accelerate crop growth and plant agricultural products unconditionally. This allowed the two sisters to enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables even in the apocalypse, making them among the most well-nourished individuals during the end times. Of course, in the early stages, their abilities were not yet so monstrous. Chen Qi needed to subdue these sisters before they realized their own formidable power. No, he meant to completely conquer them. Holding the seeds, he, along with 3 companions and a dog, stepped through the armored iron door. Within 100 meters surrounding the mansion, iron railings formed a barrier, making it challenging for zombies to breach. Without the intelligence of the undead, they would naturally wander towards the large iron gate upon sensing life. Thus, Although the seeds were few, placing them strategically on the zombie's usual path would suffice. Wang Wu. Hao Wang displayed his innate talent as a husky, adept at digging, and soon enough, he had nearly turned the designated patch of land into a veritable garden. The growth rate of the elven seeds was rapid. Within a day, they could reach juvenile stage. Possessing a modicum of combat capability, Xia Yubing stood guard at the large iron gate, handling any zombies that approached with 2 crossbows. Currently, the number of zombies was manageable, and she could easily defend the entrance alone. Hao Wang was busy digging, while Zhang Dafei was responsible for sowing and covering the seeds with soil, and Chen Qi followed behind with water, also extracting some remnants of zombies to familiarize the elven seeds with the scent, ensuring their accuracy in tomorrow's attack. These seeds belong to the light elven lineage, naturally repelling dark creatures like zombies. Even without Chen Qi's assistance in scent familiarization, they would likely attack proactively. The trio and the dog worked in perfect harmony, and before long, the planting was complete. Phew, farming was indeed exhausting. After taking a shower and returning to the house, Chen Qi found Xia Yubing smiling at him. Master, have you forgotten? We still need to spar to rapidly enhance our strength. Hey, how about we skip it for today? Chen Qi yearned solely for the pursuit of cultivation. Can you handle it? We've only exchanged a few rounds. Xia Yubing regarded Chen Qi with skepticism. Humph, it's a matter of pride. I must accept the challenge. Chen Qi huffed. For him, this night of sparring was a significant trial. Successfully overcoming the challenge, as a cultivator, his endurance far exceeded that of an average human. Even as a bioengineered individual, defeat was inevitable. Although Xia Yubing's challenge had shortened Chen Qi's cultivation time by several hours. The tranquil state following their sparring revealed to Chen Qi a mind devoid of distractions, his thoughts pure, perfectly aligning with the ultimate state of cultivation. His progress was now significantly accelerated. Indeed, as the cultivation texts advised, balance between action and stillness is paramount. The ancients did not deceive me. Chen Qi mused at this rate, combining challenges with focused cultivation, through cycles of repetition, he could reach the second layer of qi refining in no more than 3 days. Such speed would surely astonish his senior brother. Even with ample resources, a typical cultivator would require a week to ascend from the first to the second layer. Clearly, the right methodology is essential in cultivation. Having inadvertently discovered a rapid cultivation method through the combination of challenge and practice, Chen Qi's spirits soared. Time flew by during his cultivation, and before he knew it, dawn broke. The apocalypse had truly commenced. Stretching lazily, he declared that this day would mark a pivotal turning point for human civilization. Sitting at the dining table, he enjoyed a supreme nutritious breakfast from KFC with Xia Yubing, Zhang Dafei, and Hao Wang while watching television. Wang Wu, have you all noticed that today's air seems to be permeated with a strange, sweet aroma? Zhang Dafei inquired, puzzled. The zombie virus has evolved to the point of airborne transmission today. Those who inhale the air will either succumb to the virus and transform into zombies or gradually awaken their abilities. Chen Qi solemnly nodded. The awakening of abilities, based on the memories of the Space Queen, would delay their actions. Hence he continued to eat breakfast while waiting for the awakenings. Once everyone had awakened, it would be time for them to act. Chapter 18. Evolve. Hao Wang Beast. Xia Yubing began to feel an intense heat coursing through her body. I can feel it. Huh? Chen Qi thought her words sounded peculiar, but before he could inquire further, he recognized the unusual sensation Xia Yubing was experiencing. Energy seemed to surge. Her blood and bones felt as though they were submerged in a hot spring, growing increasingly heated, almost akin to boiling water. This sensation persisted for a solid 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. So this is what awakening feels like. Chen Qi mused as he observed Xia Yubing's flushed face. He hadn't paid much attention to Zhang Dafei's awakening, only noting that his muscles had increased in size, lacking insight into the internal changes. With an exceptionally strong constitution, Zhang Dafei's awakening was brief, while Xia Yubing was still undergoing her transformation. Just as he was admiring the alluring beauty of Xia Yubing's fervor and soft breaths, Wang 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 Wang. Hao Wang howled, barking incessantly. What are you barking about? Chen Qi exclaimed in frustration, his spirits dampened. At that moment, Hao Wang was also overwhelmed by the abundance of energy, rolling around on the ground in distress. Is it really that exaggerated? It feels quite pleasant. Chen Qi frowned. What he failed to realize was that the stronger one's constitution, the less severe the awakening experience. Des a cultivator. His physique surpassed that of ordinary individuals by numerous degrees, resulting in a rather comfortable awakening. Xia Yubing, being a bioengineered individual, was bound by different standards. As for the husky, he was the one truly suffering. 10 minutes later, Xia Yubing successfully awakened, while Hao Wang continued to wail for over half an hour, only calming down afterward, drooling and appearing as though he were a lifeless dog. Yubing, what ability did you awaken? Chen Qi inquired. Let me sense it. Xia Yubing closed her eyes and waved her hand. An invisible blade slicing through the air, effortlessly cleaving the nearby chair in half. Spatial power? Chen Qi immediately recognized the rare ability Xia Yubing had manifested. Having vanquished a space queen, it was conceivable that Xia Yubing might one day usurp the position of the leather-clad woman in the apocalypse. Stealth and assassination, capable of both offense and defense, while also allowing for item storage, it was undoubtedly an essential ability for any household. Chen Qi was quite pleased. Such a unique capability would prove immensely beneficial, even for early-stage cultivators. And you, dog? He directed his gaze toward the husky sprawled on the ground, feigning death. Time to eat. In an instant, the husky's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he sprang to his feet. Sniffing around, he soon realized Chen Qi had tricked him and let out a sorrowful howl. Show me your ability. Chen Qi kicked Hao Wang's rear. After awakening, the husky's intelligence had risen to the point where he could fully comprehend human speech. He gripped the ground tightly, energy ripples generating arcs of electricity as they sliced through the air. Could this be? Chen Qi's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Hao Wang's limbs elongated, his body grew robust, and his fur transformed to a blend of dark gold and silver. In mere seconds, he appeared incredibly majestic. He had genuinely awakened an evolutionary ability. Chen Qi gasped in astonishment. In the previous apocalypse, the abilities exposed by the Hound of Heaven were limited to limitless tracking in the moonlit domain. Both advanced late-game skills, no one could discern the nature of his abilities. Now it appeared that he possessed the rarest evolutionary talent. Much like Digimon and Pokemon, every Ascension could lead Hao Wang to evolve once more. The unpredictability of evolutionary growth made it challenging to understand, yet therein lay its allure. Should luck be on their side, a super evolution during an Ascension could easily crown them as rulers of the apocalypse. Hao Wang's limbs contracted, and he shot out of the room, racing in circles with such speed that he became a blur of black and white. His velocity had increased at least threefold. Chen Qi was astonished. With a roar, the dog unleashed a frost arrow, its speed so swift that it created a dent in the steel wall. Striking flesh, it left a gaping hole. Just after retrieving you, you start causing destruction. Chen Qi was speechless. Woof woof woof. Hao Wang, feeling aggrieved, remarked that when Xia Yubing had just split the stool, no one complained, yet when he pierced the wall, he was accused of wrecking the house. Such double standards. Even a dog couldn't tolerate it. Ha. Chen Qi chuckled and patted its head. I shall name your initial evolved form the Frost Speed Hao Wang form. What do you think? Isn't that a splendid name? Chen Qi glanced at his teammates, seeking their affirmation. Xia Yubing turned away in silence, while Zhang Dafei grinned sheepishly. The boss. What you say is right. Is for Hao Wang, though it bared its teeth. Chen Qi chose to interpret it as a grin. Boss, what is your ability? Zhang Dafei inquired. Puzzled that you'll find out shortly, Chen Qi replied with a slight smile, keeping them in suspense. Now, let us awaken the entire team and see how our spirit plants are faring. The squad ascended to the top of the mansion. There lay a lightning receiver, satellite dish, and several giant crossbows. These were the most formidable weapons collected by the leather-clad woman in Xia country prior to the apocalypse. It was nearly impossible for ordinary people to acquire firearms, so, in the event of an apocalypse, it seemed the free lands would be at an advantage. Chen Qi shook his head. That wasn't entirely accurate. Although survivors in the free lands possessed guns, so did the zombies. That would indeed be a high-stakes scenario. The image of zombies and humans exchanging gunfire made him chuckle. Of course, that would only apply to upgraded zombies with basic intelligence. Ordinary transformed zombies lacked awareness and could not wield firearms. The cool autumn breeze swept across the mansion's rooftop, a biting chill. Chen Qi looked down, his expression turning peculiar as he exchanged glances with Zhang Dafei, both exclaiming in unison, "It truly is a case of plants versus zombies." In the mansion's courtyard, 20 pea shooters and frost shooters had already sprouted, swaying continuously, poised to shoot. Behind the first row of 10 sturdy nut walls, a row of 10 man-eating plants lay in wait. Their mouths agape, viscous liquids dripping down, eagerly anticipating the arrival of zombies. Damn, the absurdity of it all, Zhang Dafei remarked. Anything that aids in slaying zombies is a good thing. Chen Qi shook his head. Fully accepting the formidable abilities at hand, he scrolled through his phone, discovering the signal was exceedingly poor. It appeared the nearby signal towers had been damaged. IT was imperative to establish an information base outside. For information is the most crucial asset in the apocalypse. Those who possess more information tend to survive longer. IT is always beneficial to gather information from multiple sources. As long as the base cities of various countries remain intact, signals will persist. However, if one cannot access the base cities, going online becomes an extravagant luxury. With survival uncertain, maintaining at least one signal base and supplying it with power poses a nightmarish challenge for those outside the base cities. By the time everyone grows stronger and capable of such feats, the base stations and generators will likely have aged and deteriorated. After all, signal bases are officially regulated facilities, and it is reasonable that the leather-clad woman could not procure one. Contemplating this, Chen Qi gazed at the fireworks he held and picked up a lighter. Today he intended to make a decisive strike. Whoosh! Bang! The fireworks burst forth in the sky, drawing the attention of the nearby wandering zombies, who all turned their vacant gazes towards the steel mansion. Chapter 19. Home Defense Battle. Mutation. The zombies shrieked. They were easily stimulated by sound, and upon witnessing the fireworks and hearing the noise, the surrounding zombies began to shuffle toward the steel mansion. Yesterday, whether at the company or the Junhua Hotel, it had all been about breaking through amidst hordes of zombies, leaving no opportunity to collect zombie crystals. Hence, his current stock of zombie crystals was rather meager. Although he could absorb spirit stones from the storage bag of his elder brother, Zhang Dafei, and Xia Yubing still required zombie crystals for their advancement. Moreover, as the apocalypse progressed, various factions would become aware of the myriad uses of zombie crystals, and they would be used as currency in trade. Thus, he currently needed a substantial amount of zombie crystals. Lying in wait, the apocalypse had effectively transformed into a tower defense scenario. Chen Qi rubbed his hands together, watching the zombies converge from all directions, envisioning a steady stream of zombie crystals rushing towards him. This was a suburban village. Although the attracted zombies were numerous, they paled in comparison to those in the city center. This was the very reason Chen Qi felt emboldened to engage in such antics. If he attempted the same in the city center, thousands of zombies would flood in, overwhelming the three-story mansion and sealing their doom. As the zombies gathered, their density was alarmingly high. Let us begin. With a commanding shout from Chen Qi, the towering city defense crossbow unleashed a long arrow at their current level. They were all still first-level ability users, and their damage output was nowhere near that of the city defense crossbow. Within effective range, considering the kinetic energy and capabilities, it was equivalent to a cannon firing a dozen millimeter steel projectiles. They needed to advance to at least level 3 as soon as possible. Chen Qi observed the arrow as it shot forth. The arrow, over a meter in length, pierced through the head of the leading zombie, its tremendous kinetic force sending the zombie's head flying. The residual energy continued, penetrating through 2 or 3 more zombies before it finally ceased. Simultaneously, Zhang Dafei and Xia Yubing began firing their bows and crossbows. To Chen Qi's astonishment, how long the dog seemed capable of using a crossbow. It held an arrow in its mouth, placed it in the bowstring, pulled back the bowstring with one paw, and pressed the trigger with the other. This crossbow was well made. Even a dog could operate it. Chen Qi marveled. However, with only 3 humans and 1 dog manning 4 arrows, the attack intervals were significant, and they could not fully fend off the zombie onslaught. Soon, several zombies managed to breach the iron gate and entered the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the pea shooters and frost shooters unleashed a barrage of shots. The dense pods instantly overwhelmed the entrance of the iron gate. Zombies attempting to enter were reduced to Swiss cheese by the handgun equivalent kinetic force of the pods. The ground was splattered with zombie blood. Although the individual plant shooters had relatively low attack speed, 20 of them combined, along with their substantial damage, was indistinguishable from a machine gun. Thankfully, they had planted these spirit plants last night. Chen Qi sighed in relief at this scene. The damage and capabilities of these spirit plants were impressive. They were more than adequate for home defense. At this rate, they might not even need to lift a finger. as the plants would eliminate the zombies themselves. Zhang Dafei frowned as he observed the accumulating piles of zombie corpses at the courtyard entrance. Yesterday, in their desperate flight for survival, they had no time to consider such matters. Now, standing atop the mansion, he felt a sudden sense of horror and disgust at the sight of dismembered corpses piled together. Chen Qi nodded in agreement, but he dared not let his guard down. The apocalypse was fraught with unpredictability, and no one could foretell what sudden events might arise. As the number of zombies increased, the combined efforts of the plant shooters and crossbows could not eliminate them all. Some zombies huddled together, and a few were pushed over the iron fence, crawling into the courtyard. The man-eating plants instantly extended their necks, swallowing the closest zombies whole. Gurgle gurgle that sizzle sizzle. The nauseating sounds of flesh being devoured and acidic liquids eroding bones resonated, creating a visual shock that would undoubtedly leave those with weak psychological fortitude haunted for generations. Within a mere 20 minutes, they had slain over 200 zombies. The efficiency of zombie extermination in this world was truly unparalleled. Over 200 corpses piled around the mansion, with the majority accumulating at the iron gate, forming a small mountain. Blood was pooling rapidly. The entire courtyard was a gruesome sight. However, Chen Qi noticed that the blood was being absorbed by the spirit plants. It seemed that as they absorbed the blood of the zombies, the plants were accelerating their growth. These spirit plants were only planted a day ago, still in their juvenile stage, and far from their optimal condition. Could zombie blood actually expedite their growth? This was indeed an unexpected boon. It appeared that the surrounding zombies had been nearly cleared, with only a few stragglers remaining. Zhang Dafei surveyed the area. The population density in the suburbs was low, and the total population around them was finite, hence there were not as many zombies. After waiting for another hour, all the zombies attracted by the fireworks had been eliminated by Chen Qi. It was estimated that there were at least 300 of them. We struck gold. Chen Qi, recalling the leather-clad woman's knowledge, determined that these zombie crystals would be sufficient to elevate all 3 of them and the dog to level 3. Let us go collect the corpses. Chen Qi waved his hand, prompting everyone to step out through the armored gate. Without hesitation, Xia Yubing began to crack open the zombie skulls to extract the crystals. While Zhang Dafei hesitated for a moment, but after muttering a few unknown maxims or Zen poetry, he resolved to join in the extraction. Woof woof woof. Hao Wang, however, did not engage in extracting crystals, but incessantly barked at the largest pile of zombie remains at the entrance. What are you barking about? Chen Qi questioned, eyeing the pile of zombie remains. Some zombies had been reduced to mere pulp by the pea shooters, their limbs strewn about, now buried among the remains. Thus, among the remains, there were still several zombies capable of movement. Perhaps it was those lingering, half-dead zombies that alerted Hao Wang. Chen Qi did not take it seriously. He boldly approached the largest pile of corpses, poised to dig, when he suddenly noticed that the zombie before him was twitching in an eerie manner. He felt a flicker of doubt. This one was clearly dead. Not good. An alarm rang in his mind. Cultivators often possess an instinct for fortune and misfortune, and at this moment, the sirens within him blared, signaling danger. Crack! A ghastly, white-toothed face burst through the chest of the surface zombie, with a long, drooping neck and pitch-black eyes. It fixated menacingly on Chen Qi, its gaping maw rapidly lunging towards his neck. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 20. Ghoul and Doubt's Howl. As an anomalous canine, Hao Wang's senses of danger and smell far exceeded those of ordinary humans, and he was already prepared. In an instant, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the ghoul's elongated neck. The bizarre creature, feeling pain, abandoned its assault on Chen Qi's throat and violently shook its head, attempting to dislodge Hao Wang. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qi extricated himself, his gaze sharp and resolute. He had not anticipated that a peculiar creature would suddenly emerge from the pile of zombies. Everything had transpired too abruptly. Boom! The zombie pile erupted, and the strange creature struggled free. Its neck stretched over 2 meters long, its form vaguely humanoid yet grotesque, with the skin below its neck entirely decayed. Its limbs were disproportionately elongated. Exuding an aura of malevolence, the ghoul, a flash of realization struck Chen Qi, and his expression darkened instantly. Moreover, it was evident that this was no ordinary ghoul. It had likely existed for some time. Judging by its speed and size, and referencing the memories of the spatial queen, it had probably grown to level 3. What is this creature? Zhang Dafei, initially bold, was momentarily paralyzed with fear at the sight of the horrifying entity. Ghouls, feasting on corpses, are insatiable and possess extreme aggression, with tongues that are venomous. That Ha Wang. Release your grip, Chen Qi shouted. Woof! As Ha Wang loosened his bite, the ghoul twisted its head at an exceptionally cunning angle. Its tongue, over a meter long and shrouded in black smoke, lunged towards him. Ha Wang, startled, instinctively evolved. With a swift motion, he unleashed a frost arrow from his mouth. Sizzle! The ghoul's tongue deftly wrapped around the frost arrow, which barely grazed its tongue's surface before being corroded into black liquid by the dark mist. Damn it! How can I be so unlucky? Chen Qi frowned. The apocalypse had just begun. Such high-tier monsters as ghouls should be exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this ghoul had clearly emerged around the time the zombies first appeared a month ago. It was undoubtedly among the first wave of elder monsters in this world. To encounter one so soon was sheer misfortune. If it were a lottery, he would have won 1 billion. Surrounded, Chen Qi recognized there was no time for complaints. The three of them and the dog encircled the ghoul from 4 directions. With each level of enhancement, abilities at least doubled. That a high-tier monster like the ghoul could rival several zombies of the same level, making it immensely troublesome to deal with. What a hassle! Chen Qi glanced at his storage bag. His elder brother had equipped him with numerous fine items, yet he was reluctant to reveal his trump cards. Who knows what that fellow had been up to these past few days? Unreachable and perhaps entangled with the zombies he had given him, possibly falling victim to some sinister elder in another realm. Sigh. The thought of his good brother potentially meeting his demise filled him with melancholy. Roar! A man-eating flower launched an attack, only to be swiftly seized by the ghoul's elongated arm. Its mouth widened grotesquely, and in one bite, it crushed the massive flower into pulp. Such ferocity! Zhang Dafei swallowed hard. Its speed was astonishing. Hesitating meant death in an instant. The ghoul contorted its body, striking out violently in all directions with tremendous force. The trio struggled to withstand the onslaught. Zhang Dafei's spear bent under a single blow. Chen Qi knew he could no longer hold back. He slapped his storage bag, and a flying sword appeared in his hand, adorned with a yellow talisman. Biting his finger, he smeared blood onto the talisman. Which abs even within the profound realm of cultivation, the intricacies are exceedingly complex. Previously, I had not encountered any practitioners endowed with the enigmatic powers of life and death within the memories of the Space Queen. It could be posited that the attributes of life and death are opposing forces. The simultaneous manifestation of such extreme attributes within a single individual is, in theory, utterly impossible. He shook his head. This was no longer merely a rarity. The Space Queen, having survived until the last woman of the previous apocalypse, possessed unparalleled knowledge, and if even she had not witnessed such a phenomenon, it could very well be that such powers did not exist in the last apocalypse at all. Inside the opulent steel mansion, Chen Qi placed the collected crystals upon the table. While each crystal was modest in size, the sheer number, hundreds piled together, created a magnificent sight. These crystals could absorb energy daily. But due to inherent physical limitations, the absorption capacity had its limits. Once the energy had been fully absorbed, one could engage in physical activity to metabolize the energy, thereby allowing for further absorption. Chen Qi explained, it's akin to the principle of gaining weight from food. After eating, one exercises. When fatigued, one can resume eating. He directly employed his devouring ability to begin absorbing the crystals, as the energies contained within the crystals and spiritual stones were of different natures, allowing him to absorb energy from both sources daily. His advancement speed naturally outpaced that of equally qualified individuals by a factor of 2. With each absorption, the crystals in his hand gradually dimmed, ultimately shattering. Zhang Dafei and Xia Yubing, along with Ha Wang, were also diligently consuming their share. Once satiated, they would commence training. After their workouts, they would resume absorption. Ha Wang and Zhang Dafei ran laps in the courtyard, while Chen Qi and Xia Yubing engaged in their unique duet training method for energy expenditure. This continued for the next 3 days, with each meal consisting of lavish feasts, exquisite meats, and fine wines. In Chen Qi's words, cultivation must be accompanied by a sufficient nutritional supply. Otherwise, it will lead to physical exhaustion. Thus, he indulged in multiple servings of turtle soup, grilled oysters, and roasted kidneys. That on the afternoon of the 3rd day, an explosion of energy surged forth from within Zhang Dafei, marking his upgrade. Chen Qi smiled. Now, our entire team has broken through to level 2. He had achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement merely a day after acquiring the zombie crystal. The energy required for cultivation was significantly higher, and the difficulty of breaking through was far greater than that of the ability route, were it not for his dual experience from both spiritual stones and crystals. Coupled with a unique training regimen, it would typically take at least a week to progress from the first to the second layer of Qi refinement, according to the descriptions of the Huangquan Ascension technique. His talent could be considered commendable. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Ordinary disciples often take a month or two just to reach the threshold of Qi refinement, let alone advance from the first to the second layer. On the path of ability cultivation, Hao Wang exhibited the strongest talent, absorbing crystals with ease, and after a wild sprint, he broke through to level 2 by the following evening. Xia Yubing achieved her breakthrough on the morning of the third day, while Zhang Dafei followed suit in the afternoon. Everyone had reached level 2. As for him, he was doubly equipped with both cultivation and ability. Now at level 2, that engaging with other ability practitioners of the same tier felt akin to a ghoul battling ordinary zombies of the same level, an effortless sweep. He pondered his standing in this current apocalypse. Were it the apocalypse of the Space Queen, he would confidently assert that his progress placed him at the pinnacle of the world. However, the Reincarnators had introduced too many variables into this apocalypse, leaving him uncertain of whether he truly was the strongest. The sight of the scars left by abilities on the ghouls heightened his unease. It was imperative to secure a base station swiftly, for the network remains the optimal channel for information acquisition. He contemplated this juncture. Those capable of maintaining a base station were not ordinary factions or individuals. He switched on the television. Thanks to the satellite dish, it was still able to receive some broadcasts. The chaos in the 8 major base cities was palpable. The sudden onset of the apocalypse, though providing roughly a month of buffer time, had ultimately led to overwhelming turmoil. The vast expanse of land had managed to establish only 8 base cities. Some older cities were situated over 1,000 kilometers away from the base cities, rendering any attempt to traverse such treacherous terrain utterly impossible. Even among the relatively closer cities, the chances of 1,000 individuals safely reaching a base city were slim at best. News footage revealed nations preparing their base cities. Most small and weaker nations had vanished within mere days, obliterated by the calamity of the apocalypse and consigned to the annals of history. In the neighboring Neon country, despite its advancements and sufficient technology, its isolation in the sea led to its downfall when a horde of sea beasts attacked. The only 2 base cities were decimated, particularly the coastal one, which was overwhelmed by hundreds of whale monsters and countless other sea creatures. The land beneath that base city was utterly annihilated. The people of Neon Country, who had previously engaged in mass slaughter of oceanic dominators like whales and sharks, now faced the wrath of vengeful sea beasts endowed with intelligence. Chapter 22. Third Layer of Qi Refinement. Re-entering the urban area due to the overwhelming majority of ordinary residents being unable to resist the affliction of the undead, base cities were established outside the original urban centers. The city gates were heavily guarded, allowing entry only for those who had survived the affliction and had not been transformed into zombies. A new city, entirely constituted of humanity from the apocalypse, was being forged. It was truly a scene of carnage. Chen Qi gazed at the footage. The entire highway was choked with countless vehicles, the blood staining the road a deep crimson. Zombies, monsters, humans, various corpses lay in a tangled mass, impossible to count, for those who had not entered the base city during these 3 days. Hope for re-entry was virtually extinguished. Chen Qi was acutely aware of this. Initially, amidst the tide of millions migrating, one could seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Now, military forces had retreated within the base city, and with vehicles congested on the highway, one could only rely on foot travel. The absence of the migration tide rendered traversing hundreds of kilometers along a perilous highway an insurmountable task. Even his small team might struggle to accomplish such a feat, let alone ordinary individuals. The remaining populace was left to scrape by in the old city if they did not awaken powerful abilities soon. It was likely that within a month, they would all perish. Chen Qi calculated that the essential supplies for sustenance had likely been raided extensively over the past few days. Many who had been slow to act were already beginning to suffer from starvation. Within approximately 3 days, the first casualties from starvation would emerge. He glanced at the remaining 200 crystals on the table. Over the past few days, they had routinely attracted nearby newly arrived zombies to the top of the mansion for slaughter. And while the crystals consumed during training were depleted rapidly, The replenishment rate exceeded the consumption rate. The recent harvest had been relatively calm, without further encounters with the bizarre ghouls. He also communicated with Alice, exchanging 100 ordinary zombie crystals for a new batch of plants, much to the glee of the little sprite, whose mouth was agape in delight. The new plant seeds had been sown the previous night and were likely sprouting by now. Contemplating the importance of the base station, the ghouls incident had significantly heightened his sense of urgency that in this apocalypse, one must exercise utmost caution. He resolved that his next step would be to prioritize survival. He would not venture out to explore until he reached the third layer of Qi refinement. Soon enough that another 10 days passed, during which the world experienced tumultuous changes. The regulations within the base cities began to take shape as power consolidated and stability was achieved. With external food and water resources dwindling, countless conflicts erupted, and individuals perished from hunger and thirst. Upgraded zombies and formidable monsters were gradually discovered. Among these were meteor showers, which brought calamity to several base cities, with one even striking the steel mansion. Had he not upgraded to a level 2 steel structure in time, even ordinary residential buildings would have been reduced to mere blood and mud under such an onslaught. Regardless of the strength of their occupants, utilizing steel and stone bricks, Chen Qi repaired the damaged sections of the mansion within a day, employing the core of the shelter. After the apocalypse, one could encounter all manner of bizarre occurrences. Initially, Chen Qi believed that a level 2 steel building would suffice for protection, and there was no immediate urgency to upgrade the shelter further. However, the meteor shower left him utterly astonished. Could it truly be this perilous? It seemed that not only was a signal base station necessary, but he also needed to acquire materials for a third upgrade. Chen Qi regarded the recently self-repaired steel mansion. This morning, he had officially stepped into the third layer of Qi refinement. In the current apocalypse, while not invincible, he was certainly capable of self-preservation. To achieve further upgrades, the efficacy of ordinary zombie crystals had become insufficient. Numerous factors indicated that he must venture out for exploration once more. Roar, Hao Wang fiddled with the remnants of the once lush garden behind him. The terrifying meteor shower had wreaked havoc, claiming the lives of many of the plant sprites in the courtyard at that moment. Hao Wang had been training with pea shooters and, startled by the sudden descent of meteor fragments, had evolved, becoming the first member of the team to reach level 3 abilities, half a day earlier than Chen Qi's entry into the third layer of Qi refinement. This dog's talent for cultivation was truly enviable. Zhang Dafei pouted, never expecting to find himself envious of a dog. Haha. Chen Qi patted Zhang Dafei's shoulder. This dog is unique. Don't compare yourself to him. Have you felt any inclination to break through recently? Sighing, Zhang Dafei replied. At this pace, it will likely take at least another 5 days. Well, Chen Qi chuckled. That's still quite speedy. The Space Queen took nearly half a year to reach level 3. After all, facing the apocalypse for the first time, the mere presence of zombie crystals was enough to cause her distress. She could not be like Zhang Dafei, who need not worry about the source of crystals, merely needing to use them continuously. The training environment is not comparable. Chen Qi weighed the matter in his heart and finally said, the upgrade of the base station and building can no longer be delayed. Prepare yourselves. After lunch, we shall set off. All right, Zhang Dafei responded with an okay gesture. The third-level building, Buying Manor, requires a substantial amount of silver for its upgrade, which greatly troubled Chen Qi. Silver is a rare commodity. Even if they were to turn over all the gold and silver shops in Chun City, it was unlikely they would find enough for the upgrade. For the past few days, he had been searching for new worlds within his spatial ring, hoping to find a solution, but to no avail. In the vast multiverse, the chances of finding a spatial artifact that resonates in frequency are quite low. In any case, it is imperative to gather as much silver as possible from what is currently available. Although silver is precious, it holds little value in the apocalypse. The Space Queen has not specifically hoarded such precious metals. After a simple lunch consisting of braised pig trotters, Buddha jumps over the wall. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, golden egg pancakes, 5 cooked hairy crabs, skirted turtle soup, charcoal grilled wood incense fruit, nutritious vegetable salad, spicy duck feet, and salt-baked peanuts. The group boarded the modified truck and headed towards the city. Along the way, they unexpectedly spotted 2 rare ghouls. However, the modified truck moved at such a speed that even third-level ghouls could not keep up, not to mention these 2 were clearly newly spawned, likely around the 2nd level. Initially, Chen Qi intended to simply drive past them, but recalling the day he had nearly been bitten by that ghoul with a grotesque face, which had cost him a small green sword. Anger welled up within him that he halted the truck and directly eliminated the two ghouls that had given up the chase. As second-level crystals, he stowed the crystals in his storage bag as they progressed. The requirements for energy quality would only increase. Presently, ordinary crystals were of limited use to him. He hoped to break through to the fourth level of Qi refinement within a month. Chen Qi was filled with anticipation. Upon reaching the fourth level of Qi refinement, he would be able to initially fly with a sword. It is known that many ability users, even at level 7, may not unlock such a capability. Most can only achieve flight at the king level. This is the advantage of cultivating immortality. Chapter 23, Base Station Warehouse. Old classmate following the plan they had previously devised, they began their operation. Upon entering the city, zombies and monsters became increasingly numerous. Chun City is not far from the sea, and one could faintly see some mutated amphibious creatures. These creatures, having undergone significant mutations, typically possess considerable strength right after their transformation. So it is best not to provoke them. The base station is the primary objective. With a base station, mobile phones can connect to the internet, providing extraordinary assistance that aren't base stations hard to find. Zhang Dafei asked, utterly perplexed. Just in our country alone, there were close to 4 million base stations previously. However, due to rumors of high radiation, operators concealed these stations. Some streetlights in residential areas might just be disguised base stations. Chen Qi chuckled. Goodness. Zhang Dafei was taken aback, not expecting something that only existed in the news to be so close to him. However, the previous acid rain had essentially wiped out all the base stations in such residential areas. To maintain information flow, they could only try their luck at the reserve warehouses of the 3 major telecom operators. Chen Qi had an old classmate working there, so he was somewhat familiar with the approximate location. The warehouse was quite remote, and by the time they arrived, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Let's have some chocolate, Chen Qi suggested as he distributed chocolate to the group. In this apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Who knows what might occur once they enter the warehouse? Maintaining ample energy is undoubtedly wise. Click. After disembarking, the trio arranged themselves in formation. Zhang Dafei, a strength type, donned special bulletproof gear and wielded a long spear. Leading the way, the previous spear had been bent by a brown bear, but it was reforged using the core of the shelter. Provided there are blueprints and materials, nanorobots can be utilized to construct various other items. The long spear was merely a weapon. As long as it had a characteristic shape, the blueprints could be handled by Chen Qi himself. Currently, Zhang Dafei's spear weighed 150 pounds and was entirely crafted from dense steel. When swung, even concrete walls would tremble and crack under his immense strength. Chen Qi walked in the center, fingers poised to release spells at any moment. Xia Yubing had switched to an alloy bow. Now capable of imbuing her arrows with the property of spatial rending, resulting in high lethality. Ha Wang ran ahead, relying on his keen sense of smell to scout and provide warnings. The team's configuration grew increasingly refined and powerful. Boom! Zhang Dafei's spear whirled, smashing the large iron gate in front of them, and the group entered the warehouse. Wolf, just a few steps inside. Hao Wang's warning sounded. Dog meat. We're having meat tonight. A voice of surprise echoed from ahead. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. He had instructed Hao Wang to bark 3 times if he sensed a formidable foe, and the recent alert clearly indicated that Hao Wang perceived the individual they encountered as no threat. They approached to find a person lunging at Hao Wang. Awoo! Hao Wang swiftly struck, clawing the person's face. This dead dog, quite formidable. The individual appeared to be an ordinary person, having not awakened for over a dozen days. He could be deemed to have exceptionally poor talent. Li Chonglin. Chen Qi recognized the person lunging at the dog. It was his old classmate who worked here. After graduation, they had only met a couple of times at reunions, so their relationship was not particularly close. Chen Qi, Li Chonglin's face showed astonishment. You survived? Chen Qi felt a hint of relief. It was a rare thing for acquaintances to survive in the apocalypse, even if they were not particularly close. However, he could not shake the feeling that something was off. When Li Chonglin lunged at Hao Wang, he seemed devoid of any desire, appearing not to lack for food. This warehouse should have food reserves, right? As he pondered, Li Chonglin had already approached him with familiarity. Chen Qi, it's so great that you survived. It has been so lonely here. He moved in for a hug. Chen Qi stepped back, and this slight retreat caused the smile on Li Chonglin's face to freeze, followed by an awkward chuckle as he scratched his head. Is it just you left in the warehouse? Chen Qi frowned. If it were an ordinary person, they would have felt a bit guilty for rejecting their old classmates' enthusiasm. But the mindset cultivated through immortality kept his thoughts clear. What about your colleagues? This place appears quite clean, and there are no zombies. It seems like a good spot. This Li Chonglin hesitated for a moment before lamenting. My colleagues sensed something amiss and all fled, leaving me to guard the warehouse. For these past few days, the outside has been filled with zombies, and I dared not venture out that I've been hiding here, consuming the warehouse's provisions, and I haven't seen anyone for over 10 days. So when I saw you just now, I was so excited. Alas, Chen Qi's gaze deepened as he scrutinized his old classmate. Li Chonglin felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Old Chen, there's something wrong with me? Nothing at all, Chen Qi chuckled. I came here to look for a signal base station. There should still be some in this warehouse, right? Oh yes, there are plenty. This is where they are stored, Li Chonglin replied eagerly. You speak quite fluently, not at all like someone who hasn't spoken for over 10 days, Chen Qi teased. That's because I have been chatting online, Li Chonglin quickly added. Chen Qi's words caused Li Chonglin to momentarily falter in his breath. But he quickly followed up. Take me to see the signal base station. You can come with me later. Ordinary ability users might not perceive it, but cultivators are attuned to all 5 senses. He sensed the quickening of Li Chonglin's heartbeat. Then come with me. Li Chonglin hastily led the way. Chen Qi's expression grew grave as he observed this old classmate, whispering to his teammates, stay alert. Something feels off here. Huh? Zhang Dafei was bewildered, having just been happy for Chen Qi's reunion with an old classmate. What could possibly be wrong? However, since Chen Qi's instincts were often correct, he heightened his awareness. Following Li Chonglin's lead, Chen Qi remained vigilant, sensing an eerie feeling of being watched. It should be in here. Li Chonglin pointed to a door ahead, feigning calmness. I need to use the restroom. It's right beside the warehouse. You go ahead and get the base station. I'll return to help you carry it. With that, he attempted to step away. Wait, Chen Qi smiled. Help me carry it first. It will only take a minute or two. No. Li Chonglin's heartbeat quickened even more, repeatedly waving his hands as he began to step aside. There is indeed something wrong. Chen Qi's gaze turned cold as he firmly grasped Li Chonglin's shoulder. Chen Qi, what are you doing? Li Chonglin exclaimed in shock, his voice piercing. Please lead the way. Chen Qi kicked Li Chonglin's rear, causing him to cry out as he collided with the ajar door. Tumbling to the ground, in the next moment, 2 large barrels of hot glue descended from above. They splattered him to the ground, his entire body becoming stuck, the scorching temperature of the glue reddening his skin as he began to wail. Chapter 24. I am waiting for a big move. What are you waiting for? Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed from within the warehouse. Chen Qi's gaze drifted past Li Chonglin, who was stuck to the ground by the hot glue. And he saw a large, cushioned chair placed in the center of the warehouse. On the chair sat a young man with triangular eyes, casually crossing his legs and applauding. Behind him stood 4 individuals, each exuding a faint aura of energy, suggesting they were all superhumans. Additionally, there were 6 ordinary employees who had just overturned 2 barrels of hot glue. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached from behind Chen Qi. Zhang Dafei cast a grave glance at the 4 individuals closing in from behind. Realizing they too were superhumans, such caution, the triangular-eyed youth praised with an air of arrogance. But it's of little consequence. From the moment you stepped into the warehouse, you fell right into my trap, completely at my mercy. So confident, yet you still sent him to lure us in, using hot glue as a means to deceive us. Chen Qi let out a cold laugh. I merely wished to avoid casualties. The only surprise was that I initially thought the leader here was the large physique type at the entrance. I never expected it would be you. It seems I misjudged. The triangular-eyed youth appeared entirely confident in his control over Chen Qi and his companions. Chen Qi frowned, recognizing the perilousness of their situation. Counting the triangular-eyed youth, their adversaries numbered 9 superhumans, and the battle had yet to commence, leaving their capabilities an unknown that if most of them were at the 2nd level, it would pose quite the dilemma. He had not anticipated such a scenario. Before arriving, he had considered that perhaps some knew the importance of the base station and would seize it in advance, but he never expected so many. Otherwise, his team had survived this long, with him at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation and the 3rd level of a life and death ability, capable of slaughtering even a horde of ordinary zombies. Those with the leisure to seek out an information-based station must be living quite well. The triangular-eyed youth, self-assured in his strategic prowess, stood up slowly. Speak. Are you a reincarnator, or do you possess some unique identity? Do you think I would divulge that to you? Chen Qi smirked coldly, his mind racing to devise a way out. The youth's demeanor resembled that of a villain who relished the feeling of control over others. And it seemed he had no immediate intention of killing them, likely harboring other motives. However, being under someone else's thumb was not Chen Qi's character. He needed to seize the initiative. They were at an absolute numerical disadvantage. Most critically, he could not gauge the strength of these individuals. Breaking free from this predicament would require taking certain risks. The choice of whether to reveal information did not lie with him. Can't you see the situation clearly by now? The triangular-eyed youth sneered. I was merely considering recruiting this potential physique-based superhuman beside you. Otherwise, your heads would have already rolled, he added. I advise you to demonstrate your worth quickly. This warehouse does not accommodate idlers. Moreover, since you have discovered us, you will not leave today. Chen Qi nodded. It seems we have reached the limit of our discussion. Just as the triangular-eyed youth was about to utter another taunt towards Chen Qi, a pile of steel materials materialized before Chen Qi, seemingly from thin air. This is bad. The triangular-eyed youth, despite his cunning, had not anticipated that Chen Qi could suddenly summon objects to obstruct his line of sight. It is known that even space-type superhumans typically require a level 7 ability to establish their own spatial domain. A level 7 superhuman. He felt a chill run through his veins, but the next moment, he regained his composure. How could this be possible? It had only been a little over 40 days since the onset of the mutations. Even their organization had barely managed to establish a rudimentary form. It was more believable that dogs could change their nature than to expect a level 7 superhuman to emerge in such a short time. The other superhumans, not even reincarnators, were left dumbfounded by Chen Qi's miraculous display. Just a minor trick of spatial abilities. Kill them quickly. The triangular-eyed youth shouted furiously. From the wreckage of scrap metal, frantic sounds echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Among the four, 3 were newly awakened level 1 superhumans. Only one fire-type superhuman had been cultivated to a level 2 by the triangular-eyed youth. Having awakened thanks to crystals prior to the mutations in the ensuing chaos, screams filled the air. Who is being attacked? The triangular-eyed youth squinted, as among the 4 blocking their way stood his ice-type girlfriend, whom he had nurtured since his return, now also at level 2. Even if she could not subdue Chen Qi's group, she should be able to hold out for 20 seconds, with numbers equal. The muscular man wielding a spear was a level 2 superhuman and would likely be the toughest to deal with. However, Xiang had undergone my special training. Facing someone who relied solely on brute strength should pose no challenge. The triangular-eyed youth's mind raced, convinced of his advantage. Bang, 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 but just as he cleared the steel debris, a shocking scene left him rooted in place in front of Zhang Dafei. One man's head was smashed into his chest cavity, dying on the spot. Another was struck with 3 arrows to the throat, each a penetrating wound, dead beyond recovery. Yet another was bitten by an unassuming husky, unable to BR in the next moment. A ghostly blue flame ignited spontaneously, enveloping the triangular-eyed youth in an instant. The searing sensation that engulfed him was unbearable, forcing a scream from his lips, a cry reminiscent of a tormented soul from the depths of hell. Chilling the hearts of all who heard it, the onlookers were instantly shattered by the sight. Such a method was too malevolent, far beyond their wildest imaginations. The 9 swords of the Yellow Springs. The very essence of life and death. Chen Qi did not need to consciously practice the power of life and death. His awakening was inherently tied to the force of mortality, perfectly aligned with the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, thereby enhancing the accompanying swordsmanship manifold. The blade, imbued with this life and death energy, extinguished the chilling aura surrounding the triangular-eyed youth with a single strike. Clang! As the sword spun, 2 beams of light flashed through the air. 2 withered arms plummeted from above. The triangular-eyed youth had become an armless wretch. You cannot kill me. I am part of the organization. If you slay me, you will surely perish in this apocalypse. You have no idea what you are facing. Swoosh. With a swift motion, Chen Qi countered with his sword, cleaving the triangular-eyed youth in 2 to success. Not a drop of blood escaped from the severed ends. The deathly energy pervaded the wound, causing flesh and blood vessels to wither instantaneously. Whoosh! The ghostly flames continued to burn, and within mere minutes, the triangular-eyed youth's body had been reduced to ashes, glowing with an eerie blue phosphorescence. Oh my heavens, what has transpired? Thud! The remaining 4 had long since lost their will to resist, gazing at Chen Qi as one would at a specter. In comparison to this formidable entity, what were zombies but mere trifles? No matter how terrifying zombies appeared, they were merely grotesque in form. Could they conjure ghostly flames? Could they cleave a person into 2 lifeless halves with a single strike? This was a superhuman with powers rivaling the peak of the 3rd level, capable of dominating in this newly fallen world of apocalypse. Astonishingly, they had been dispatched in mere breaths, staring at the pile of glowing ashes. The group's minds went blank, unwilling to confront the grim reality. Xia Yubing knocked an arrow, preparing to shoot the remaining individuals dead. Chen Qi waved his hand. Your leader speaks too much nonsense. Answer my questions honestly, and I shall grant you a swift death. The group trembled as if caught in a storm. The anguished screams of the triangular-eyed youth echoed in their ears, compared to that. A dignified death seemed a luxury. What was the organization he mentioned? Chen Qi began his interrogation. This force surpassed his expectations and defied common understanding. He needed clarity. After a thorough inquiry, he pieced together the origins and motives of the faction in the warehouse. The triangular-eyed youth was named Zhu Gu, a reincarnate. His name was absent from the list of abilities, suggesting he was not a notable figure. Chen Qi furrowed his brow that he had assumed that only beings of supreme caliber, like the Queen of Space, could be resurrected. However, it appeared that the reality was more complex than his assumptions. The organization was formed by several reincarnates a month prior, operating entirely in the dark web. Using prophetic posts to confirm identities and recruit members. It was an exceptionally enigmatic force. Zhu Gu was merely an inconspicuous member who fancied himself a strategist. The 8 abilities he had gathered seized the base warehouse on the day of the apocalypse's revival, ensuring the survival of the warehouse's employees who had not awakened their abilities, effectively rendering them free laborers. Li Chonglin was one among them. The infected employees, now zombies, were no match for the 9 ability wielders and were swiftly eliminated. His task was to secure the base warehouse until the reincarnate organization stabilized and could reclaim it. A cold smile crept across Chen Qi's lips. This reincarnate organization instilled a sense of urgency within him. He sensed that it would become the greatest variable in this apocalypse. However, he recognized that he was still too weak to confront this mysterious organization at present. Even the pawns they had casually placed here had already astonished him. The full might of the organization was beyond his imagination. Having already dispatched their members, he resolved to clean up the mess. Chen Qi's gaze swept over the remaining survivors as he grinned. The apocalypse is too harsh. Allow me to grant you liberation. The few ability wielders, aware of their impending doom, dared not resist. None wished to be consumed by ghostly flames. Chen Qi honored his word. SSS. The sound of slicing wind echoed as several were struck through the brain by arrows. Dying without pain. We are innocent. Please, spare us. They cried. We do not heed his words. We will die otherwise. We would serve you like beasts. Just do not kill us. The base employees lamented in despair. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Chen Qi nodded, then exchanged a glance with Zhang Dafei. After a brief pause, Zhang Dafei raised his spear and smashed the employees into a pulp. Had Chen Qi faltered even slightly and listened to Li Chonglin, they would have been ensnared in 2 barrels of hot glue. Life and death were at their mercy. It was their fate to perish. The employees had their own grievances, but when they used those grievances to betray others, did their suffering concern me in the least? Finally, Chen Qi approached Li Chonglin, who was stuck to the ground with hot glue. Chen Qi, I am your old classmate. You wouldn't truly kill me, would you? No, that would be inhumane. Li Chonglin stammered. I swear. He only said to seal you with hot glue, to make you surrender, and would let you go. Never mentioned taking your lives. I had no choice. Silence. You know full well what fate awaits if I do not surrender, having chosen to stand against me. Accept your demise. Chen Qi retorted coldly. The other party could have revealed the plot when they met and attempted to escape together. Yet they chose the path of death. The choices we make are our own, and Chen Qi was adept at fulfilling the choices of others. Crack. Without hesitation, he pierced Li Chonglin's head with his sword. The reincarnation organization, you say? With a wave of his hand, Chen Qi collected the entire base into his storage pouch. He then produced some yellow talisman paper, dipped his fingers in vermilion, infused it with his mana, and began to draw symbols. Consider this a grand greeting gift. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he scattered the talismans throughout the warehouse. Enjoy yourselves. He leaped onto the truck and departed with his companions. Unbeknownst to him, that very night, 3 heavy trucks rolled in, from which 10 individuals emerged. As they pushed open the internal warehouse door, they were met with a terrifying blaze of flames and an explosion that struck them in the face. What the hell is happening? Oh no, it stinks. Is it poison gas? Hold your breath. What is that? The members of the Reincarnate organization looked up at the ceiling of the warehouse, where disembodied heads hung ominously. This is bad. It's a trap. Retreat. They hurriedly pushed open the internal warehouse door, only to be engulfed by flames and toxic needles that spread rapidly, consuming the entire base warehouse. Screams and flames soared into the sky. Chapter 26. Reunion with the Sisters. My home is quite large. After exiting the base warehouse, Chen Qi connected the base to the truck's engine and began the startup process. At last, the network was restored. Chen Qi smiled faintly at the signal displayed on his phone that no longer would he have to drive aimlessly in search of the gold and silver shop. He could follow the map to explore each location systematically. Whoosh! The truck headed north as he browsed the latest posts online. The 8 major base cities of Xia Nation now house tens of millions of survivors, becoming the most populated sanctuary on Earth. However, the eastern refuge city near Magic City and the southeastern refuge city near Hongfu had both suffered severe assaults. They were the closest locales to the ocean. Indeed, the sea is a formidable force. Chen Qi shook his head. The nearest northeastern base city was at the Sanhui Center, not too far off, distance-wise. Chen Qi felt a stir within. The marks he had left in the depths of the 2 sisters suddenly reacted. Not far from here, he thought. Let us take a look. Following the sensation of the mark, the truck navigated swiftly to a residential building that a crowd had gathered, their eyes bloodshot and mouths watering. They were not zombies. But they were no less ravenous. The 2 girls inside have rice. They have food. Let us go seize it. This shout drew in more and more people. They feared not the zombies. Chen Qi chuckled coldly. Suspecting that news of the sisters' awakened abilities to cultivate food had leaked, in this year of famine, one must hide their wealth. The frail and starving individuals remaining in this community were those who had yet to awaken any abilities. Possessing extremely poor talents, anyone who had awakened would have ventured out to battle zombies, hoping to scavenge supplies from supermarkets and secure a chance at survival. Make way, Zhang Dafei bellowed. These individuals appear to be towering figures, seething with anger, leaving no room for dissent as they cower in the shadows. Young man, one old woman simpered, rubbing her hands together with glee. Within this group are 2 enchantresses capable of conjuring food from thin air. If we capture them, we shall never face hunger again. In this apocalyptic world, we too can survive. Indeed, these 2 women are nothing but trouble. In such dire times, they hoard their food instead of sharing. Hoping to witness our demise from starvation, someone venomously exclaimed, they must be taught a lesson, made to understand the essence of sacrifice. Absolutely. Chen Qi observed the faces of these people with a cold gaze, a sardonic smile curling his lips as he chose silence. These individuals were destined to perish, whether by starvation or by the jaws of zombies. They were already as good as dead, and conversing with them was futile. With a resounding thud, he kicked open the unit door. Young man, how formidable you are. Charge in and seize those 2 enchantresses. These people were bullies, preying on the weak. The Chu sisters appeared delicate and feeble, prompting them to take advantage of their numbers. Chen Qi, in a single motion, kicked the unit door wide open. Zhang Dafei wielded a heavy spear, while Xia Yubing drew her bow taut, accompanied by a snarling dog. They dared not confront Chen Qi and his companions. Turning his head, Chen Qi summoned flames, sealing the unit door once more. The intense heat melded it to the wall, rendering it impossible for these people to break through. This young man is greedy. How ruthless. What a vicious robber. I truly misjudged him. Everyone, break down the door. This man clearly intends to monopolize the food and despoil those young maidens. We will not stand for it. Those already harboring ill intentions, witnessing Chen Qi's refusal to spare even a morsel for them, grew frantic, entirely disregarding their earlier taunts of enchantresses as they transformed into self-proclaimed champions of justice, intent on punishing Chen Qi, the criminal they had conjured in their minds. Even in the apocalypse, they feigned morality and righteousness. Chen Qi, overhearing the indignation outside, shook his head in amusement. Before the end, they wished to commit vile acts while maintaining a facade of virtue, placing themselves on a moral pedestal before wreaking havoc on others. Yet after the apocalypse, one need only heed their true nature, as everything returns to its essence. Clatter. The very words of the crowd pounding on the door revealed that the Chu sisters were holed up in the topmost loft. Although the unit door had been sealed, the remaining 7 or 8 residents had gathered in the hallway, assaulting the loft door, which was now breached. Step aside, Chen Qi, weary of wasting words on these dying souls. Barked, you scoundrel. Some had overheard the commotion downstairs. Realizing Chen Qi had come to rescue the girls. Two brazen young men, their courage bolstered, intended to shove Chen Qi and his crew down the stairs. You asked for it. With a swift motion, Chen Qi seized one of the young men by his hair, exerting just enough force to send both tumbling down the staircase. Ah! The echoes of their anguished cries and the heavy thud of their bodies hitting the ground reverberated through the hallway. Those who had contemplated standing against Chen Qi now trembled at the sight of the 2 mangled figures sprawled below. You are quite impressive. How about we share those 2 women? I only require 1. And we can trade as well. Among them was a man who had just awakened his abilities, feeling emboldened. However, upon witnessing the aftermath, he likely realized he could not contend with Chen Qi and thus sought to negotiate. Chen Qi paid him no heed, his gaze shifting to the corner where 2 young maidens trembled, their faces pale. The worry in his heart eased somewhat. Upon seeing Chen Qi, Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin's eyes sparkled with hope amidst their panic. Big brother, Chen Qi. Damn. So you know these 2 young ladies. The man who had awakened his powers sensed trouble brewing. What a coincidence. I merely came to see what commotion was afoot, Chen Qi replied with a feigned look of surprise. Big brother, Chen Qi, Chu Qianqian pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. A few days ago, we resolved to gather some provisions and seek you out, but unexpectedly, we encountered an old woman on the brink of starvation. And out of pity, we offered her a bond. Instead of gratitude, she led these people to trap us here. In the span of those 10 days, the sisters had endured the trials of the apocalypse, learning lessons that could only be grasped through experience. Do you wish for me to rescue you once more? Chen Qi inquired. We can stimulate the growth of seeds. We can be of use to you. Chu Qianqian insisted earnestly. Chen Qi felt a sense of pride. These once naive young girls had grasped the fundamental survival principles of the apocalypse through their trials. Their manner of speaking had matured, confirming that his choice to allow them some autonomy was indeed wise. The ability to stimulate seed growth was merely the initial manifestation of their powers. These girls, once fragile, would soon become the envy of all in this harsh world. He glanced at the sparse rice they had managed to cultivate on the rooftop and smiled. Are you certain you wish to follow me from now on? Chen Qi recognized that the time had come to bring the sisters into his fold. Yes, yes. Without hesitation, Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin nodded vigorously. They recognized Chen Qi as a capable individual. Young, handsome, and adept at dispatching zombies. In this apocalypse, there was no better leader to follow. Very well. Chen Qi nodded and extended his hand toward the sisters. I shall take you to a safe place. Young man, do not be so presumptuous. There are dozens of people upstairs and downstairs. Do you truly believe you can escape? Greed will lead to death. The man who had awakened his powers seethed with jealousy as he witnessed the sisters willingly place their hands in Chen Qi's. You have a clear understanding of your own position. Chen Qi turned to him with a grin, and in the next moment, the man found his head severed by Zhang Dafei's spear. Greed leads to death, with 3 individuals and a dog, accompanied by the sisters. Everyone they encountered recoiled in fear, particularly when the unit door swung open. Onlookers were horrified at the sight of the 2 young men who had been reduced to a bloody pulp. Scattering like frightened birds, which old woman betrayed you? Chen Qi demanded. The sisters hesitated for a moment, but determination shone in their eyes as they pointed in unison. It was her. No sooner had the words left their lips than the sound of an arrow being loosed echoed through the air. The trembling woman was struck through the heart by a long arrow, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. In the apocalypse, showing mercy to those who harm you is a cruelty to your allies. Chen Qi patted Chu Xinxin on the shoulder. Understanding this principle signifies your growth. He had no desire to surround himself with naive souls. Otherwise, should he find himself in peril in the future, he would be burdened by their navet. The sisters had undergone a significant transformation over those 10 days, and their performance today left him quite satisfied. Let us depart. He opened the truck door, ushering the Chu sisters into the cab of the modified vehicle. Although the space had been widened, Cramming 6 people and a dog into the front was still quite cramped. Xia Yubing took the wheel, while Zhang Dafei and the dog filled the back seat. The sisters had no choice but to squeeze beside Chen Qi in the front, 3 people sharing a seat, struggling to find comfort. They felt cramped, while Chen Qi felt as though he were sitting atop 2 elastic water balloons, causing all 3 to flush with embarrassment, though not from shyness that I apologize for the inconvenience. While the space in the truck is limited, my home is quite spacious, Chen Qi admitted candidly. Chapter 27. King Qinzhong. Millions in silver. These are the plant warriors. When zombies approach, they will assist us in combating them, Chen Qi elucidated. The 2 sisters exchanged glances. Am I dreaming? Could it be that their hunger has driven them to hallucinations, resulting in such an absurd dream? Chen Qi chuckled softly, extending his hands to pinch the cheeks of the 2 girls. One flicked. The other glided. Each elicited a flutter of excitement within him. He smirked wickedly. What are you doing? That hurts. The sisters rubbed their cheeks. If it hurts, then this cannot be a dream. Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. What lies outside is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true spectacle awaits within. Subsequently, the 2 chef sisters were cleverly coaxed by Chen Qi back to their home for protection. He did not take them to inspect the cellar, as they had just joined the ranks. Although they had passed the preliminary assessments, he felt it prudent to observe their words and actions further before deciding whether to disclose any significant information. After touring the above-ground structures, Chen Qi led them directly to the artificial plantation located on the 2nd underground level. You may work here in the future. The seeds are plentiful and freely available for your choosing. You may cultivate whatever you desire, he said with a smile that, there is such a vast expanse of land here. The sisters' eyes sparkled with delight. Although they could unconditionally stimulate seed growth, it was contingent upon the environment. If conditions were too harsh, their abilities would yield limited results. For instance, the rice they had cultivated on the rooftop was sparse and meager, barely sufficient to sustain them. After being trapped on the top floor for over 10 days, they had endured hunger. The planting conditions here are fertile and ideal, allowing your abilities to flourish to their fullest potential. Chen Qi remarked with a smile. This is wonderful. We no longer need to worry about going hungry. Tears glistened in the eyes of Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin. Over the past 10 days, they had suffered from inadequate nourishment, losing considerable weight, and felt the terror of an apocalyptic reality under the torment of fear and starvation. They believed that if their future life were to continue in such a manner, it would be an utterly despairing fate. Chen Qi had saved their lives multiple times and now presented them with a field of hope. We will work hard to repay you, Brother Chen Qi, Chu Xinxin said gratefully. Indeed, I am still the chef. Once these vegetables and rice are ready, I will prepare them deliciously to bring you joy. Brother Chen Qi, Chu Qianqian declared, hands on her hips, brimming with ambition and readiness to showcase her skills. Haha, Chen Qi nodded. I have stockpiled a great deal of ingredients that I will provide you with a menu, and you may prepare the dishes according to it tonight. Although I have more than enough prepared dishes to last a while. Freshly cooked meals possess a unique flavor, making them far more delectable. Given that these 2 sisters are chefs from the Junue Grand Hotel, their skills are undoubtedly exceptional that I trust they won't disappoint me. The sisters were taken aback upon seeing the menu presented by Chen Qi. Merely looking at the names of the dishes made their mouths water. 9 dishes, and 1 soup, and numerous meat dishes. They had not had a satisfying meal in days, and the mere thought of these dishes' flavors was almost unbearable. Is there truly such an abundance of ingredients? Chu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. However, is it really necessary to be so extravagant? That feels rather embarrassing, Chu Xinxin added repeatedly. Clearly, both sisters believed that Chen Qi had gone to such lengths to prepare a feast in celebration of their joining in this apocalyptic world, even though they could cultivate crops. Safe to eat meat was a rare commodity that it seemed that every morsel counted now that Tio prepares such a lavish dinner with so much meat was simply unimaginable. Rest assured, you will soon acclimate. Just follow my instructions. Chen Qi said, patting the sister's shoulders with a knowing smile. The bounty of delicious food in the spatial realm is inexhaustible. With just the few of us, it would take decades to consume it all. If we include the less palatable options, it could last a century. You 2 shall reside in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Chen Qi stated. The specifics will be arranged in a few days. The sisters were somewhat bewildered. Are we moving again in a few days? After Chen Qi left the kitchen, he pondered the matter of upgrading the shelter. The apocalypse is unpredictable. It is imperative to elevate the shelter's level as soon as possible. Meteorites do not always pass overhead favorably. It seems that acquiring silver will require further strategizing. Even if you were to empty the gold and silver shops in Spring City, addressing the silver situation would still be challenging. Upgrading to the silver manor necessitates several tons of silver. In this world, where could one obtain such a vast quantity? After contemplating for a moment, he realized he must rely on the spatial ring to devise a solution. With that thought, he immersed himself in the ring's space, searching diligently in the vastness of time and space. Other worlds were currently utilizing spatial artifacts, and the chances of resonating with one were slim. After searching for quite some time, just as he was about to give up, a flicker of golden light caught his eye. He instinctively reached out to it. Where am I? This time, he had actively contacted another, resulting in his consciousness manifesting in someone else's world. That he surveyed his surroundings. The environment was adorned with green bricks and red tiles, indicative of an ancient backdrop. Beneath his feet lay a large sacrificial altar. A towering figure stood before him, flanked by a procession of civil and military officials bowing in respect. Are you the celestial messenger who speaks on behalf of the heavens? The imposing figure initially appeared astonished. Then his eyes lit up with joy, repeatedly inquiring. Chen Qi found himself both amused and bewildered. It seemed he had connected with an ancient dynasty and was regarded as a heavenly envoy appearing at their altar. Who are you? I am the king of men, Qin Zheng, seeking to unify the 6 kingdoms and govern the world. Qin Zheng pronounced solemnly. I am willing to offer countless pigs, cattle, and sheep as sacrifices to the heavens in exchange for blessings upon my great Qin. Upon hearing the title, Chen Qi felt a surge of goodwill. That it appeared to be a backdrop similar to that of the Warring States period. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. It is worth noting that in ancient times, transactions were conducted using gold, silver, and bronze. Several tons of silver would equate to merely 100,000 taels. For a dynasty, that is a negligible sum. For the pigs, cattle, and sheep, Chen Qi remarked. He was not in need of those. I require silver. This, Qin Zheng was taken aback. Even celestial beings require currency, and silver at that. However, the words of a celestial being undoubtedly carried weight, so he would not question it. Of course, I shall not leave you at a loss. Chen Qi produced a pouch of seeds. These are rice seeds. 1 acre can yield approximately 1,000 pounds of grain. 1,000 pounds of grain, even with aspirations to unify the world. Qin Zheng was taken aback by this claim. Currently, their yield was merely 150 pounds per acre, an acre yielding 1,000 pounds of grain. What does that signify? The land of Great Qin could sustain several times the population. Several times the army, productivity, and overall national strength would soar, utterly transforming the previous paradigm. My heavens, may the heavens bestow favor upon our emperor, and may Great Qin endure eternally. Long live our emperor. Thanking the heavens for their blessings, the civil and military officials below trembled with excitement upon hearing Chen Qi's words, crying out in unison. Zheng, on behalf of the people of the world, I thank you. Qin Zheng bowed deeply to Chen Qi, then immediately instructed the official in charge of the treasury. Quickly go to the national treasury and retrieve half of our reserves to present to the divine envoy. What a generous offer. Although Chen Qi understood the significance of high-yield rice seeds to an ancient emperor, he was astonished by Qin Zheng's willingness to directly gift him half of the treasury. How much would that amount to? Soon, cartloads of silver were drawn forth by horse-drawn carriages, forming an extensive procession that left Chen Qi astounded. Such is the grandeur of an emperor. Our great Qin treasury holds a total of 5,730,000 taels of silver. We shall now present 286,500 taels, half of our national power, to the divine envoy, Qin Zheng declared grandly, exuding confidence. Splendid. Chen Qi exchanged the seeds for silver, a hand-to-hand transaction. By the way, when you unify the realm, do not forget to traverse the western mountains and explore even further afield. Just as Chen Qi was about to sever the connection, he recalled something and smiled at Qin Zheng. Imparting the advice, Zheng, I shall remember. Qin Zheng nodded, committing Chen Qi's words to memory. Unbeknownst to Chen Qi, his unintentional remark would bring about significant changes in a parallel world. His consciousness returned to the steel mansion. Gazing at the mountains of silver before him, rubbing his hands together. Now, I am prosperous. The Silver Manor will begin its ascension. Chapter 28. National Feast Dinner. Silver Manor Shelter Upgrade confirmed. Building upgrade. Level 3 structure. Silver Manor. Upgrade time. 3 days. Additional upgrades. Double reinforcement of walls. Expansion of automatic breeding grounds. Silver Barrier. Constant temperature swimming pool. 1 vehicle reinforcement modification. Optional upgrade. Temperature control system. Given the ample upgrading materials brought by Chen Qi. The core of the shelter's upgrade directly provided double reinforcement AS for the breeding grounds. What on earth is a constant temperature swimming pool? Chen Qi found himself chuckling. Was this intended for him to leisurely swim in his private pool during the apocalypse? The scenario was quite absurd that in the midst of an apocalypse, indulging in a temperature-controlled swimming pool is a luxury that only the core of a refuge would dare to afford. That is indeed a display of extravagance. One can only imagine the envy of future survivors should they learn of such opulence. Chen Qi smiled faintly at the thought. The silver barrier, he examined it closely. Silver is inherently effective against malevolent beings. In Western mythology, it is employed to vanquish vampires, while in the East, it is utilized for purging toxins. Undead creatures suffer harm when confronted with silver, and the same holds true for the ravenous undead. Such a remarkable utility. Chen Qi was taken aback. Even in the face of a large-scale zombie siege, the silver barrier alone could alleviate considerable pressure. Truly, it is a high-tech refuge. Boasting exceptional functionality, he felt a sense of calm settle within him. With reinforced defenses and the silver barrier, there was no need for concern during the initial phases of the apocalypse, at least, according to the memories of the Space Queen. Nanobots were tirelessly flying out, commencing the transformation of the surrounding environment. Within 3 days, a grand estate would rise majestically from the ground. The nanobots continued their diligent work, and soon, the kitchen was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Before long, dinner, steaming and fragrant, was served at the table. Braised lion's head, eel egg soup, boiled cabbage, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised duck with 3 treasures, red flour shark fin rice, French baked snails, and flaky shark fin pie. Alongside oil-braised prawns, the 3-star chefs of a top-tier hotel were indeed worthy of their reputation. Chen Qi inhaled the delightful scents of the dishes and exclaimed in admiration, "A true chef indeed. This is simply divine." Zhang Dafei was salivating. The pre-prepared dishes customized by the Space Queen were mere home-cooked meals compared to the exquisite banquet crafted by a chef who mastered culinary arts from both ancient and modern worlds. What a treat! Chen Qi savored a bite of the braised duck, and the quality was akin to that of a state banquet, a level of culinary excellence that rendered it tender, flavorful, and utterly delightful. Leaving a lingering taste on his palate. Well, it's not that great. The 2 sisters felt a tad embarrassed by the praise, their cheeks flushing as they took their seats. In truth, they had been ravenous for some time. Had it not been for the chef's principles, they might have already succumbed to the temptation of sneaking bites in the kitchen. How long had it been since they had savored meat? Let alone a feast of this caliber. Don't just eat. Let us have some wine. Chen Qi produced several bottles of Wulianye's Pu Wu series liquor. Brother Chen, you have high-end liquor as well? Chu Tianqian gulped, unable to contain her excitement. She was quite the little wine enthusiast, and the Pu Wu Wulianye, priced at several thousand per bottle, was certainly a premium spirit. Chen Qi chuckled. Do you enjoy drinking? I have plenty more. As long as you cook well, there will be no shortage of wine for you in the future. Brother Chen, you're the best. Chu Tianqian couldn't help but express her joy, planting a kiss on Chen Qi's cheek. She had feared she would never again taste fine wine, having been quite disheartened for several days. Cough. Cough. Be composed. Chu Xinxin tugged at her sister's sleeve. Chen Qi laughed heartily. It's all right. I don't feel taken advantage of. The words nearly caused Chu Xinxin to spit out her drink. This sumptuous meal, accompanied by fine wine and delightful conversation, left everyone feeling utterly satisfied and more familiar with one another in the culture of the Summer Nation. Sharing a meal is an act of wisdom. There is virtually nothing that cannot be resolved over a feast. If there is, then another meal is in order. The following day, everyone awoke late, the sun already high in the sky. Having just resolved the resource issues for upgrading the silver estate, Chen Qi relaxed, foregoing late-night cultivation. After enjoying some comfort with Xia Yubing, he fell into a natural slumber at tea breakfast. He explained the methods of cultivation to the chef sisters. Wait, the crystals from zombies can be used for cultivation? Chu Tianqian gasped in astonishment. Your abilities are quite promising. You must strive to cultivate them. Of course, absorbing crystals requires energy, which must be consumed in the process. Chen Qi rubbed his chin. If you cannot find effective means to expend energy, I can assist you with specialized training. Huh, surely, I mustn't be thinking what you think I am. Chu Xinxin's mind wandered to mischievous places upon hearing Chen Qi's words. No, it is exactly as you think. Chen Qi corrected her with seriousness. It truly is beneficial. When you wish to try, I can provide guidance at no cost. Chu Xinxin's face turned as red as an apple as she lowered her head to eat. Chen Qi chuckled softly to eye in the apocalypse. One must be forthright. There is no need for pretense. After enduring the trials of survival, one quickly realizes that the so-called art of conversation and emotional intelligence are mere frivolities. In this particular environment, aside from the cunning of resource competition, communication within the group should be direct and candid. We will train diligently, so you needn't trouble yourself. Brother Chen, Chu Qianqian, having been well protected by her sister, was rather innocent and merely wished to avoid burdening Chen Qi, patting her chest in assurance. Very well. Chen Qi had little to add. After all, Bing is quite capable too. In certain respects, her training results have already surpassed that of ordinary humans. In the subsequent 3 days, the steel mansion gradually transformed into the Silver Estate, thanks to the relentless efforts of the nanobots. The noise from the renovations attracted quite a number of zombies and monsters. Providing ample opportunity for practice, the sisters exhibited remarkable talent for cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have ascended the ability rankings, nor maintained such coveted powers without becoming enslaved. Remarkably, by the 3rd day, both had advanced to level 2. They were nearly on par with Ha Wang's cultivation prowess, which was truly astonishing. Chu Qianqian even awakened a branch ability for plant control. Chu Xinxin awakened a branch ability for scent synthesis. Upon reaching level 4, scent synthesis would allow for the creation of various gases, even potent toxic fumes, making it a formidable weapon in the mid-stages. Chen Qi reflected on the memories of the Space Queen. Eager for the sisters to grow rapidly, with Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin's accelerated growth abilities, the magical plants had also been thriving, showing signs of their first evolution. The pea shooter transformed into a pea pod, capable of unleashing 3 attacks at once, with significantly increased speed. The frost shooter evolved into a frost cannon, capable of freezing a 3-meter radius with a single shot. The carnivorous plant changed from purple-skinned to black-skinned, easily digesting even level 2 zombies, rendering them incapable of escape. How prosperous! Chen Qi nodded, sensing that the refuge was beginning to take shape. However, the crystals from ordinary zombies were becoming somewhat ineffective for him. He felt a twinge of frustration. Having reached the 3rd tier of Qi refinement, he found that promoting to level 4 was akin to crossing a threshold, requiring an immense amount of energy. The leap from 3 to 4 and 6 to 7 represents a significant advancement. Relying solely on absorbing the crystals from ordinary zombies would take an eternity. He shook his head that it was akin to dining. The stomach has its limits. Consuming low-quality fast food daily makes it difficult to retain much energy. However, feasting on high-nutrition gourmet meals allows for easy accumulation of energy. His daily intake had been filled with these inferior crystals, inevitably slowing his progress. To advance, he must quickly acquire high-quality crystals. Possessing the memories of the Space Queen, he was aware of the timelines and locations where formidable early-stage bosses would emerge. Only upon reaching level 4 could one truly rely on their strength in this apocalyptic world. At that point, flying with a sword would allow for graceful maneuvering, engaging in battle when advantageous, and fleeing when necessary. He yearned intensely for the breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement. By noon, the Silver Estate was fully upgraded. How luxurious! The transformation from the Steel Mansion to the Silver Estate had left the chef's sisters utterly awestruck in their eyes. Chen Qi had nearly become a legend. This was not merely skill. He was akin to a genie from a fairy tale. Encountering Brother Chen in the apocalypse was a blessing earned through countless lifetimes. At that moment, the towering 3-meter silver barrier enclosed an area of 500 square meters. Within the estate, the main building, a 5-story structure rising 20 meters high, was both spacious and opulent, complete with fountains and a lawn, all protected by plant spirits. Additionally, 3 villas had sprung up as complements to the main estate. Naturally, a grand estate would not consist solely of a main building. Behind one of the villas, an automated livestock farm, measuring 100 square meters, stood empty. yet it had yet to house any creatures. The surviving, uninfected pigs, cattle, and sheep had become quite rare. However, who said that livestock farms could only accommodate pigs, cows, and chickens? A sly smile crept onto Chen Qi's lips as plans began to form in his mind. The villas were structured similarly to the previous steel mansion, and they proceeded to enter the main building of the estate. Gulp. Now I understand why Brother Chen had us temporarily stay in that room. As they stepped into the main building, the essence of luxury enveloped them, with the gold and jewels borrowed from the gold shop also counted as upgrade resources. Many of the structures were adorned with gold accents, golden toilets. No less, the very toilets used by emperors in fairy tales. The sisters explored the upper and lower floors, feeling as though they had stepped into a fairy tale mansion they had dreamed of as children. They had not experienced such opulence before the apocalypse, but now, in the midst of it, they felt a surreal blend of fantasy and reality, just as everyone was lost in the lavishness of the estate. The disaster warning system suddenly blared once more. Chen Qi hurried towards the core room. The Space Queen, with her subjective perspective, had not experienced many disasters from afar. The disaster warning device blared ominously, signaling that something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 29. The growth of the sister flowers. A raid? An ice disaster. He glanced at the information from the disaster prediction machine, and a sense of urgency stirred within him. With winter approaching, the northeastern chill was already formidable, and combined with the impending ice disaster, the temperature was likely to plummet to a staggering -70 or 80 degrees. This frigid spell would persist for an extended duration, only to cease once the entirety of winter had passed. -70 or 80 degrees. Chen Qi shook his head, grateful that he had chosen a temperature control system during the upgrade of the Silver Manor. The apocalypse was inherently arduous, and without the support of a vast industrial system for power and heating, how many could endure such bitter cold? It seemed imperative to accumulate as many crystals and winter supplies as possible before the harsh chill fully descended. Chen Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Space Queen had journeyed south after the disaster struck, initially hiding in the eastern base city, and her understanding of the ice disaster was shallow, leaving her ill-prepared for the impending cold. If the temperature truly dropped to -90 degrees, even he, with his cultivation, would struggle to withstand prolonged exposure outdoors. This winter was destined to be a grueling ordeal. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs. "Boss, someone is here." Zhang Dafei rushed to inform Chen Qi. "Who is it?" Chen Qi furrowed his brow. This small village had little in the way of protective capability. People either fled or perished, aside from them. There should be no one else around. How could someone suddenly arrive at their doorstep? He approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting a gaunt, haggard woman, barely clothed, pressing the doorbell. "Good people, I saw the smoke from your cooking and realized you still have food to spare. Please, I beg you, share a little with me. I am on the brink of starvation. I know you are kind-hearted." The woman outside continued to plead. Chen Qi let out a cold laugh. It was absurd to play the Good Samaritan at such a time. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to handle it himself and instead called upon the sisters. "This matter is entirely in your hands. You may decide how to proceed." After speaking, Chen Qi sank into the living room sofa, poured himself a cup of hot red tea, and began scrolling through his phone, searching for any noteworthy posts. "You want us to handle it." Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin peered through the peephole at the woman's pitiful appearance and desperate tone, instinctively considering discussing with Chen Qi the possibility of offering her a morsel. However, they quickly recalled how they had saved that old woman just days prior, only to be repaid with betrayal as she sold them out for her gain. But the wickedness of that old woman did not imply that everyone else was equally abhorrent, did it? The two girls found themselves in a moral quandary. In this apocalypse, not everyone could swiftly adapt to the harsh realities. Yet Chen Qi had no time to wait. He intended to observe the sisters' reactions. "We won't share. Leave at once," Chu Xinxin finally declared decisively after a moment of inner conflict. "Why? Are you really going to stand by and watch a lonely woman starve to death? Please, give me something to eat." The woman's voice outside was a heart-wrenching plea. "If you don't help, I will perish right here on your doorstep, starve to death. Then, go seek your fortune elsewhere." Chu Xinxin's tone grew increasingly frigid. "Well, fine. If you won't give me food, at least let me in to rest and regain my strength. I am nearly frozen solid." The woman retreated her demands. Chu Qianqian furrowed her brow. Though innocent, she was quick-witted. sensing something unsettling in the woman's words. "No. If you continue to linger, we won't be so accommodating," Chu Qianqian shouted. "Well, fine." The woman, visibly disheartened, trembled as she turned to leave. The sisters watched her disappear, exchanging glances, both letting out a sigh. Anyone with a semblance of compassion would feel a pang of guilt over this incident. Yet through their recent experiences, they had come to understand many harsh truths, compelling them to act as they did. "How could you let her go?" Chen Qi inquired, somewhat astonished. "If we had lent her aid, she would likely return to seek more from us. She hasn't awakened yet, and offers no value. Choosing to help her would be a burden for both you and Dafei, as well as for the Hound King. Saving her would ultimately harm you." Chu Xinxin articulated her reasoning. "Moreover, if we let her in, there's no doubt she would cling to us, and we might even have to forcibly expel her later. It would be better not to allow her entry at all." Chu Qianqian sighed in agreement. Indeed, Chen Qi nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief. However, my true concern is that allowing her to leave poses a significant danger. "What?" Both sisters were momentarily taken aback. "She lacks the ability to force her way into our villa and knows we have food. Therefore, she will undoubtedly seek others to aid her in a robbery. Or at the very least, exchange information for benefits." Chen Qi explained that in this apocalyptic year, knowing she seeks a morsel of food means others will have to go without. Anyone bold enough to demand food is certainly not a simple character. She has already mentally prepared herself to sacrifice others' interests for her survival. Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin scratched their heads. Though they didn't fully comprehend, it seemed to make sense. Furthermore, her tattered clothing felt overly deliberate, which was rather suspicious. "Hound King, go follow her." To illustrate the harshness of this apocalypse to the sisters, Chen Qi affixed a miniature camera to the Hound King's collar. The Hound King barked and confidently padded out of the manor. The sisters watched the footage relayed back to them on the laptop. The Hound King quickly caught up with the woman, stealthily trailing her like a shadow, his black and white form blending seamlessly into the first snowfall. Nearly undetectable, the woman veered into a small grove on the outskirts of the village, where a campfire flickered, surrounded by 5 figures. "Failed, huh?" By the fire, a muscular man frowned, disdainfully regarding the ragged woman before tossing her a worn cotton jacket. What a cruel family. They wouldn't even open the door, let alone share food. They couldn't even be deceived into opening it. The woman complained, resentment flickering in her eyes. "Damn it. It seems your appearance isn't pitiful enough to elicit sympathy." The muscular man grinned maliciously, causing the woman to shudder. They had discovered that affluent households had the highest probability of hoarding supplies and survival. Thus, they had brutally beaten the woman to evoke sympathy. Probing for information regarding supplies and the number of residents. Ideally, they would infiltrate the household, deceive the occupants into opening the door, and then storm in to slaughter the entire family for their provisions before moving on to the next target. Over the past few weeks, this tactic had ensured their well-being. Soon, they would journey westward to the base city, and then their hardships would come to an end. Endure a little longer. Your suffering will soon be over. The muscular man gripped the woman's head and slammed it against a rock, blood gushing forth, followed by a merciless beating. "Now you'll appear more wretched, increasing the chances of success next time." To him. The woman was merely a tool. "Boss, it seems that in this apocalypse, everyone's vigilance is on the rise. This trick isn't foolproof anymore." One of the henchmen remarked. "Humph. That's why we need to complete this job swiftly. Gather enough supplies and reach the base city. That's the only truth." The muscular man sneered, spitting at the sobbing woman's face. "Quit pretending to be pitiful. You bitch. You were so ruthless when deceiving others. Where's that softness when it comes to begging for food? Meat is a rare commodity. To indulge in a feast, one must breach moral boundaries." The woman was the most ruthless in their group, the first to cross that line. The muscular man was certain that if the one wielding violence were her instead of him, she would be suffering 100 times worse than she was now. "All right, gather your things. This household is clearly not ordinary. Even if it's located in a rural area, I'm certain they have ample supplies. Once we breach their defenses, we can feast to our heart's content. Kill the men and enjoy the women at our leisure." The muscular man commanded, and his subordinates howled with excitement, eyes gleaming with greed. 5 muscular men could force their way through any window. The earlier encounter involved 2 women. Whether there were men inside remained uncertain. "Did you hear that?" Chen Qi shrugged, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin were drenched in cold sweat. If they had not encountered Chen Qi and gone through their recent experiences, today could have marked their demise, and the manner of their deaths would have been unimaginably horrific. After death, they would be exploited for every last resource, leaving no trace of their existence. This was utterly despicable. The two girls trembled with rage, deeply impacted by the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Today, you two will take the lead. Chen Qi patted the sisters on the shoulder. Within the team, they were the only ones who had yet to kill. One could not survive in the apocalypse without crossing that psychological threshold. All right, the sister flowers nodded resolutely, determination gleaming in their eyes. When the raiding party arrived at the manor, they found the main door already ajar. Chen Qi and several figures stood at the entrance, coldly observing them. Through the lens of the electronic camera, one cannot discern the strength of the adversary, although Ha Wang has now reached the third level. It is likely that these individuals have met their demise at the hands of this beast. However, Chen Qi does not wish for Ha Wang to take unnecessary risks. The muscular man furrows his brow. Clearly caught off guard by the situation before him. 3 women and 2 men do not present a numerical advantage. Fortunately, most of their opponents are women, who are likely to be of little threat. You are indeed formidable, the muscular man remarks coldly. Dead men do not need to speak. Chen Qi retorts, flashing a middle finger. The raiders, infuriated, direct all their attention towards Chen Qi, failing to notice that Ha Wang has already bristled with white fur and suddenly leaps from the thicket. Mouth agape, lunging towards the leader's head with a ferocious bite. Chapter 30. The Pillar of Heaven. A first kill. The muscular man turns his head in shock, just as he is about to unleash his physical abilities. When Ha Wang swiftly chomps down on his head, blood sprays high into the air. This brutal scene leaves the henchmen utterly dumbfounded. Their strongest leader, who had attained the 2nd level of strength, has been decapitated in an instant by a mere dog. Damn it! A sneak attack. Kill this unscrupulous dog. Several henchmen shout in outrage. Plant manipulation. Chu Qianqian gestures forward with her delicate hands, and the fallen leaves around them rise from the ground, swirling and dancing, captivating the onlookers' attention. Chu Xinxin ponders for a while. Her scent manipulation ability is rather awkward in the early stages, merely enhancing the aroma of the meals she prepares in practical combat. She feels somewhat out of her depth. Beside her, Chen Qi shakes his head, realizing that the two sisters are indeed late bloomers. Initially quite weak, he wonders how they survived the last apocalypse. He initially thought nothing of it. But after witnessing their combat capabilities, a seed of doubt is planted within him. Perhaps there is another reason. Chen Qi refrains from further contemplation, although he wishes for the sisters to take the lead. Their current strength is rather lacking. Even when given opportunities, they seem ineffective. Swish, swish, swish. Xia Yubing swiftly releases arrows, instantly piercing the throats of 3 raiders, who clutch their necks and collapse, choking on their own blood. Bang! Zhang Dafei wields his spear with precision, reducing the remaining 2 to mere fragments. At last, only 1 woman remains, trembling in fear, curled up in the back. So weak. Zhang Dafei scoffs. Yet he realizes that others lack the resources and training environment they enjoy. Please don't kill me. I'm in a terrible situation. I was forced into this. Spare me. I can help you. I can do anything. I have no bottom line. The woman wails, utterly pitiful. Zhang Dafei, recalling the events he witnessed on the surveillance screen, glares angrily, ready to thrust his spear through her heart, only to be halted by Chen Qi's grip on his wrist. Chen Qi glances at the sisters. I understand. Chu Xinxin bites her lip, brandishing a knife as she approaches the woman, who is still shaking her head, tears streaming down her face, seemingly dazed with fear. Just as her knife is about to plunge down, the woman's expression of sorrow and pain vanishes, replaced by a visage of hatred and malice. You are going to die too, she screams, producing a small blade from seemingly nowhere, aiming for Chu Xinxin's neck. However, Chu Xinxin, being an awakened one, possesses heightened reflexes and caution. In the moment, the blade misses. She kicks the woman's wrist, causing the knife to plunge directly into her heart. Chen Qi waves his hand. Dispose of the flowers. Zhang Dafei nods, disposing of the bodies near the enchanted plants. Soon, these corpses are entirely consumed by the vegetation. Chen Qi initially believed this incident would leave the sisters traumatized for quite some time, yet by noon, they prepared a grand feast, indicating that their spirits had completely transformed. Chen Qi felt quite satisfied with their performance. After lunch, the five-member team and Ha Wang gathered around the table. Chen Qi produced a printed map. Here, in a few days, a fourth-level monster will emerge. Likely one of the first batch of fourth-level creatures born in this apocalyptic land. And it is our target. The overall number of animals far exceeds that of humans, and their evolution is significantly swifter. The oceans must now harbor fifth or even seventh-level super monsters. The evolution of the brown bear directly leads to second-level strength. If the oceanic overlord, the white whale, evolves, one can only imagine what level it might reach. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all creatures have gained intelligence, with the ocean becoming an absolute forbidden zone that in terms of living space and population, the ocean is vastly more expansive than the land. A fourth-level monster, Zhang Dafei, having encountered a third-level ghoul before, vividly recalls its terrifying lethality. Had it not been for Chen Qi's hidden cards, their team might have perished that day. A fourth-level monster. What a horrifying existence that must be. This is an opportunity in the apocalypse that we must seize. Chen Qi's expression turns grave. Just as previously discussed, those who cultivate possess similar capacities. The differences between those with great talent and those without are negligible. In the realm of the Space Queen, everyone struggled to survive in the early stages, absorbing low-level crystals, resulting in minimal disparities. However, the circumstances have changed. The emergence of Reincarnators will undoubtedly lead to a quest for high-level crystals. Those with lesser talent, practicing with fourth-level crystals daily, will soon surpass those so-called geniuses who can only cultivate with first-level crystals. The first batch of high-level monsters will surely attract the attention of reincarnation organizations. Chen Qi declares, fourth-level crystals are a must for us this time. Dafei and Yubing, you two must strive to reach the third level as soon as possible. All right. Zhang Dafei nods vigorously. Monsters above the fourth level will possess a certain level of intelligence. Thus, we will not only face a single fourth-level monster, but also other creatures that may be subservient to it. Chen Qi educates his team on relevant information that in the following days, everyone diligently trains. Balancing their time between culinary delights, cultivation, and exercise, leading fulfilling days. The next day, Xia Yubing breaks through to the third level. 3 days later, Zhang Dafei's muscular physique becomes even more defined and powerful, marking his ascent to the third level. As of now, the main combat personnel of the team, 3 individuals and a dog, have all reached the third level. As for Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin, they are temporarily designated as support and logistics. Chen Qi does not impose expectations on their levels. As winter approaches, the emergence of fourth-level monsters is imminent, and this expedition may take several days. Therefore, before venturing out, we must first gather a supply of coal to ensure that the shelter remains operational in our absence. After breakfast, Chen Qi leads the team on their journey. After 2 modifications, the armored truck has transformed into a silver behemoth, resembling a silver-painted Optimus Prime. Truly impressive. The cab has also been altered to accommodate 6 seats. Despite the increased spaciousness, Chen Qi feels slightly disappointed. The sensation of carrying 2 elastic water balloons is quite pleasant. What's the issue with a little squeeze? To reach the location of the fourth-level monster, they must traverse through Spring City, exiting the urban area and entering the highway, where they will have to drive aggressively on the road of escape. Abandoned vehicles block the way. To progress swiftly, they must trample over them. Were it not for Optimus Prime's modifications, navigating the highway would have been nearly impossible. Relying on electric heating places a tremendous burden on the manor's power system. Burning coal is the only viable option. This winter, he must expand his influence while also combating the harsh cold. The Silver Manor will continue to upgrade to a 4th-tier structure. Every aspect requires a significant amount of thermal energy resources. Thus, acquiring coal resources is imperative. We've arrived. Xia Yubing slams on the brakes, and ahead lies the Judong coal mine. Chapter 31. The Eerie Coal Mine. The Ghoul's Den. The coal mine is bustling with individuals stealthily exploring. Although zombies and monsters abound, those who have awakened abilities will not remain idle. With winter approaching, even if this year is not one of ice disasters, without power and heating systems, the cold northeastern winter is sufficient to freeze most people to death. Coal is now a matter of life and death. Bloodshed occurs constantly. Chen Qi disembarks and, after only a few steps, encounters numerous lifeless bodies, their forms cold, alongside coal blocks stained with dried blood, from a distance. He spots two ghouls feasting on some fresh corpses. The entire Jiudong coal mine is permeated with the stench of blood. Taking the coal and leaving feels wrong. The atmosphere here is unsettling. Chen Qi scans his surroundings, sensing an oddity. Before him, he observes two ghouls, creatures that, according to the Space Queen's memories, would not appear until several months into the apocalypse, are now alarmingly common. Is it due to environmental changes? Or have they been deliberately cultivated? Chen Qi furrows his brow. After collecting the stored coal blocks at the mountain's base, he heads towards the mine. The coal trucks that used to transport coal are now idle, filled with blood and coal, silently resting halfway up the mountain. During his ascent, Chen Qi takes the opportunity to eliminate the two ghouls he spotted earlier. You can blame your foolish predecessor for startling me. To his delight, they are both second-level monsters. Second-level monsters are rare nowadays, typically found deep in the mountains or by the sea. Those areas are perilous, and aimless exploration often leads to more harm than good. A few awakened individuals, upon seeing Chen Qi's large truck, feel elated, stealthily approaching with the intent to ambush him. Swish. Chen Qi swiftly slices through the ghoul wielding its bizarre long limbs, only to notice two men standing nearby. Utterly bewildered, you have business here. We're absolutely fine. Definitely not deceased. The two individuals shook their heads frantically, nearly wetting themselves in fear of Chen Qi, and dared not mention the matter of stealing the vehicle. Ahem. We shall take our leave now. You wish to depart? Leave the coal behind. Chen Qi discerned their ill intentions and coldly remarked, Take it all. Big brother, please don't kill me. The two men hastily discarded 2 sacks of coal and scampered down the mountain in a panic. This young man, he actually annihilated a ghoul in an instant. He is truly a monster among monsters. This young man is remarkable. How is it that he cultivates so swiftly? Damn it, his strength is utterly abnormal. The two muttered, not daring to entertain any thoughts of resistance. Yet, judging by their trajectory, they seem intent on descending into the mine. They truly do not know how to write the character for death. This squad is absurdly powerful. Perhaps they can indeed deal with the creatures in the mine. However, why are you suddenly laughing like a villain? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They must surely be weakened. Let us call for reinforcements and ambush them. You are indeed a clever one, brother. Humph. In the apocalypse, it's not about muscles, it's about brains. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in their eyes as they turned to seek assistance. Chen Qi watched the live broadcast of the situation with a sense of indignation. Those despicable creatures, eliminate them. Zhang Dafei, wielding a formidable spear, was about to claim the heads of the two men. Chen Qi grasped his arm, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Isn't it advantageous to have someone work for us for free? Zhang Dafei was momentarily taken aback. Perplexed, Chen Qi continued, I have observed that the living outside do not pose much of a threat collectively. If they dare to obstruct us, we can conveniently claim both their heads and the coal they have gathered. Zhang Dafei's eyes lit up, realizing that Chen Qi's adaptability was indeed beyond his OW, and it is simple to comprehend this logic. Yet making judgments about every subsequent event in an instant requires a nimble mind. Boss. Your thinking is truly swift. The bulbs within the mine flickered ominously, either shattered or dim due to insufficient power. The entire mine was shrouded in darkness, as if something sinister could emerge at any moment. It feels rather eerie, the sisters remarked, somewhat frightened. Chen Qi, tempered by the mindset of a cultivator and the memories of a space queen, remained unfazed, while Zhang Dafei was inherently thick-skinned. Xia Yubing was a bioengineered human, and Huang Wang was a dog. Among the entire squad, only the sisters were of normal disposition. As for flashlights, although Chen Qi could utilize a light spell, it drained his mana, given the eerie nature of the mine. It was prudent to conserve strength. Once the illumination brightened, the sisters' expressions paled further. It was even worse than proceeding in darkness. The mine was littered with corpses, none of which were whole. They were grotesquely mutilated, either having had their innards extracted or their brains devoured. The sight was utterly tragic. In consideration of the only 2 remaining normal individuals, Chen Qi quickened his pace. Suddenly, a massive maw descended from above, 2 elongated arms reaching for Chen Qi's neck. Clang! As the ghoul bit down, a golden radiance emanated from Chen Qi's body. This was the enter, however, deep within the coal mine. Most of the spells intended for combat proved ineffective. The character Kuan, representing the earth and the river card. He bit his finger, drawing blood to inscribe a crimson talisman upon the yellow paper, which he then placed firmly on the ground beneath the feet of the ghouls. Gurgling, the ground instantaneously transformed into quicksand. The greater the struggle atop the quicksand, the faster and deeper one would sink. Soon, the lower halves of both ghouls were entirely engulfed. The pressure on the team diminished sharply. Chen Qi continued to chant incantations, the light of the sword of life and death flickering. Life and death power, enhanced. Yellow Spring's spiritual power, enhanced. Vermilion powder talisman, enhanced. With the completion of 3 buffs, the sword hummed. And yellow-white sword energy surged forth. Chen Qi approached with his sword raised, and with a single stroke, the indomitable head of the ghoul was severed in an instant. With a swift counter, the body of the other ghoul was reduced to mere fragments by the sword light. Finally, it was over. Despite the peril, only Zhang Dafei had suffered a broken rib. Given his constitution, he would recover in 2 or 3 days. 2 third-tier ghoul crystals. Chen Qi collected them, feeling that his next mining venture had yielded 2 peak state crystals. A tremendous windfall. Good brother, your injuries were worth it. The energy contained within these 2 ghoul crystals, in terms of both quality and quantity, could rival that of an ordinary 4th-tier crystal. Chen Qi smiled broadly, knowing that with resources in hand, he would face no worries. When the time came to confront 4th-tier monsters, he could act accordingly. After taking some time to eliminate the remaining 3 2nd-tier ghouls in the mine and collect all the coal reserves, Chen Qi piled the ghouls together and shattered them into pieces. He claimed this was a precaution against reanimation. Of course, primarily, it was to vent his frustration. What is this? Xia Yubing, sharp-eyed, spotted a mechanical sphere among the remains. Chen Qi's gaze narrowed. A miniature bomb. Indeed, something was amiss. I understand now. His eyes narrowed further. Someone was deliberately cultivating ghouls, waiting for them to reach a level deemed harvestable before detonating them to collect their crystals. This was clearly the work of a reincarnator. Ordinary survivors would have no knowledge of ghouls, let alone cultivate them. Hiss. The group collectively gasped in shock. This sounds utterly insane. It seems this lunatic aimed to securely harvest the first batch of 4th-tier crystals, initially planning to reap them from 4th-tier ghouls. Unfortunately, their scheme was foiled by us. Xia Yubing chuckled wickedly. Once he realizes this, it will be more painful than having consumed a ton of Oreos. He deserves it. Chen Qi rose, excavating all the miniature bombs. Had they detonated within the coal mine, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a pure madman. Zhang Dafei and the others, upon hearing Chen Qi's analysis, deemed this individual utterly deranged. But that was not all. Chen Qi's gaze turned icy. These 3 third-tier ghouls had evidently existed for quite some time. Where could one find so many corpses to cultivate ghouls before the apocalypse? Zhang Dafei's expression shifted. This was truly chilling to contemplate. This demon, having crossed the boundaries of humanity, must be eliminated. Should such a demon grow stronger, it would undoubtedly become one of the cruelest individuals in the apocalypse. Meticulous, cunning, ruthless, and devoid of moral limits. Rather than risk being ensnared by such a person in the future, it would be wiser to eradicate them beforehand. Zhang Dafei and the others nodded in agreement. This madman must be killed before he could mature. Even in the apocalypse, there are lines that should not be crossed. Excessive wickedness will incite public outrage, leading to a collective pursuit of justice. Subsequently, the group took some time to recuperate within the mind to give him a surprise. Before leaving, Chen Qi set up several talismans within the cave. To my yet unmet mad brother, no need to thank me. I am merely a legend. Outside the mine, a dozen individuals wielding various weapons, knives, clubs, picks, iron rods, sharpened steel pipes, wondered if they could make it out alive. Dilly-dallying, most likely perished within. Who knows? Entering the mine was a perilous endeavor, with few managing to emerge alive. Those who did often fell victim to ambushes by those waiting outside. What a pity, they seemed quite capable, yet turned out to be mere paper tigers, impressive in appearance, but lacking in substance. Initially, they had intended to rob Chen Qi, but the man who had terrified them into submission merely scoffed in disappointment. He had hoped to witness the scene of Chen Qi's group emerging bloodied. Only to be robbed, he yearned to see that indifferent youth's eyes flicker with pleas for mercy. Look, shadows are appearing in the mine. Just as disappointment set in, a loud shout invigorated them. Chapter 33, Dividing the Spoils. Are there ghosts? They finally emerged. Two pairs of eyes brightened, eagerly looking ahead. Indeed, several individuals emerged, their bodies smeared with blood, though it was a dark, murky hue. Had they been poisoned? Chen Qi surveyed the gathering crowd of obstructors at the foot of the mountain. A cold smile gracing his lips as he calmly led his team down. They appeared indeed disheveled, one having dug away in the mine for half a day, now entirely covered in grime. After slaying several ghouls, they were splattered with black blood. Merely judging by appearances, they were truly a sight of utter disarray. "Hey, little brothers, you're out. How was it inside? Did you encounter anything?" 10 men, wearing sinister smiles. Closed in. Without a doubt, Chen Qi's Team-S equipment, the large truck, and that dog named Hawan would attract envy wherever they went. Encountered a monster. It was quite challenging. We're utterly exhausted and can't even lift our arms. Chen Qi shook his head, lamenting. How could you not inform us sooner about the dangers within? Zhang Dafei, having learned from Chen Qi, knew how to speak to lower the opponent's guard. Before any confrontation, no one could ascertain each other's hidden cards. Even a lion must exert full strength to catch a rabbit. It was essential to feign weakness, to act the part of the pig to eat the tiger. Well, the leading 2 men's eyes sparkled with wild joy. It seems the energy core of that creature has also fallen into your hands. Today is truly a double blessing, an extraordinary harvest. Kid, you're still too naive that you've revealed your hand too early. If we don't rob you, we would be betraying our own conscience. Indeed, you are quite formidable. But now that the tiger has fallen to the plains, I advise you to hand over everything. Don't make me take matters into my own hands. If I do, your deaths will be far from peaceful. The crowd buzzed with chatter, excitement glimmering in their eyes akin to hyenas awaiting a feast. What? Are you really planning to rob us? That would be quite unethical. Chen Qi inwardly scoffed when they thought they could not defeat him. They called him Big Brother. Seeing them emerge from the cave in disarray, they referred to him as Little Brother. Now, calling him Kid, and even referring to themselves as Grandpa. The hypocrisy is laughable. This is the apocalypse. Resources belong to the capable. I suggest you contemplate the consequences. Young man, do not act impulsively and bring harm upon yourself. A seemingly wise old man among the crowd spoke with conviction. Very well, Chen Qi nodded, as if resigning himself to fate. Anticipation glimmered in the eyes of the crowd as they watched Chen Qi retrieve items from his pocket. Firearms were a rarity in Xia country, and they had not considered this possibility. When they saw Chen Qi pull out a steel sphere, they were momentarily taken aback. What is this? Chen Qi's expression darkened ominously. A formal invitation to meet the king of hell. With that, he hurled the miniature bomb. Thunder and fire. Go. He gestured, conjuring lightning with one hand and flames with the other. Boom. The miniature bomb exploded instantly upon his command. None among the dozen or so individuals had reached the threshold of second-tier ability users. They stood no chance against such a terrifying explosion. In an instant, several miniature bombs detonated, leaving 5 or 6 of them riddled with holes, dead beyond revival. The remaining few were left maimed, clearly facing a grim fate. In their next lives, they should learn to recognize their opponents before playing games of chance. Chen Qi raised his foot, and, beneath their incredulous and terrified gazes, crushed the skull of one, eradicating the threat. Boss, what now? Zhang Dafei inquired repeatedly. With these 2 crystals, there was no need to rush as before. They could return, take a little time to recuperate, prepare thoroughly, and then hunt 4th-tier monsters. Chen Qi gazed at the 2 peak 3rd-tier ghoul crystals in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. Previously, he had to compete with those Reincarnators for this batch of crystals, but now, with a newfound confidence, there was no need for haste. The better prepared he was, the greater the rewards he would reap. The ground trembled as the towering vehicle returned to the estate. Chen Qi first set about designing some blueprints, all for the simplest of items: shields, great swords, arrows, and basic armor. Simply determining their dimensions, complex technology was involved. This set of silver equipment would prove far more lethal against undead monsters. They still had no idea what 4th-tier monsters might entail. It was possible they would be of great use when the time came. Chen Qi reflected on the situation in the past. The urgency to seize time left many matters inadequately addressed. Prior to the reign of kings, existing firepower was capable of inflicting damage upon those with supernatural abilities. Even a king, should a nuclear bomb be unleashed, would find it impossible to resist. barring exceptionally unique abilities akin to those who can traverse the void. However, with the current industrial system in ruins, large-scale weapon production has become exceedingly difficult, rendering the advantages of the empowered increasingly pronounced as time progresses. After a refreshing bath and donning new gear, Chen Qi proceeded to allocate the crystals acquired that day. Zhang Dafei, having exhibited remarkable valor, was awarded 2 secondary crystals without contest. As for the 2 tertiary crystals, there was no need for discussion. They rightfully belonged to Chen Qi. As the spiritual core of the team and its undeniable mainstay, the shelter was his domain, as was the cuisine. Even if no salary were dispensed, and the team were to toil for him without compensation, as long as their needs for sustenance and shelter were met, he would be regarded as a model and benevolent boss in this apocalyptic world. Everyone settled down for a restful slumber, and with full bellies, they would set off towards their destination the following day. Satisfied with the smooth distribution meeting, Chen Qi felt a surge of happiness. Yet, even amidst joy, he was reminded, "Master, do not neglect your training." Summer Yubing chuckled as she embraced Chen Qi's neck. "That I find your reasoning quite sound." Chen Qi nodded in agreement. With the journey ahead, they only trained for 2 hours that night, ensuring their bodies were invigorated, their hands red from applause, and their spirits comfortably elevated before halting. The next day began with a simple yet lavish breakfast feast: bird's nest and Job's tears porridge, scallion and pepper chicken soup, lamb tripe with intricate patterns, mushroom pot-roasted chicken, yam wine-braised duck, bamboo shoot buns, glutinous rice cakes, an array of desserts, and several plates of snacks. The flavors awakened their palates, and with contented pats on their bellies, they secured the manor's gates and armored doors, setting the elvish plants to attack mode, permitting no intrusions save for their master. With a grand gesture, Chen Qi declared, "Let us commence our journey." The team boarded the Optimus Prime and sped towards their destination. The exact timing of the 4th-level monster's emergence remained uncertain, and they might need to survive outside for several days. Thus Chen Qi ensured they were well prepared. The vast spatial capacity of their storage bags allowed for ample supplies. A luxury indeed. Inside the Optimus Prime, a signal base station was perpetually on board, ensuring connectivity wherever they traversed, a truly extravagant arrangement. Perhaps next time, they should retrofit the Optimus Prime into an RV-style heavy truck, making long-distance explorations far more convenient. Chen Qi mused. The journey proved treacherous. Roads were blocked, corpses piled high, and monsters lurking necessitated detours, with various unforeseen circumstances arising that a mere 20 kilometers could take an hour to traverse. Nightfall rendered the roads impassable, limiting their available time for travel. With a thunderous crash, the Optimus Prime plowed 2 small cars off the highway ramp, exiting the urban sprawl of Spring City and onto the highway. Chen Qi sighed in resignation, having severely underestimated the dire conditions of the road. "How are we to navigate this?" Chu Chanqian exclaimed in disbelief. The highway was overwhelmingly congested with vehicles and corpses. Portions of the roadway, ravaged during the Great Retreat due to military and monster confrontations, lay in shattered disarray. Now, traversing the highway was a Herculean task, making it nearly impossible for the heavy truck to advance. They could only trust in the power of the truck itself to cross the highway. "We face numerous challenges. If we don't take the vehicle, our speed will be severely hampered," Chen Qi remarked. "Leave it to me." Wild mode activated, Summer Yubing declared, her confidence in her driving skills unwavering as she slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine of the Optimus Prime roared to life with a fierce growl. A surge of power propelled the front wheels over the obstructing cars, flattening them with ease. The modified monstrous engine began to showcase its terrifying prowess, either sending vehicles flying or crushing them into oblivion. Did they install an aircraft engine in this truck? Chen Qi was taken aback by the spectacle. It was indeed wild. Yet, despite the frenzy, their speed was still considerably slower than anticipated. As visibility waned into obscurity, they finally discerned the vague outline of a distant town. "That's the place. We must find shelter quickly," Chen Qi instructed, leading the team as they disembarked and stored the Optimus Prime away. Night enveloped the town, casting it into profound darkness. The scant streetlights had long since ceased to function, rendering the entire area nearly pitch black. Each window appeared as a gaping void, ominously watching the movements of Chen Qi's team on the road. "Brother Chen Qi, I'm so scared." Chu Chanqian shivered beside him, her voice trembling. "Fear not. This town has likely seen many visitors, all simply hiding in the shadows, playing dead. Chen Qi replied with a cold smirk. Oh dear brother Chen Qi, your words only heighten my fear. Chu Qianqian whimpered, on the verge of tears. Ghosts may frighten, but they seldom kill. It's the living that instills true terror. Let us find refuge here for the night. Chen Qi arrived at the town's sole villa district. Though the maps could be unreliable, they generally pointed in the right direction. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused, sensing an overwhelming silence within. There must be something sinister lurking. Woof, woof. Wong Wong sensed a disturbance, barking alertly. Chen Qi's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, he severed the lock and summoned a gray phantom that advanced into the darkness. No sooner had it crossed the threshold than two cold glimmers flashed, crossing in midair, cleaving the phantom into three pieces that dissipated like smoke. The pitch-black door concealed an abyss of danger. Chen Qi scoffed, dismissing any hesitation, channeling purple lightning directly into the door. Thankfully, the occupants within, fearful of exposure, refrained from illuminating the space. The engulfing darkness allowed for a deceptive veil, compelling them to act. Had he been unprepared and stepped inside, he would have met the same fate as the phantom. An illusion spell. Two startled voices echoed from within, followed by a warning. The darkness is to our advantage. Do not venture outside. The intruders are advised to leave promptly, lest they face dire consequences. Enter, and you shall lose your lives. Chen Qi surveyed his surroundings. Several houses cast unfriendly glances their way. More individuals were present than he had anticipated. He pondered, aware that revealing his hand amidst such a crowd would be unwise. In this post-apocalyptic world, caution was paramount. He marked the villa's location in his mind, seeking out an unoccupied residence nearby. Employing the core of his shelter, he utilized steel and time to modify the villa he selected, ensuring that even second and third level empowered individuals would find it challenging to breach. After a day of driving, hunger struck. It was time to prepare a meal. Chen Qi retrieved a plethora of ingredients, resolute that no one should endure hunger in these dire times. Neglecting nourishment was a sign of troubled thinking. All right. Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin eagerly rushed over, relishing the cooking process. Soon, the savory aroma wafted throughout the villa. Due to time constraints, they prepared a simple feast of 8 dishes and a soup, leaving everyone quite satisfied. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a knock echoed through the villa. Someone's there. Let them go to another house. Zhang Dafei shouted towards the door. The knocking ceased abruptly, as if the visitor had complied. How obedient! Chen Qi raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the departing silhouette. That it was the Crimson Witch. Chen Qi's eyes widened in recognition. Her signature scarlet attire and flame-like hair could not be concealed even in the night. An absolute expert among the top 10 on the empowered rankings. The Flame Witch, Zhu Rongrong. What brought her here? Chen Qi mused. Logically, only official channels and the Rebirth organization should possess knowledge of this place. Coincidence? Chen Qi was not one to believe in serendipity. Perhaps she too had been reborn. Had he known she was such a striking beauty, he might not have been so curt in his initial rejection. Observing Chen Qi's rapt gaze towards the window, Zhang Dafei sidled up, catching sight of her graceful retreat, lamenting, "What a pity. You're not being very discreet yourself." Chen Qi teased Zhang Dafei. Ahem, merely jesting. Ha! Zhang Dafei waved dismissively. In the coming days, they were bound to face arduous battles, possibly one after another, necessitating that they maintain their optimal conditions at all times. Returning to the dining table, Chen Qi solemnly addressed the group. The Crimson Witch Zhu Rongrong, listed among the top 10 empowered individuals, has made her appearance. If she too is a reborn individual, she could pose significant challenges. The Space Queen ranked highly as well, having fallen prey to Chen Qi due to her initial lack of combat prowess. Zhu Rongrong, however, was different. According to the Space Queen's recollections, she was a rare dual wielder of both flame and control abilities. Possessing extraordinary talent and formidable combat power, she was among the first to ascend to the kingly tier in this apocalypse, and it was rumored that she shared a good rapport with Chu Xinxin and Chu Qianqian. Having been recorded as appearing together on multiple occasions, if the rumors held true, she might not necessarily be their adversary. Chen Qi contemplated, his mind racing. What the shelter needed most now was such remarkable talent. After a hearty meal, the members of the team retreated to their rooms to commence their training. This 3-story villa offered ample space. After a night of cultivation, The presence of peak third-level crystals significantly expedited their progress compared to ordinary crystals. The combination of spirit stones and crystals provided double the pleasure to AT this pace. Within half a month, one should be able to ascend to the fourth layer of the Qi refinement stage. Chen Qi's progress has been remarkably swift. Since his cultivation commenced, it has been less than a month. Even for a gifted cultivator, blessed with abundant resources, it typically takes over 3 months to transition from nothing to the fourth layer of the Qi refinement stage. The path to immortality is long and arduous, with each step proving to be a formidable challenge. For those of ordinary talent seeking enlightenment, it is commonplace to spend a decade in Qi refinement and a century in foundation establishment. Those endowed with talent and resources may achieve full Qi refinement in 2.5 years, but this is not without the aid of fortuitous opportunities. As dawn broke, after breakfast, the small town began to show signs of life. With a modest population and a scarcity of zombies, the recent influx of skilled individuals had nearly eradicated the undead over the past few days. Now, there were more people on the streets than there were zombies. Notably, a meteorite had struck the town, leaving behind a shard of magnetism that had caused a mutation in a local earth dragon creature, which was expected to re-emerge soon. Chen Qi elaborated in his previous life. The authorities had already recognized the significance of crystals at this juncture and had begun deploying tactical squads to hunt monsters. A special operations platoon, fully equipped with modern weaponry, had attempted to encircle and eliminate the earth dragon, only for it to escape. When it reappeared, it had already evolved into a level 7 monster, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards humanity and wreaking considerable havoc upon the base city, thus gaining notoriety. Although the earth dragon is currently only at level 4, it is by no means an ordinary creature. It is undoubtedly stronger than a typical ghoul of the same tier. We need not force a confrontation. We shall act according to the circumstances when the time comes, Chen Qi advised. The team members nodded resolutely. Level 4 monsters possess awakened intelligence and will likely attract some minions. Thus, when the time arrives, the chaos of various forces, reborn organizations, rogue experts, special operations teams, monsters, and zombies will be unimaginable. Ensuring safety is of utmost importance. To survive is to have an infinite future. Suddenly, the roar of off-road motorcycles kicked up a cloud of dust as they approached the town's entrance. The special operations team has arrived. Upon discerning the personnel configuration on the vehicles, Chen Qi remarked that this indicated the time for the encirclement operation was imminent, likely within the next couple of days. Feeling restless, Chen Qi sought to gather intelligence about other factions. With no information at hand, he knew he could easily find himself at a disadvantage if caught unprepared. His memories as the Space Queen allowed him to discern the capabilities of certain individuals merely by seeing them. Such as Zhu Rongrong from the previous night. He held an innate advantage. Unlike those who had been reincarnated, they would not be able to glean any information about him. Ha Wang and De Fei. You two remain here to protect them, Chen Qi instructed. The reincarnated individuals outside likely recognized the Shin sisters. It would be prudent to keep them sheltered in the villa for safety. The two girls did not ponder much. Acknowledging their current lack of combat prowess, they assumed Chen Qi was concerned they might hinder the fight later on. We will prepare a meal and wait for you to return, Brother Chen Qi. Chu Qianqian eagerly promised. Very well. Chen Qi nodded and, accompanied by Xia Yubing, exited the villa. The base station could only cover a radius of several hundred meters. Fortunately, the small town was not vast, and with a long-range walkie-talkie in hand, they could maintain emergency communication with the villa. Just as they stepped outside, Chen Qi unexpectedly collided with a swaying figure clad in fiery red. He couldn't help but steal a few glances. From her beauty to her physique and innate talent, she was certainly worth a second look. Dio, you know me. Zhu Rongrong, with her phoenix-like eyes, regarded him without surprise, for many reincarnated individuals had arrived in this small town. So it was not unusual for her to be recognized. I suppose so. Chen Qi nodded. So you are also a reincarnated individual? Zhu Rongrong scrutinized Chen Qi from head to toe. I have no recollection of you. It seems you were rather unremarkable in your previous life. Chen Qi was rendered speechless. Indeed, beautiful roses often come with thorns. Since you are also a reincarnated individual, have you encountered Chu Xinxin and Chu Qianqian? Zhu Rongrong wasted no time, directly asking. She prided herself on her strength, having relied solely on her formidable prowess throughout the apocalypse, never deigning to use her intellect. Regrettably, This apocalypse was entirely different from her previous life. And it was apparent that this haughty girl remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Chen Qi grinned. There was a certain charm in the simplicity of brutes, for those without cunning are easily deceived. His spirited mind from last night was further ignited. Are these two sisters significant to you? Yes. Have you seen them? Zhu Rongrong's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixed her gaze on Chen Qi. Sort of, Chen Qi replied with a meaningful smile. Then tell me, where are they now? Zhu Rongrong pressed eagerly that I do not know yet. What do you seek them for? If your intentions are malicious, wouldn't I be complicit in wrongdoing? Chen Qi, relying on his memories of the Space Queen and Zhu Rongrong's demeanor, deduced that she bore no ill will towards the chef's sisters. In fact, she seemed quite concerned for their well-being. Hence the probing words, if they too have been reincarnated, all you need to do is inform them of my existence, and they will naturally seek me out. Zhu Rongrong confidently asserted, I did not come here for some level for crystal. I merely wish to find them. Chen Qi nodded. Any reincarnated individual would grasp the significance of the first batch of level 4 crystals. Her attempt to locate them was indeed reasonable. They are not reincarnated. Chen Qi stated. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhu Rongrong's eyes, but it quickly brightened again. No matter, I shall make them fall in love with me once more. Chen Qi's mind was filled with questions. Had he misinterpreted her words? However, he did not harbor any disdain for her affections, for after all, love between women is endlessly beautiful, albeit unable to bear fruit. 1 For the price of 2, no one can escape. In any case, just trust me. I will not ask you for information for nothing. Since you are a reincarnated individual, you must have heard of my reputation, Zhu Rongrong, and I will not betray your trust. She declared ditto. Chen Qi stroked his chin. Indeed, according to the memories of the Space Queen, Zhu Rongrong's prowess during the apocalypse was unparalleled, leading her to act without much thought, and those who attempted to scheme against her had all been crushed to dust. Nevertheless, he smiled broadly and said, Apologies, but I have not heard of you. You? Zhu Rongrong was about to flaunt her credibility, but was instead met with a stinging rebuttal, which irked her greatly. It seems you belong to the batch that perished early. Missing even my legendary battle. Chen Qi shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. So tell me, what would persuade you to share your information with me? Zhu Rongrong replied, I will trade you 10 boxes of ham sausages for it. How does that sound? She offered generously. Having returned to life, she naturally had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies. However, lacking the Space Queen's personal space, her resources were limited, and 10 boxes of ham sausages represented a significant expenditure for her. It was a painful sacrifice. Everyone understood that the chef's sisters could unconditionally cultivate seeds, and trading food for information about them seemed rather unreasonable to Chen Qi. He chuckled lightly. Zhu Rongrong regarded Chen Qi with suspicion. I am beginning to doubt if you are truly a reincarnated individual. Any reincarnated person would have the extreme hunger and suffering of the apocalypse etched into their very bones. Supplies and food are paramount in the hearts of reincarnated individuals. 10 boxes of ham sausages. No. Even 1 box could save the life of a king in the late apocalypse. If any reincarnated individual heard someone reject 10 boxes of ham sausages for a mere piece of information, they would think that person has lost their mind. Well, I did say I could be considered a reincarnated person, Chen Qi replied with a grin. You are truly strange. Zhu Rongrong was disinclined to waste further breath on him. Now, state your conditions. Join me in hunting this earth dragon, and upon success, the crystal will be entirely mine, Chen Qi proposed. What? Zhu Rongrong had thought Chen Qi would demand even more ham sausages. It was a trivial matter. Just a single outing. She was confident in her abilities and assured him, I will handle it easily. Just follow behind me, and I will ensure it is taken care of. Her confidence in her strength was absolute. And her eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. But if I discover you are deceiving me, merely seeking to exploit me for the crystal, I will kill you. Chen Qi smirked and extended his palm. Deal. Zhu Rongrong hesitated, looking at Chen Qi's outstretched hand. The cautious habits instilled by the apocalypse had kept her from engaging in physical contact with the opposite sex for a long time, let alone a handshake as an exchange of trust. Deal. She extended her delicate hand and grasped Chen Qi's, feeling a peculiar stirring in her heart. Tell me your residence. I will come find you when we depart. After exchanging information, Chen Qi and Zhu Rongrong bid farewell and parted ways. Unbeknownst to her, She was merely a door away from the chef's sister she sought. Yet, her thoughts were consumed by the excitement and intrigue of meeting Chen Qi, and she did not dwell on it further. What an exceptional person, she mused, casting a glance at Chen Qi's retreating figure before turning back to her own residence, having come solely for news of the chef's sisters. With her lead secured, she felt no need to linger and returned to her room to await the Earth Dragon's appearance. As for gathering further intelligence, she was disinclined. Her mindset had always been that her sister was the queen. Radiating confidence, there was no problem that could not be resolved through combat. If there was, then they would simply fight again. Chen Qi and Xia Yubing strolled along the street, casually dispatching the occasional zombie that lunged at them. The evolution of the zombies is not particularly rapid. It is only in recent days that one has reached level 2, and there remains a considerable distance before any can evolve to level 3. In this new version of the apocalypse, these older zombies are struggling to keep pace with the progression of the times, Chen Qi remarked. However, this assertion is not entirely accurate that a multitude of skilled individuals has congregated in this small town, where zombies are already scarce, and over the past few days, waves of them have been exterminated. This has led to a rare phenomenon where, within the apocalypse, zombies appear to be even weaker than humans in this town. The vast majority of the original cities still witness ordinary people grappling for survival amidst hordes of zombies. The humans gathered here are either disciplined special forces teams, Reincarnators, or well-informed psychics, all acutely aware of the concentration of talent within the town. None would dare provoke trouble lightly. As Chen Qi made his way, he dispatched several zombies and arrived at the former site of a tavern in the town that it was teeming with numerous individuals. Upon entering, the atmosphere grew suddenly raucous. Here, dozens of people had gathered, scattered across various corners and tables of the tavern, with an assortment of items laid out before them at a market. Chen Qi found it astonishing that, in this brutal apocalypse, a peculiar little market had sprung up here. Such audacious individuals indeed. Chen Qi chuckled inwardly. Were they ordinary folks, they would hardly dare to conceal anything valuable, let alone display it, for fear of having their throats slit in the next moment. This was a rare opportunity for the skilled to come together in this current period. They were all hoping to trade some precious items they did not require for something they desired. Behind him, a well-spoken, bespectacled man noticed Chen Qi's look of confusion and smiled as he spoke. "You appear radiant and in good health. I presume you stockpiled supplies before the apocalypse struck. Would you care to trade some provisions? What would I trade with?" Chen Qi inquired. "Crystals or a barter system? You may first peruse the items on my table to see if anything piques your interest." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. Chen Qi glanced over the table, which was adorned with bread, milk, crystals, a small generator, screwdrivers, knives, and even vacuum-sealed Texas-style roasted chicken. There was quite a variety. Chen Qi laughed in surprise. "It's a pity that none of these items catch my fancy. However, I am quite curious about their prices. How much do they cost?" For crystals, a bag of bread can be exchanged for 3 level 1 crystals or 1 level 2 crystal. Conversely, this knife, the bespectacled man diligently explained, a cheerful smile gracing his face. "Which one would you like to trade for?" "I am not trading for any. I merely inquired," Chen Qi replied, having grasped the general purchasing power before turning to ascend the stairs. "What the?" The bespectacled man was left dumbfounded. "And you made me introduce everything. Are you here to stir trouble?" He continuously reminded himself that, as a young man, one should value harmony. Upon reaching the second floor, one must first prove their worth. At the entrance, 2 masked men equipped with voice modulators spoke mysteriously. "Is this market owned by you?" Chen Qi furrowed his brows and asked. "The Reincarnation organization is responsible for maintaining order. The vendors here have accepted this rule, and we hope you will respect it," the masked man replied coldly. Chen Qi took note of their masked appearance. The Reincarnation organization. It seems this group is developing rapidly, organizing such trade events perhaps to enhance their influence. Is this enough to prove my worth?" He produced 10 level 2 crystals. Instantly, the onlookers, including the bespectacled man, gasped in astonishment. Although the first floor was not devoid of level 2 abilities, very few could produce 10 level 2 crystals on the spot. Could it be that he is already a level 3 ability user? In any case, he is not someone we can provoke. They quickly averted their gazes, fearing that Chen Qi might misinterpret their intentions. In the apocalypse, one must be ruthless when necessary and compliant at other times. Luckily, I adhere to the principle of valuing harmony." The bespectacled man muttered. The masked man nodded, casting a deep glance at Chen Qi and Xia Yubing before stepping aside. As Chen Qi ascended to the second floor, the surveillance had already captured their faces and transmitted them to the monitoring room of the Reincarnation organization. Another pair of suspected level 3 ability users. This apocalypse is indeed intense. That I in the monitoring room. A burly man in military boots rested his legs on the table, casually tossing Chen Qi's photograph onto the surface while munching on an apple. At this time last time, there should not have been any level 3 ability users born worldwide. A nearby woman with curly black hair gazed thoughtfully. I wonder if there are any level 4 ability users now. The first batch of level 4 crystals cannot be unlocked before a level 4 ability user is born. The man in military boots shook his head, without sufficiently high-quality energy crystals to cultivate. No amount of talent will suffice. Chen Qi had also noticed the surveillance, but paid it no mind. He displayed these crystals merely to instill a WB. Why not revealing level 3 crystals? The other party could not be certain of his actual capabilities. This served both as a deterrent and as a means to withhold full disclosure of information, which was his intended effect. The items on the second floor were evidently of superior quality. Several advanced weapons, electric batons, and even powerful crossbows were available for sale. This is... Chen Qi's eyes widened as he spotted a handgun. Chapter 36. A real man should carry a machine gun. Is there even a handgun? Chen Qi felt a surge of astonishment. Although it was a small caliber, it was undoubtedly a potent tool for the early stages. Before reaching level 4, it is challenging to withstand modern bullets with mere physical strength. Such a small handgun might not deliver a fatal blow to a level 3 ability user, but it certainly poses a significant threat. How much for the handgun? He directly inquired. 0.1 level 3 crystal. The vendor glanced up at Chen Qi and replied casually. Chen Qi shook his head, deeming it not worth the price. This small handgun would be of little use to those above level 4. Possessing a level 3 crystal would be better invested in advancing to level 4 sooner. What about trading with supplies? How would that work? He asked. Supplies. Haha. Can you afford it? The man shook his head. You won't know until you ask. Chen Qi chuckled, thinking the man too young and naive. 50 pounds of pork or 10 packs of soft cigarettes. Can you afford that? The man waved his hand dismissively. Growing impatient, suddenly, a rush of wind swept through, and the man's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively reached out, but what he grasped sent him reeling in astonishment. Cigarettes. It was cigarettes. The man's body sprang up from the chair. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Qi, not being a smoker, could not comprehend the agony of a seasoned smoker deprived of cigarettes for days. In this apocalypse, many old smokers prioritize obtaining cigarettes over food and drink. When that man attempted to seize some supplies, he found that all the cigarettes had been snatched long ago, leaving him in despair for days. He was not a reincarnator, merely someone well-informed with ties to the military. Kid. Young man, how many cigarettes do you have left? The man grinned obsequiously. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. Just call me young man. The way he said young man was too syrupy, especially coming from a burly man. It nearly made Chen Qi regurgitate his breakfast. Ahem. All right, I'll call you that. I have plenty of good stuff here. This handgun is just for you to sample. If you have cigarettes, we can certainly discuss further. The man leaned in closer to Chen Qi, whispering in an excited tone, You're a reincarnator, aren't you? There are quite a few people like you here. I know that if you have cigarettes, you must have hoarded a lot. Chen Qi neither confirmed nor denied. Bring your remaining goods, and we'll meet at this address tonight. I'll bring the cigarettes, and we can negotiate. All right, the man eagerly agreed. Young man, rest assured, my goods will surely satisfy you. While this place was safe, transactions were monitored by the Reincarnation organization, and successful dealings required a share to be given to them. Therefore, initial small trades would occur here, while larger transactions would be privately arranged. The Reincarnation organization turned a blind eye to this, recognizing that few in this town were simple folk, and perhaps among them lay future kings. The overly stringent rules had bred resentment, leading to a net loss. They organized this trading event primarily to showcase their strength, expand their recognition, and attract ability users to their cause. Moreover, leaving this venue without proper security would expose one to the risk of being preyed upon. As Chen Qi exited the tavern, he noticed several fully armed soldiers entering the exhibition hall, drawing everyone's attention. Prior to the emergence of level 7 strongholds, military forces remained the mainstream combat power. What could they be here for? To sell weapons? Chen Qi pondered. The base city had been the strongest force during the initial years of the apocalypse, and he did not intend to offend them. Furthermore, to upgrade the shelter, he might need to acquire various items from the base city. While deep in thought, two masked individuals approached, leading the soldiers upstairs. How intriguing. Chen Qi speculated that the Special Forces team might be negotiating terms with the Reincarnation organization, or perhaps representing the base city for some discussions. However, none of that concerned him. Acquiring a few decent AKs was his current priority. Night, the trading location. Bro, is that young man reliable? Can he truly possess that much tobacco? A group of formidable men gathered here, engaged in an incessant exchange of words. Uncertainty loomed, yet it was preferable to the absence of hope. The man with the handgun declared, "You all take your positions and lie in wait. Should any unexpected turn of events arise, act immediately. Such precautions are essential that I end this apocalyptic world." Transactions were brutal, and no one could guarantee the integrity of their counterpart. For instance, Chen Qi had already instructed Ha Wang to conceal himself here, observing the enemy's arrangements, so that when the time came to act, they could swiftly locate the positions of their adversaries. Ha Wang crouched beside a garbage bin, resembling a clump of stray fur. Easily overlooked. "Haha, good brother, you've arrived." Upon seeing Chen Qi, the man opened his arms, exuding warmth. Chen Qi nodded, lifting the burlap sack he carried, revealing its contents to the man with the handgun, who gazed at it with shining eyes. "Excellent. I knew I could count on you." The man's spirits soared. After days of torment, he was parched and weary, eagerly unloading his tactical backpack. "Choose what you like. 10 packs of the short ones, 20 of the long, and 5 of the disposable." "Fair enough." Chen Qi surveyed the selection and promptly replied, "I'll take them all." The handgun-wielding man was momentarily taken aback by Chen Qi's boldness. He had suspected that Chen Qi hoarded supplies, but he never anticipated such extravagant generosity. To exchange everything here would require no less than 200 or 300 packs of cigarettes. The contents of Chen Qi's bag were insufficient for such a deal. Frowning, the man instinctively reached for his waist, sensing that Chen Qi might be plotting a double cross. Chen Qi shook his head, clarifying that his team did not smoke. Deeming the cigarettes useless, he would not risk conflict with an armed faction over a few packs. Zhang Dafei then tossed another backpack towards them. With this addition, they had enough. Once verified, "I shall take the goods," Chen Qi stated calmly. With a sigh of relief, the handgun man chuckled as he lifted the 2 bags. "All right. You're a straightforward fellow. It's rare to encounter someone so forthright in this apocalypse. Let us exchange contact information. Should I need cigarettes, quality goods in the future, I'll be sure to reach out to you." "Is this not all of your stock?" Chen Qi inquired, astonished by the sheer volume of arms they possessed. What kind of operations were these individuals running? He questioned whether they were indeed in the Xia nation. "What is this? If resources are sufficient, I could even bring you an armored vehicle." The handgun man waved his hand dismissively, as if the matter were trivial. "By the way, my name is Song Guang." "Chen Qi. Then we have a deal. We'll communicate via satellite phone." Chen Qi felt elated. He had initially sought only to exchange for 2 guns, only to discover that the other party was a major player in the black market. "Seeing that you are a good person, allow me to offer a word of caution. If you are not after crystals, it would be wise to leave tonight." Song Guang raised the 2 bags of cigarettes. "I am well informed. Tomorrow marks the time for the main event. If you do not leave tonight, come morning, you may find it impossible to depart." "Understood." Chen Qi nodded, taking note of Song Guang's warning. After exchanging communication frequencies, he and Song Guang parted ways, and their respective ambushes gradually retreated. Though powers were advantageous, their initial sustainability was too low. When faced with a horde of zombies, modern weaponry proved far more exhilarating. After walking for a while, Xia Yubing remarked that upon reaching level 3, her spatial awareness had heightened significantly. Ha Wang, get to work. Chen Qi nudged the husky. Woof. Ha Wang let out a reluctant bark, feeling like a mere tool, tasked with cleaning up the tail. Yet, thoughts of Chen Qi's delectable meals kept him motivated. He planned to indulge in 2 servings of braised pork the next day as a form of revenge. The 2 figures trailing behind, one possessing the power of invisibility and the other wielding wind abilities, formed an exceptional duo for assassination and stealth. "Brother, your insight is remarkable. You spotted that fellow's goods at a glance. And you were absolutely right." They pinpointed his coordinates, planning to infiltrate and eliminate him that evening. "That woman has an admirable figure. It seems tonight will yield both fortune and pleasure. I end this apocalypse." Being the sixth wheel was the most gratifying. They intended to carry out a nighttime infiltration and assassination, believing that even if their target was of a higher caliber, he would be unable to withstand their attack. These two were barely at level 2, having heard the news and come to the small town, hoping to exploit their assassination skills for personal gain. Ha Wang, eavesdropping on their lewd conversation, was incensed and barked. The two men jumped in surprise. While they were cautiously pursuing their target, a black and white husky suddenly leapt out and barked at them. "Damn pirate dog! Kill that dog and feast on its flesh." "Do you dare?" The two men drew their knives. To their astonishment, the dog leaped with remarkable speed, evading their strikes and swiftly biting through the neck of the man with invisibility. The wind user attempted to flee, but Ha Wang, with a flurry of icy spikes, swiftly incapacitated him. With his cautious nature inherited from Chen Qi, Ha Wang ensured both men were truly deceased before surveying the area and making his exit. "Woof, I truly excelled today." Inside the villa, Chen Qi began distributing weapons. Each person receives 3 grenades, 1 handgun, and 5 magazines. You two currently lack the means for self-preservation. Take an additional 5 grenades that lie in the backpack. Several AKs remained. The chef sisters lacked the strength to wield an AK, so it was wiser for them to carry more grenades. Chen Qi handed Xia Yubing and Zhang Dafei each an AK-47 assault rifle. When facing undead creatures, Xia Yubing's silver-tipped arrows would prove more effective, but against regular foes, the AK remained superior, especially when combined with Xia Yubing's spatial rift ability developed after reaching level 3. Bullets could randomly enter the rift and be fired from a designated location, akin to ghostly projectiles, an exceptional tactic for assassination and looting. With upgraded equipment, their arsenal had expanded significantly, marking a moment of growth and renewed strength. Zhang Dafei was delighted with his AK. As the saying goes, a true man should wield a machine gun. Chapter 37. The golden triad of sisters is not worthy compared to a dog. Tonight, they would familiarize themselves with their weapons, as the contest for the Earth Dragon was expected to commence the following day. Chen Qi instructed, "We must conserve our stamina and energy. Utilize firearms whenever possible. However, one thing to note. Do not use guns against the Earth Dragon. It is impervious to such attacks, and it would be a waste of ammunition." The Earth Dragon was already at the pinnacle of level 4. Being an exceptionally strong creature, standard rifle bullets could no longer penetrate its tough exterior. Only heavy sniper rifles stood a chance. Furthermore, due to its biological characteristics, even if its body were punctured, it would not sustain significant damage. Worms, when cut in half, can still survive. Imagine the minimal effect of merely creating a few holes. After discussing the combat strategy with his team, Chen Qi retreated for rest. The following morning, the chef sisters presented a delightful breakfast. A knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Zhang Dafei asked warily. "Zhu Rongrong," came a cool voice from outside. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow, surprised that she had taken the initiative to seek him out. If the Earth Dragon were to appear, everyone would act swiftly, leaving no time for her to find him. It was better to remain in one place for ease of action. A voice from outside replied, "I'm not here to check on you. If this matter fails, you shouldn't withhold intelligence from me." Chen Qi chuckled. The girl appeared aloof, yet she was quite naive. Meeting was inevitable, and perhaps encountering the sisters early would encourage her to contribute more willingly. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a striking figure adorned in fiery red. You have some standards." Seeing Chen Qi did not bar her entrance, Zhu Rongrong nodded in approval, ready to say more when her nose caught a whiff of the savory aroma. "Wow, it smells incredible." She hurried to the table, marveling at the diverse breakfast spread before them. It was a veritable feast, featuring shrimp and egg custard, crab meat oatmeal, pan-fried egg matsutake pancakes, 5-spice beggar's chicken, vanilla pudding, roasted vegetables, succulent steak, charcoal grilled sausages, and chocolate dusted with gold. Gurgle. Having just finished her egg and sausage with milk, Zhu Rongrong's stomach grumbled. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, and she was overwhelmed by a ravenous desire to devour the extravagant meal before her. Is this for real? Such luxury for breakfast? Even the Emperor of the Apocalypse wouldn't indulge like this. She felt as though she might lose her mind. Previously, she believed her stockpile was ample, and as a Reincarnator, she felt a sense of superiority. Even in the apocalypse, she could enjoy an egg daily. What a privilege! Yet, upon witnessing Chen Qi's breakfast, she felt utterly defeated. Wow, This breakfast is not acceptable, I suppose. After all, we might need to act soon. So it doesn't tea need to be overly exquisite, primarily for energy replenishment, Chen Qi stated earnestly. Zhu Rongrong wore a perplexed expression. What? Others are gnawing on tree bark, and you're feasting and complaining about presentation. Even capitalists from the old days wouldn't tea have been this indulgent. Today, you are considered one of our teammates, so please take a seat and enjoy. Chen Qi courteously offered her a chair. By captivating her senses with exquisite cuisine, he hoped to entice her to join their ranks. Once tomorrow arrived, and she was no longer a teammate, he doubted she could resist the allure of joining his group. I would never. Zhu Rongrong wished to refuse that in this apocalyptic world. Consuming food from strangers is the greatest taboo. You don't wish to eat. Chen Qi shook his head. What a pity. Let us commence our meal. No, no, no. I mean, I would never refuse. Zhu Rongrong's heart wrestled fiercely. But ultimately, she could not withstand the allure of the exquisite delicacies she had not tasted in over 10 days. With a sudden burst of energy, she seated herself, afraid that Chen Qi might change his mind. Ha. Chen Qi smirked slyly. Little girl, you have already fallen into my trap. Zhu Rongrong refrained from picking up her chopsticks at first. Remaining cautious, she decided to follow Chen Qi's lead on which dishes to try, ensuring there was no poison or sedative. She was quite confident in her appearance and figure. It could be said that, among men who encountered her, very few remained unmoved or indifferent. Naturally, Chen Qi was no exception, as he continuously admired her beauty. Dining with such a stunning woman at breakfast was a pleasure no one would refuse. The dishes are ready, a lively voice announced as Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin entered the room, carrying the last of the dishes from the kitchen. Lotus flower fish roast soup. Please enjoy. The sound of chopsticks clattering to the floor echoed as Zhu Rongrong leaped up from her chair. The culinary delights no longer holding any significance. Xinxin, Qianqian, I can't believe you were here all along. She rushed forward to embrace the two sisters. Be careful. It's hot. Who are you? Let's discuss after I set the dishes down. The sisters were momentarily bewildered by Zhu Rongrong's exuberance. You too? I've missed you so much. Zhu Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. I knew the food would be delicious. It must have been prepared by you. Chen Qi observed Zhu Rongrong's excitement with amusement, thinking how lovely she appeared. I understand you may not remember me, but in our previous life, we were the golden iron triangle, the best of sisters. We shared everything. Zhu Rongrong continued to pour her heart out to the sisters. Ahem, do not slander us. We do not recognize you. What previous life that we know nothing. The sisters hid behind Chen Qi, brother Chen Qi. Who is she? She seems a bit unhinged. This is the assistant I mentioned to you last night, Chen Qi explained. Hey, you should explain to them about our previous life. Zhu Rongrong urged. I realize you are anxious. But please, do not rush, Chen Qi replied, calming her with a gentle gesture. Because I know nothing. Zhu Rongrong's face flushed with frustration as she resigned herself to sit back down, realizing that the sisters truly did not recall her. They were supposed to be sisters bonded for eternity. Then why didn't you tell me yesterday? Zhu Rongrong asked angrily, as meeting the sisters was of utmost importance to her, that I could have informed you about this matter afterward. It is part of our agreement, Chen Qi replied, taking a bite of chicken nonchalantly. Zhu Rongrong collected herself, agreeing with Chen Qi. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill my promise. Let us eat. The probability of encountering the Earth Dragon today is quite high. All right, no matter what, she had found her sisters, and any issues could wait until later. Internally, she sighed with relief, after discovering that she was not the only reincarnator in this apocalypse. She realized it was markedly different from the previous one, constantly fearing something might happen to her sisters. The familiar flavors were so sweet and fragrant. Zhu Rongrong had previously admonished herself to exercise caution. But upon recognizing that the dishes were prepared by her sisters, she indulged wholeheartedly. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, who would dare hope for such a sumptuous feast typically reserved for five-star hotels? She wondered if she was dreaming. After the meal, Chen Qi shared his battle plan with Zhu Rongrong. Actually, it need not be so complicated. We can strike a decisive blow when that fellow is unprepared. Zhu Rongrong replied. But today, you are the captain. I will follow your lead. Chen Qi chuckled. I know your combat abilities are formidable, but at this early stage of the apocalypse, we must be prudent. What level are you currently? Level 3, Zhu Rongrong stated confidently. And you? Surely you are all below level 3. The apocalypse had only begun a little over half a month ago, and some had yet to even comprehend the first level, let alone the few who had advanced to the second. Ascending to level 3 within that time frame was exceptional, even among Reincarnators. Before arriving in the town, she had believed herself to be the first to reach level 3. But the Reincarnation organization had dealt her a heavy blow. She had already encountered 2 confirmed level 3 individuals. We are allies who share our lives and fortunes, so I will disclose our strengths to you, Chen Qi remarked, observing Zhu Rongrong's blind confidence, intending to temper her enthusiasm. This apocalypse was entirely different from the last. If she relied on past experiences and recklessness, disaster was inevitable. Zhu Rongrong's sharp edge needed to be dulled. You all should introduce yourselves and become acquainted. Chen Qi suggested. I am Chu Qianqian, a dual elemental plant and life type. Level 2. I am Chu Xinxin, a simulation type. Level 2. The chef sisters introduced themselves first. So you are both already at level 2. Congratulations, your progress is commendable. It seems Brother Chen has treated you well. Zhu Rongrong expressed her delight in their accomplishments. I am Zhang Dafei, a strength type. Level 3. Zhang Dafei spoke in a deep voice. Level 3? You must be the main offensive force of the team. Zhu Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected there to be a level 3 expert among Chen Qi's squad, particularly one from the strength category, which held the greatest early advantage. She began to take Chen Qi's team more seriously, as it was stronger than she had imagined. No, I am merely a tank. The weakest in the team, Zhang Dafei stated candidly. Zhu Rongrong was taken aback. I am Xia Yubing, the master's personal maid, space type, level 3. Xia Yubing stood up proudly, her chest puffed out. Master, maid, space type, level 3. Each word from Xia Yubing felt like a bombshell, leaving Zhu Rongrong utterly bewildered. Before she could process the implications, Hao Wang began barking enthusiastically. What is your dog barking about? Could it be? Zhu Rongrong turned her head, regarding Chen Qi with suspicion that it cannot speak human language. Allow me to introduce it. Its name is Hao Wang, an evolution type, level 3. Chen Qi replied with a slight smile. A dog, level 3. Zhu Rongrong's mind went blank as she slumped back into her chair, muttering in disbelief. My memories have become jumbled. Chapter 38. The Earth Dragon appears. Invincible heavy truck. This is impossible. You all are nearing level 3. Zhu Rongrong stared at Chen Qi, who had no reason to deceive her, especially since they were about to fight side by side. Providing inaccurate information could lead to their demise. Chen Qi gave her an impression of complexity. He did not seem like the type to boast about his abilities for mere appearances. Chen Qi was disinclined to explain further, trusting Zhu Rongrong to make her own judgments. You cannot possibly tell me that you are also? Zhu Rongrong asked incredulously. I am Chen Qi. The specifics of my abilities remain unknown. Level 3, he stated matter-of-factly. How could the specifics of your abilities remain unknown? Zhu Rongrong felt overwhelmed by the frequency of shocks she had endured in such a short span of time. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Chen Qi smiled slightly, extending his hand. An energy sword, forged from his abilities, emerged from his palm, adorned with a black vortex along the blade and a white vortex on the hilt, appearing both mystical and profound. What kind of attribute is this? Zhu Rongrong suddenly felt as though she had not been reincarnated, but had instead transmigrated to a different world. None of the information here aligned with her memories. She attempted to wield her fire abilities towards the sword, but upon mere contact with the black vortex, she was instantly consumed and dissipated. That was not all. In an instant, red energy surged forth from the white vortex of the hilt, flowing into Chen Qi's body, rendering his power even more formidable. Devour and transform. Zhu Rongrong had never encountered such abilities before, and she sighed. What kind of monsters comprise this team? For level 3 beings, accompanied by 2 level 2 supports, all with max attributes, mostly of the rarest kind. The weakest attributes were still among the strongest in the early stages. They were simply overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, she felt that her presence was almost superfluous. Zhu Rongrong likened herself to a plate of sour fish, both sour and superfluous. This apocalypse was utterly insane. Chen Qi observed her despondent expression and internally chuckled. This was precisely the effect he desired, to temper her spirit and ensure she would follow his commands. His goal was not merely for Zhu Rongrong to assist him in this battle today. He sought her as an ally for future endeavors. AK, do you want one? Chen Qi produced an AK-47. leaving Zhu Rongrong utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape as if 2 eggs and a sausage could fit inside. What on earth are you? In the previous apocalypse, there should not have been a figure like you. Zhu Rongrong felt that Chen Qi was becoming increasingly enigmatic. In a remarkably brief period, for level 3 combatants were trained, and the provisions prepared were sufficient to indulge in an extravagant breakfast without a hint of remorse. Even possessing the capability to deploy military-grade weaponry, Chen Qi, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "I am merely an unremarkable, exceptionally handsome individual." Zhurengrong found herself at a loss for words and chose to forego further inquiries. Aside from the essential information shared, Chen Qi, this gluttonous oaf, rarely spoke the truth. "I have no use for these," she declared, though she would never admit that it was, in fact, her inability to wield a firearm that rendered them unnecessary. Chen Qi nodded, refraining from further questions. Despite Zhurengrong's reckless demeanor, she had survived the previous apocalypse and should possess her own discernment. Boom! As soon as the words left her lips, the sound of an explosion echoed from outside. Had the Earth Dragon made its appearance, Chen Qi sprang to his feet. "Let's go take a look." The team arranged themselves in their designated formation. Hao Wang at the forefront, Zhang Dafei serving as a human shield. Chen Qi and Zhurengrong positioned in the center as dual C-class fighters, the Chu sisters providing support from the rear, and Xia Yubing taking up the rear as an archer. Upon exiting the building, a cascade of bricks and debris came hurtling towards them, prompting the team to scatter at lightning speed to narrowly avoid being struck. The Earth Dragon was charging at them. Chen Qi gazed upon the terrifying sight not far away, a colossal, long worm, standing upright to a height exceeding 3 meters, its diameter estimated to be around 1 meter. The entire creature was over 10 meters long. Such was the magnitude of a level 4 peak. One could only imagine the terror of a level 7 or even level 9 beast. Chen Qi contemplated the scene, recalling the previous life where 30-meter-long giant earth dragons wreaked havoc upon human strongholds. It was indeed both bizarre and terrifying. The earth dragon roared, and numerous giant worms, measuring 1 to 3 meters in length, erupted from the ground. A significant portion of the villa district was instantly overturned, with several villas being crushed under the immense weight of the writhing worms. Truly, levels 4 and 7 represented a monumental leap. Chen Qi mused, recognizing that the giant earth dragon was a mutated species. Influenced by the impact of extraterrestrial meteorites, ordinary worms struggled to evolve. Even upon reaching level 4, they could never attain such monstrous proportions. The sound of gunfire echoed through the villa community as many superhumans rushed to the scene. Among the villas that had been demolished was the very one Chen Qi had initially chosen upon his arrival that night, which had already been occupied. Thankfully, he had opted for a different house. Chen Qi surveyed the gruesome scene littered with blood. The villas lay in ruins, their foundations obliterated. The occupants had suffered devastating losses, with only 2 level 3 superhumans managing to escape, one of whom was crushed by the giant earth dragon's tail before they could unleash their powers. The arrival of the earth dragon swarm had inflicted catastrophic damage upon humanity. Focus fire on the giant earth dragon. If we can take it down, the rest will be manageable, someone shouted to in an instant. Smoke filled the air, and a myriad of abilities began to manifest. Once they regained their composure, the various factions launched a vigorous counteroffensive. Boom! Several grenades were hurled into the fray, obliterating several smaller earth dragons into pieces. Their bodies writhing on the ground, the giant earth dragon reared its body, leaping through the air and crashing down upon a nearby stronghold. The unfortunate soldiers caught unawares were instantly crushed beneath its weight. Hiss! The earth dragon, showing no signs of restraint, turned to spew a corrosive acid that disintegrated several nearby level 2 superhumans, their flesh melting away to reveal only their ghastly skulls. That a torrent of bullets and abilities rained down upon the giant earth dragon, inflicting considerable wounds. Smaller earth dragons rushed forth, shielding their master from harm. Was the peak of level 4 truly this formidable? Chen Qi was utterly astonished. He ordered his team to quietly retreat. Ultimately, within a certain village, the colossal earth dragon appeared to have exhausted its strength, ceasing its chaotic rampage as it broke through the ground. It collided head-on with the nearest vehicle, crumpling it beyond recognition, with blood and viscera oozing forth, indicating that the occupants were beyond salvation. It is done. Kill it, and the level 4 crystal core will be ours, someone proclaimed fervently. In that moment, No one was concerned with monitoring their peers. All were eager to charge forward, for at such a juncture, any strike could indeed be the final blow, if not now, then when, from a distant blind spot, Chen Qi maneuvered his heavy-duty truck and led his team into the fray. When the time for contention arrives, one must not falter. Bang, bang, bang. Various abilities erupted around them, and the pretense was cast aside that it was only then that Chen Qi discerned that at least 5 level 3 ability users were concealed within the crowd. Adding them to their ranks, there were easily over a dozen level 3 ability users present. Damn these cunning individuals, Chen Qi cursed under his breath, acknowledging that he too was among them, with nothing to hide. Just as they were fully engaged in battling the gigantic earth dragon, a hidden arrow suddenly whizzed towards the back of Chen Qi's head. Humph! Zhu Rongrong, a level 3 user, activated her domain, her delicate hand waving as flames instantly reduced the arrow to ashes. The Scarlet Witch, a voice exclaimed in astonishment from the shadows of the dilapidated building. Whoosh! Xia Yubing's spatial arrow shot forth in an instant. The light around it distorted momentarily, as 7 or 8 figures fled in disarray from their original position. A significant number of individuals from the Rebirth organization had arrived. Chen Qi's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized their masks. Not all members of the Rebirth organization were reincarnated beings. Many were ordinary individuals recruited to serve them. The number of reincarnated individuals was still quite scarce. The opposing party seemed capable of bending light to achieve invisibility. The talents gathered by the Rebirth organization were indeed diverse and peculiar. Truly worthy of their name, the Rebirth organization was filled with cunning schemers. Had it not been for the 2 level 3 masked individuals he had spotted from afar, these hidden operatives would have waited until after an exhausting battle to strike. At that point, they would likely have claimed many lives, seizing the crystals as their prize. Those despicable fiends, they could have been dealt with just moments ago. Who would have known that the Scarlet Witch was lurking right beside him? They were the ones tasked with ambushing from the shadows. Just as Chen Qi was about to evade, a lethal arrow would have struck true, had Zhu Rongrong not awakened her domain in time. Chen Qi's expression hardened. Since the conflict had begun, he must prioritize eliminating them. The Rebirth organization was lying in wait, hoping to reap the benefits of a fierce struggle. More individuals began to recognize the sudden appearance of the masked members of the Rebirth organization, shouting in alarm. Humph! Utterly incompetent. What use are they to us? The man in military boots and the woman in black stockings sensed that disaster was imminent. Their ambush had been exposed. Damn it! The Rebirth organization had the audacity to act so shamelessly. The assembled level 3 ability users were incensed. Whether they were renowned figures from the last apocalypse or individuals with extraordinary talents, none were easy to provoke. In that moment of fury, they united, directing their assault towards the man in military boots and the woman in black stockings. Damn it, retreat. The man in military boots attempted to flee but found his escape route barred by Chen Qi. Since you have chosen to attack me, you shall perish here. You think you can kill me. You are not worthy. The man in military boots and the woman in black stockings ingested pills, their abilities activating instantaneously, transforming their auras to near level 4 energy levels. Such potent pills. Chen Qi recalled the sudden surge in power of the triangular-eyed youth back at the base station. It was precisely due to these. The 2 level 4 ability users fought fiercely, overwhelming 5 or 6 level 3 users effortlessly. I'll remember you, brat. Next time we meet, I will surely kill you. The man in military boots broke free from the encirclement, his eyes gleaming with elation as he shouted. The woman in black stockings, meanwhile, signaled for reinforcements as arrows and grenades began to rain down from multiple directions, catching the ability users off guard and claiming several lives in an instant. You dare to cross me and expect to escape. Chen Qi was resolute. He could not allow the members of the Rebirth organization to flee. They were formidable, and if they were to mark him as a major enemy, he questioned whether his current strength could withstand their onslaught. Can you widen the spatial rift? Chen Qi inquired. No problem. Xia Yubing affirmed with a nod. Open it above their heads and hurl the bombs down upon them. When dealing with level 4 ability users, grenades offered the greatest value. Xia Yubing opened a spatial rift before her. Throw. In an instant, they cast all the bombs into the rift, and the very next moment, the explosives tumbled out directly above the man in military boots and the woman in black stockings. What in the world? The man in military boots seized one, and upon realizing it was a high-explosive grenade, his face drained of color. Boom! The grenade detonated in his grasp, obliterating half of his body. He was sent flying like a ragdoll. The woman in black stockings, sheltered behind him, sustained severe injuries but managed to escape. Just as Chen Qi's bombs were exhausted, the Special Operations Team approached with grim expressions. "We are here to assist you." The Rebirth organization clearly intended to eliminate everyone present, setting a vast trap. If they did not cooperate, not only would they fail to kill the Earth Dragon, but their very survival would be in jeopardy. The Special Operations Team had an ample supply of grenades, all of which were tossed into the spatial rift before Xiao Wabang in the distance. The woman in black stockings twisted and dodged, desperately evading as bombs rained down around her. Damn it! A prolonged siege would inevitably lead to loss. She misstepped, and a bomb landed squarely on her backside. Boom! In the aftermath, the woman in black stockings was blown into 3 pieces, her legs torn asunder and reduced to charred remnants by the explosion's searing heat. To eliminate the 2 leaders of the Rebirth organization, both Chen Qi and the Special Operations Team found themselves out of grenades. However, Chen Qi still had some reserves in his storage bag. Though he was reluctant to reveal his abilities before the crowd, knowing such exposure would make him a target. "That kid has sharp eyes. It was you who discovered the Rebirth organization's ambush both times. These scoundrels are truly insidious." Team leader Zhang Wei held Chen Qi in high regard, and seizing the opportunity to eliminate the 2 leaders, he gave Chen Qi a thumbs up. "My name is Zhang Wei. Your team's strength is formidable. Shall we form an alliance?" Huh. Chen Qi had thought that no one had noted his earlier command, yet Zhang Wei had indeed seen him. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The Special Operations Team was aligned with the powers of the base city, and since they had made the overture, he would not refuse. Meanwhile, the other ability users, engaged in their own battles or having already lost most of their teams, glared at the approaching masked figures with resentment. They had fought valiantly to bring the colossal Earth Dragon to the brink of death, only to be thwarted by the Rebirth organization, which sought to silence them all. Such a cunning scheme. Many present were individuals destined to become significant figures in the future. Eliminating them now would diminish the Rebirth organization's future adversaries. Clearly, they harbored the belief that future heroes, if not under my banner, shall be laid to rest. Chen Qi scanned the vicinity and saw nearly 30 members of the Rebirth organization lying in wait, most at level 1, with a few at level 2, yet they were all heavily armed with specialized crossbows. And some even possessed standard equipment and rifles, posing a significant threat. Well then, I concede, no matter how precious the level for crystal may be, it pales in comparison to life. We must break through. A level 3 ability user roared in anguish, summoning earth elements to form a protective armor as he charged towards the exit. Indeed, retreat first. The Rebirth organization. I shall remember this debt when I reclaim my throne of ice. I will ensure your organization is eradicated. Another ice element level 3 woman, unwilling to concede, followed closely behind the earth element user, temporarily joining forces to escape. Chen Qi chuckled to himself. The Rebirth organization had overreached. They sought to trap these future kings, not realizing they had irrevocably antagonized them. Every individual who escaped today would become a sworn enemy of the Rebirth organization. In truth, had it not been for Chen Qi's farcing Zhu Rongrong's fiery domain, the Rebirth organization's scheme would have likely succeeded. After all, cultivators and those with the extraordinary talent to awaken domains at level 3 were variables the architects of the Rebirth organization could scarcely have anticipated. Zhang, what are your thoughts? Chen Qi asked casually. He held absolute confidence in his trump cards. If necessary, he could unleash a small green sword to cleave through these scoundrels. That I have 2 tasks. One is to secure the crystal, and the other is to gather intelligence on the Rebirth organization's inner workings. That I must accomplish at least one. Zhang Wei's gaze was resolute that a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Should I fail, then I shall perish. Retreat is not an option. Impressive. Chen Qi nodded, harboring deep respect for the soldiers of the military. You just assisted us in dealing with those 2 leaders. If you wish to withdraw first, we can provide cover as a token of our gratitude. Zhang Wei was clear-cut in his dealings. With his military background and the backing of the base city, he maintained a principled demeanor even amidst the apocalypse. We will not retreat. The level 4 crystal is a prize we seek to claim. Chen Qi's gaze was calm, his tone unwavering. Zhang Wei gazed at Chen Qi and promptly made a decisive resolution. Assist me in dismantling the rebirth organization and capture a few alive so I may extract intelligence. I shall grant you the 4th level crystal in due course. This is the most rational and feasible course of action at present. It is settled. With that, Chen Qi struck the grenade, tossed his way aside with a powerful punch, solidifying the terms of their collaboration with Zhang Wei. Although the special operations team was reduced to merely 7 members. And with Chen Qi's team, they totaled only 13 individuals along with a dog. They faced a significant disadvantage against the nearly 30 masked assailants encircling them. Yet, Zhang Wei was imbued with a sense of conviction. True warriors, regardless of their circumstances, would only contemplate how to achieve victory. First, provide cover for my exit. I have a heavy truck parked outside that can break the stalemate, Chen Qi stated. Absolutely. Zhang Wei replied without hesitation. Nodding in agreement that in this situation, there was no choice but to place complete trust in Chen Qi. Friends who fought alongside one another could not be trusted. The ultimate outcome would only lead to mutual entanglement and demise. The Special Operations members were experts in providing cover, their individual prowess far surpassing that of the assailants. Utilizing the nearby cover, the 7 of them managed to mount a counteroffensive, generating some momentum. Impressive, Chen Qi observed these warriors, feeling a surge of inspiration to in the future. His sanctuary must also cultivate a similarly well-trained military force. Fall back with me, Chen Qi commanded. His team spread out, maintaining their formation. And with the cover of the Special Operations Team's firepower, they swiftly burst through the encirclement, taking down 2 masked assailants along the way, reaching the corner of the village and ensuring no one was watching. Chen Qi revealed the towering heavy truck. Now it's your time to shine. Chapter 40. Charging for love. Bringing home a dashing lady? Could that guy be deceiving us? One of the Special Operations members inquired. Noting Chen Qi's sudden disappearance after breaking through, there's no need for that. I trust him. Zhang Wei shook his head with unwavering determination. Everyone maintain your positions, and do your utmost to inflict casualties upon the enemy. Just as the gunfire reached its zenith, boom, the heavy truck thundered onto the scene, billowing dust as it charged through the streets like a colossal beast, barreling towards the encircled foes. The truck, modified twice, measured 10 meters in length and over 3 meters in height. It was a prehistoric monstrosity. Ignoring any wear and tear, it accelerated with full force, crashing into the massive earthworm. The probability of sending it flying was high. The overwhelming pressure of the roaring heavy truck was enough to instill sheer terror in ordinary individuals, let alone those of the 1st and 2nd tiers. Even 4th and 5th tier non-defensive ability users would be pulverized upon impact. With a resounding crunch, the heavy truck's speed and mass proved to be beyond measure, crushing 2 masked assailants upon contact. Brother Chen has returned. Brothers, increase firepower and retaliate. The Special Operations members felt a surge of adrenaline, directing their weapons towards the enemy. Counterattack. First, demolish that heavy truck. Several 2nd-tier squad leaders of the Rebirth organization shouted. The heavily modified truck could withstand significant damage unless it was struck directly in the fuel tank or vulnerable areas by high-explosive grenades. Moreover, the majority of their forces relied on crossbows and composite bows, with only a handful equipped with standard gear scattered around. Unable to organize effective firepower, as soon as they exposed themselves, they would be mercilessly swept by the Special Operations Team's firepower, preventing them from regrouping. Chen Qi personally navigated the heavy truck, maneuvering skillfully as the Iron Beast rampaged across the battlefield. Before long, it had crushed over a dozen encircling masked assailants. Run. What are we even fighting for? The masked assailants were paralyzed with fear, having once held a numerical advantage, but now, if things continued this way, they would be annihilated. Not a single one shall escape. Chen Qi halted the truck, allowing the team to disembark while leaving Zhang Dafei behind to continue driving and crushing opponents. The remaining members, either unfamiliar with operating the heavy truck or equipped with long-range weaponry, were better off on foot. They dispersed, pursuing the fleeing enemies, with only the sister duo remaining for Chen Qi's close protection. Chu Qianqian unleashed her long-range attacks, manipulating Flora to hinder the masked assailants' escape. Chen Qi formed a hand seal and recited the 5 thunder technique. Heart and Thunder God, united as one. Thunder obeys my command. Can it defy me? Thunder, come. In an instant, arcs of electricity surged from his palm. Boom! 5 bolts of lightning descended upon the fleeing masked assailants, instantly reducing 5 to charred remains. Wow, that's impressive. Even Zhang Wei, with his composure, couldn't he help but exclaim. From a distance, Zhu Rongrong was left dumbfounded. Had they not agreed to a life-or-death ability? What was this thunderous phenomenon? It was one thing to wield thunder abilities, but how could the skill be so magnificent? Chen Qi chuckled. Isn't this skill magnificent? It cost me a third of my mana, but it's worth it. After all, looking good is a lifetime endeavor. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. They were now pursuing and cornering the fleeing masked assailants. And Chen Qi would not allow a single member of the Rebirth organization to escape. In their pursuit, the ground suddenly sank, and a colossal shadow erupted from beneath. It was the massive earthworm that had feigned death all along. This is bad. The earthworm had been playing dead, its focus solely on battling the Rebirth organization. In the midst of their fierce combat, it had launched a sneak attack. Damn it, in the apocalypse, even a worm was employing military strategy. Behind Chen Qi stood the chef-sister duo, paralyzed with fear. Even if they were not frozen in place, their reflexes and speed were insufficient to escape the impending assault. Chen Qi knew he could not flee. Otherwise, the chef-sisters would surely perish in the distance. Zhu Rongrong was racing towards them, her form a blur of crimson, akin to a bolt of lightning. Catching a glimpse of this scene, Chen Qi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Pondering whether she had shattered the record for the fastest third-tier ability user, the fastest woman in the world. The power of love is truly magnificent. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of quips crossed his mind. He knew that he must remain composed, especially at this critical juncture. He decided to test whether he could withstand a direct confrontation with a severely injured elite 4th-tier creature using all of his current capabilities. After all, he was no ordinary 3rd tier. He possessed the identity of a cultivator. With thoughts aligned, he invoked the golden armor of protection, the earth-spawned rock talisman, the bone erosion wind, the ghostly fire talisman, thunderstrike, the sword of life and death. Chen Qi's mouth moved like lightning, reciting 5 incantations in near instantaneous succession, channeling all his abilities. Whoosh! The bone erosion wind arose without a breeze, slicing through the formidable body of the massive earthworm, instantly weakening its assault. Boom! A gigantic rock wall erupted from his talisman, soaring into the air, yet was immediately shattered by the overwhelming force of the creature's attack. As the wall crumbled, the ghostly flames ignited the earthworm's entire body, and 5 bolts of lightning descended in succession, tearing through the creature's impenetrable hide, leaving it scorched and fragrant. The earthworm let out a pained howl, arching its back and swinging its body towards Chen Qi and the sisters in an attempt to crush them. Boom! With the 10 seconds Chen Qi had bought, the heavy truck finally arrived. The massive vehicle slammed into the earthworm, sending it sprawling several meters away. Damn it! Zhang Dafei trembled from an adrenaline rush, realizing that had he been even a second late, their leader might have been crushed. Zhu Rongrong dashed over, her fiery aura radiating the commanding presence of the Scarlet Queen from her past life. The fiery elements surrounding her taking on a tangible form. The terrifying heat instantly melted 2 nearby special operations motorcycles, which she reshaped into 2 massive red-hot steel spikes. Hiss! The 2 steel spikes, one in front and one behind, impaled the writhing earthworm into the ground. Die! In that moment, Chen Qi's spiritual energy and abilities fused perfectly, converging into the sword of life and death with a single stroke. A black sword aura cleaved the air from 10 meters away. It bisected the earthworm cleanly in 2. The ground beneath it bore deep scars from the force of the strike. Silence. The distant masked assailants stood frozen, paralyzed by the spectacle, forgetting even to flee. The combined might of a few 3rd-tier ability users. The reborn members among the masked assailants felt their worldview shatter, utterly bewildered. Zhu Rongrong, a mere 3rd tier, had directly melded 2 motorcycles into steel spikes to pierce the monster. Was this the prowess of a 3rd-tier ability user? The most terrifying aspect was that the black sword aura, capable of slicing the 5-meter-long earthworm in half, was a feat even 5th-tier users might struggle to achieve. Not just them. Even Chen Qi, who had unleashed those 2 attacks, found himself slightly dazed. Was it truly possible for the fusion of abilities and spiritual energy to yield such astonishing results? Your ability to forge steel spikes is truly formidable. Is this the power of true love? Chen Qi observed Zhu Rongrong, who appeared weakened at ha. Zhu Rongrong's face was pale, managing a weak smile as her strength ebbed away, leaving her drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. Chen Qi quickly closed the distance, supporting her. Although that last sword strike had drained him as well, the constitution of a cultivator was not to be compared with that of an ability user. And he was still able to move. Thus, the two exhausted individuals leaned against each other, seated on the ground. "Boss, are you all right?" Zhang Dafei leapt from the heavy truck and hurried over. "Don't worry about me. None of these reincarnated organization members shall leave alive," Chen Qi declared solemnly. "Understood." Zhang Dafei cast a worried glance at Chen Qi before returning to the heavy truck. Chen Qi took a few deep breaths to restore some of his basic spiritual energy, then rose and walked directly to the head of the earth dragon. With a swift kick, he cleared away the rotting flesh obstructing his path and dug out the crystal core from the creature's head with his hands. It was a crystal the size of an infant's head, a pinnacle level 4 elite crystal core, secured, regardless of the chaos that had transpired prior, the moment the crystal core was in hand. It was all worth it. The mutated earth dragon was far more terrifying than a ghoul of the same level. The energy contained within a pinnacle level 4 crystal core far exceeded both the quality and quantity of a typical level 5 zombie core, rivaling even that of a level 5 ghoul core. If it were not for his hidden cards, he could never have slain this mutated earth dragon alone at this stage. Reflecting on today's battle, it had begun with various masters besieging the creature, resulting in its midsection being severed and leaving it severely wounded, forcing it to flee 200 miles. After emerging from the earth, it was beset once more, on the brink of death. Even then, in a last-ditch effort, it had endured 5 of his techniques, only to be struck down by the heavy truck. It was only after Chen Qi and Zhu Rongrong's combined powerful assault that it finally met its end. One could only imagine the formidable vitality of this mutated giant earth dragon. It was exceedingly difficult to kill. No wonder it was recorded among the monstrous ranks during the last apocalypse. Had they not vanquished it today, according to the trajectory of the previous life, this earth dragon would ultimately have grown to the rank of king, revered as the Earth Dragon King, stretching 50 to 60 meters long, capable of demolishing mountains and diverting rivers with ease. Regardless, the crystal was finally in their possession. Chen Qi glanced at the frail Zhu Rongrong in his arms, suppressing the urge to pinch her delicate face. "Who would have thought you were so brave?" Zhu Rongrong managed a weak smile. "Aren't you afraid of death? Just moments ago, when the Earth Dragon had appeared, any other person would have fled, yet Chen Qi stood firmly in front of the Chu sisters." This was undeniably impressive, striking directly at Zhu Rongrong's heart. What woman wouldn't want to follow a man so responsible and dashing? With a man as handsome as him, how could he possibly die easily? Chen Qi grinned. This foolish girl clearly underestimated him. If the situation became dire, he still had his little green sword to rely on. How did it come across as if he were prepared for self-sacrifice? However, it seemed this misunderstanding had greatly elevated her fondness for him. He decided not to clarify to hell with it. Zhu Rongrong coughed lightly. "I suppose I grudgingly admit that you are indeed quite handsome. So, would you like to join?" Just as Chen Qi was about to take advantage of the moment and reveal his true self, the woman succumbed to exhaustion and fainted against his shoulder. Mumbling subconsciously, "Before today ends, we are allies. Chen Qi, let me lean on you for a while." Chen Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. This girl, every time serious matters were discussed, she would zone out. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. All the masked individuals had met their demise, either crushed beneath the truck's wheels or shot in the head by the special forces. The remaining team members regrouped. Zhang Wei approached with the last 4 team members and 2 captives bound like Zongzi. "My mission is complete." Zhang Wei took a deep breath and saluted Chen Qi. "Thank you, Brother Chen. For today," Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. "This was the agreement we made. No need for thanks. How about something tangible?" Zhang Wei was taken aback by Chen Qi's forwardness, searching his person until he produced a card. "This is a blue card for the base city. It will be helpful if you decide to go there in the future." The other team members hesitated to speak, but, recalling that their survival today was thanks to Chen Qi, they remained silent. "What is this card for?" Chen Qi took the card with feigned confusion, but was already chuckling inwardly. The memory of the Space Queen included this item. It was indeed a precious treasure. Even the Space Queen had taken a year to acquire it in her previous life. The base city's permission card was essential. especially as the city was currently under strict access control. With this card, conducting business in the base city would be significantly more convenient. Zhang Wei shook hands with Chen Qi to bid farewell. Brother Chen, we have tasks to attend to and cannot delay. Should you visit the base city in the future, we shall reconvene. All right, it's settled. Chen Qi intended to visit the base city as part of his plan, and this blue card was precisely what he needed. The Special Forces motorcycles roared to life as Zhang Wei and his soldiers departed with their captives. Chen Qi and his team then began to tidy up the battlefield, collecting the standard equipment and grenades from the masked individuals into their bags. The plan had succeeded. Chen Qi grinned broadly. This outing had been exceptionally rewarding. Not only had he acquired a crystal of quality far beyond expectations, but he was also returning with a dual-element genius beauty. Glancing at Zhu Rongrong, who lay asleep on the legs of the Chu sisters in the truck, Chen Qi commanded, "Drive. We're heading home." She hadn't specified a destination, so taking her home was certainly acceptable. All right, Xia Yubing responded cheerfully, pressing the accelerator as the seasoned driver showcased her wild driving style. In a rush to bring Zhu Rongrong back, Chen Qi broke the nighttime driving rule for the first time. They needed to return to the shelter as quickly as possible. The comment about abducting beauties was merely in jest. In reality, Zhu Rongrong's current condition was concerning. That blow seemed to have hidden implications, and she had paid a heavy price for it. If they didn't administer medicine soon, it could seriously affect her health. Those who practiced cultivation often had some medical knowledge. Chen Qi placed his hand on her pulse, channeling spiritual energy through her body to assess her condition. They had to hurry back. Chen Qi's expression turned grave. The shelter had emergency protocols that he could diagnose Zhu Rongrong's condition, but he was not equipped to treat her. Fortunately, the imposing weight of the heavy truck made minor nighttime dangers trivial. They simply rolled over them. Without streetlights, the dark road forced even Xia Yubing, who typically drove recklessly, to slow down. Encountering zombies was not frightening. The real danger lay in flipping the truck over. Recovering such a massive vehicle would be a monumental task. The following morning, the heavy truck finally returned to the Silver Manor. Chen Qi, the Lord, had once more returned to his loyal territory. The yard now bore a few corpses, likely remnants of raiders attempting to scale the walls for a heist, only to be dispatched by the plant spirits. The mingled sense of Zhu Rongrong and Chen Qi's group prevented any recognition or retaliation. Chen Qi spoke in the language of the spirits, deactivating the random attack mode of the plant spirits. "You may enter." He placed Zhu Rongrong into the makeshift medical facility. The shelter would only unlock the medical chamber upon upgrading to the next level. The Golden Fortress. For now, they could only hope the rudimentary medical facility would suffice to heal Zhu Rongrong, but if it failed, he would have no choice but to use his senior brother's third-tier golden elixir. If he were to bleed to that extent, he would certainly make her pay in kind. Chen Qi mused to himself. After 2 days of battles, everyone was exhausted. He didn't want to burden the chef sisters, so they shared a simple breakfast of KFC's Crazy Thursday before allowing everyone to return for some much-needed rest. He then took out the level 4 Earth Dragon crystal, the size of an infant's head. Whether he could step into the 4th layer of Qi refinement and unlock sword flight depended on this. With 100,000 words in the new book, if you've read this far, please leave a 5-star review and show your support with comments and rewards. Jiuyang loves you all. Chapter 41. I took her, and she should thank me. Chen Qi absorbed the energy of the crystal. The spiritual energy and abilities within him continuously refined. It was incredibly potent. At this rate, he would soon reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Chen Qi was filled with anticipation. The 4th layer of Qi refinement represented a significant leap. Merely the ability to fly with a sword would essentially ensure his invincibility in the early stages, greatly enhancing his offensive capabilities. In no more than 10 days, he would achieve it. Time in cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly. And when Chen Qi next opened his eyes, dawn had arrived. Beside him, Xia Yubing lay asleep on his leg, a blissful expression adorning her face, even in her slumber. Without the level 4 crystal, achieving the 4th tier would have taken him at least another month, significantly delaying his progress and risking being outpaced by other reincarnators or those with special identities. He took a deep breath. After all, he was a cultivator. If he couldn't maintain his status as the strongest in this apocalypse, it would be a disgrace to all cultivators. This bold decision to seize the Earth Dragon crystal was undoubtedly crucial. Chen Qi inhaled the sweet aromas wafting through the air as he exited the spacious bedroom. The chef sisters had already risen and were preparing breakfast. Though they had been frightened the previous day, they understood they had contributed little in the group battle that in this apocalypse. Trustworthy companions were rarer than gold. They cherished their time with Chen Qi and were determined to work harder, crafting delicious dishes. They hoped he wouldn't find their efforts lacking. Alas, they truly wished they could play a more significant role in the battles. But since they couldn't contribute on the front lines for now, they would focus on their logistical support. The two sisters contemplated this deeply. If Chen Qi were to learn their thoughts, he would surely find them amusing. Do not be deceived by his seemingly aloof demeanor towards the sisters. In truth, he fears that the two might abscond. These two individuals will prove to be invaluable in the later stages. Particularly Chu Qianqian, whose plant-based abilities are gradually evolving into life-based powers. Even if her limbs are severed during combat, she possesses the remarkable capacity to reattach them. Meanwhile, Chu Xinxin's sense simulation can be elevated to the level of universal simulation. Anything she has encountered and analyzed can be replicated through her unique abilities. The prospect of conjuring exquisite delicacies or even a nuclear bomb is not merely a jest out of course in her previous life. Chu Xinxin had never encountered a nuclear bomb, and even upon reaching the king level, she would have been unable to simulate one. However, in this lifetime, Chen Qi chuckled mischievously, contemplating turning the absurd notion of crafting a nuclear bomb into reality. What a lewd thought! Zhu Rongrong emerged from the adjacent room. She had awakened from treatment early in the morning. Her condition was primarily due to energy depletion, easily remedied by replenishing some fluid proteins and other nutrients. Unfortunately, Chen Qi had not deduced this treatment method, or else, just as his thoughts began to wander, Zhu Rongrong approached and embraced him tightly. "Thank you for saving my sisters." "Huh?" Chen Qi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin. "What do you mean? They are my sisters too." Zhu Rongrong felt as if she had been taken advantage of and immediately released Chen Qi. "You are quite adept at seizing opportunities." Chen Qi nodded in agreement. "So, what do you think of my proposal from yesterday?" "What proposal?" Zhu Rongrong had fainted halfway through their conversation yesterday, leaving her with no memory of it. "Your memory is rather poor. You clearly agreed to join my team yesterday, vowing to always follow my orders and obey my commands." Chen Qi activated his masterful persuasion mode. Zhu Rongrong looked bewildered. "How could I not remember?" "Ahem, perhaps you were too fatigued. Before you fainted, we discussed this topic. Think carefully. You even mentioned that it was a way to repay me for saving your sisters." Chen Qi stated earnestly. Beside them, Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin stifled their laughter. Having been present with Chen Qi yesterday without hearing any such discussion, they considered themselves part of Chen Qi's team. Although they held fondness for Zhu Rongrong, they remained outsiders until she officially joined. They certainly would not undermine Chen Qi, though it did not prevent them from internally bestowing him with the title of Golden Horse Best Actor. Zhu Rongrong blushed. "My personality does not allow for such disrespectful conditions." "What do you mean by absolute obedience? Are you having second thoughts?" Chen Qi furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Zhang Dafei, with his honest demeanor, stepped forward and playfully added, "Miss Rongrong, our leader is very good and takes great responsibility for his team. Plus, there are delicious foods. Our small team's combat power is quite assured in this apocalypse." He was unaware of any agreement between Zhu Rongrong and Chen Qi, but spoke the truth. Knowing how to support his leader, the supplies our leader possesses are abundant, certainly better than what you could gather on your own. It would be far more comfortable. Wandering alone in the apocalypse can be exceedingly challenging. Right? Zhang Dafei pondered for a moment before continuing. Chen Qi gave him a thumbs up. "Good brother, you really stepped in when it mattered." This, Zhu Rongrong was already quite tempted. After awakening, she had been contemplating this matter. Now, caught between Chen Qi and Zhang Dafei, she felt somewhat dazed by their persuasion. This small team indeed seemed promising. "Good sisters, come with me. In my previous life, the three of us conquered the apocalypse. With both of you assisting me this time, I am certain I can enjoy the same good life as before." Zhu Rongrong looked at the two sisters with reluctance. They were the most important to her. "What kind of good life?" Chu Qianqian and Chu Xinxin asked, puzzled that no one dares to provoke us. Moreover, even in the later stages of the apocalypse, we could manage to acquire a sausage every day, eating bread and steamed buns, and occasionally, we even had a chicken egg. Who would not envy our lifestyle during the apocalypse? Zhu Rongrong continued to entice them. Yet she overlooked the fact that the chef sisters had no memories from the previous life. What she considered a good life appeared to them as utterly unlivable. Immediately, they turned pale, and Zhu Rongrong, confused, brought over a pot of steamed egg cake made from a dozen eggs, asking incredulously, "Eating a chicken egg is considered extravagant?" Yes. Zhu Rongrong was left speechless. "Actually, I was referring to the apocalypse that if you agree to my conditions, to listen to me and obey my commands, I assure you that 10 years, even 30 years from now, you will still be able to enjoy this egg cake," Chen Qi confidently promised. Unlike other leaders who merely paint grand visions for their subordinates, he genuinely possessed substantial resources. Really, Zhu Rongrong suddenly recalled the scarcity of supplies during the final days of her previous life. Contemplating the various benefits Chen Qi offered, even without considering the advantages, it seemed quite enjoyable to be part of this team. Joy in the apocalypse is an exceedingly rare luxury, even an addictive drug. Once experienced, one is reluctant to easily relinquish it. That we sisters are firmly committed to following Chen Qi, and we will never leave. That we hope you will stay. Chu Xinxin and Chu Qianqian gazed at Zhu Rongrong with hopeful expressions. This statement became the final straw that broke Zhu Rongrong's resolve. She looked at Chen Qi and nodded solemnly. "As long as you can fulfill today's promise, I, Zhu Rongrong, am willing to follow you and heed your commands. However, that absolute obedience must not be used for such matters." "Oh, where are your thoughts wandering? At your young age, how can you be so impure?" Chen Qi feigned sternness, giving Zhu Rongrong a lesson. I apologize. I thought too much." Zhu Rongrong repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Chen Qi then grinned widely. "No worries. It's good to recognize one's mistakes, so we have an agreement. From now on, you will be a member of our team." Chapter 42. My ability is omnipotent. Chen Qi was immensely pleased. He had personally witnessed Zhu Rongrong's potential on the battlefield, an absolute SSR grade card. He had successfully wooed her into his team. Previously, apart from himself, they lacked a powerful main damage dealer, but with Zhu Rongrong's addition, this gap was effectively filled. Even in his absence, the team would have a core capable of extensive output, now that Zhu Rongrong had decided to join. It was only natural for her to exchange skill details with the team. It was then that Chen Qi realized he had underestimated her potential. The fire domain, typically only comprehensible after reaching level 6, is generally awakened by most fire ability users at level 7 or 8. Although Zhu Rongrong had accelerated her domain awakening due to her memories and experience from her previous life, this was still remarkably advanced. My domain now covers a radius of 3 meters around my body. If you had been a bit farther away, you might have been shot in the back of the head long ago. Zhu Rongrong shook her head in dissatisfaction. In my previous life, my fire domain could reach a kilometer. Now that is a domain. Chen Qi gave her a thumbs up, encouraging the young girl. In truth, even if Zhu Rongrong had not used her domain to block the ambush, Chen Qi could have activated his protective barrier technique at any time. At worst, she would have suffered a bump on her head, or perhaps a bit of skin broken. But there would have been no significant loss. "What element are you?" "Earlier, I was focused on charging towards you and did not notice. It seems you displayed spells from the lightning, fire, wind, and earth elements. Your protective golden light also emanates from a metal element. Lastly, that sword energy is utterly inexplicable." Zhu Rongrong looked at Chen Qi, feeling as though her mind had turned to mush. Generally, Reincarnators acquire some advantages, especially those like them who were once powerful. For instance, the Queen of Space possesses a vast space as a perk. As for her, the Fire Monarch, she had some reserve hidden energy that could be unleashed in times of crisis, akin to the energy she had tapped into yesterday to unleash the special battle motorcycle. However, these perks were derived from her accumulations in her previous life. What about Chen Qi? Could he be a reincarnator with 9 lives, possessing 9 different abilities? My ability is probably omnipotent. Chen Qi contemplated for a moment before stating earnestly. "All right, you truly are impressive." Zhu Rongrong was left speechless, merely giving him a thumbs up. All that remained in her heart was one phrase. "Chen Qi, you are amazing. I still have a lot of supplies at my previous base. Since I have joined your team, we should go retrieve those supplies," Zhu Rongrong declared. "Those who have lived through the apocalypse prioritize food above all else. No need to rush. You have been out for 2 days already. Waiting a little longer is no issue. First, let us have breakfast. After all, a person is like iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped leads to great discomfort." We'll accompany you to collect them shortly. Although Chen Qi currently had vast resources, the apocalypse might last indefinitely. He, as a cultivator, might very well live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. No amount of resources would ever be sufficient for him to accumulate. The more he could collect, the better. He would never refuse. All right. Zhu Rongrong nodded. She was uncertain of her current location, but she estimated she must be several dozen kilometers away from her original base. Even though she was powerful, the apocalypse was always unpredictable. Walking alone for dozens of kilometers was no simple feat for a level 3 ability user. If only they had Chen Qi's super heavy truck. It would make things much easier. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the group indulged in a much-needed slumber at this moment. Everyone's appetites were insatiable. The Chu sisters had also prepared an abundant array of dishes in advance: salad steak, golden sandwiches, Spanish cured meats, barley and black millet porridge, grand egg cakes, and savory lamb wraps. That a feast of delectable cuisines from all corners of the world was spread out before them, available for all to enjoy at their leisure. Burp, the overwhelming sense of happiness filled the air as the group leisurely made their way to the truck. Transforming the apocalypse into such a vibrant existence was beyond Zhu Rongrong's wildest imagination. She increasingly felt that placing her trust in Chen Qi and joining this team was indeed her wisest decision. After describing her stronghold to Chen Qi, he furrowed his brow. The location she had chosen was fraught with complexity in both environment and resources. However, he soon shrugged it off. With the current team's impressive roster, as long as they did not encounter any bizarre organizations or truly malevolent events, they could at least ensure a safe retreat. With Zhu Rongrong included, their ranks boasted 5 individuals of Tier 3 combat prowess. There was no longer a need for excessive caution. The rumble of the heavy-duty truck echoed as it sped towards the CBD area. This district, characterized by towering skyscrapers and a high population density, was plagued by numerous wandering zombies. Yet, it was precisely the presence of these tall buildings that had allowed many to survive, as the undead were incapable of opening doors or navigating complex staircases. In high-rise structures, an abundance of supplies often remained, and by clearing out just a few zombies within, one could access ample resources for prolonged survival. Moreover, convenience stores and supermarkets were plentiful, making the risks of venturing outside minimal in comparison to the potential rewards. The situation here was intricate, with several factions vying for control and peculiar monsters lurking in the shadows. Previously, those who had sought to take advantage of her had been deterred after witnessing her fiery domain. It seems the zombies have begun to evolve, Zhu Rongrong remarked. Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Without the shelter system and storage bags, this area was indeed an ideal refuge in the early stages. However, it required sufficient wit and talent to navigate safely. Hiding in high places may provide temporary security, but as the zombies evolve, their intelligence and levels would rise, rendering even the upper floors unsafe. If one's level of evolution could not keep pace with the zombies, annihilation would soon follow. The zombies here exhibited a rapid, parasitic form of evolution. Chen Qi's gaze fell upon a particularly imposing zombie. Its gait strange and hulking. Chapter 43. Stolen home by the 6th, Tier 2 zombie. Zhu Rongrong's expression shifted. Following the emergence of the first wave of Tier 4 monsters yesterday, Tier 2 zombies had also come into existence. Zombies need not possess high levels, for their numbers were overwhelming that a mere 10 Tier 2 zombies could easily exhaust and kill 2 Tier 3 abilities users. Fortunately, Tier 2 zombies remained relatively uncommon for now. Chen Qi surveyed the surroundings. Since yesterday, the survival environment had escalated, further complicating matters. Those who had not upgraded to Tier 2 abilities during this period would see their chances of survival diminish significantly. Thankfully, there were Reincarnators. In the previous life, the odds of survival had been abysmally low. Zhu Rongrong shook her head. Chen Qi recalled the online posts and some realistic apocalyptic novels that circulated before the end. Pinned by a few compassionate Reincarnators, their presence had subtly educated many on the art of survival in this apocalypse, significantly raising the survival rates compared to before. They might not necessarily be benevolent. Zhu Rongrong chuckled softly. Perhaps they were just too lonely. Chen Qi nodded. In the later stages of their previous existence, aside from a few powerful individuals, humanity had nearly vanished. There were times when one could walk for a month without encountering another soul. As social creatures, the desperation of the environment, coupled with painful experiences and the absence of companionship, rendered that sense of despair more terrifying than death itself, that I end this new life. They hoped for a world where more could survive. Delaying the arrival of that profound loneliness to I in the end. Immersing oneself in novels had its merits. Chen Qi concluded. Your thought process is quite peculiar. Zhu Rongrong smiled. Stepping down from the heavy-duty truck, she stored it in her storage bag. In the next moment, a grotesquely swollen, deformed zombie caught sight of them. This zombie likely weighed around 300 or 400 pounds, ballooning to an imposing height of 2.5 meters. Truly a grotesque behemoth. Zhu Rongrong commented, it's merely a weak variant, more troublesome than its tier counterparts, yet significantly weaker than monsters like ghouls. With a bellow, the deformed zombie lunged towards them, its cavernous maw agape. How many creatures must it have consumed? Chen Qi shook his head. Advanced zombies could devour lesser zombies, humans, and animals, naturally including them in their diet. That a peak tier 2 zombie posed a calamity for the vast majority of survivors, yet in their presence, it was hardly a challenge. They needed to dispatch it swiftly. Its loud cries would soon attract more zombies, creating a troublesome situation. Zhang Dafei nodded, brandishing a silver shield in one hand and a long spear in the other. He leaped effortlessly to a height of 2.5 meters, bringing the shield crashing down upon the zombie's head. Using the momentum, the spear pierced its neck and plunged into its chest. With a knee strike, he decapitated the grotesque creature. With a resounding thud, the behemoth collapsed, its hefty form rolling twice before coming to rest. Having severed its head, Zhang Dafei expertly pried open the zombie's skull to retrieve the crystal within, which he handed to Chen Qi. Each time they ventured out, the spoils were first entrusted to Chen Qi, with the spoils being divided upon their return. The scene of Zhang Dafei effortlessly dispatching the tier 2 zombie elicited a mix of envy and fear among the survey at the entrance. A woman stepped inside, and, upon seeing Chen Qi and his companions turn to look at her, her face immediately turned pale with fright, causing her to tumble back out the door. The madwoman is back. Quickly, go tell Sister Chen. At this moment, Chen Qi and the others also emerged. Outside, 3 vans were parked, while another had already sped away. From the remaining 3 vans, 10 people rushed out, 3 women and 7 men. So it's you who seek to steal from me? Zhurengrong sneered, questioning them. What do you mean by stealing? You left and disappeared. Who knew if you were alive or dead? How many lives could your supplies save? What is the harm in us taking some food? A bold woman with ample curves spoke fiercely. Among these 10 individuals, the 3 women evidently held sway, which was rather unusual. They spoke with an air of righteousness. Now that I've returned, will you voluntarily return what you took? Zhurengrong retorted angrily. It's hard enough during the apocalypse. You hoard so many supplies all to yourself. That is simply unfair. If it weren't for Sister Chen holding us back, we would have divided your things long ago. There's no way we'd have waited this long. A sharp-tongued woman interjected. Exactly. We've been advising you to join us and recognize Sister Chen as the leader. You provide the supplies, and we have loyal followers to do the hard work. Such a fair trade. Yet you refused. The 3 women stood defiantly, looking down on Zhurengrong as if she were a fool. In this apocalyptic world, the act of seizing supplies was akin to murder. There was no need for further discussion. Chen Qi drew his sword, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with them. What do you intend to do? I warn you, we are all superpowered individuals, and you are outnumbered. I advise you to recognize the situation and hand over your supplies. We might let you go. The 3 women shrieked sharply. Attack! Chen Qi signaled with a wave of his hand. Without hesitation, Xia Yubing, unable to endure the incessant chatter from these people, raised her bow and shot. Whoosh! 3 arrows pierced the throats of the 3 men standing in the front row. Despicable! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Charge and kill them, the mature woman screamed. The remaining 4 men showcased their abilities. They were all at level 1. Yet their energy was feeble, likely due to insufficient food and a lack of absorption of crystals since their awakening. Zhang Dafei, and unexpectedly obtaining such an item, no wonder Rongrong would choose to follow you. She fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons. After a few seconds of reflection, she smiled charmingly and said, in that case, let us board the vehicle, shall we? Our team has its own car. You may have to squeeze in together. Chen Qi spoke in a domineering tone, his hand gripping a grenade. Asserting his control over the situation, breath in, breath out. Witnessing Chen Qi and his team turn around and take possession of her van, Wang Yinxing felt a surge of anger. her chest heaving violently. Since the apocalypse, who dared to treat her so? Even her former employer, who sought to flaunt his authority, had met with a swift and brutal end at her hands. Fans idolized her, sycophants groveled at her feet. Yet Chen Qi's attitude sparked an unparalleled irritation within her. She had sworn long ago that no one would ever command her again, with a fierce glare directed at Chen Qi's back. She bit down on her cigar in frustration. Did he truly think he could command her? Just a wretched man. The women beside her shared her discontent. They had enjoyed unprecedented privileges in recent days and had almost forgotten their own identities. In this post-apocalyptic world, the rules had shattered, and the leader's authority was absolute. Wang Yinqing's philosophy was to elevate women while trampling men, a principle that her team adhered to without question, serving as the vase. Xia Yubing harbored little human emotion within her heart. The efficiency of eliminating 5 foes with a single arrow brought her an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Fireball barrage. Zhu Rongrong's fiery projectiles ignited the 3 individuals at the entrance, setting them ablaze, prompting nearby onlookers to scream and scatter in panic. After its evolution, Hao Wang swiftly pounced upon 2 individuals, its claws piercing their hearts, while its jaws clamped down on another's neck in less than a minute. The 4-member guard team had dispatched 20 adversaries. The order among the remaining assailants collapsed when their numbers dwindled to half, as they cried out in terror for demons and hell, fleeing in disarray. Leave no survivors, Chen Qi shouted as he charged through the door. When it comes to action, one should either refrain entirely or pursue it with utmost resolve. To leave the roots of evil untouched would lead to endless troubles. Most of Wang Yinqing's team consisted of her die-hard fans, who could predict what they might do in retaliation in the future. His assessment proved accurate. Among them, hardly 2 possessed even secondary abilities. The vast majority had only just awakened their powers, some not even having consumed zombie crystals. Clearly, their crystals were entirely devoted to sustaining Wang Yinqing and her select core female members. Chen Qi's squad moved with a speed that far surpassed these panicked weaklings. Chapter 47. The Interaction of Forces. Swoosh. Chen Qi's sword transformed into a beam of light, decapitating the man and woman before him. With a thud, their heads rolled, and their bodies crumpled to the ground. Hao Wang rushed to block the entrance, determined not to let a single soul escape. Woof! Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Wang leaped out of the window. Chen Qi stood stunned, bewildered by this audacious maneuver. The conference room was approximately 7 meters above ground, yet Hao Wang, having evolved, could withstand the fall's impact. Woof! Even so, it still ached, revealing its teeth in discomfort. Rising, Hao Wang made its way to the entrance. Its descent undoubtedly faster than any descent down the stairs. With fewer than 10 survivors remaining, Hao Wang alone could easily dispatch them all. Crack, crack. The squad continued their relentless pursuit, cleaving through another 7 or 8 individuals on the staircase. Only 3 remained, unwilling to flee. The leader turned, decisively casting aside his weapon, and knelt before Chen Qi, arms outstretched. Please, spare us. We have something to say. The other 2, witnessing this scene, hastily followed suit and knelt as well. Oh, with only 3 left, and having assessed their own aggression, Chen Qi was inclined to grant them a moment. You have 1 minute. We were originally part of a small team, but that wretched Wang Yinqing targeted us, stealing our supplies and forcing us into allegiance under threat of death. Our joining her ranks was out of coercion, not choice. If you help us eliminate Wang Yinqing, we will not only harbor no grievances towards you, but will be profoundly grateful. The leader spoke rapidly, his logic clear and coherent, a veritable stream of words. 40 seconds remain. Chen Qi noted coolly that we are of use to you. The 3 of us can synergize our abilities to create a defensive energy wall. Your team is formidable, and with our energy wall, it would be even more perfect. Chen Qi's interest was piqued as he waved his hand. Xia Yubing lowered her bow as he scrutinized the leader closely. He had a scruffy beard, a square face, and an imposing physique. Though still somewhat lacking compared to a strength-based ability user like Zhang Dafei, he appeared brutish, yet spoke with surprising finesse. That a subtle smile crept across Chen Qi's lips. You wish to join us? What is your name? My name is Su Chu. This is Chang Nai Chao, and that is Su Qianan. Su Chu's eyes lit up. There was a chance. We also know all the locations where Wang Yinqing has hidden supplies and can lead you there. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow at Su Chu. Even before he had officially accepted him, this eager member was already calling him boss. Die-hard fans typically lacked such cleverness, indicating a degree of credibility in his words. I will not accept those lacking in value. However, if you can prove your worth, you will receive benefits here that are unattainable elsewhere. Chen Qi pointed towards the door. Go out and bring back 15 zombie crystals. And I will accept you. Understood. Su Chu stood up without hesitation, retrieved his weapon, and led the other two out of the building. Their survival was already a stroke of luck. If they could seize this opportunity to align with Chen Qi, they could live comfortably in this apocalypse. Their abilities were heavily defensive, and relying solely on themselves to collect crystals would take ages. But if they followed Chen Qi, they would not only solve their food issues, but also gain strength and security, far surpassing the peril they faced under a ruthless figure like Wang Yanqing. However, could their defensive capabilities suffice? Zhu Rongrong questioned from the side that if they can only defend, what use are they? Chen Qi shook his head. I aim to assess their combat awareness and potential through their encounters with zombies. After all, only in life and death struggles can one truly discern the brilliance of Jade. Su Chu, Chang Nai Chao, and Su Qianan arrived at a narrow alley. Chen Qi's squad followed closely behind, observing from a distance. Roar! In the alley, several zombies were feasting on a corpse. Hearing the commotion, they lurched forward, arms dangling. Focus. Coalesce. The trio's abilities intertwined, forming a vaporous energy wall. The zombies crashed against the barrier, being repelled with increasing force, suffering greater damage with each impact. The interaction of forces, a perfect Newtonian wall. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This energy wall not only provided defense, but also rebounded damage. Newton would be ecstatic. Yet, he still couldn't gauge the efficiency of the damage rebound. If it were 100%, these three brothers' powers would indeed be a bug-level skill of causal law. Advance, Su Chu bellowed, cornering the zombies against the alley wall. With no escape, the zombies mindlessly slammed against the barrier, soon tearing their flesh and ultimately smashing their heads against it. Cornering them, Chen Qi mused. This trio could indeed survive the apocalypse through their defensive capabilities, demonstrating a degree of ingenuity and skill. However, such tactics would only suffice against the currently mindless zombies. Higher-level zombies were beginning to exhibit awareness, making this approach ineffective. Moreover, this method had its limitations and flaws. It could only protect three sides at most, and outside the confines of a narrow alley. Executing such a maneuver would be impossible. Before long, the sounds of battle attracted more zombies, flooding into the alley. Had they chosen another path initially, they would have been overwhelmed and perished among the horde. Indeed, they were talented individuals. Chen Qi felt a stirring, as long as they were capable and of reasonable character. He was inclined to recruit them. In an apocalypse, it was crucial to cultivate a thriving base, and talent was paramount. As the textbooks state, technology is the primary productive force, talent is the foremost resource, and innovation is the primary driving force. Seeing the trio nearly exhaust a dozen zombies, Chen Qi no longer hesitated. He instructed Xia Yubing to drive, crushing the gathered zombies outside the alley. Get in, he commanded. Su Chu's heart raced with excitement. Their leader had agreed to accept them. They had successfully latched onto Chen Qi's leg. They smashed through the zombies in their path, leaping into the cargo hold of the truck. They burst back into the building, collecting the scant supplies Wang Yanqing had hoarded. The 30-plus individuals under Wang Yanqing had hidden far less than what Zhu Rongrong had managed to gather alone. Had it not been for the principle of taking anything available, Chen Qi would have been disinclined to return for such meager spoils. Chapter 48. Grateful beyond words. A midnight knock homeward bound. This outing primarily aimed to gather supplies for Zhu Rongrong, a fortunate bonus. They had also acquired a few talented individuals for the base. The entrance of the Silver Manor, Su Chu and his brothers stood dumbfounded, jaws agape, utterly astonished. This an entire manor. Their leader was far too extravagant. In the future, when you find yourself surprised, do not just gawk. The villas over there will be yours to inhabit. Once I've explained the basic rules and uses of the manor, you may go in and tidy up, Chen Qi declared. The Su brothers clearly belonged to the worker class. Chen Qi would not grant them overly generous treatment just yet. Firstly, they had not fully earned his trust. Secondly, their strength and capabilities were not particularly impressive, offering limited benefit to the team. Thirdly, the potential advantages for him were minimal compared to those offered by capable members like the Chef sisters or Zhu Rongrong, who possessed both strength and expandability. Even without revealing many of the manor's core secrets, nor taking them to the cellar, the brothers were left speechless in astonishment that it was utterly unbelievable. Such a secure refuge was a rare gem in the apocalypse. Only a base city could rival it, and even then, gaining entry was exceedingly difficult. Once inside, the myriad of strict regulations made it far less appealing than this sanctuary. In Su Chu's eyes, Chen Qi's stature grew ever more imposing. He must cling to this pillar of strength. Following such a formidable figure, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Blind loyalty suffices. If even such an existence cannot elevate one, then one can only blame oneself for being too foolish. After perusing the estate, Chen Qi left all the supplies collected by Wang Yanhong in that villa for the three brothers to use at their discretion. This is far too extravagant. They gazed at the dozens of bags of rice, several boxes of ham sausages, and even a few crates of beer, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Chen Qi, this leading brother, is remarkably generous, truly extravagant. He might as well be dubbed the foremost tycoon of the apocalypse. Even a powerful entity like Wang Yanqing, with over 40 individuals combined, could only muster such supplies. Even 100 wild survivors together would struggle to match this bounty. Yet Chen Qi has bestowed upon them an abundance sufficient for more than 40 people to manage. This is a luxury they had never even dared to dream of. Su Chu, who had been struggling with Wang Yanqing, often found himself starving for days. He could not recall the last time he had a full meal. At this moment, the three brothers knelt before Chen Qi, pledging, "From this day forth, whatever you require, we shall willingly risk our lives." Chen Qi was taken aback. He had merely intended to dispose of these useless items. Why were these three acting so strangely? Accustomed to fine dining, he could hardly fathom the appeal of ham sausages or instant noodles. Not giving these items to the three brothers would be a waste. Adhering to the principle of making full use of resources, he decided to offer them everything. Rise. This is nothing. As long as you contribute more, we shall have even better supplies, he said with a smile, helping them to their feet. Indeed, this is far too much. The three of us have yet to make any significant contributions to the team. Su Chu felt the abundance of supplies weighing heavily in his hands. If I must. Sharing with you is tantamount as sharing with you, so refrain from further discussion. Chen Qi frowned. Moreover, your strength is far too lacking. Venturing out would jeopardize the safety of the team. Take these crystals. You must upgrade to level 2 peak before our next exploration. He tossed a small bag containing over 100 crystals to them. This. Even after Chen Qi departed, the three brothers remained in a daze, tears streaming down their chests. This truly is the epitome of a big brother. Chen Gu, I would willingly sacrifice myself for you. You are the light. You are the beacon. You are the one and only legend. At that moment, they felt as though they had transcended from a minor sect to a peerless holy land, akin to a super sect. The treatment and resources they received were several dozen times greater than before. Chen Ge not only avenged the humiliation inflicted by Wang Yanqing, but also granted them a chance for rebirth. In matters of loyalty and righteousness, we must uphold our principles. In the future, should I discover even a hint of disloyalty towards Chen Ge from either of you, I shall personally end your lives, Su Chu declared with utmost seriousness. Chang Naichao and Su Qianan both nodded firmly. Rest assured, Su Ge, you know our characters well enough. Chen Qi activated the surveillance of another villa to ensure he could monitor any movements. It was fortunate that the three were loyal. If they were treacherous, it would be a calamity. In the apocalypse, it is always prudent to remain vigilant. In the main hall of the manor, core members gathered around the dining table. Dinner was ready, a simplified feast reminiscent of a Manchu Han imperial banquet. 8 treasure wild duck, golden Buddha hand rolls, stir-fried squid strips, mushroom duck feet, colorful beef strips, twin flying dragons, stir-fried field frogs, fragrant pigeon, sea cucumber braised with pig tendons, fresh clam and radish soup, kelp and pig stomach soup, fluffy eggs, steamed shad fish, silky tofu soup, and turtle meat soup. Beverages were readily available on the side, all laid out on a grand table of sumptuous delicacies. This was the true celebratory feast that Chen Qi had orchestrated. With level 4 crystals collected, supplies and heating coal secured, they should not need to venture out for exploration in the coming days. He resolved that he would not leave the estate until he reached the 4th layer of qi refining. Cheers! Chen Qi clinked glasses with Zhang Dafei, downing the flying Mao Tai in one go. The atmosphere was just right. Chu Qianqian, who fancied herself a wine sage yet possessed little tolerance, quickly downed several cups. Her cheeks flushed. Our small team, in this current apocalypse, has indeed gained the upper hand. Everyone should take a day to rest and relax, then focus on cultivation. This time, our goal is to exhaust all the high-level crystals we have accumulated. After dinner, Chen Qi instructed the chef's sisters to tidy the table. He then scattered the existing crystals across the surface, the rich energy emanating forth, enveloping him. There were at least 300 pieces piled together, including several dozen level 2 crystals and several level 3 crystals. The most striking was the level 4 crystal, as large as an infant's head, radiating a brilliant glow, standing out among the rest. Although he had given Su Chu and the others only 100 pieces, there were hardly 2 level 2 crystals among them. In the apocalypse, the quality of absorbed energy is paramount if one begins with crystals above level 4. Even with ordinary aptitude, their cultivation speed would hardly lag behind that of a genius. After distributing all the crystals, Chen Qi returned to his inner chamber. Just as he prepared to begin his breathing exercises, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of the blushing Chu Qianqian. Chapter 49. Qianqian's intent. Sword flight. Qianqian, what brings you here? Chen Qi inquired, observing the girl's flushed face with curiosity. May I come in? Chu Qianqian asked softly. Chen Qi pondered for a moment before nodding and allowing her inside. Sitting on the bed, Chu Qianqian leaned closer. Chen Qi, go. What do you think of me? Very good, Chen Qi replied with a smile, admiring her youthful countenance. Indeed, I also think you are both handsome and capable, and I really like you, Chu Qianqian exclaimed, her cheeks turning crimson. Times have changed. In this apocalypse, expressing feelings may soon become impossible. As Chen Qi gazed at her slowly approaching face, he could see the delicate fuzz on her cheeks. He had always been carefree about matters of the heart. If one likes another, then they should simply be together. Just as Xia Yubing was about to enter the room, she heard unusual sounds, her expression shifting. With a slight smile, she reminded herself, I am a robot. I shall not feel jealousy. Saying this, she quickly turned to leave, only to bump into Chu Xinxin. What on earth is going on in there? Are they repairing pipes or crushing garlic? Chu Xinxin asked. Puzzled. Likely some sparring, Xia Yubing replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Have you seen my sister? She said she was going to do something brave while under the influence of alcohol, but then she just vanished. Chu Xinxin frowned. Xia Yubing pointed towards Chen Qi's door, implying something. Chu Xinxin immediately wanted to burst in but hesitated, realizing she had no reason to hinder her sister's affections. Moreover, Chen Qi was her savior thrice over. Whatever he did could not be repaid. Sigh, what a clever little thing. At least she could have informed me. With a sigh, Chu Xinxin turned and left. Chen Qi, shining brightly in the apocalypse, would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. Possessing strength, leadership, charm, and an abundance of resources and peculiar trump cards, such a person was akin to a deity in this world. Who could possibly not love him? With this thought, she nearly stepped inside. Ahem, I must have had too much to drink. I need to brew some ginger tea to sober up. It was still early days of the apocalypse, and her former mindset dominated, causing her cheeks to flush as she hurried to the kitchen to prepare ginger tea. Originally intending to cultivate diligently that night, Chu Qianqian's confession diverted Chen Qi's focus from his practice. Discussing special training methods would seem disrespectful. Next time, perhaps. The following day, Chen Qi stretched lazily as a cultivator. He was brimming with energy. Even after working until 5 in the morning, a mere 3 to 4 hours of sleep was sufficient for him to recover, but the same could not be said for Chu Qianqian. Breakfast. Chen Qi stared at the breakfast spread, momentarily stunned. Seafood for breakfast? All rich in nutrients. Chu Xinxin huffed. This was meant for my sister, but it seems she is too exhausted. Perhaps someone has gone too far. Chen Qi cleared his throat. I will certainly be more mindful next time. Chu Xinxin ground her teeth, but still placed the grilled oysters directly in front of Chen Qi, insisting, enjoy, don't overexert yourself, Xia Yubing. Fully aware, calmly ate, while Zhu Rongrong looked at Chen Qi and then at Chu Xinxin with suspicion. Only Zhang Dafei, carefree and unbothered, relished the feast, exclaiming, what a delightful start to the day. I'll need to run a few laps to burn off this excess energy. Cough. This unintentional remark nearly caused Chen Qi to spit out his food. Breakfast was indeed delightful. Chu Xinxin thoughtfully saved plenty of delicious food for her sister. Boys need nourishment, and girls do too. After finishing his meal, Chen Qi delved into his cultivation. The team entered a rigorous training phase, with their daily monster-slaying tasks delegated to Su Chu and the three brothers. However, the nearby zombies and monsters had been nearly eradicated, resulting in only the occasional cleanup of stragglers. They would lure them in and eliminate them using crossbows and plant spirits, but the rate of crystal accumulation was nowhere near that of the initial days. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the apocalypse began. The university campuses were blanketed in snow, accumulating over a foot deep, and temperatures plummeted to -30 degrees. Winter had barely begun. Yet the chill was already intense. Truly, it was a year of ice disasters. Chen Qi gazed out of the window at the heavy snowfall, savoring a freshly cooked abalone while basking in the warmth of the heating. He couldn't help but reflect on his surroundings. Holding a crystal the size of an infant's head, he noted that it had absorbed nearly half of its energy and had dimmed somewhat. Upon stepping into the fourth layer of Qi training, he observed the world around him transformed anew. He stepped out of the floor-to-ceiling window, and a brilliant light erupted from his storage bag, coalescing into a long sword beneath his feet. The sword hummed as it propelled him through the air. What was that? A flying beast, but it appeared humanoid. The Su brothers, who were currently luring zombies, rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the sword light emanating from the main building. It was Chen Qi. Big brother, what the? How did Chen go fly? They were not the only ones stunned. Even Zhang Dafei and Ha Wang, who were playfully chasing each other in the yard, stood awestruck. Woof, woof, woof. Ha Wang tilted his head in confusion. Come out and see. Big brother has taken to the skies. Zhang Dafei exclaimed excitedly, calling out to the others. What? Xia Yubing was the first to rush out, followed closely by Zhu Rongrong and the Chu sisters. Chen Qi smiled gently at the gathering crowd, and with a flick of his wrist, he deftly maneuvered the sword past the approaching horde of zombies. He changed his sword technique. Another white celestial sword flew from his storage bag, cleaving downward and spraying blood in its wake. With a whoosh, the celestial sword whistled past, leaving him unscathed as dozens of zombie heads flew behind him. He then leaped off the sword, and both weapons returned to his storage bag midair. How magnificent! I can hardly contain myself. After confessing her feelings, Chu Qianqian unabashedly showed her admiration for Chen Qi, her demeanor resembling that of an infatuated fan. Isn't that a bit over the top? But he truly is impressive, Chu Xinxin remarked, awestruck. Zhu Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, teasingly rebuking. In our last life, you two swore only to love me. You've changed your hearts, traitors. Yet, even she felt herself being swayed by Chen Qi's charisma. Reaching the fourth layer of Qi training, Chen Qi reveled in the comfort of soaring through the air, effortlessly taking lives with a single swing of his sword. How exhilarating! You've broken through to level 4. Zhu Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was astonishing to witness someone progressing faster than her. She had anticipated at least 10 more days to reach level 4, considering her own extraordinary talent. Feeling utterly disheartened, Zhu Rongrong lamented that she had hoped to dominate the world in her rebirth, only to have her dreams dashed by Chen Qi's relentless advancement. Chapter 50. You're quite astute. Emperor, how about it? Is your Chungu impressive or not? Chen Qi teased, noticing Zhu Rongrong's incredulous expression. Impressive, indeed. Absolutely incredible. Zhu Rongrong felt a mix of emotions, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. With such an exceptional leader, she was undeniably fortunate. Yet, this captain had a penchant for teasing her. Chen Qi smiled subtly, relishing the satisfaction of showing off. However, he was aware that such displays came at a cost. While flying was undeniably stylish, it consumed energy at an alarming rate. Had he flown just 100 meters further, he would have tumbled unceremoniously to the ground instead of landing gracefully. Nonetheless, his prowess remained formidable. Flying attacks were typically reserved for beings with flying abilities or exceptionally talented individuals, usually only accessible at level 7. Some could only achieve flight at the king rank. Furthermore, even without flight, his sword technique was a powerful attack method, surpassing even the 5 Thunder technique in terms of offensive power, while also being a ranged attack. Truly perfect. What progress have you all made? Chen Qi inquired. Humph, in a week, I shall undoubtedly reach level 4. Zhu Rongrong declared defiantly, hands on her hips. That I estimate I will need another 15 days. Xia Yubing pondered aloud. Zhang Dafei's face flushed. The greater the disparity in talent, the harder it became to keep pace with others. I might need a month. Well, both of us have already reached level 3. The chef sisters puffed out their chests proudly, finally catching up, albeit as newcomers to level 3. Excluding Chen Qi, they now stood on equal footing with the other team members. We 3 have also reached level 2, the Su brothers chimed in, though their voices lacked conviction, as they were still the weakest among them. Chen Qi had treated them well, providing an abundance of delicacies and crystals for their cultivation, leaving them feeling quite ashamed. Not bad, Chen Qi nodded in approval. The differences in talent led to increasingly pronounced disparities in their training speeds as they progressed. That it seemed imperative to gather more level 4 crystals. In recent times, many level 4 monsters had likely emerged. He resolved to cultivate for a while to solidify his strength before procuring more level 4 crystals in a few days. Understood. The team members were filled with renewed motivation. With Chen Qi, they were sure to enjoy a feast. Upon returning to his room, Chen Qi contemplated his next steps. Acquiring more crystals was merely the beginning. As the apocalyptic landscape grew increasingly dire, survival rates in the wilderness would plummet following the winter of the ice disaster. He needed to amass a cadre of followers to provide labor for the estate. Rubbing his chin, he mused that significant events were bound to occur in the future. Some events would inevitably require substantial sacrifices if the team did not develop adequately. They would gradually decline in the unforgiving competition of the apocalypse. That in Zhu Rongrong's previous life, she relied solely on herself, avoiding conflict to ensure her safety. Yet, those with aspirations in the apocalypse could not afford to lack a substantial team. The Silver Estate's capacity was still limited. It was essential to upgrade to a golden fortress as soon as possible. Chen Qi contemplated the requirements for constructing a golden fortress. The primary material was gold, which could be sourced from the human emperor, Qinzheng. However, the upgrade from a level 3 to a level 4 structure represented a significant leap. Level 4 buildings would unlock many functionalities, yet the materials required were quite rare. For instance, crafting an energy core necessitated 10 level 4 monster crystals and 1 level 5 monster crystal. Additionally, some rare metals were needed for generating electronic components, wires, and other materials. Fortunately, the blueprints for the upgrade were provided by the shelter. He merely needed to supply the materials. Chen Qi chuckled, relieved that he was not required to design the energy chip blueprints himself for the shelter. The shelter's offensive capabilities were scant, so he would need to acquire blueprints for some weaponry. He shook his head. While formations could be utilized, his current capabilities allowed for only weak and ineffective patterns. He would need to reach at least the 7th layer of Qi training to set up more formidable formations. After all, proper formations like mountain protection arrays required a sect with foundation-building cultivators to establish. Chen Qi's consciousness slipped into his spatial ring. Recently, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, only occasionally checking for messages. The human emperor was truly relentless. Ever since Chen Qi's arrival, Qinzheng had believed in the existence of celestial beings, establishing a grand altar and persistently calling upon him. The ring had been emitting a blue light, prompting him to block the other's fluctuations out of frustration. Upon entering now, he found Qinzheng still trying to summon him, which left him both amused and exasperated. Let us call him over this time. With a thought, the imposing projection of the human emperor, Qinzheng, materialized within the estate. The celestial realm. Qinzheng gazed around at the strange surroundings, his expression shifting dramatically. Although there was no fire, it was exceptionally bright and warm, filled with peculiar items. Welcome, Chen Qi chuckled. It's been quite a while. You've aged considerably. Indeed, it has been several years since our last meeting. The emperor exclaimed, I have prayed daily to the heavens, and today the celestial being has finally responded to my pleas. Several years. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. It has barely been a few days. Celestial being, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. Qinzheng replied matter-of-factly. Chen Qi's mind raced. Indeed, different dimensions experienced varying flows of time. He had not considered this previously. His senior brother's prolonged silence could very well be due to the slow passage of time on that side. Significant changes must have occurred on your end in these years? Chen Qi inquired with a smile. The emperor adjusted his robes, believing the celestial being was assessing his accomplishments as a ruler. He replied earnestly, thanks to the celestial herbs bestowed upon us, our grain production in the Great Qin has surged. The wolf soldiers are unstoppable. and our national strength has risen dramatically. We are on the verge of sweeping through the 6 kingdoms and unifying the realm. Ah! Chen Qi opened his mouth in astonishment. According to the historical timeline, while the Qin kings swiftly unified the realm, this was an unprecedented pace. The butterfly effect truly existed. Just one bag of seeds had dramatically altered the course and direction of history. He marveled at the implications. Pray tell, does the celestial being require gold and silver offerings this time? Qin Zheng inquired eagerly. Chen Qi chuckled heartily and gave him a thumbs up. That you're quite astute. Emperor, Chapter 51. The intelligent zombie, I require some gold. Chen Qi stated plainly. Simple. Our great Qin has unified the realm, and we are now strong and well supplied with provisions. Gold and silver are in abundance. Qin Zheng laughed heartily. Very well. Chen Qi nodded slightly and said, this time, I am giving you a book. Take it home and study it well. It will greatly assist in the development of productivity. Productivity? Qin Zheng appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering if it was some celestial utterance, as he did not fully comprehend it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qi made a copy of Tiangong Kaiwu for Qin Zheng. Tiangong Kaiwu, first published in 1637 by the renowned Ming Dynasty scientist Song Yingxing, comprises 3 volumes and 18 chapters. The book encompasses a variety of production techniques, including agriculture and handicrafts such as machinery, bricks, ceramics, sulfur, candles, paper, weapons, gunpowder, textiles, dyeing, salt production, coal mining, and oil extraction. It is hailed as the encyclopedia of crafts in 17th century China. The technologies recorded within it transcend your era by 2 millennia. Study and digest it thoroughly, for it will undoubtedly lead to abundant resources, flourishing industries, and the establishment of a powerful dynasty. As Chen Qi handed the book to Qin Zheng, he felt a sudden impulse to add, a strong nation is a good thing. But one must also care for the common people, love them as one loves one's own children, and the dynasty will endure for generations. Rest assured, immortal, I shall keep this in mind. Qin Zheng carefully accepted the book, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at its contents, overwhelmed with emotion. For the current state of the Qin kingdom, this book was akin to a tome of divine wisdom, with its myriad of advanced techniques far surpassing the times. With the vision and magnanimity of his forefather Long, he could foresee that the heavens and earth would undergo tremendous transformation because of this book. Soon, caravans laden with gold were summoned from all corners of the realm. In the following days, an unceasing stream of gold was transported from the rings. If only such wealth had been available before the apocalypse, I would have become prosperous. Chen Qi chuckled and shook his head, saying, now that we have sufficient reserves of gold, it is time to commence the next phase of our plan. However, we shall prioritize caution. After waiting for a few more days, once Zhu Rongrong broke through to level 4, the team officially embarked on their next exploration. With 2 level 4 core attackers at this juncture, they were practically invincible. The thunderous roar of heavy trucks echoed as they entered the city, and Chen Qi promptly secured them. This expedition aimed to seek upgrade materials, slay monsters, and recruit new teammates. Zhang Dafei wielded his spear, clearing a path as the team delved deeper into the urban area. Before long, they entered the vicinity of the university town, where zombies began to proliferate. The high density of people in schools attracted numerous zombies, and the youthful ones, transformed into zombies, exhibited heightened energy and vitality, making them significantly stronger than their counterparts of the same level. Some of these zombies are quite beautiful. Alas, what a pity. Truly a shame they have turned into zombies. Su Chu lamented. It is not too late now. Chen Qi teased lightly. Ahem, let's drop it. Su Chu felt a chill run down his spine and immediately fell silent. Suddenly, a woman's figure plummeted from an upper floor, crashing against the car window, blood splattering several meters away. A few zombies, drawn by the noise, swarmed toward the scene. Chen Qi observed all of this without taking rash action. The woman was already on the brink of death when she fell, rendering any attempt at rescue unnecessary. His gaze turned cold as he looked up at the building. There, a figure was watching the entire scene unfold. Were they slaughtering teammates, fighting over food? Countless speculations flashed through Chen Qi's mind, but when he finally discerned the figure, his pupils dilated in shock. That was a zombie. Moreover, the zombie was grinning at him with an eerie smile. A sentient zombie. Chen Qi felt a sense of foreboding. Logically, it was impossible for a sentient zombie to appear at this moment. To possess any semblance of intelligence, a zombie would need to be at least level 7. Only a zombie king could attain an intellect comparable to that of a human. The creature's smile sent shivers down his spine. Encountering such a bizarre entity right upon their exit was unsettling. Chen Qi waved his hand urgently. Quickly, let's leave this place. In the next instant, he noticed that the intelligent zombie had picked up another woman from behind and hurled her towards them. Boom! The projectile landed with precision, just 3 meters away from Chen Qi and his companions. The woman's scream, along with the gushing blood and the severed arm flung out, struck Zhang Dafei's shield. Aya! The zombies that had gathered earlier surged towards them in a frenzy. Damn it! To be so sinister right after acquiring intelligence. What a natural schemer. Chen Qi cursed in frustration, leading his team in a desperate bid to escape. Engaging with a sentient zombie of unknown rank was inadvisable. Should it turn out to be a mutated level 7 zombie, the entire team would be in grave danger. Charge! The team fought their way forward, with the zombie trailing behind, throwing objects at them. After several attempts to hurl things and finding no one left to target, the zombie astonishingly plunged its hands into a concrete wall, tearing it apart and hurling the debris towards them. Such brute strength suggested it was at least level 4. Whoosh! Zhu Rongrong turned, unleashing flames that melted through the wall, shattering it and crushing 4 or 5 nearby zombies. Boom! The sentient zombie leapt down from the upper floor. Thud! The vehicle beneath it crumpled under the force of its descent. Behind it, several massive crawling zombies emerged slowly from the buildings behind. What a freak! Chen Qi frowned, refusing to dwell on it further. Confronting such monstrosities in the streets would only lead to their downfall. Even if he believed he could defeat it, he needed to find a more advantageous terrain first. Ahead lay a school. Let's take refuge inside for now. At the tightly shut gates of the school, Zhang Dafei tossed the less agile Chu sisters over the wall. Soon after, the rest of the team leapt into action, scaling the walls with ease. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the zombies on the street were ordinary, lacking in strength, and while they pressed against the school gate, they could not break through it for the time being. Phew! Chen Qi gazed at the tallest teaching building. Let's head up. Those zombies cannot climb stairs. Our team should be able to focus on dealing with that creature from above, which should increase our chances of survival. Fleeing indefinitely was certainly not a viable strategy. However, they were soon astonished to see the horde of zombies retreating. The dark, intelligent zombies stood before the heavy iron gate, playfully giving Chen Qi the middle finger. Survivors, huh? Come on in. From behind, a voice called out. Chen Qi turned to see a cute girl in a JK uniform. Chapter 52. Trading with zombies? How interesting. Chen Qi observed the intelligent zombie outside the gate. Now closer and more discernible. Its muscle definition was remarkably perfect, unlike other zombies, which appeared emaciated. Its limbs were proportioned in a bizarre manner, appearing elongated and robust. Its pitch-black eyes gleamed with an uncanny light. Are you a survivor of this school? He inquired of the JK girl. Yes, they won't come in for now. Please come inside. The girl beckoned eagerly. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, sensing an air of strangeness. Everyone. Be cautious. Understood. Even Zhang Dafei felt that something was amiss. Soon, they followed the girl into the teaching building. We were all forced into this school. Most of the nearby survivors have been coerced here as well. The girl explained. Currently, there are about 160 to 70 survivors in this school. Quite a number of people, Chen Qi noted. After driving us here, the zombies ceased their attacks on this school. The JK girl continued that I just arrived, and I heard this place is special because the leader of the survivors here is exceptionally wise. Wise? Chen Qi found it amusing. Newcomers must meet the leader first. Let me take you there, the JK girl insisted. Chen Qi had no objections. With so many survivors here, there might be talented individuals he could recruit, and if there were those willing to join him, his journey would not be in vain. As for the intelligent zombie outside, while it was peculiar, it did not instill a sense of invincibility in him. If things went awry, he could always make a hasty retreat in the heavy truck. If pushed to the limit, he could always offer it a little green sword. Another newcomer. In the activity room, a pair of young men and women occupied the front seats. It was mealtime, and before them lay chicken drumsticks served with rice. While others had either a steamed bun or a bowl of thin porridge. Go ahead. You must be starving. It's really delicious. The JK girl went to grab a bun to share with Chen Qi. Lin Huiyao, what are you doing? Did the leader say to accept them into the group? Are you just giving them food? Food is incredibly precious. A few young men in suits, seated near the pair, shouted angrily. "Who are they?" Chen Qi inquired. "These two are the president and vice president of our student council, and the others are former members of the student council that now they are in charge." A nearby boy whispered. "Here, you must follow their orders completely. Otherwise, life will be very difficult though." Chen Qi raised an eyebrow, smiling. "What if we don't listen? You all seem well fed. You shouldn't be lacking in food. At that moment." The female vice president sneered. "If you refuse to accept our control, then you can just roll out of this school." "Is this school yours?" Zhang Dafei found the situation utterly absurd. "Now, this place truly belongs to us." Next to the male president, a flamboyantly dressed individual, reminiscent of a court eunuch, tilted his head back and proclaimed with unbridled pride, "Without the president's protection in this vicinity, you are doomed to perish. Indeed, I advise you to be sensible, surrender all your equipment and resources to my department, and I shall distribute them fairly." Several ministers echoed with furious shouts, exerting pressure. The students nearby lowered their heads, clearly too intimidated to resist. Their survival depended entirely on the student council. The male president, lounging with his legs crossed, squinted at Chen Qi and his companions, pondering whether these individuals truly understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed he would need to firmly establish his authority. He really considered himself an emperor, surrounded by sycophants. Chen Qi found it utterly amusing. This flamboyant individual was so theatrical, he resembled a eunuch far too closely. The students around him trembled even more. How could these newcomers be so reckless, daring to oppose the male president? Boldness indeed. If they did not see the gravity of the situation, they surely would learn their lesson. Here, the president is the law, the very essence of authority. Kneel and pledge your loyalty. The ministers stood up with an air of arrogance, their abilities surging, each having reached the second level, seeking their own demise. Xia Yubing raised her bow, incredulous that such a handful of second-level abilities dared to act so brazenly before their master. Just as tensions escalated, a male student burst in, clutching a severed limb. "President Zhang." "It's happening again." President Zhang furrowed his brow, realizing the timing was unfortunate that he waved his hand, prompting the ministers to huff disdainfully and take their seats. How greedy can one be? It has barely been a while. At this rate, we shall all perish, woo-woo. Upon seeing the severed limb, some in the crowd began to weep. Chen Qi was baffled. "What is happening?" The JK girl shook her head. "I just fled here yesterday." "I have no idea." "Lin Hu, explain to this newcomer." President Zhang spoke coldly. The boy who had just spoken with Chen Qi swallowed hard, hesitating before saying, "Our continued existence relies entirely on a pact our president made with a wise zombie outside." "Oh." Chen Qi's curiosity was piqued. Can it truly be played this way? Each time that zombie sends a severed limb, it signifies its craving for human flesh. We must offer up 3 individuals lacking the ability to resist as a tribute. Lin Hu quivered as he spoke. "And you all agreed to this?" Zhu Rongrong exclaimed furiously from the side, casting a cold glance at President Zhang. "I once thought you were a noble figure, albeit a bit arrogant, for at least protecting your classmates. Now it appears you are nothing more than a despicable being, trading lives with zombies, worse than swine or dogs." This statement resonated with many who refused to submit. All eyes now glaring at the president, brimming with indignation. However, their discontent was but a minority. Those who had previously resisted had perished not at the hands of zombies, but rather by the president's own orders. The remaining individuals felt anger yet remained silent. "What are you looking at? Seeking death? You ungrateful wretches. Were it not for his understanding of the zombies' intentions, you all would have perished long ago. Do you think you would still have the chance to gnaw on your buns and survive? You should learn gratitude. Recite praises for the president daily. Thank him for extending your lives during this time." These ministers raged. "This is a hard-won balance we achieved. Anyone who dares disrupt it will find themselves bound and sent to the zombie." The crowd, filled with resentment, lowered their heads. Better to endure a little longer than to face immediate death. Most importantly, they knew their own abilities were far too weak to alter the rules. Chapter 53. He is a celestial being. Humph. Observing the silence of others, who clearly acquiesced to the arrangement, President Zhang curled his lips, a smile creeping onto his face. Humanity. This is indeed human nature. In the apocalypse, by grasping the essence of humanity, one can ensure their survival, and not just survive, but thrive splendidly. These individuals are but pigs. Horses, cattle, and sheep, mere ants under his dominion, inherently lacking leadership and decisiveness, destined to be sacrificed for their own survival. You newcomers, do you now understand? To survive under my rule, you must heed my commands. President Zhang stood, fixing a penetrating gaze on Chen Qi and his companions. Chen Qi chuckled. Pray tell, will you esteemed presidents participate in the drawing of lots? We are the maintainers and creators of order. How could we possibly partake in a random selection? If we were to be chosen, who would oversee the grand scheme? Who would labor for our survival? The flamboyant minister retorted with a scoff. Merely binding a few individuals to offer as sacrifices, akin to traitorous opportunists, requires no intellect. Even a child in kindergarten could accomplish such a task. Zhu Rongrong's sharp tongue began to show its prowess. Ah, do not say such things. Even kindergarten children understand that such actions must never be undertaken. You are even less than a kindergartner. Xia Yubing scoffed, adding to the mockery. Buffed, the JK girl, once furious, now couldn't help but laugh. Many in the crowd felt a sense of relief. They had long wished to voice such sentiments. Alas, under the iron fist of the president and his associates, they had no capacity to resist. In this survival dynamic, the strong stood in authority, exempt from the lottery, devoid of any real threat. The sacrifices were always those with poor relations with the president or the inherently weak. Thus, most strong individuals supported President Zhang, while the majority of the weak, though dissatisfied, could only endure. You are truly seeking death? I see no need for a drawing. We shall send them off today. Indeed, the ministers were seething with righteous indignation. Their anger ignited. It had been ages since anyone dared to defy them, and to do so with such eloquence, they felt it was utterly justified. How infuriating! Damnable wretches, the flamboyant individual cursed. Better than you. You eunuch, Zhu Rongrong retorted. You, go apprehend them, President Zhang commanded coldly. The crowd buzzed. Chen Qi's group was fully equipped and evidently formidable, and they were reluctant to act as the first to provoke. Moreover, many present harbored goodwill towards Chen Qi. Having long resented the president, perhaps this was an opportunity for retaliation. Those who seize them will be rewarded with chicken leg meals for the next 3 days, the female president declared sharply. Chicken leg meals. The crowd's eyes lit up. In recent days, what they consumed was scarcely fit for human consumption. Even the pigs before the apocalypse had fared better. A meager half-bun or a bowl of thin porridge accompanied by pickles left them perpetually hungry. Meat? Only the president and vice president had the chance to enjoy it. The prospect of a chicken leg meal was too enticing to resist. Immediately, over 20 individuals stood up and began to approach Chen Qi cautiously. This is your choice. Do not blame me. Chen Qi observed the expressions of those around him. For him, this was a selection process. He would not retain the useless, nor would he harbor those with malevolent intentions. He sought individuals who were obedient, sensible, and possessed some moral integrity to serve as his laborers. He had no need for ruthless, yet weak individuals constantly contemplating betrayal. Kill, he commanded sharply. Zhang Dafei and Ha Wang were the quickest to spring into action. As soon as the command left Chen Qi's lips, they moved decisively. What? President Zhang intended to test the strength of Chen Qi's team. However, as they took action, their speed reached an alarming peak, and he sensed a foreboding. Whoosh! The 8-foot-long spear was wielded by Zhang Dafei like a whirlwind, and anything that met its tip would surely be left crippled. Bang! 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 The scene turned gruesome. A third-level power user, swinging a spear weighing over 100 pounds with all his might, created gusts strong enough to send the skirts of nearby JK girls fluttering wildly, let alone the impact of an actual strike. Many screamed, terrified by the sight, and some fainted. They had been trapped here. Witnessing individuals led out as sacrifices, devoured by unseen horrors, seeing such savagery unfold before them was the ultimate thrill. After evolving, Ha Wang became even more ferocious. With a swipe of his claw, he unleashed an icy blade that claimed a head in one bite. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 individuals had perished. Beibu Xia Yubing's spatial arrows fell like rain, each one claiming a life. The nearly 30 individuals who had approached met their end in under a minute. The arena fell silent in an instant. No one dared to breathe or utter a word. Even the vice president had soiled himself in fright. This still humanity. A horde of demonic beings descended. The minister's legs weakened, and they sank back into their seats, dazed by the spectacle. President Zhang's smirk vanished, replaced by a twitch of his lips. Regret filled him for having provoked them. These were no mere survivors. They were more fearsome than zombies. If they claimed they could slay that wise zombie, he would believe it. Is anyone else inclined to act? Chen Qi asked nonchalantly. The room fell silent. Since you do not wish to act, I shall take the initiative. He formed a seal, and a long sword flew from his storage bag. Go. With a low command, the celestial sword emitted a brilliant light. In an instant, it cleaved through the bodies of the ministers, splitting them in two. In the face of impending doom, the true essence of one's resolve becomes evident, and the significance of these individuals has completely waned. Those who once dared to speak disrespectfully to him shall face their demise. Gulp. President Zhang, overwhelmed by the overwhelming stench of blood, trembled violently, to the point of losing control of himself. The once arrogant president and vice president, reduced to cowardice, found themselves in a state of utter humiliation. Were they not boasting just moments ago? Why this sudden display of fear? Useless fools. Zhang Dafei stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to each of them. Chen Qi, the captain and leader, understood that he must maintain his strong persona if he was to recruit individuals with potential from among them. Such acts of cursing and striking were best left to Zhang Dafei. He was more than willing to undertake this task. His straightforward nature made him prefer to follow Chen Qi without question. Doing whatever was required. I can't believe that a celestial being. The sound of slaps shattered the silence, instantly giving way to gasps of astonishment. But if you enjoy this, don't forget to urge for updates and leave a 5-star review. P.S.Be sure to check the volume titles at the top of the directory. Zhuyang Loves You All Chapter 54. The Humble Human. This is a glorious evolution. With a sword in hand, he slays. The formidable 5 ministers had their throats severed in a single strike. This left all present in a state of profound shock. This scene was simply too spectacular, though they had witnessed various supernatural abilities in recent days. Chen Qi's display felt as if it transcended dimensions, instilling an overwhelming sense of reverence within them. The suppressed fervor ignited in the hearts of some, having been oppressed so harshly by the president and his ilk. They felt a burning frustration. You truly wish to be raised like livestock, reduced to mere swine and dogs, sacrificed at will, awaiting a slow death in hunger, leading to your utter annihilation, Chen Qi bellowed. Everyone present shuddered. Of course, they did not wish for that. I will not offer you promises, only choices. Chen Qi pointed to President Zhang. Now, you may vote on whether to continue the barbaric rules set by this beast. Those who wish to remain as livestock, I shall not hinder you. But if you desire to retain your humanity even amidst the apocalypse, show me your will to survive. I have long been intolerant of these rules. Rather than languish in a slow death, I would rather fight to the bitter end. Brother, I will fight alongside you until my last breath. A young man stood up. Indeed, these rules are utterly repugnant. Had I known, I would not have remained here. I shall follow you. A JK girl stated earnestly. Chen Qi nodded, instructing Zhang Dafei and the others to tally the votes. Only those with a genuine desire to survive could truly contribute in this apocalypse. After upgrading the shelter to level 4, there would be much arduous labor to be done. If those resigned to waiting for death were assigned these tasks, they would likely collapse within days. Those willing to abandon life in the face of death could hardly be expected to muster any fighting spirit. This was his first test for these individuals. Do not be swayed by his allure. We are currently in the best state, filled with fervor, yet the only outcome will be death. You are mistaken. Before, I saw no hope, but now I see hope. Merely fighting to the death. What is there to fear? I also disagree. I refuse to step out of this building to face those zombies. Even if I have to eat a bit of bread to survive, I have always had good luck. Even if drawn in a lottery, it would likely be months before they draw me. You are all foolish. You will regret this. In an instant, the uproar erupted among the crowd. Each individual made their final choice. Ultimately, nearly 50 individuals stood behind Chen Qi. Among them, some were strong, others weak, yet without exception, their eyes sparkled with the indomitable spirit of survival. Very well, Chen Qi nodded. To live, we must first deal with the intelligent zombie outside. Those who wish to survive, gather your weapons and follow me. I shall await you on the rooftop. He initially intended to personally deal with President Zhang and his partner. However, before he could launch the fireball in his hand, the 50-odd individuals surged forward, brandishing their weapons towards the terrified, dispirited President Zhang and Vice President. What are you doing? We are the ones who have allowed you to survive until now. Otherwise, those zombies would have rushed in and devoured you all. The president and his partner gasped in horror, crying out, "My brother died in the struggle against you. You must atone for your sins," someone in the crowd roared. This cry ignited the emotions of the others. And soon, without mercy, they reduced the president and vice president into a pulp. Chen Qi led the group to the rooftop of the teaching building. The space was vast, but only one staircase provided access, making it an ideal location for confronting a singular boss. "Boss, what about those downstairs who refuse to follow us?" Zhang Dafei's eyes flickered. He knew Chen Qi's methods. Those individuals likely wouldn't survive in Chen Qi's plans. But he was uncertain whether he needed to take action personally, thus consulting No need. They're the first wave of shields. Chen Qi scoffed. "I fear they might select 3 individuals to sacrifice to the outside, and our plan would be ruined." Zhang Dafei replied. "Cowards are always soft against enemies yet hard against their own. Even striking with full force, they would certainly attempt such a thing. They cannot do it." Chen Qi shook his head, resolutely declaring, "Search Douyin. Yijuyang. Follow the author." The Douyin homepage has Jun's sheep. Below, the activity room was in utter chaos. 50 had left, and 3 to 4 dozen had been killed. Now, over 70 remained in the activity room, all blaming one another and speaking over each other. "We should quickly select 3 sacrifices. More severed limbs have been thrown in. If we do not respond, those zombies will undoubtedly rush in." "Silence. Let me speak." A few individuals emerged from the crowd. "Why should we listen to you? Who do you think you are?" "Exactly, screw you. As for me, we should send those who wish to be leaders out." "I agree. I disagree, because I also want to be a leader. I believe we need someone to guide us, rather than remaining in such disarray." Precisely. Everyone, hurry and unify your opinions. The zombies are about to break in. "How about we vote?" "Huh. I know you. You surely intend to cheat." "Who's cheating? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death." "Damn it, try hitting me. I'll send you to the afterlife first." Thus, the activity room descended into utter chaos. In an instant, some exchanged blows over leadership, some wept for the impending death, while others seized the opportunity amidst the disorder to rush towards the piles of buns and porridge. Insults, violence, blood. The activity room plunged into complete turmoil. That on the rooftop, Chen Qi nodded at Xia Yubing beside him. The area was surrounded by intelligent zombies. If they chose to flee, with their current capabilities, the team could undoubtedly escape. However, upgrading to a level 4 building required high-grade crystals. If they ran at the first sign of difficulty, how long would they have to wait to upgrade the shelter? He aimed to test whether he could slay that intelligent zombie. Xia Yubing nodded. In terms of attack range, she, as the spatial archer, had the farthest reach. Whoosh! With a full draw of her bow, the arrow flew like a meteor. Spatial rifts continuously connected from a distance, extending the arrow's range, longer, and longer. The teaching building was approximately 300 meters from the main gate. At this moment, the intelligent zombie sat upon the shoulder of a human woman, her arms having been torn off and discarded around the campus. The excruciating pain tormented her, and soon she would bleed to death. He lounged with a leg crossed, relishing the tragic cries, coldly observing everything. He reveled in the feeling of manipulating humanity. Zombies? No. This is evolution. This is the perfect life, possessing the powerful physique of a zombie while retaining human will. This is a glorious evolution. I am the perfect being that this new world needs. He believed he had fully evolved into an advanced being. Humans, in his eyes, were mere food. Insects. And at this moment, an arrow, shot by an insect, suddenly flashed from a distant black rift, fiercely aiming for his darkened brow. Chapter 55. Were you a javelin thrower in your past life? How dare mere humans attack me? In that instant, he erupted in fury, reaching out with his massive hand to seize the spatial arrow directly. Boom! The dark energy surged, shattering the spatial arrow instantly. He was enraged. He was a perfect individual, a noble existence able to retain his will even after undergoing viral baptism. Humans were but ants, daring to attack him. Roar! He let out a howl, rising to his feet, and with a single stomp, crushed the woman beneath him into a pulp. Behind him, 2 massive, grotesque zombies crawled on the ground, each unleashing a shockwave and flames from their mouths. Boom! the heavy iron gates of the academy were blasted open by this violent assault. The zombies blocking the entrance surged in, frantically charging towards the teaching building. A dense swarm of zombies raced down the main pathway, numbering in the hundreds. Just the sight of them sent shivers down the spine. Let us hope they prove useful. Chen Qi watched as the massive horde of zombies approached, his heart sinking. Fortunately, they held the advantage of terrain, had they been besieged on flat ground by hundreds of zombies. Even their small squad would have fought until exhaustion, ultimately resorting to desperate measures to break free. The students in the activity room were utterly shattered. Merely witnessing the horde of zombies charging towards them caused many to despairingly roll their eyes and soil themselves. A group of timid individuals, choosing mere survival, could not summon any courage amidst the apocalypse. What could one expect from them? The zombies swiftly breached the entrance of the classroom building, and the over 70 individuals present had essentially awakened. Even if they lacked combat skills, it would be exceedingly simple to slay dozens of zombies before succumbing. However, devoid of any fighting spirit, they were quickly overwhelmed by the zombies. Blood and severed limbs danced within the activity room. Only a scant few managed to ignite a flicker of survival instinct before perishing, taking down a few zombies only to be consumed by the tide of flesh-hungry undead. Those zombies could not ascend stairs. The sheer mass of bodies pressed forward, causing those behind to collide with those ahead, and thus, a portion of the horde actually made it to the rooftop, charging towards the scent of the living. Chen Qi's core team refrained from engaging. Their energy was reserved for confronting the intelligent zombie. The 50 survivors were divided by Chen Qi into 8 groups across 2 batches. Each batch comprised 4 groups stationed at the rooftop entrance, forming a protective circle, readying their spells and weapons. Should a zombie approach, they would encircle and eliminate it. During intervals of casting or fatigue, the next batch would take over. Meanwhile, a few healers of the light and life attributes attended to the weary, restoring their vitality or tending to the injured. Die. If you do not strive for survival, you shall know death. I'll obliterate you. Foul zombies. To hell with you, zombie scum. For many, this was their first direct confrontation with zombies. Their bodies trembled as they continuously uttered nationalistic slogans to bolster their combat spirit. Fortunately, the zombies that charged were of a lower tier. As long as they rushed forward, they would be swiftly dispatched. Occasionally, a few second-tier zombies would wreak havoc, causing casualties, but Zhu Rongrong would step in to eliminate them. Utilizing the terrain and strategy, what initially seemed a terrifying horde of zombies was decisively halted. After a tense standoff of over 10 minutes, the corpses of the undead piled high. Zhu Rongrong ignited a fire, igniting the zombies below, incinerating them en masse. As long as these zombies did not burn to ashes, there would be no further incursions for the time being. This truly within our capabilities. We have slain so many zombies. This is utterly unbelievable. The survivors roared, releasing the pent-up frustrations of the past days. United under a wise leader, they could withstand the seemingly invincible zombie tide and seek a glimmer of hope in this desperate apocalypse. Chen Qi approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the throng of zombies densely packed before the classroom entrance. A wicked smile crossing his face. Let us see how you like this. He hurled the remaining high-explosive grenade from his storage space downwards. Boom! The densely packed zombies provided the perfect scenario for the grenade's devastating impact. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the classroom, leaving everyone stunned. Below, a vast spray of blood erupted, and countless chunks of flesh dyed the nearby area crimson. This single grenade had eliminated dozens of zombies. Standing so close together, did they not invite destruction? Gulp. That he actually possesses high-explosive grenades. This man is unfathomable. The survivors gazed at Chen Qi with increasing awe and trepidation. He is a veritable powerhouse in this apocalypse. Zhang Dafei and others quickly joined in, tossing several grenades down. Boom, boom, boom. Again, at least 100 zombies were obliterated. They must collect these crystals afterward. It would be wasteful otherwise. Chen Qi's gaze sharpened as he spotted the intelligent zombie lurking at the back of the horde, coldly observing the carnage, and he raised a middle finger in defiance. That a mad idea surged in his mind. Roar. The intelligent zombie, self-proclaiming to be a noble creature, felt insulted by Chen Qi's derision, igniting a furious rage. The zombie's violent and bloodthirsty instincts surged forth, initially hoping to wear down Chen Qi and his team with these lower-tier zombies. However, given the current situation, if he waited a few more hours, These wretched humans would likely eliminate all the zombies. I must take matters into my own hands. The intelligent zombie, having lost many memories, retained only basic human thought and scattered recollections, deduced that if Chen Qi continued to unleash those explosives, the horde would not withstand it. Thus, he resolved to intervene personally. The two massive worms behind him were impractical for the task. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted one of them, a grotesquely fat, nearly 400-pound writhing zombie, and hurled it into the air. Bang! Yet, even with his immense strength, he could not throw this 400-pound monstrosity to the rooftop. The writhing zombie soared 7 to 8 meters, crashing into the third floor, shattering windows and walls, killing several zombies in the process. Phew! Chen Qi was taken aback. This intelligent zombie must have been a javelin thrower in life, if it could casually toss such a massive creature to the 7th floor, over 20 meters high. It would be a foe he could not contend with. Truly, a superhuman in this apocalypse. No, perhaps it should be called a super zombie. Roar! The intelligent zombie's eyes blazed with unfathomable rage as it leaped upwards. Scaling the classroom building with uncanny speed, was it secretly a rock climber? Chen Qi internally scoffed, calling out, "Form up, the gecko zombie is coming." Chapter 56. Level 5 Zombie, planning an ambush? Bang! As Chen Qi observed the intelligent zombie preparing to ascend, he stepped upon its face, using the leverage to flip back to the core of the group. Howl! The intelligent zombie, struck squarely in the face, nearly toppled off the building in a fit of rage. Die! A guttural syllable escaped its throat. "Oh, a kick has got you enraged enough to speak Chinese." Chen Qi sneered. "If I kicked you daily, you'd recite Tang poetry and song lyrics in full." Boom! The intelligent zombie extended a massive claw, unleashing a powerful wave of anomalous energy from its body. Level 5. Chen Qi grimaced. As expected, this was a level 5 mutated zombie. Massive zombies, writhing zombies, night stalkers, etc. were all categorized as mutated zombies, and such mutations would elevate their level significantly, making them far more formidable than their peers. Coupled with its intelligence, it likely posed a challenge comparable to slaying a level 5 giant earth dragon. I would rate it as an epic quality monster among level 5 creatures. Based on his experiences and recollections, Chen Qi categorized these enemies by quality. Ordinary zombies were mere blanks. Mutated zombies, like ghoul zombies, were akin to elites. Earth dragon zombies and intelligent mutated zombies, in his eyes, represented epic quality. If he were not a level 4 cultivator, any other 3 or 5 level 4 human ability users would surely be eliminated. Roar! The intelligent zombie swiped forward, dark energy coalescing into a black spear. Bang! The shields of the Su brothers shattered instantly. Yet, their percentage-based counterattack proved effective, redirecting roughly 1/5 of the energy back as dark energy. Boom! Zhang Dafei stood resolutely in front of Chen Qi, the silver shield just managing to suppress the black spear momentarily before it was pierced through. Thunderous bolts of lightning descended as Chen Qi invoked the 5 Thunder Law. Annihilate! Instantly, 5 bolts of thunder struck down upon the black spear. The Thunder Law, being immensely potent and yang, countered this dark energy effectively. The 5 strikes finally obliterated over 40% of the black spear's energy. Change formations. Implement Plan B. We cannot withstand its attacks head-on. Chen Qi, having discerned the threat from their first encounter, shouted. Zhang Dafei and the Su brothers retreated, shielding Zhu Rongrong and the chef sisters in the center. Chu Qianqian radiated life energy, bestowing healing energies upon the wounded Su brothers and Zhang Dafei. A newly unlocked ability since her level up. Chu Xinxin's powers flickered as mist enveloped her, a mimicry ability unlocked post-level 3, ensuring her allies' vision remained undisturbed. The chef sisters' formidable support capabilities began to shine through after reaching level 3. Rongrong, continue to gather your energy. Strike only when the moment is right, Chen Qi instructed. You all protect her. With that, he hopped onto his flying sword, darting towards the intelligent zombie for a strike that Ha Wang rapidly evolved, circling the intelligent zombie while unleashing ice blades as distraction attacks. Though Ha Wang's level 3 ice blades could not severely injure the level 5 intelligent zombie, they certainly inflicted pain. Die. The intelligent zombie could only utter that one word, roaring as it moved swiftly, evading Ha Wang's assault. In the next moment, it charged forward, locking onto Ha Wang. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, a beam of white sword light descended from the heavens. Swoosh, clang, the sound of flesh tearing and metal clashing echoed simultaneously. The intelligent zombie paused momentarily, its arms severed, bone shattered in half, nearly losing it entirely to that one strike. How careless! I should have dodged. The intelligent zombie, consumed by rage, could only navigate through the mist by sound, catching indistinct glimpses of shadowy figures. It was suffocatingly furious. Pitiful human insects, you are nothing but insignificant pests. You lack the strength to confront me directly. The sheer intensity of its anger seemed to awaken forgotten memories, prompting it to unleash a torrent of curses. Having indulged in numerous live streams in its former life, it had plenty to draw upon. Chen Qi stood atop his celestial sword, impervious to the enemy's grasp, gazing down at the wrathful, intelligent zombie. After assessing the opponent's physical resilience with his previous strike, a plan began to form in his mind. Ha Wang, continue to restrain them, Chen Qi commanded. Woof! Ha Wang surged forward, transforming into a whirlwind as icy blades relentlessly assaulted the impotently furious intelligent zombie. Whenever the zombie attempted to eliminate Ha Wang, Chen Qi would descend with his sword, disrupting its attacks. In the moments when the zombie could not reach Ha Wang, he began to chant the sword incantation, preparing to unleash his most formidable strike. The sword, once mere iron, became sentient through its wielder, animated by the heart, sustained by blood, and extinguished by thoughts of the mundane. The underworld ascends, life and death intertwined. With life, the sword is honed. With death, it is sacrificed. The essence of the sword, supernatural abilities, and spiritual energy resonated in harmony. Sword light flickered around him, radiating an aura of lethal intent. In this moment, Zhu Rongrong was also primed for a decisive blow. Following their last communication, she had harnessed hidden energies and uncovered new skills, enabling her to execute an elevated attack without succumbing to weakness or fainting. Whoosh! A fiery tongue erupted from her hand, instantly evaporating the surrounding mist and moisture. Outside, the onlookers finally beheld the battle within the circle, their eyes widening as they witnessed the colossal flame engulfing the intelligent zombie, now encased in frigid ice crystals. Thermal expansion and contraction rendered even the zombie's ironclad body vulnerable to such a terrifying assault, surely leading to its demise. How formidable that it felt as though they existed in entirely different realms. The surviving individuals, the most capable among them barely reaching level 2, were left in stunned disbelief. Just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, the ultimate demon reigning over them was on the verge of death. Black ripples violently expanded. Amidst the fiery mist, a 2-meter-tall demonic figure shattered the ice crystals clinging to its body, extinguishing the flame with a single claw, though charred and with flesh torn asunder. Its presence seemed more imposing than before, as if it could obliterate 100 children with a single punch. It cannot be defeated. Despair seeped into the hearts of all that it was over. They were to be annihilated on the rooftop. Was this zombie truly invincible? In the depths of their despair, a sword's cry resonated through the sky. Everyone beheld the figure upon the sword in broad daylight. Celestial sword, I command, vanquish the enemy, Chen Qi proclaimed. Gesturing downward, the celestial sword, imbued with the inexorable essence of life and death, descended with thunderous force. Danger, the imminent threat of extinction widened the intelligent zombie's pitch-black eyes. You cannot kill me. It desperately expelled a mass of black phlegm. 1/2 meter in diameter, brimming with immense energy, enough to contend with the celestial sword. Yu Bing, at that moment, Xia Yu Bing, who had not intervened since the beginning, suddenly appeared in the midst of the conflict. Raising her hands to the heavens, a black fissure emerged where the celestial sword met the dark phlegm, giving birth to a rift. Chapter 57. Total Annihilation. A fortune awaits. Sizzle. 2 streams of energy surged into the black rift simultaneously. In the next instant, Xia Yu Bing spread her arms apart. One black fissure opened at the extreme distance behind Chen Qi, while another gaped before the intelligent zombie's face, an overwhelming radiance, infused with boundless sword intent, sliced through the unprepared intelligent zombie's neck. Thud, like chopping vegetables, the sword light cleaved through the zombie's head, striking the building above, diagonally severing a corner. The walls shattered, debris flew, and dust billowed. One corner of the building began to misalign in the haze, before crashing down with a thunderous roar. At that very moment, the dark phlegm surged forth from the rift behind Chen Qi, traveling over 100 meters before finally exploding. Boom! The colossal energy corroded the air into a black mist. While the explosive gusts whipped the clothing of everyone on the rooftop, the dust from the collapsing building was also swept away. In an instant, they saw the intelligent zombie standing tall, now headless. Such a terrifying, near-invincible creature had been decapitated by a single sword strike. All those on the rooftop felt their knees weaken, many bursting into tears of mixed emotion. The intelligent zombie had been so fearsome. A relentless killer, utterly unmatched, that IT had suffocated them with its presence, forcing them to endure a shameful existence while awaiting death, until Chen Qi's terrifying sword today shattered the building and severed its head. Dispelling indeed. The level 5 zombie crystal may very well be the only one of its kind in the world. Look at the vehicles parked at the school. Those that are still operational should all be brought out. Chen Qi commanded. All 33 individuals had successfully passed the tests. Their combat prowess, survival instincts, and cooperative abilities met Chen Qi's stringent requirements. As for loyalty, absurd. They were mere tools, with no need for allegiance. What mattered was the sheer magnitude of his strength. With it, their loyalty would be assured. Such are the rules of the apocalypse. Frankly speaking, in this desolate world, who would genuinely risk their life for another unless a compelling interest compelled them to do so? It is through the allure of benefits and the force of might that one can rally hearts and minds in the apocalypse. Far more effective than anything else. Chapter 58. Scientific Talent. Rules. Soon, these individuals found numerous intact vehicles from the school's garage and other locations. The former principal and professor's beloved cars were quite impressive, each worth at least hundreds of thousands before the apocalypse. Yet now, they were utterly outclassed by vans. Vans could gather supplies, accommodate more people, and even possess a degree of off-road functionality. In practicality, they eclipsed sports cars in this new world. Presently, given the state of the roads, a sports car would flip within 300 meters of travel. Booming sounds echoed. They discovered 5 usable vans, complete with keys, as well as 6 or 7 large-capacity SUVs. Chen Qi's convoy instantly gained prominence. Does our school possess such formidable heavy-duty trucks? Did Chief Chen bring them over? Survivors marveled upon seeing these super heavy-duty trucks, upgraded twice by the shelter. Boss, during our search for vehicles, we found some surviving teachers, reported JK girl Lin Sherman. She was Lin Sherming, a healer from the medical department. One of the few survivors. Chen Qi was particularly concerned for. In the apocalypse, with no hospitals or medical equipment, prompt treatment was a luxury. Nurturers were invaluable assets. Survivors? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow, surprised that there were still stragglers. He gazed at the elderly individuals before him, some of whom were bald. Some had just awakened their abilities, while others had yet to do so. It must be said that age was a disadvantage in these times. It was a miracle they had survived this long. What are your identities? Chen Qi inquired. I am Lin Yun, a doctoral supervisor in the physics department. I am Luo Feng, the dean of the mathematics department. The two behind me are our department's doctoral supervisors, Qian Xin and Professor Li Feiyu. I am Chen Changqiu, a professor in the mechanical department. Professor Cheng Shuriao from the chemistry department. The individuals introduced themselves in turn. Initially, Chen Qi had been troubled about how to handle these elderly individuals. But now his eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, higher-level sciences had lost their relevance outside the base city, for they lacked the industrial foundation to apply their knowledge and had no materials prepared for their use. Shouldn't such esteemed scientific talents have been transported with the first wave of military helicopters? Chen Qi asked. We heard that the helicopter squad responsible for our college encountered aerial monsters, and another team was dispatched to retrieve us. We have waited until now. Replied the honest and somewhat dull dean of mathematics. Luo foamed. Chen Qi nodded. Having endured until this point, you must realize that there will be no further rescues. Indeed, all present, being highly educated individuals, understood this implicitly. Their previous belief in a rescue had merely been self-deception, a means to sustain their will to survive. You may accompany me and serve under my command. Chen Qi declared. I trust that your survival over the past month has involved considerable hardship. As long as you remain loyal to me, I can provide you with a comfortable living environment and the opportunity to continue your research. A comfortable living environment, the chance to continue research. The eyes of these individuals sparkled. Even in a world without the apocalypse, their desires were fundamentally these two. Excellent. We shall follow you. Dean Luo quickly made a decision. Chen Qi nodded. In the core of the shelter, as long as there were blueprints, nanobots could produce items. He had long sought high-tech talents to serve him, and these individuals would require little oversight. Providing food and shelter for them, with their minds focused solely on their work, made them the ideal subordinates. Alas, we are truly fortunate. I once thought I would never experience the joy of drafting blueprints again in my lifetime. Yet here I am, able to enjoy the pleasures of scientific research once more. As long as there is food and science, what more could one desire in this life? The elderly professor sighed. Having endured more hardships than the younger generation, they were acutely aware of their current predicament. Aside from Chen Qi and the base city, it was unlikely anyone would want their aging selves. In a world ruled by strength, even if one wished to respect science, a substantial industrial foundation was necessary to allow for its application. Now, with food scarce, who had the luxury to develop industry? At that moment, Hao Wang descended from the rooftop, having cleaned the blood from his body with frost, panting adorably. That little dog is truly charming. An elderly professor remarked. Charming? Chen Qi nearly chuckled aloud. Hao Wang huffed, indicating he did not share that sentiment. We have finished gathering supplies. J.K. Girl Lin Sherman exclaimed. We cleared out the cafeteria and the school supermarket, unearthing plenty of food and living essentials. Good. Load all the supplies and have everyone on board. We depart. Chen Qi commanded. He and the core team remained in the heavy-duty truck, while the other survivors and professors settled into the vans and SUVs. This outing had yielded abundant rewards, significantly expanding their ranks and bringing in numerous crystals and scientists. Along the way, Chen Qi collected various special materials, having nearly gathered enough for upgrading the Silver Manor to a golden fortress. As the convoy traversed thick layers of snow, they sped along the road. Quite splendid. Chen Qi hummed a cheerful tune. His spirits high, he contemplated that with an increase in numbers, it was time to establish some concrete rules. Without rules, order cannot be achieved. Drawing from the memories of the Space Queen, he found various strategies to emulate, blending them with ideas from the novels he had read, and began to shape a preliminary organizational framework in his mind. The Silver Manor, gazing upon the magnificent estate before him, it was not only the students and survivors whose eyes widened, but even the professors were taken aback. The walls, crafted entirely of silver, surrounded a luxurious 5-story main building, flanked by several villas. Heavens, this is too extravagant. I never imagined that before the apocalypse. Chief Chen was a veritable super tycoon. No wonder he is wealthy. His intellect is remarkable. Indeed, what on earth is this? That man-eating flower is moving. And more than that, is that not a high-strength nut? A P-machine gunner. Chen Qi chuckled. What lay beneath was merely the tip of the iceberg. The most comprehensive facilities were located underground. Underground farms, temperature-controlled swimming pools, power generation facilities, storage cellars, and more. However, such knowledge was not meant for those who had just joined the Silver Manor. It was not difficult to accommodate over 40 individuals in the 3 villas. Chen Qi planned to expand the number of villas that very night, as he already possessed the blueprints. No design work was required on his part. Once the accommodations were arranged, he summoned everyone to the Silver Plaza. Attention! What I am about to convey are the rules. Chapter 59. I am the strongest maid. First, absolute obedience to my commands. Second, treat your teammates as family. Betrayal equals death. Third, all information within the shelter must not be disclosed outside. Chen Qi raised 3 fingers, establishing 3 rules. The first point established authority, the second enhanced cohesion, and the third maintained information security. Similarly, as a reward for adhering to the rules, I will guarantee that all members of the team will never go hungry and will not be bullied by outsiders. Should I violate any of the above guarantees, you may request to withdraw. Chen Qi stated that of course, this was a statement made when establishing power, and he could not guarantee what consequences awaited those who withdrew. He intended to maintain his influence through benefits, and when setting rules, he also needed to provide assurances. Excellent. J.K. Girl Lin Sherman led the applause, and the other survivors and professors enthusiastically agreed. They had been trained for an entire month in the apocalypse and were acutely aware of the harshness of the outside world. To have enough food during the apocalypse was the greatest promise of all. Even the current base city operated on rations, with many unable to fill their bellies. Chen Qi's demands, when compared to the shelter he provided, were remarkably lenient. Naturally, They were unaware that the protections he offered were far easier for him to uphold than as for food supplies. Even if he exhausted the resources of the Space Queen, he could connect with the myriad realms and trade with others. Chen Qi had come to understand the immense benefits brought by information disparity. Of course, he also needed to take everyone out to seize supplies. Otherwise, having such an abundance of resources at his disposal at all times would raise suspicions. Chen Qi was well aware of which cards he could reveal and which he could not. Upgrading accommodations would be of no use to those who were not privy to the knowledge. Empty houses were now commonplace. Even if they were not as luxurious as the Silver Manor, finding a villa to stay in would be effortless. Not to mention that the materials for upgrading residences were solely within his capabilities to procure. However, food was the foundation of survival in the apocalypse. The channels for acquiring food would not be disclosed to any non-core members. Once the speech was concluded, everyone returned to their quarters. Chen Qi deliberately brought some cured meat to the professor's residence. These individuals, in other forces, would be deemed as useless old men and women, yet in his eyes, they were treasures. Leader, you are too kind. We have yet to achieve anything. Is this perhaps a bit unfair? The professors were taken aback when they saw Chen Qi entering with the cured meat, claiming it was to nourish them. What I offer is for you to accept. Chen Qi placed the cured meat on the table. You all work with your minds, and after a month of enduring hunger, how can you not eat some meat? The old professors were so touched they nearly shed tears. Chen Qi smiled inwardly, thinking they were rejoicing too soon. I wonder if any of you have thoughts on the direction of our future work. He shifted the conversation to the main topic. The professors exchanged glances, some bewildered. Indeed, with the apocalypse upon them, their previous research topics would surely be rendered obsolete, as there were no laboratories available for their use. Chen Qi chuckled. How about this? Over the next few days, gather your desired experimental environments, instruments, blueprints, and data. It would be best if you could draw them out. If you can't draw it, we in the mechanical department specialize in drawing. The mechanical professor patted his chest, exuding pride. What a reliable old man, Chen Qi thought, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. You can use these computers. They all have internet access if you need to search for any information. Feel free to use them, but we can draw the blueprints, yet we have no machine tools to produce them. The old mechanical professor volunteered again. Precision is a significant issue. The professors were troubled. Theories and blueprints were the simplest part. For instance, regarding the previous lithography machine, they had the blueprints and theories, yet they could not produce the actual parts due to lack of craftsmanship and machine precision. I managed to acquire some ready-made instruments in the school's laboratory. If that's not enough, don't worry. You provide the blueprints, and I will provide the finished products. Chen Qi smiled. As for how I manage that, you need not inquire further. The laboratory's experimenters had also turned into zombies, leaving only a few intact instruments. Good. The Dean, Luo Feng, brightened at this. Who cares how you managed it? As long as it allows us to work and continue to illuminate science. That's all that matters. The professors were filled with enthusiasm. To them, Chen Qi appeared to be the most reliable young man imaginable, and they held great faith in his abilities in order to keep the flame of scientific inquiry alive. There would be no sleep tonight. They set to work immediately, one hand grasping the cured meat, the other scribbling data onto paper. Chen Qi was rendered speechless. He had intended to urge them to work diligently. Yet these old professors were simply too proactive. No wonder they had become professors. He shook his head, feeling somewhat superfluous at that moment, and turned to leave. That high-intensity cognitive labor requires ample energy replenishment. Regularly providing these professors with meat, eggs, milk, and fruits would be essential. Are we finished distributing? Chen Qi inquired. Yes. Zhang Dafei and others had also completed the distribution of supplies to the other villas. Basic necessities like rice, instant noodles, and sausages were more than sufficient to reward them for their valiant efforts in slaying zombies today. Each of them was also given a bowl of vegetable leaf soup. These individuals, confined to the activity room, had barely any grains in their porridge every day, enduring constant hunger. Now, they could enjoy a hearty meal of rice accompanied by vegetable leaf soup and sausages. It was sheer bliss. Many were moved to tears that night. A month had passed. Do you know how I survived this past month? Vegetable leaf soup and rice, a taste of paradise. Tonight, I finally feel human again. Chen Qi gazed at the lavish spread before him, chuckling as he shook his head. With his capabilities, he could easily provide the survivors with even better meals. But if he offered them full benefits right from the start, would they still strive for improvement? There must always be something better on the horizon, coupled with the hope of attaining it, to sustain their motivation to fight wholeheartedly. After counting the supplies, night had already fallen. This evening, Chen Qi decided to expedite his strength enhancement, changing his training partner to Xia Yubing. With the 5th-tier crystals and a combination of dynamic and static training methods, Chen Qi soared to new heights. Xia Yubing naturally reaped significant benefits as well and became even more diligent, actively developing additional training methods. Originally the strongest female member of the team, she found herself relegated to 2nd place with Zhu Rongrong's arrival. I am the strongest maid under the master's command, she vowed silently. Chapter 60. The World of Lava. The sacred object is water? Huh. Chen Qi exhaled deeply, his breath resembling a dragon's, extending 3 feet ahead, that if he could continuously absorb 5th-tier crystals, he would likely reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement soon. Habitually, he opened the space within his ring to take a look. Only when both parties activated the spatial artifact and resonated could they connect within the artifact's space. That IT was akin to chatting on WeChat. If the other party was not online, sending messages would be futile at that moment. The ring emitted an unfamiliar red light. Oh. Chen Qi's expression brightened. He had initially intended to check if the elven maiden had logged in, wanting to trade for some elven plants. If he were to elevate the Golden Fortress in the future, the current elven plants would be utterly insufficient. What kind of world awaited him? Chen Qi eagerly rubbed the ring to establish a connection. Before him lay a fiery vista, molten lava flowing everywhere, red rocks scattered about, and countless gleaming black crystals. Was this hell? My goodness, obsidian! Chen Qi looked around. This place was indeed reminiscent of mankind's descriptions of hell. Obsidian was precisely the raw material he needed most to upgrade the Golden Fortress. Obsidian conducts energy, and 4th-tier buildings require it for energy transmission devices. How splendid! He had feared he would have to venture into a volcano to seek adventure. Yet his wish was fulfilled. Chen Qi felt elated. This was certainly not hell. Beside him, a humanoid creature with red skin and 2 horns atop its head angrily declared, "This is not hell." Chen Qi was speechless. How could one claim it was not hell when their appearance clearly resembled that of a demon? I would believe you were named Satan. Are you an otherworldly evil god or some denizen of hell? Why do you look so hideous? The red-skinned creature asked in confusion. Seriously, you dare call me ugly? Chen Qi suppressed the impulse to sever the connection, realizing the ugliest individuals often criticized others' appearances. All right, I am an otherworldly evil god. Quickly, introduce me to your world. How wonderful! It seemed that the obsidian formation could indeed summon an otherworldly evil god. The red-skinned creature's eyes brimmed with madness and hatred. Evil god, I seek revenge. Please assist me. Chen Qi was bewildered. He could not comprehend the script unfolding before him. My name is Blue. We are lava beings, surviving by consuming lava, and must maintain our internal temperature around 1,000 degrees to live. The red-skinned creature, Blue, began explaining its world at Chen Qi's request. Chen Qi quickly grasped the situation. It appeared this was indeed not hell. Rather, it was an underground world composed of volcanic caverns, ruled by the lava tribe. They enjoyed drinking lava and maintained an internal temperature of 1,000 degrees throughout the year. If it dropped below 800 degrees, they would suffer from hypothermia. If it fell below 600 degrees, they would perish instantly. This Blue had recently encountered some misfortune, as his entire family had been annihilated by a rival faction, leaving nothing but ruins. That he fled from his tribe and, according to legend, set up a summoning altar with obsidian, inadvertently connecting to his spatial ringed terrifying beings who drank lava as water. Chen Qi was uncertain whether he could defeat them, let alone bestow upon them immense power. We wish to eliminate our foes. Besides using brute force to obliterate them, there exists a legendary method, utilizing the sacred objects of the upper realm to strike down our opponents with low temperatures. Unfortunately, sacred objects from the upper realm are exceedingly rare, and only the bravest warriors who dare venture through the caverns to the upper realm can return with some in sealed containers. Blue sighed. If you, great evil god, do not respond to me, I was prepared to risk my life and venture to the upper realm. Sacred objects from the upper realm? Chen Qi's expression shifted. After conversing for a while, he finally understood. The sacred objects mentioned by the other party referred to water. His guess was correct. This was indeed an underground world, with the upper realm referring to the surface. these lava beings would perish upon reaching the surface due to loss of temperature. Thus, water, capable of cooling down living beings, was revered as a sacred object in the lava world, eliciting both fear and desire from all that I can grant you 1 cubic meter of sacred object. Chen Qi proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor inscrutable. He had long since grown accustomed to playing the part of a deity. He had already become a creator in the elven world. So what was it to pose as an otherworldly evil god? 1 cubic meter of sacred object. Blue's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his ears. Great evil god, you are truly magnificent. He immediately knelt before Chen Qi, bowing his head repeatedly. However, everything comes at a price. Chen Qi replied nonchalantly that I understand. After avenging my family, I shall dedicate my life to you. Blue insisted repeatedly. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. Why did these feudal worlds always want to offer their lives to deities? I do not want your life. Then, great evil god, what do you desire? Shall I offer you the heads of those I slay? Bru scratched his head, speaking earnestly. I want obsidian. Chen Qi pointed at the black stone beside him. Stone, such things are everywhere. How could the evil god possibly favor such trivialities? Bru, scratching at his non-existent hair, became even more perplexed. Perhaps the things of our world are so worthless that the evil god cannot be bothered, and this stone, being somewhat beautiful, is merely a grudging acceptance. Truly, the evil god is a magnanimous being. The more he pondered, the more moved he became, bowing repeatedly to Chen Qi. All right, where's the container for the sacred object? Chen Qi replied, I'll go fill the sacred object. You dig up the stones for me. After taking the sealed bottle handed to him, Chen Qi's consciousness returned to the present. Outside, he gathered a heap of snow, bringing it indoors to melt. The container had limited capacity, while snow provided superior cooling effects. A cubic meter of snow, when calculated for specific heat, did not absorb as much heat as a cubic meter of water. As for why he didn't use pure water. Nonsense. That would be wasteful. Although the snow wasn't particularly clean, it sufficed for cooling, so what more could one ask for? He even added a few chunks of ice, showcasing both technology and ingenuity. Chen Qi grinned mischievously as he slipped in some ice. This icy water was remarkably effective at lowering temperatures. In the lava world, it could be considered a treasure among treasures. Subsequently, he sealed the bottle, ensuring the temperature inside remained stable. In these worlds, the technological advancements were absurdly skewed. They managed to create such preservation devices, yet could not produce thermal underwear. Chen Qi muttered to himself, but each person has their own fate. He was merely a trader and had no obligation to enlighten others scientifically. Returning to the lava world, half a day had nearly passed. The time dilation was approximately 1 to 5. Chen Qi gazed at the mountain of obsidian before him, his mouth agape, realizing Bru was indeed an honest fellow. Chapter 61. Stealing Our Supplies. Oh, Lord of Evil! Bru was tirelessly mining obsidian, pouring all his hopes for vengeance for his family into this endeavor. In a short while, he had extracted an impressive amount. Oh, Lord of Evil, is this sufficient? If not, I shall continue mining. This place is abundant with such crystals. Bru was exceedingly eager, fearful that Chen Qi might be dissatisfied. Chen Qi nodded. That's enough. Within is the sacred water you seek. Bru gazed at the ice water sealed in the bottle, tears welling in his eyes. I did it. It's exquisite sacred water. He bowed to Chen Qi once more. Thank you, Lord of Evil. In the future, should you require anything, Bru shall not hesitate to give his life. Chen Qi nodded, sensing Bru's thirst for vengeance even across the bounds of time and space. He hoped Bru would succeed in his quest for revenge. As Chen Qi pondered, the obsidian had already been transported over. His consciousness also returned to the side of the ring. Phew, what a tremendous profit this was. Chen Qi felt immense joy. To acquire obsidian on Earth, he would at least have to locate a volcanic vent, and the dangers of such a long journey were considerable, not to mention descending into the volcano. Without foundational cultivation, even with a fire-warding spell, survival chances were slim. Upgrading the Golden Manor, the most troublesome aspect was indeed the obsidian. He never expected it would come so effortlessly. Chen Qi grinned widely, placing gold, obsidian, and 4th-level crystals beside the core of the shelter. After upgrading the shelter to level 4, its functionality experienced a significant leap, which was crucial. Yet, Chen Qi understood that in the apocalypse, strength was paramount. With only one 5th-level crystal on hand, it was only logical to prioritize its use for himself. It seemed he would need to hunt for another 5th-level crystal soon. Chen Qi exited the main building of the manor and called everyone to assemble. Over 30 survivors and the core team quickly gathered. Today's objective was for each person to collect at least 5 crystals while also gathering some supplies. The survivors were divided into 3 groups, each striving for a balanced composition: 2 mages, 3 warriors, 2 archers, 1 scout, and 1 support. Chen Qi instructed, in case of special circumstances, do your utmost to protect your healer. If you are injured, she can heal you, but if she is injured, you will completely lose your capacity for endurance. This was all from the memory treasure of the Space Queen. Each time he utilized it, he silently thanked her for her contributions. Had he known her memories were so invaluable, he would have erected a monument in her honor. The team set off swiftly. A heavy truck led the way, followed closely by a van and a large SUV. The formation was quite imposing. This time, their target shifted to a residential area. The population density in residential areas was the highest, and consequently, the number of zombies was also at its peak, with a greater likelihood of encountering mutated zombies. Over the next few days, they needed to find advanced mutated zombies as quickly as possible. Chen Qi was resolute. In a few days, the virus would trigger a second wave of outbreaks, and the infected zombies would collectively evolve once more. Many zombies would awaken special attack abilities, and mutated zombies would become exceedingly commonplace. Second-tier zombies would become the norm. At that point, if a lone survivor had not upgraded to the second tier, they would essentially lose their right to survive. Only groups could hope to endure the harsh conditions. According to the Space Queen's memories, there had been 7 waves of zombie virus outbreaks during the apocalypse. By the end, 7th-tier zombies had become the mainstream. Zombie kings rampaged, and even base cities fell one after another, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. No matter how powerful one was, facing numerous zombie kings commanding thousands of higher-tier zombies meant certain death. Only special ability users like the Space Queen, who could hide within the void, could survive in such dire environments. Having witnessed those ultimate horrors of the later stages, search diligently, leave no corner unchecked, gather everything from abandoned houses, supermarkets, shops, fruits, grains, and frozen meats, collect every last bit, Chen Qi commanded as he disembarked. Swiftly dispatching over 10 zombies with a single stroke of his sword, opening the entrance to their temporary refuge, the team members adhered to their previously established group composition, advancing into the community. After yesterday's grueling battle, the survivors had become quite adept at handling these first-tier zombies without awakened abilities, at least not exhibiting the bizarre scene of crying and casting spells while fighting zombies as they had the day before. Ah, growth. Chen Qi wore a fatherly smile. However, yesterday had been a one-sided assault, and today they faced foes from all directions. Thankfully, the number of enemies was significantly reduced, allowing the survivors to maintain their composure. The 3 pioneer teams advanced while the core team followed leisurely behind, providing support and cleanup. Newcomers still required training. Chen Qi stated with conviction that IT was not merely to avoid exertion, just a day had passed, and the proportion of second-tier zombies was visibly increasing. Previously, 1 in 10 was a rarity. Now, 2 out of 10 were second tier. This indicated the second wave of viral outbreaks was imminent. These survivors had previously lacked crystals to absorb, but their potential was promising. Chen Qi was confident he could elevate these team members to second-tier ability users before the outbreak occurred. Roar! A third-tier zombie roared. It was a hefty zombie. Demon, Chen Qi pointed casually. Summoning thunder, instantly transforming the bloated zombie into a charred husk. Soon, over 100 zombies lingering at the community entrance were eradicated. Hurry and clean out the supplies, Chen Qi bellowed. Many supermarkets in the community remained largely untouched, as zombies had roamed below, and few dared to confront them. One could admire humanity's will to survive, yet one must also recognize the inherent cowardice of human nature. Some preferred to perish in silence rather than risk their lives in a chaotic outbreak. Look, someone is stealing our supplies. These belong to our community, the survivors shouted from the windows, their voices filled with indignation. How could they do this? It seems they're planning to empty our supermarket. The survivors in the community, previously cowering in fear of the zombies, now began to shout in outrage as Chen Qi had cleared the area. You down there? You took our supplies. We're not unreasonable. Just send half of those goods up to us, and we will let this slide. Yes, this is robbery. We can report you. When the military returns, you will all end up in jail. Exactly. Hurry and bring me 2 boxes of wine. I'm going crazy. Chen Qi cast a cold glance at the shouting residents. Smirking disdainfully, he couldn't be bothered to respond, simply raising his middle finger at them. Chapter 62. A spirited youth? Turns out to be a living demon. Looking at Chen Qi's gesture, the residents could hardly believe their eyes. So barbaric. Why didn't you come down earlier when you had arms and legs? Zhang Dafei, unable to contain himself, retorted angrily. Isn't it because you were too cowardly, afraid of the zombies? This statement caused the residents' faces to flush with embarrassment, hitting a nerve, which only fueled their anger further. Nonsense. You are so ignorant. How unreasonable can you be? Oh, what is this? You can't do this. Seeing that Chen Qi and his group were not only ignoring them, but were focused on moving supplies. The residents were incensed that we cannot let them get away with this. This is outrageous. Let me go down and reason with them. I want to go too. How can people be so overbearing? The survivors, filled with righteous indignation, bravely confronted the zombies, though they trembled in fear. The mere mention of facing humans reignited their familiar confidence. Sister Wang from the neighborhood committee, we are counting on you. Dozens of surviving residents from the community cautiously descended, carrying out a formidable, fiery-tempered matron from the committee. Fear not. If we cannot subdue the zombies, can we not handle him? Sister Wang, you hold authority. He would not dare lay a hand on you, lest he face dire consequences. Indeed, the compliments from the crowd made Sister Wang dizzy with pride as she strutted forward, nostrils flared. Enough. We have descended. You may leave now. The residents of our happy community are exceedingly reasonable. You have dealt with the zombies, and we are grateful, so we shall overlook your petty theft. Now be gone. Do not obstruct our path. A male college student, transporting bottles of white liquor, frowned at the spitting woman before him and kicked her aside, sending her sprawling. Can't you see the situation? Stop daydreaming. Clutching his box of liquor, he stepped over her, feeling increasingly annoyed. Without Chen Qi's orders, he dared not act rashly. How barbaric. You bring shame to civility. If you refuse to comply, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Isn't it just a fight? Do you think I am incapable? The elderly community leader, shedding his outer shirt to reveal robust muscles, clearly had awakened. If you are able to share a tenth of the resources we acquire, we are willing to guide you through this secret passage to retrieve that pinnacle level 5 crystal. Li Fei explained repeatedly. Is that so? Chen Qi squinted, observing Li Fei's composed demeanor, before chuckling and patting his shoulder. You certainly place your trust in us, believing we can handle a level 5 monster? That green serpent is currently in its molting phase, exceedingly vulnerable. I estimate that a few level 3 superhumans could easily take it down, judging by your dog's performance earlier and your own. I am convinced you possess such capability, Li Fei insisted. Very well. I was actually planning to visit the Eurasia Mall myself. Chen Qi nodded. Lead the way, and if all goes smoothly, you shall receive a tenth of the resources we obtain from this venture. With that, he beckoned everyone to get in the vehicle. Excellent. Li Fei grinned, urging his companions to board as well. Li Fei's convoy forged ahead, with Chen Qi's team following closely behind. Boss, can we trust that person's words? Zhang Dafei inquired repeatedly. Not at all. Chen Qi shook his head. The assessments of levels, the understanding of the early apocalypse, and so forth, are not something a typical survivor would articulate. Then shall we still go along? Zhu Rongrong expressed her concern, realizing that this apocalypse was far more brutal than the last, and she had grown increasingly aware of this fact, no longer daring to be as reckless as before. Regardless of whether he is a reincarnator or has some ulterior motive, Chen Qi chuckled. The authenticity of the information regarding the level 5 monster is quite high. They wouldn't lead us here unless there was a significant benefit they couldn't handle themselves. They would have claimed it for themselves long ago. Even if there isn't a level 5 monster, there must be some substantial rewards that it wouldn't hurt to accompany him and see for ourselves. Li Fei may have his own schemes and calculations. However, he could never fathom just how formidable Chen Qi's team truly was, not to mention a weakened level 5 monster, even a fully powered, intelligent variant zombie general would be no match for them. Hopefully, they are speaking the truth, as it would be advantageous for them. After saying this, Chen Qi closed his eyes to recuperate. The earlier use of the 5 Thunder technique and the Minor Sword technique had consumed nearly 5% of his spiritual energy. He needed to restore it swiftly. A cultivator must always maintain perfection. The vehicles sped along, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Eurasia Mall. There should have been quite a few zombies here. Yet they were nearly extinct. Scattered around were the bodies of zombies, humans, and monsters, all intermingled. Intriguing. Chen Qi leaped from the vehicle, surveying the massive corpses of monsters, which must have been formidable creatures in life. At least level 3 or above that it appeared to be a den of serpents. Chen Qi conducted a brief investigation. The territorial instinct was still quite strong. These serpent monsters seemed to have entirely claimed this area as their own. Slaughtering all intruders, be they human or zombie. Big brother. This way. Li Fei adopted a submissive demeanor, akin to a traitor from certain films. Chen Qi suddenly found his thoughts peculiar, realizing he might become the fool led into the village by a traitor. Damn, what bad luck, he cursed inwardly, leading his team through the passage indicated by Li Fei and into the Eurasia Mall. The monsters within this passage were indeed few. Chapter 64. Playing mind games with me? The environment of the safe passage was relatively dry, and no serpent monsters were inclined to venture here. They even encountered a few lingering zombies, which their team effortlessly eliminated, given their current capabilities. As they progressed, they soon reached the end of the safe passage. Beyond this door lay the grand cinema hall of the mall, the largest space within, where the serpent monster resided. Li Fei and his companions were visibly tense, nervously rubbing their hands, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Chen Qi observed them for a moment, pondering whether this anxiety stemmed from the overwhelming pressure of the level 5 serpent demon or if they were simply uncertain about the situation inside. Lacking confidence in the intelligence they possessed, whoosh, Zhu Rongrong conjured searing flames between her fingers. I shall melt through the iron door to assess the situation inside. No. Although the green serpent is in a state of slumber, the fluctuations of energy could easily rouse it. Li Fei's expression shifted, insisting, we should stick to the original plan and rush in to eliminate it swiftly. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise, and we could lose our lives if a swarm of snakes descends upon us. Chen Qi regarded Li Fei intently before smiling. Very well, I will count to 3, and then we shall act. If it were anyone else, they might have been deceived. However, Chen Qi, being a cultivator, possessed an acute sensitivity to energy. After establishing his foundation, he could extend his consciousness, perceiving even the slightest changes within a kilometer. Although he had yet to activate his divine sense, after reaching the 4th level of Qi training, he had awakened his spiritual perception. Just moments ago, he had concentrated to ascertain the distribution of energy within, and indeed, deception was at play. A cold smirk graced Chen Qi's lips as he had already discussed strategies with his teammates in the vehicle. In such high-level combat, the 1st and 2nd level teammates were of little use and remained outside to provide support. Only the core members, along with Li Fei and a few of his 2nd level companions, were to enter. Charge! He kicked the door open, and Zhang Dafei and the others surged into the grand cinema hall. Meanwhile, Li Fei and his group hesitated, falling behind. Inside the grand cinema hall, the seats lay in ruins, and the area was in disarray, strewn with hay. Suddenly, they beheld a massive green serpent, 10 meters long and as thick as a water barrel, coiled up like an egg, its scales wrinkled, on the verge of a successful molt. Roar! 2 shadowy figures lurked in the corners of the cinema hall, their emerald serpent eyes snapping open, launching towards them in an instant. What? Zhang Dafei and the others paled in an instant. These 2 shadowy black serpents, each measuring 5 to 6 meters long, emanated an overwhelming aura, far beyond what they could handle. We have been deceived. Damn it. Zhu Rongrong's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could instantly turn and incinerate Li Fei and his group. Yet their immediate priority was to deal with these 2 black serpents, or they would surely perish. Chen Qi's lips curled into a smirk as he glanced at the coiled green serpent, whose apparent inactivity amid all this commotion confirmed his suspicions. Li Fei and his companions stood at the entrance, coldly observing, brothers, do not blame my ruthless heart. This is the law of the apocalypse. There is only one crystal. If you do not perish, I shall not obtain it. Li Fei, having read numerous novels, recalled the phrase that resonated most with him. Losing humanity means losing much, but losing one's beastly nature means losing everything. At this moment, however, Chen Qi felt an unwavering calm within, forming a hand seal as the sound of a sword echoed. Do you think you have us at your mercy? Chen Qi scoffed, waving his hand, and the celestial sword shot forth. Whoosh! The celestial sword sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of mingled black and white life and death light, the aura of the underworld swirling and wherever it passed. The space bore the marks of decay. The sword traced a circle in front of him, and the two level 4 black serpents were cleaved into 8 segments with a single stroke. Li Fei and his companions stood frozen, their mouths agape, their minds blank, their worldview shattered by Chen Qi's sword strike. Those were 2 level 4 monsters, stronger than their level counterparts, akin to 2 level 4 variant zombies. To be obliterated into 8 segments with a single sword stroke. Is this still human? In just 1 month, such a powerful existence has emerged in this apocalypse. Li Fei felt his blood run cold at this sight. Shivering from head to toe, his fabricated tale was impressively constructed, the only flaw being that he never anticipated Chen Qi's strength would reach such absurd heights. This is your scheme? Chen Qi chuckled coldly. Simply laughable. Li Fei was abruptly jolted awake by Chen Qi's words, sneering as he drew a pistol from his pocket, aiming it at the green serpent. This green serpent is currently in a state of deep slumber. It will only awaken upon being attacked. You wouldn't want to die in its jaws, would you? Do you think it can kill me? Chen Qi's hand gesture shifted, directing the celestial sword towards Li Fei. Speak. Where did you obtain your information? Perish. Li Fei's expression turned frenzied. He knew that his only chance for survival lay in awakening the green serpent to disrupt the situation. He flicked his fingers. Certain he could summon the serpent before the celestial sword reached him. How did I truly underestimated you? Chen Qi shook his head, issuing a low command. Rise. Suddenly, black runes appeared on Li Fei's shoulders and chest, paralyzing his entire upper body, which began to corrode slowly, his flesh and blood withering into blackened mass, continuously oozing, causing his gun to fall to the ground. Ah! The excruciating pain compelled Li Fei to scream in agony. I dared to charge in, so I fear not your schemes. Chen Qi chuckled coldly. The moment he tested Li Fei with that palm strike, he had inscribed the life and death rune upon his chest. For safety's sake, he had also placed 2 more runes on his shoulders while patting H. We merely banded together to work for him. We have long harbored disdain for that fool. Indeed, do not take our lives. This Li Fei is nothing but trash, refusing to share even a sausage with us. We hold no loyalty towards him, and we absolutely do not harbor any thoughts of retaliation against you. We implore you, spare our lives. Chen Qi let out a cold laugh. Your survival hinges on your worth at that moment. The group spoke rapidly, divulging everything with utmost clarity. Chen Qi nodded. This Li Fei is no reincarnator. Otherwise, he would not still be a mere level 2 waste. He discerned that this information stemmed from a forum. Chen Qi retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. Chapter 65. Green Serpent. Did not expect. Did you? I am of the psychic type. The dark web, New World Forum. Chen Qi gleaned these bits of information. There must be signal within the mall, suggesting an underground base station is still operational. Upon opening the phone, he found the forum page and scrolled through, feeling that indeed, a new world had been unveiled. Those IDs seemed quite familiar. He gazed at the forum administrator's IDs and chuckled coldly. These individuals were the same ones who had posted doomsday strategy threads prior to the apocalypse, accurately predicting the arrival of acid rain. Back during the 0 yuan purchase journey, he had made a point to remember their names. It appears that behind this forum lies a Reincarnator organization. Chen Qi confiscated Li Fei's phone. The forum offered bounties, information trading, and even beautiful women for barter, an all-encompassing marketplace. The intelligence on the green serpent from the Eurasian supermarket was indeed a bounty issued by the Reincarnator organization. Even among the Reincarnators, there are likely very few capable of dealing with monsters of the green serpent's caliber. Those few individuals must be scurrying across the nation, seizing opportunities, leaving little room for oversight. This crystal, if handed over to the Reincarnator organization, could be exchanged for 100 tons of rare resources, including meat, eggs, and milk. Quite generous indeed. Chen Qi smiled. Aside from himself and the Reincarnator organization, the 3 factions in the base city, at this point, would find 100 tons of resources to be a lethal temptation. They are willing to spend lavishly. Chen Qi pondered whether to trick the Reincarnator organization. He sensed danger from this organization. Only through continuous confrontation could he ascertain their level of growth and gather more information. He returned his focus to the trembling individuals on the ground and sneered. Very well, you may leave. Thank you, Brother Chen Qi. Upon hearing this, the group scrambled to escape, looking as if they were fleeing in desperation. Chen Qi turned to Xia Yubing and nodded. Whoosh! Several spatial arrows flew through the air, instantly piercing the heads of Li Fei's subordinates. Those who had harbored murderous intent towards me shall not live. A cold glint flashed in Chen Qi's eyes as he approached the green serpent. It would awaken upon being attacked, meaning that if he could strike it down with the first blow, it would suffice. Zhu Rongrong pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Yes, but I do not intend to kill it. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Then what do you plan to do? Zhu Rongrong's face was filled with confusion. Chen Qi was always unpredictable. Alchemy. Chen Qi directly produced a large alchemical furnace from his storage bag and set it down before him. An alchemical furnace is essential for cultivators. Who among them would know how to concoct a few pills? Naturally, the senior brother's storage bag contained one as well. The monster slave pill has a 100% chance of enslaving a creature in a state of stasis. Chen Qi recalled the description from the pill compendium. The states of stasis and monster beasts are rare occurrences. Having stumbled upon one today, how could he let it slip away? This could be a guardian beast. Once it breaks through to level 6, during the early days of the apocalypse, who would dare to steal from him? He would devour everything. As for the level 5 crystal, Chen Qi felt in his pocket for Li Fei's phone. The Reincarnator organization had already gathered all relevant information for him. So what was there to fear regarding a lack of crystals? After all, this spiritual herb and elixir were limited resources. The senior brother hadn't logged in for quite some time, and he hadn't received any response after reaching out. Chen Qi missed his senior brother dearly. I hope it's not that the zombies I provided were too precious and caught the attention of powerful beings, leading to his demise. I still hope for more trading opportunities with him. However, he had a premonition that his senior brother was likely fine. After all, they shared a deep bond, akin to kindred spirits. White year grass, monster fragrance wood, black bat droppings. Chen Qi pulled out a variety of peculiar materials from his storage bag, leaving Zhu Rongrong and the others dumbfounded. Are you all virgins? I'm in need of some maiden's essence for alchemy. Could you lend a hand? Chen Qi blinked and turned to Chu Xinxin and Zhu Rongrong, causing both to blush fiercely. Ahem. This matter is of great importance. Now is not the time for shyness. Very well. Zhu Rongrong and Chu Xinxin understood the gravity of the situation and hurried to the restroom in the grand hall to assist one another. Soon, all materials were gathered. Chen Qi began the alchemical process. This was his first furnace, and as expected, it failed. After a few more troubles for the two women, by dusk, he finally succeeded in producing his first elixir, Futility Last, success. Chen Qi wiped the sweat from his brow. How reliable are you? I was on the verge of exhausting all my strength. I suspect you did this on purpose. Zhu Rongrong grasped Chen Qi's neck and shook him repeatedly, clearly quite infuriated. Chu Xinxin sat on the ground, softly lamenting. If it fails again, we will be unable to assist. Cough, cough. After all, I am a novice. I shall improve with practice. Chen Qi chuckled sheepishly. There will be future attempts. The two women were enraged. Chen Qi dared not say more, hastily taking the round blue elixir in hand, prying open the green serpent's large mouth, and placing the elixir inside. Roar! The green serpent abruptly awakened, glaring at the humanoid creatures before it, ready to unleash its fury. Yet, Chen Qi, wielding the 8-foot snake spear, struck it down once more, rendering it unconscious that it was already in a weakened state, and the monster slave pill had further diminished its strength. A single blow was sufficient to knock it out. By nightfall, the green serpent once again stirred, gazing at Chen Qi with deep, tender eyes, radiating warmth. Its enormous tongue left Chen Qi drenched. Enough? Chen Qi knew the monster slave pill had taken effect and pushed the serpent's head away. From now on, you shall be called Shao Qing. Good master. A gentle voice resonated in his mind, startling Chen Qi momentarily, but he soon reacted with immense joy. You can communicate telepathically? Yes. Shao Qing's ability is of the psychic type. The green serpent coiled its body proudly. The tremor ran through Chen Qi's heart. It turned out to be of the psychic type. Psychic abilities are among the most enigmatic. Even he would find it challenging to confront. Had he not chosen to use the monster slave pill, if that previous strike had not incapacitated the green serpent, he would have been in trouble. A divine pet. Chen Qi cast a disdainful glance at Hao Wang. Realizing that the green serpent was far superior, its strength was formidable, and it could speak. Why don't you learn from it, little dog? Hao Wang let out an innocent howl. as if lamenting the unfairness of the world. Enough with the barking. Chen Qi gave him a light smack on the head. This time, the harvest is bountiful. Let us return first to regroup. We shall venture out again tomorrow. Bang! They kicked open the grand hall's doors. And outside, hundreds of serpent demons instantly rose up, converging from all directions, staring intently at them. Initially filled with hostility, they all bowed their heads when the massive form of the green serpent was revealed. Hiss! The green serpent let out a roar, and the smaller serpent monsters quickly parted to make way. Only 3 level 3 silver serpents and a dozen level 2 green serpents remained by its side. As the rest dispersed, these serpent demons needed to eat, and Chen Qi did not wish to care for so many useless beings. They emerged. Outside, the team members and Li Fei's subordinates shouted. However, it feels that's somewhat off. Chapter 66. Now this is true torment. Why hasn't brother Li Fei come out? What is that behind them? It's enormous. The green serpent has pursued them. Immediately, some of Li Fei's team members were so terrified by the green serpent's terrifying size that they turned to flee. Meanwhile, Chen Qi's gathered team stood in formation, their expressions solemn, bracing for battle. This was not merely because Chen Qi's university students were nobler than Li Fei's community youth. Firstly, the university students had personally slain numerous monsters and had witnessed Chen Qi slay a level 5 intelligent mutated zombie, instilling confidence that Li Fei's team could not match. Secondly, the treatment Chen Qi provided was simply too generous. There were plenty of sausages to eat, not to mention vegetable soup. I end this apocalypse, for the sake of food. Dying would be worth it. They no longer wish to endure a life of hunger and near death. Hee. One glance reveals the difference between a regular army and a ragtag group. Zhu Rongrong grinned mischievously. Indeed, Zhang Dafei nodded as Chen Qi and his group approached. The green serpent affectionately coiled itself around Chen Qi, exuding both obedience and ferocity. This scene left everyone in a stupor. Fear not, everyone. This green serpent has been tamed by me. It will be on our side from now on. Our very own serpent. Chen Qi waved his hand, and instead of easing the tension, the crowd trembled even more. Brother, are you a deity? You can tame a serpent demon. This is a near level 6 monster. You've directly incorporated it into your ranks. After a considerable pause, everyone began to accept this reality. Brother Chen Qi, may I ask, where is our brother Fei? The members of Li Fei's team were gripped by a sense of foreboding. Chen Qi's gaze swept over them. A few of Li Fei's level 2 subordinates had divulged everything in their desperation to survive. To prevent any leaks, only the core members knew of the schemes against Chen Qi. The members outside are oblivious to the truth. He is too apathetic to elaborate, merely stating, they are all dead. Alas, confusion and panic flicker in the eyes of Li Fei's team members. With their leader gone, and the core's secondary leaders also fallen, where are they to go from here? Then your crystals are as good as in hand. It is time to fulfill your promise. What of the supplies? 1/10 of what was agreed. Our leaders fought valiantly for it. You cannot go back on your word. Chen Qi cast a cold glance at the brash yellow-haired individual, who evidently sought to usurp Li Fei's position. Unfortunately, history teaches that the one who sticks their head out is often the first to be struck down. He betrayed his word. It is a miracle that Chun Gu does not hold you accountable. Yet you still dare to demand supplies. Get lost. Zhang Dafei stepped forward to play the role of the antagonist at Ha. All you have is your empty rhetoric. The dead cannot speak. I suspect you conspired to murder our brother Fei, just to hoard the crystals for yourselves. Indeed, we will overlook this, but provide us with a few tons of supplies, and we shall cease our inquiries. 2 others stepped forward to align themselves with the yellow-haired one, acting as his allies. If you miss your brother Fei so dearly, why not join him below? Seeing Chen Qi nod, Zhang Dafei erupted in fury, swinging his spear with lethal precision, decapitating the 3 in an instant. The remaining members of Li Fei's team, all of rank 1, were utterly insufficient to contend with Zhang Dafei's overwhelming strength. In terms of equipment and prowess, those below rank 4 stand little chance in direct combat. With a splattering sound, 3 geysers of blood erupted into the air, leaving Li Fei's remaining team members pale with terror. This is the apocalypse. Reason holds no sway here, and the only principle that prevails is survival of the fittest. Chen Qi understood that no words could alter the beliefs these individuals clung to. Hence he refrained from wasting breath on them. Brother Chen, in this apocalyptic world, survival is merely a means to secure sustenance. We will ally with anyone, We wish to follow you. Please accept us. Many in Li-Fei's team came to grasp the harsh realities of the apocalypse in that moment. Chen Qi nodded. In this world, having a few intelligent companions is undeniably advantageous. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and offers enticing rewards, one can effectively command these individuals, with no risk of betrayal. That I do not accept the useless. Those who wish to join must return within an hour with 5 rank 1 crystals. Chen Qi waved his hand, dismissing them. Chen Qi, you shall remain here in this truck for a while. Once we reach the shelter, I will arrange for a luxurious villa for you. Chen Qi said with a smile. You are so kind to me. Master Chen Qi writhed her serpentine body and slipped into the truck's compartment. These spirit stones will accelerate your transformation. After consuming them, you should be fully transformed by morning. Chen Qi tossed 100 spirit stones to Chen Qi before stepping out of the truck. The low-grade spirit stones, plentiful in his elder brother's storage bag, were of little concern to him as he aimed to hasten Chen Qi's ascension to rank SIX. An hour later, only 9 members of Li-Fei's team remained. 4 men and 4 women, one of whom was a healer, whom Chen Qi directly recruited without the need for hunting. Including the core members, Chen Qi's influence now approached 50 individuals, even by mere numbers. This constituted a significant force in the vicinity of Spring City, and in terms of overall quality, it was undoubtedly the best. Yet, the ratio of women is just slightly above half. It could be better. Chen Qi mused with a smile that he preferred to recruit more individuals with supportive abilities for combat. Modestly speaking, he felt he could match at least 100 men. Gather the team. We return home. Chen Qi commanded, gesturing for the convoy to head towards the shelter. The sky had darkened, and the night in the apocalypse is perilous, with all manner of monsters roaming freely. Particularly fearsome are the early-stage mutated zombies, night walkers. Indeed, the advanced mutations known as night demons. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a large shadow collided with the front of the truck. Bang! The shadow had evidently not anticipated the resilience of the towering heavy-duty truck. Not only failing to crush it, but being sent flying instead. Damn! A giant rat. Chu Qianqian squinted to see clearly. It's not a rat, but it is quite ugly. Chen Qi chuckled, as soon as he thought of the night demon. It appeared before him. Each mutation elevates the zombie by 2 ranks, yet their lifespan diminishes significantly. The night demon is at least a rank 5 zombie, and they are notoriously short-lived. It might awaken today, only to explode tomorrow or the day after. The night demon lay on the ground, its bones shattered from the impact that a normal truck would have crumpled under such a collision, but the towering heavy-duty truck emerged virtually unscathed. My heavy-duty truck is invincible. Chen Qi had initially intended to take action himself, but a playful spirit arose within him, prompting him to pull Xia Yubing to his side and take the driver's seat. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, driving the modified mechanical beast of the shelter directly toward the night demon. Rank 5 mutated zombies possess remarkable vitality. It took dozens of brutal collisions from the formidable truck before the creature was finally put to rest. Now, that's what I call top-notch torture. Chen Qi exited the vehicle, pulled out his phone, and snapped a photo of the grotesque, lifeless night demon, posting it on the New World Forum using Li-Fei's account. Like catching fish with a hook, only those willing shall bite. As he saw the message sent successfully, a smirk crept across his face as he climbed back into the truck. Chapter 67. The 4th Level Shelter. Size and functionality variations. Rank 5 crystal, secured. Chen Qi held the night demon's crystal in his hand, initially believing he would need to seek out a rank 5 crystal for building upgrades. Instead, fate delivered it right to him, the night demon serving as his unexpected boon. Upon returning to the shelter, Chen Qi settled the new recruits and treated them to a delicious vegetable soup. Given the abundant harvest of the day, his spirits were high, and he instructed the chef sisters to add some eggs to the soup, transforming it into a delightful vegetable and egg concoction that left them in tears of joy. In this apocalypse, for rank 1 abilities users like them, acquiring eggs is no simple task. Such high-quality food is typically reserved for the core elites of various factions. For Chen Qi, however, it mattered little. With ample resources, he could afford to be indulgent. Chen Qi and her 3 attendants were temporarily housed in the livestock shed, awaiting the completion of the Golden Fortress, which would afford them a more fitting residence. Ah, it's so cozy. You are truly a generous master. Chen Qi expressed her contentment with the livestock shed, which was a premium product of the shelter, equipped with heating facilities. This year marked a winter of icy calamity. While the cinema remained shielded from the cold winds, it lacked heating, making life difficult for cold-blooded creatures like snakes. Cold-blooded animals thrive in warmth and sunlight. Cough. Chen Qi cleared his throat. He felt somewhat guilty for bestowing such treatment upon Chen Qi, now the second strongest in the faction after him. As long as you are happy, after consuming the spirit stones, complete your transformation swiftly. Watching Chen Qi slip back into a meditative state, Chen Qi returned to the core of the shelter and placed the night demon crystal and several rank 4 crystals into the materials pile. Golden Fortress, upgrade. Chen Qi pressed the upgrade activation button, and the 4th level shelter was finally set to be constructed. Shelter upgrade. Level 4 building. Golden Fortress. This upgrade includes manor expansion, main building upgraded to fortress, existing villa upgraded to main building. Extension of 23-story villas, cellar upgrade, initial silver city walls, golden city battlements, basic obsidian energy conduits, initial golden inscription crossbows, optional upgrades, 10 underground temperature-controlled farms, ability storage machines, incubation rooms, sauna rooms, bar renovations, game room renovations, golden inscription artillery. Special optional upgrades, golden sculptures, obsidian name tablets, estimated upgrade time, 5 days, current progress. Chen Qi waved his hand decisively. There was no need to deliberate. With resources abundant, I will select all. Such extravagance. The 4th level building truly represents a significant leap forward. Chen Qi grinned. From this level onward, the shelter would possess means of offensive capability. The golden runic crossbows and golden inscription artillery could unleash damage unattainable by ordinary weapons through the enchantment of abilities. Particularly with the golden inscription artillery, a single shot would equate to a full force strike from a rank 5 ability user, comparable in power to field artillery, with external artillery and internal support from Chen Qi. The shelter would be an impregnable fortress. Even if the intelligent zombies launched a massive assault, they would only retreat in defeat. Chen Qi felt an overwhelming sense of security. The ability storage machines would allow abilities to be converted into energy for the shelter's operation. Boasting an immense capacity, the laborers could tirelessly input energy day and night for reserve. That it was time to expand the number of team members. Chen Qi's ambitions surged. The current number of team members was far from sufficient. Storage laborers, defensive laborers, agricultural laborers, and soon there would be dedicated personnel to manage entertainment facilities such as bars, game rooms, saunas, and temperature-controlled swimming pools. To ensure these laborers worked diligently, he would need another batch of workers to venture out daily to collect crystals. Using the surplus to support those working within the shelter, various ideas blossomed in his mind, filling him with anticipation for the future. Once the 5th level building is completed, unlocking the water purification system, the shelter will achieve true self-sustainability. Food and drink could be cultivated independently, eliminating the fear of running out. As Chen Qi envisioned this grand blueprint, he made his way back. Upon opening the door, he found Chu Qianqian, fully prepared. Have you two come to an agreement? 1 person per night, alternating shifts? Chen Qi glanced at the shy girl, unable to contain his amusement. Dressed in a school uniform, Chu Qianqian was evidently eager to engage in some cosplay. Teacher Chen, today I eagerly anticipate your instruction. Chu, please sit properly. Chen Qi swiftly assumed his role, as he still needed to seek more companions tomorrow. Today's lesson lasted only 3 hours, with the dawn breaking. Chen Qi concluded his work and gazed at the distant morning light. At this pace, he could ascend to the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage in just 15 days. Of course, this was contingent upon the continuous availability of crystals above level 5 for him to absorb. He glanced down at Li Fei's phone, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The Rebirth organization had indeed contacted him. This organization was quite cunning, only reaching out to acquire after confirming a kill shot. This must be the level 5 night demon crystal, right? We are willing to exchange 20 tons of quality supplies for it. Meat, eggs, milk, and vegetables. If you have any special requests, feel free to specify. 20 tons. Chen Qi rubbed his chin, realizing that rarity dictates value. The near level 6 crystal commanded a price 5 times that of an ordinary level 5 crystal. His primary intention was merely to engage the Rebirth organization. The amount of supplies they offered was inconsequential. He promptly replied with an affirmative. Soon, they finalized the time and place for the transaction. Having been tricked twice before, It was time for them to experience being deceived themselves. That a smirk played on Chen Qi's lips beneath the base station warehouse during the struggle for the Earth Dragon. The Rebirth organization had acted quite slyly, leaving him with psychological scars. That ghoul which had haunted him might very well have been one of theirs, meaning he had been tricked thrice. This time, he intended to take the initiative and teach them a lesson. A lesson soaked in blood. He exited the main building. The transformation project was in full swing. The team members noticed the significant changes. Their eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at Chen Qi with immense reverence. He was a deity. Chen Qi chuckled and shook his head. As his subordinates, they would inevitably adapt to this. He made his way towards the breeding grounds. The figure of the green serpent stood still. The shedding was complete. Its length had reached over 13 meters. Its body, adorned with green scales, shimmered with a sharp radiance, both majestic and otherworldly. Level 6, satisfied, Chen Qi nodded. Being of the mental type, there were likely few in this world capable of handling its existence. Master, I feel as though I have awakened a new ability. Little Qing circled around, its form rapidly shrinking. Ultimately, it transformed into a slender creature the thickness of a finger, barely a few centimeters long. The ability to change size at will. Chen Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 68. No negative reviews. Those who traded with us are all dead. All right. Chen Qi had initially thought that with such a massive form, Little Qing would primarily serve as a guardian, but now, with the ability to alter its size at will, it became far more convenient. Today, you will accompany us on our mission, Chen Qi declared. The main objective of today's outing was to confront the Rebirth organization, a mysterious and unpredictable entity. Caution was undoubtedly warranted. With the now level 6 Little Qing, regardless of the tricks the Rebirth organization might employ, having two main forces would render them incapable of dealing with him, given the sly nature of those from the Rebirth organization. This transaction was bound to be unstable. Although he had his own schemes, the other party would not necessarily be oblivious to his intentions. Chen Qi rubbed his chin. If the other side had laid any traps, the weaklings under his command, all at levels 1 and 2, would likely prove ineffective. Thus, he ordered them to spread out from the manor as a core, gathering crystals as extensively as possible over the next few days. The team that collected the most crystals of the highest quality would earn a chicken leg for dinner. The top 10 would receive a boiled egg. Chicken. It's chicken. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Invigorated by the prospect, immediately organizing themselves into teams according to yesterday's ratios and ventured out to explore. Meanwhile, Chen Qi tucked the shrunken Little Qing into his sleeve and, accompanied by his core team, boarded the Titan heavy truck, heading towards the city. Navigating the familiar route, they swiftly arrived at the agreed-upon location. It was a chemical factory that had already fallen into disrepair before the apocalypse. What a clever choice of location, Chen Qi frowned. The expansive flatland surrounding the factory made it clear that any covert actions would be readily apparent and difficult to overlook at that moment. Atop the chemical factory, someone had already spotted Chen Qi's heavy truck. This must be the one who killed the Night Demon Crystal. TSK, I never expected that besides our organization, there would be others in the wild capable of slaying a night demon. Night demons have a brief lifespan. Perhaps he merely encountered an already aged and dying one. From the photos, it seemed that the night demon was struck down by him using the heavy truck. TSK, what a fortunate lad, stumbling upon such a fine truck amidst the apocalypse. This beast must be worth dozens of tons of supplies. With such a truck, we could venture out at night to hunt night demons as well. Perhaps even earn commendations from headquarters to him. He clearly lacks the strength to confront a night demon directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to the cumbersome method of ramming it with a truck, with Morning Brother around. This should be easily resolved. The individuals speaking turned their gazes towards Mu Chun. He was a formidable force dispatched from headquarters, exceptionally gifted and a child of fortune. He could return from a single night out with numerous high-level crystals. Headquarters had repeatedly sent individuals to track him, discovering that there were no external factors involved. It was purely this lad's extraordinary luck. He either fortuitously stumbled upon creatures on the brink of death or encountered monsters and mutants. These crystals were indeed picked up. Such a child of fortune warranted full investment. Level 4 and 5 crystals would be provided to him. With the wind-based powers and his peculiar swordsmanship, he had become one of the top super-strong individuals in the Rebirth organization. Headquarters had been overly cautious to send a powerhouse like Brother Chen to deal with someone who was merely lucky and nothing more. There was no need for such trouble. Indeed, Mu Chun furrowed his brow. Feeling as if he were being subtly insulted, he cast a cold sideways glance at the speaker, thinking that if a fight broke out, this lad should be the first to be used as cannon fodder. The vast majority of the Rebirth organization were not true Rebirth individuals. Only the core members and division heads were genuine. He was the only Rebirth individual present at this chemical factory. Moreover, he was not a mere child of fortune. As a wind-type ability user, he was exceptionally swift, and in his previous life, he had accumulated substantial resources through diligent exploration. Simultaneously, he had gathered extensive intelligence. He could not defeat these monsters and mutants in his previous life. Now reborn, with early cultivation, he gained a significant advantage, merely following his memories to reap the spoils. With enough repetitions, he had crafted the persona of a child of fortune. The ability to slay a level 5 night demon could not solely be attributed to luck. As a Rebirth individual, one must remain vigilant. Mu Chun had no intention of engaging directly. He had brought several heavy machine guns from headquarters, intending to first use them to probe the enemy. That if the opponent could withstand heavy machine gun fire, they would surely be at least level 4. He would then make a swift retreat. Although he was also at level 4 now, he did not wish to engage with equally matched ability users unless absolutely necessary. Keep those machine guns well hidden. When I signal, you will fire. After giving his instructions, he led his team to the entrance of the chemical factory. At that moment, Chen Qi and his group also approached. Are you here to exchange supplies? Mu Chen scrutinized Chen Qi, frowning as he inquired. Where are your supplies? Shouldn't they be laid out in this open space for us to retrieve safely? This is far too dangerous. Chen Qi shook his head, cutting straight to the point. How dare you speak to Brother Chen like that? Less chatter. Show us the crystals. One of Mu Chen's subordinates barked arrogantly. Chen Qi shook his head and turned to leave. Mu Chen's eyes widened. It seemed the other party was quite cautious. Rubbing his chin, he realized this could be troublesome, and he quickly added, let me inspect the crystals first, and we will bring the goods out for you. Otherwise, if you hand us a crystal devoid of energy, wouldn't we be at a significant loss? The residual energy of the crystal must be assessed upon receipt. Once in hand, it could be returned to you. Goods? There had never been any goods prepared. A reputable Rebirth organization never engages in trade. As for why no one had exposed them on the New World Forum until now, the reason was simple. All who had traded with them were dead, leaving no room for negative reviews. Chen Qi was unaware of this. He had assumed the Rebirth organization would not be honest in their exchanges, but he never anticipated that they would be so unprepared as to not have even a grain of rice ready. No supplies, no crystals, Chen Qi stated firmly. Mu Chen's expression darkened, casting a glance at the subordinate who had earlier claimed that besides luck, there was nothing else. The subordinate instantly understood, swaggering forward to poke Chen Qi's chest. You little rascal. Are you asking for trouble? How dare you make demands while trading with us? Ah. The hand that reached out was swiftly severed by Chen Qi's finger blade, blood spraying forth. This was undoubtedly a master above level 4. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chun transformed into a phantom, retreating swiftly, so fast. Chen Qi quickly realized that the other party was clearly unprepared. How amusing. He had overestimated them. However, once human ability users reach level 4, crystals will also manifest on their foreheads if unable to procure supplies. Killing for crystals wouldn't be a bad alternative. Chapter 69. Do not worry, I will take action. Damn it. As Mu Chen retreated, he cast a bewildered glance at Chen Qi. He could not recall such a figure from his past life. It had only been a month since the apocalypse, and besides the apocalypse organization, there were actually humans above level 4 still alive. As he harbored doubts, his opponent had already unleashed a flying sword, hurtling towards him. What the hell? Mu Chun exclaimed, realizing it was a control-type attack. His speed was astonishing, barely allowing him to evade the sword's deadly strike. Chen Qi's eyes flickered with surprise. Since reaching the 4th level of Qi training and mastering sword control, it was the first time someone had managed to dodge his sword attack. How intriguing. He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Mu Chen swiftly concluded internally that Chen Qi was far too powerful for him to contend with. Please don't kill me. Big brother, I surrender. I possess a level 7 crystal, and I am willing to offer it to you. Mu Chun pleaded repeatedly. Chen Qi was equally perplexed. From the tone of those few subordinates earlier, Mu Chun was supposed to be a prominent figure within the Rebirth organization. Yet here he was, kneeling and calling him father after just one encounter. What a farce! He furrowed his brow. However, he was currently keen on gathering intelligence regarding the Rebirth organization. If the other party was willing to divulge information, he might consider sparing him a moment longer. Moreover, the revelation of a level 7 crystal was simply too staggering to ignore, causing his sword to momentarily hesitate. During this brief pause, Mu Chun had already slipped into the chemical factory. With the area behind him falling within the range of heavy machine gun fire, raising an eyebrow, Mu Chun laughed heartily. As someone who has been through this, let me offer you a piece of advice. Rookie, never believe a word spoken by a reborn. Chen Qi shook his head. I intended to let you live a little longer, but it seems you do not value your life. The chemical factory undoubtedly harbored the other party's arrangements. He would not be foolish enough to charge in recklessly. Of all places, why choose a chemical factory? He swiftly drew talismans and cast them into the air, shouting, Ignite, ignite. Zhu Rongrong, aware of Chen Qi's capabilities, did not hesitate. With a graceful wave of her hand, countless flames erupted from her palm, striking the talismans in an instant. A fierce wind arose, fueling the flames, as the entire factory ignited. Damn it, I miscalculated. Mu Chun hadn't anticipated that Chen Qi would set the factory ablaze. With so many chemical agents inside, an explosion could very well threaten his life. This was too decisive. Was he truly a novice? His actions were more ruthless than those of seasoned veterans. Mu Chun felt overwhelmed, realizing that Chen Qi was nothing short of a monster. Initially, he had intended to lead Chen Qi and his group into the factory to trap them, but now it seemed the tables had turned, and he was the one in peril. What should he do now? Brother Chun, over 30 members of the Rebirth organization lay in ambush within the factory, all armed, realizing they were trapped and facing certain death. They thought, despite this boy's abnormality, he was still far from being a match for the Rebirth organization. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chun reluctantly retrieved a box of pills from his pocket. Were those heart-saving pills? His subordinates assumed Mu Chun was suffering from a heart condition due to stress. Nonsense. This was a miraculous drug just developed by headquarters. It could instantly elevate a person's combat capability by 2 levels. Mu Chun lied through his teeth, unflinching. The Rebirth organization had been researching the causes of mutations in altered beings and had created this drug based on their findings that it could indeed boost someone by 2 levels. But the side effects were far more severe than the mutations themselves. One moment they could be fine, and the next, they could explode. Most importantly, it would cause confusion of thought, leading to a rapid decline in intelligence. Even with such significant side effects, the production cost was extraordinarily high. He had not anticipated needing such a thing during this outing. Headquarters was truly formidable. With such treasures, why hadn't they informed them sooner? There were only a few pills, and they were hardly enough to go around. I'll take one first. No, let me have it. Many were so easily swayed by his words that they nearly fought to consume the pills immediately. Mu Chun distributed the pills, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. However, among them were a few naturally cautious individuals who were reluctant to take the drugs that he had prepared for this, feigning to consume one, but never actually swallowing it. Only then did the cautious ones decide to ingest the pills. When it comes to scheming, you must regard me as your ancestor, acting all cautious in front of me. Mu Chun commanded the others to charge out of the factory while he discreetly lingered behind, waiting for everyone to exit before spitting out the pill he had pretended to consume and stealthily fleeing in the opposite direction. Out of caution, he carried all his wealth on him. 2 level 5 crystals, over a dozen level 4 crystals, and even a level 7 crystal. This was the most significant opportunity he had encountered in his previous life. As long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not worry about firewood. With a determined expression, Mu Chun placed the level 7 crystal in his mouth, beginning to absorb its energy to the fullest extent. This is a calamity in my life. If I survive, I will surely rise and stand at the pinnacle of this apocalypse, becoming the king of the winds. Before the chemical factory, once the members of the Rebirth organization realized Mu Chun had vanished, their minds began to spiral into chaos. All they could remember was the singular goal of eliminating Chen Qi. As they advanced, the group of over 40 was gradually diminished to just 20 by a series of explosions. What was this? A human suicide bomb? Chen Qi scanned the group, yet did not spot Mu Chun. Observing the members of the Rebirth organization, who were now mindlessly self-destructing and advancing like zombies. His thoughts raced. Piecing together the situation, trying to escape, Chen Qi smirked. Before entering the factory, he had deliberately driven around the perimeter, familiarizing himself with the terrain. At this moment, Shaoqing had been dispatched to block the back entrance. Though not a reborn, she had gleaned insights from the memories of the Space Queen. Grasping the essence of caution, the Space Queen had survived until the end, surpassing these ordinary reborn individuals. How could there suddenly be so many mutated zombies? Zhang Dafei was about to use his silver shield to defend when he was knocked back several steps by a powerful charge, the force causing him to gasp. It was likely some sinister technique. Chen Qi shook his head. The drug that the triangular-eyed youth had consumed, which temporarily elevated their limits, had already proven that the Rebirth organization had made significant strides in apocalyptic technology. These individuals, moments ago mere level 1 or 2, had now transformed into level 3 and 4 threats. There was even one at level 5. How could they possibly fight against that? Su Chu and his brothers quickly joined Zhang Dafei. But they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. No need to worry. I will intervene. Chen Qi summoned his flying sword, targeting the level 5 mutated being. Meanwhile, from the rear of the chemical factory, the sound of a giant serpent's hiss echoed, indicating that Shaoqing had successfully cornered one of the sneaky veterans. Chapter 70. Level 7 Crystal. Mutation Pills. The celestial sword spiraled, executing a lethal arc that cleaved through several level 4 mutated beings. With the offensive prowess of the celestial sword, he was invincible among equals. Eliminating these mindless mutated beings was not merely a matter of speed. He could dispatch as many as he wished in a single strike. Boom! Xia Yubing opened her arms, creating a spatial rift before the level 5 mutated being, redirecting its assault towards the heads of those level 3 mutated beings. With a resounding thud, the torrent of power shattered 2 of the level 3 mutated beings. Xia Yubing's face paled. As the creator of the spatial rift, she bore the brunt of the energy redirection. If the energy exceeded her capacity, each transfer could drain her entirely, with the time she bought. Chen Qi swiftly eliminated all the level 4 mutated beings, and the celestial sword returned, aiming for the level 5 mutated being. This creature's bones protruded grotesquely from its body, looking 100 times uglier than the night demon. Boom! Its chest cavity burst open, and the rib bones shot out. This self-destructive attack unleashed an assault powerful enough to rival that of mortars and rocket launchers. 5 Thunder Technique. Chen Qi formed hand seals. At the Qi refinement stage, he needed to chant incantations to bolster his power, but once he reached the foundation establishment stage, these minor spells would be executed with mere gestures. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 thunders descended, clashing with the advancing rib bones, creating immense shockwaves. Yet, there were too many ribs. The 5 thunder technique could only eliminate a portion that a level 5 foe was still beyond his capacity to eliminate instantly. Chen Qi sighed, feeling dissatisfied. After all, he was a cultivator. Why couldn't he slay a level 3 enemy with ease? It was all because he was not the protagonist, he lamented, then soared into the sky on his sword. The 3 talents sword array. 2 more celestial swords flew out from his storage bag, joining the previous sword to form a front and back 3 talents sword array. Kill. The 3 talents sword array placed a heavy burden on his spiritual energy. It was conjured solely for the purpose of annihilation. If he couldn't eliminate his enemy, he would at least endure a 10-second period of spiritual energy depletion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 celestial swords formed a spiral in the air, their sword energy soaring like a rainbow, shattering the advancing bone swords beneath the spiraling sword energy. The 3 talents sword array remained undiminished, transforming into a white rainbow that instantly pierced through the level 5 mutated being. Boom! The mutated being's body, already unstable, exploded upon impact, taking out 3 of its comrades in the process. Exhaling a breath of relief, Chen Qi noted that the 3 talents sword array was indeed formidable. Even against a level 6 opponent, it held the potential to fight back. If he unleashed all his power, he might be able to slay a level 6 enemy. As he descended, Chu Tianqian immediately embraced him, and the life energy surged from every point of contact into his body. So warm, so comforting. Chen Qi couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, being healed by a healer is the most efficient way to recover. Chu Tianqian, ever generous with her energy, soon flushed crimson, exhausted from the effort. There's no need to be so fierce. Chen Qi sighed, gently rubbing the small head of his companion, before dashing out with his sword. The low-level minions in the arena were as easy to dispatch as cutting through vegetables or slaughtering poultry. The sudden chill enveloped Ha Wang. With a swift motion, his sword danced like a rainbow, swiftly eliminating the remaining mutants in the crowd. After obtaining the crystals from the level 4 and above mutants, he hurried towards the rear of the chemical plant. Xiaoqing's figure was still in motion. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. How could Mu Chun, merely a level 4 ability user, exhibit such ferocity? Had he fought against Xiaoqing, a level 6 user, for so long? Such a life-preserving individual could not possibly have consumed that explosive enhancement drug. Could he? As he approached, Chen Qi finally discerned the scene at that moment. Mu Chun had transformed into a ball, being mercilessly whipped and bounced around by Xiaoqing's tail, no longer resembling a human. Xiaoqing flicked her tongue. Master, you finally made it. I was nearly bored to tears. Chen Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Chun had been reduced to a swollen, meaty sphere by Xiaoqing's blows. How foolish could he be? Chen Qi had intended to use a soul-reading talisman to extract his memories. The talisman was exceedingly precious, with very few in his senior brother's storage pouch, yet it would be worth it to uncover the secrets of the Rebirth organization. This individual was uncooperative. I attempted to subdue him with a mental shock, but ended up rendering him foolish instead, Xiaoqing innocently remarked. It's his own weakness that led to this. Chen Qi was speechless. I hope you won't make my trip in vain. With his mind dulled, he simply slashed Mu Chun in two with a single stroke. A bundle fell out. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow and opened the bundle to reveal a medicine box. A black card, and nearly 20 crystals, all level 4 or above. Among them, the largest crystal was the size of an adult's fist, its energy flowing like a stream, taking on a tangible form. What? He picked it up and absorbed a portion, his eyes sparkling. A level 7 crystal. This cannot be considered a loss. It can be deemed a windfall. My goodness, is this a treasure trove, with a dozen level 4 crystals and 2 level 5 crystals? Adding to the previous haul from the mutants, he now possessed 21 level 4 crystals, 3 level 5 crystals, and 1 level 7 crystal. With this level 7 crystal, reaching level 5 is merely a matter of days. Chen Qi had initially thought it would take at least half a month to reach the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage, but now it seemed it would be no more than 5 days. Who would have thought? Although lacking resources, he had stumbled upon so many crystals, making it worthwhile. This was a significant gain. Chen Qi stored the crystals and pondered the black card that he recalled the blue card given to him by the Special Forces squad leader and speculated. This might be a token for entering the Rebirth organization. I have wiped out every Rebirth member I encountered. They should be unaware of my existence. In due time, I can disguise myself as a Rebirth member and infiltrate their stronghold to destroy it. After putting away the black card, he glanced at the box of pills, 3 remaining inside. These should be the pills that induce mutations. Suddenly, a horrifying thought struck Chen Qi. Although there is the disadvantage of rapid death, it is possible to produce a large quantity of high-level crystals in a short time using this. By capturing a few level 2 or 3 ability users and coercing or deceiving them into consuming these pills. Waiting for them to explode could yield a bulk creation of level 4 and 5 crystals. Is this their plan? A flicker of unease crossed Chen Qi's mind. If the production cost of these pills becomes low, the Rebirth organization's advancement will accelerate. Fortunately, having obtained this level 7 crystal, he must quickly enhance his strength upon returning. Chapter 71 Li Licha. Why should I listen to you? After swiftly cleaning the battlefield, Chen Qi led his team back home. Within 3 minutes of their departure, the chemical plant erupted in a terrifying explosion, reducing it to ruins amidst the flames, erasing all traces and evidence of the battle. The identity of Li Fei was effectively nullified. He would need to create a new account to deceive others. A faint smile crept onto Chen Qi's lips as he tossed Li Fei's phone out the window, the heavy truck crushing it, obliterating the last shred of proof of Li Fei's existence. You all need to reach level 4 quickly. Chen Qi distributed the level 4 crystals among Chu Qianqian, Xia Yubing, and others in the vehicle. They were his capable subordinates, and their strength must keep pace. Boss is generous. Thank you, Brother Chen Qi. The group had felt the disparity over the past 2 days. These recent hard-fought battles relied heavily on Chen Qi. Had he not resolved all the high-end combatants single-handedly, even a single level 4 enemy could have cost them dearly. Their desire to enhance their strength had never been more urgent. They must return and train with all their might. Training must also be intensified. If it doesn't kill you, train harder. Passing by a supermarket, the group parked to gather more supplies. They would need to recruit more members in the future. And having more resources was always beneficial. Taking what they could was only sensible. Who are you? Zhang Dafei bellowed, seizing a figure hidden behind the shelves with one hand. Chen Qi and the others rushed over. Li Licha, Zhu Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Rongrong, it's you. How wonderful. I thought you were dead. Li Licha's initially panicked expression brightened as she exclaimed, "Oh, you know this person?" Chen Qi inquired. Yes, she was my high school classmate. Zhu Rongrong nodded repeatedly, recalling their once close relationship. Though they had lost touch after university, their reunion now brought them immense joy. Why are you alone? Zhu Rongrong asked repeatedly. Sister Rongrong, I was expelled. After the disaster, I joined our school's girls' self-rescue organization, but the leader targeted me and forced me out. Li Licha's eyes glistened with tears that I'm struggling to survive in the supermarket, homeless and all alone, pitifully so. Boo-hoo. What? Zhu Rongrong was somewhat angered. Expelling someone during an apocalypse was akin to condemning them to death. She glanced at Chen Qi, but remained silent. Chen Qi understood her thoughts, pondering for a moment before stating, Right. You can join our team for now. Zhu Rongrong was a core member, and since Li Licha was an old classmate of hers, bringing her along was no issue. Thank you. Rongrong, Li Licha was overjoyed. You should thank Chen Qi instead. He is the leader of our team, and everything must be according to his command. Zhu Rongrong reiterated, Why is it always like this? Li Licha expressed her dissatisfaction. That self-rescue organization was the same. The leader was autocratic and unfair, which was quite irritating. Chen Qi's gaze turned icy. He began to understand why Li Licha had been expelled from her group. Zhu Rongrong quickly added, You mustn't speak like that again. Oh, Li Licha had no choice but to remain silent. Though her discontent lingered that I didn't even mention your name. I merely hinted at it, and you're already dissatisfied. How petty, she thought to herself. If I weren't unable to find a team willing to take me in, I wouldn't bother teaming up with someone like you. Xiaoqing slithered out of Chen Qi's sleeve, baring her teeth at Li Licha, startling her into a scream. You even raise snakes. What kind of leader are you? Clearly not a good person, master. This woman isn't trustworthy. Xiaoqing sensed Li Licha's malice. Chen Qi nodded, but before he could say anything further, a convoy stopped in front of the supermarket, and dozens of people emerged. The leader, a man in sunglasses, surveyed the imposing heavy truck, his eyes glinting with excitement. Your intel was timely. When you return, I'll reward you with sausages. Thank you, boss. Yeah. A nearby effeminate youth eagerly rubbed his hands in flattery. Get out of there, all of you. This is the territory of my lone wolf gang. You think you can just take supplies here without my permission? The man in sunglasses bellowed. Chen Qi and his group emerged from the supermarket just in time to hear the man's shouts. Who among you is the leader? Is this supermarket stock yours to take? The man in sunglasses noticed that Chen Qi's group numbered fewer than 10, feeling emboldened, his voice rising in intensity as he coldly questioned. Is this supermarket yours? Chen Qi frowned and asked coldly. Haha, this district is now governed by our 8 major gangs. This is the territory of my lone wolf gang. Are you truly ignorant or just pretending to be? The effeminate youth added with a lisp. 8 major gangs? What nonsense. Get your boss to clear the way, or you'll all die, Zhang Dafei roared. What? The man in sunglasses fumed. Oh, you're all so rude. Li Licha quickly interjected. We must reason this out. Let us return the supplies to this brother and leave quickly. Seeing the opposing side outnumbered, she thought they couldn't win and assumed Chen Qi was merely putting on a brave face. She, being a clear-headed fairy, rushed to mediate. This girl seems rather reasonable. The man in sunglasses sneered. Indeed, Li Licha smiled smugly. Did I give you permission to speak? Chen Qi interjected coldly. Did I say anything wrong? We cannot compete with them, so what's wrong with conceding defeat? You so-called average men only care about your pride, utterly failing to recognize the situation. Li Licha furrowed her brows and said, If it weren't for my still somewhat clear mind, all of you would be getting beaten up today. You should be thanking me. Yet here you are scolding me. Zhu Rongrong closed her eyes. Having seen her old classmates, she had hoped to lend a hand. But now it seemed all hope was lost that in this apocalyptic world. Offending anyone is fine. Just don't offend Chen Qi. You are the leader, and I am the leader. Chen Qi, considering Zhu Rongrong's dignity, had already refrained from striking the opponent down. In this desolate world, everyone banded together to survive, and all were equal. Why must one submit to your leadership? I have a clearer perspective on the situation. And when I have a better suggestion, you should heed my counsel. Li Licha stood tall, refusing to back down. Your former leader has quite the temper. Chen Qi's voice turned icy. What do you mean by that? Li Licha retorted angrily. She is nothing but a dictatorial and contemptible woman. You are hardly any better. Before she could finish, a flash of sword light suddenly erupted. The hilt of the sword struck Li Licha's face with tremendous force, sending her flying, her teeth scattering and blood spilling everywhere as she howled in pain. Control system. The middle-aged man in sunglasses from the Lone Wolf gang was taken aback. Why, what right do you lay hands on me? Li Licha could barely articulate her words, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Come on, Rongrong, let us form our own team and not associate with such scoundrels any longer. Enough? I am not here to indulge your childish games. Leave the vehicle and supplies behind, and get out of my sight. The effeminate voice cut through the air. Chen Qi coldly regarded Li Licha. Allowing you to live for the time being is merely to show you what grants one the power to speak in this apocalypse. Are you deaf or something? The effeminate figure stepped forward, intending to grab Chen Qi by the collar. The middle-aged man in sunglasses was a level 3 powerhouse, an absolute top-tier existence among the survivors of Spring City. Who could rival him? Yet, his confidence swiftly transformed into dread. Chen Qi struck out, his palm crashing onto the man's head with terrifying force, shattering it like a watermelon. Power system. The man in sunglasses was terrified and considered retreating. But if he did, he would lose his position as the leader. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, I underestimated you. But if you kill our people, you won't leave here alive today. Brother is mighty. His subordinates shouted in unison. However, in the next moment, the celestial sword pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. Blood splattered onto the nearby excited subordinates, leaving them momentarily stunned. 5 Thunder technique. Chen Qi pointed forward, summoning a storm of thunder that instantly turned 5 subordinates into charred pillars. Zhang Dafei and the others also sprang into action. All of them were already at level 3, and even Su Chu's 3 brothers had reached the peak of level 2. Among this group, they were the strongest, like a pack of tigers invading a sheepfold. The members of the Lone Wolf gang were entirely wiped out in under a minute. Blood flowed like a river. Chen Qi's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Li Licha. Without strength, contributions, or capital, how can one expect fairness? This world has never harbored any notion of absolute fairness, regardless of the time. Li Licha's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. Chen Qi and his group were simply too formidable. A flash of regret crossed her mind. Had she known her teammates were this strong, she could have just played a decorative role without speaking out, just as she was about to plead for mercy. Chen Qi's cold voice interrupted her yet again. Class is over. The tuition is your life. It was not that he refused to give others a chance. Even intelligent people can make mistakes, but to be foolish to such an extent. Teaching them would require too much effort, and he was reluctant to invest that much time. Zhu Rongrong sighed. This old classmate was indeed too foolish. Her bond with Li Licha was not deep, unlike the life-and-death comrades in their team. And at this moment, she fully supported Chen Qi's decision. Devil? With a flash of sword light, Li Licha's body was cleaved in two, her eyes gazing skyward, filled with fear and unwillingness. After the team gathered the supplies, they drove back to the estate. The estate had begun to take shape, with silver walls and golden battlements constructed, towering at 3 meters high, exuding an air of majesty. Some teams had already returned, submitting crystals and awaiting Chen Qi's distribution. The number of crystals was considerable. Before the second wave of the virus outbreak, they had understood role distribution, making it relatively easy to eliminate some zombies. Tonight's dinner even included egg flour soup, moving the team, who felt that even during the apocalypse, a feast like this was hard to come by. Online reports stated that people in the base city generally subsisted on pickled vegetables and rice soup. And those who could eat steamed buns and eggs were considered well-connected. Resources were indeed limited, and most crucially, the vast population of the base city consumed a significant amount daily. It was likely that measures would soon be taken. With everyone armed and ready to explore for resources, the first team had obtained the most crystals, and this chicken leg is your reward. Chen Qi distributed the promised rewards of chicken legs and eggs. The team members could hardly suppress their salivation. The allure of meat was simply irresistible. They would work diligently, and with each level they ascended, they could claim an egg, while the first to reach level 3 would be rewarded with a whole roasted chicken. The top 10 would each receive a chicken leg, Chen Qi declared. Gulps. The team members were instantly filled with renewed vigor, eager to leap up and train. Many tasks would be issued in the future, and opportunities to eat meat would abound if they worked hard. After returning to his room, Chen Qi felt it was time to establish a proper set of rules for the emerging faction. A faction that could develop surely needed regulations and a name. What should it be? Chen Qi glanced at his storage bag, a smile slowly forming on his lips. He took out paper and pen and wrote 3 large characters on the blank sheet. Corpsing sect. He aimed to establish a sect on Earth. The techniques he had obtained were the legacy of the Corpsing sect, making it quite legitimate to create a branch of the Corpsing sect on Earth. Naturally, he would be the sect master. Xia Yubing, the Chu sisters, Zhu Rongrong, and Zhang Dafei would all be the founding elders. They asked for the husky. Chen Qi pondered for a moment, intending to grant the husky a title as a guardian beast of the sect, but then reconsidered. Little Qing now resembled a guardian beast more than the husky. Oh, the husky. How awkward. After contemplating for a bit, Chen Qi set the husky aside for later, after sketching for a while. The overall structure of the Corpsing sect was finally laid out that he copied it directly, which required minimal effort. The only challenge was determining the husky's position. The next day, Chen Qi's organizational structure was released. Apprentice disciple, formal disciple, inner disciple, administrative deacon, elder, founding elder, sect master. The sect's contribution point system was established. 1-level crystal counted as 1 point. 2-level crystals as 3 points, 3-level crystals as 10 points, and 4-level crystals as 50 points. As long as one accumulated 10 points, they would be promoted to formal disciple. Inner disciples required 50 contribution points. With at least 2 3-level crystals, healing and support system upgrade standards. Note: the final interpretation rights belong to the sect master, and values will be continuously updated as the times change. Different levels will have different treatments. The disciples were even more motivated. For apprentice disciples, there would be ample rice, with options for instant noodles and ham sausage. Formal disciples would enjoy their regular benefits plus egg flour soup with sausage. Those who became inner disciples would guarantee at least 1 egg and 1 chicken leg daily. I'll risk my life for this. Today, I want to be an inner disciple, for the sake of the egg and chicken leg. In the sanctuary, the sounds of vigorous training echoed. Only the husky tilted its head, gazing at the announcement, howling in confusion. What about me? Chapter 73. What's sect master? That's my daddy. The disaster warning system indicated that there would be ice spike rain tomorrow, making it unwise to venture outdoors. Chen Qi instructed everyone to exercise indoors, striving to train hard and advance as quickly as possible at the same time. He summoned the core team members to the fortress hall. I possess a method that can rapidly enhance physical strength, Chen Qi declared. Once mastered, regardless of the type of ability, one can at least achieve an arm strength of 1,000 pounds. What? Zhu Rongrong's eyes widened. An arm strength of 1,000 pounds. After reaching level 7 in my last life, my sheer physical strength barely managed to reach that. He produced the meridian opening technique. This technique is called meridian opening. In the future, anyone who becomes an inner disciple can pass it on to them. Chen Qi continued. Enhancing physical attributes will also expedite the cultivation of abilities. As for the immortal cultivation techniques, I will not share the Qi refining stage techniques until I reach the foundation establishment stage. In this apocalypse, I must prioritize ensuring my absolute invincibility. This was a choice made out of caution. Even if he were to release the Qi refining techniques now, no one would be able to master them. The cultivation levels of immortal techniques were significantly higher than those of abilities. And without spirit stones, even individuals with average aptitude might never enter the Qi refining stage throughout their lives. After all, once one entered the Qi refining stage, even the first level was akin to being nearly a full-fledged ability user across all types. Such a feat was not easily achievable. All right, we understand. Zhu Rongrong felt as if she had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, while Zhang Dafei scratched his head, pondering the fact that even with a secondary level of strength, one could possess a force of 1,000 pounds, and an additional 1,000 pounds seemed utterly inconsequential. After passing down the method of meridian opening, Chen Qi began to regulate his breath and cultivate. Soon thereafter, within the ranks of the Shireen sect, Any ability user who successfully opened their meridians upon reaching the 3rd level would possess an arm strength of 1,000 pounds. Do you think I am a mere caretaker? In truth, I could single-handedly shatter your skull. Woof woof. Hao Wang, dissatisfied, paced back and forth in the room. Why are you barking like a dog? Chen Qi sighed. Woof woof. Here, have a roast chicken, and go play by yourself. Chen Qi tossed a roast chicken at the creature and kicked the husky outside. Xiaoqing peeked out, hissing with a mischievous grin. Master, it desires you to grant it a title. It feels a lack of significance. Being the personal pet of the sect leader holds far more prestige than any steward or elder. A mere dog. So vain. How could one bestow a title upon you? Dog general, dog elder, dog steward. Chen Qi rubbed his chin but still shouted towards the door. Once you reach level 5, I shall designate you as the guardian beast of the sect. Woof. The husky felt quite dissatisfied. Questioning why Xiaoqing was a guardian divine beast while it was merely a guardian magical beast, it clearly resembled a magical beast far more. However, upon reflection, having a title was quite advantageous. Being by Chen Qi's side granted it far more tangible benefits than others. Seeking a title was simply to flaunt before the disciples. With this thought, it grinned widely. Magical beast sounded far more imposing than divine beast. Yes, that's it. After deceiving itself, it began to tear into the roast chicken with great relish. Chen Qi looked at Xiaoqing. Now that you can freely change your size, will you be able to transform into a snake woman in the future? I cannot say for certain, Master. Xiaoqing spiraled a few times. I sense a significant change will occur after reaching level 7. A significant change. Chen Qi rubbed his chin, nodding thoughtfully. For the next 3 days, Chen Qi devoted himself to arduous cultivation. As cultivators refine their energy into essence. The need to rapidly dissipate physical strength and expend energy for further cultivation required immense effort. Only Chu Qianqian and Xia Yubing took turns as sparring partners. After several days, although exhausted to the point of dehydration, the two women's strength surged, and combined with the 5th level crystal, they directly ascended to the 4th level. This outcome left Chu Xinxin and Zhu Rongrong envious. Damn, I am a prodigy in cultivation. Even with my monstrous talent, it will still take me a day to reach the 4th level, while they. Zhu Rongrong tossed and turned in bed, fuming. What if I also become a sparring partner? No, no, no. How could I entertain such a dreadful thought? Zhu Rongrong, you have been led astray by that wicked Chun. Hao Wang, in these days, was also quite mad, often sneaking out to slay zombies that in just 3 days. It had eliminated over 100, fiercer than ever. Chen Qi turned a blind eye to this, with Hao Wang now at the pinnacle of level 3. Few could pose a threat in the vicinity, except for the mutated beings. Even when encountering a mutated creature, its escape skills were entirely sufficient. The leaderboard has been updated. The disciples of the Shireen sect gathered before the large screen. The golden fortress was nearly completed. At the center of the plaza stood Chen Qi's golden statue, beneath which lay a stone tablet with a large screen that updated the score changes daily. Let me see who ranks first today. Wow, it's not this little genius. Don't bother looking. It's definitely still that dog raised by the sect leader. Indeed, I can't believe it that I'm utterly defeated. After all this effort, it all went to a dog. Haha, we are even inferior to a dog. The truth was revealed that on the leaderboard, Hao Wang's score consistently occupied the 1st position, leaving the 2nd place far behind. This sight left many disciples dejected, feeling immensely disheartened. The feeling of working hard only to be surpassed by a dog was simply unbearable. Woof, Hao Wang strutted proudly through the crowd, pleased with its ranking. Nodding in approval. Dog brother? Ha brother. The disciples showed great respect towards it. Regardless of its canine nature, the score was no illusion, and this dog truly was formidable, slaying zombies as if they were mere dogs. Why does that sound so odd? Wolf Hao Wang pretended to nod. Having accumulated a significant score through diligent efforts in slaying enemies, it traded points with Chen Qi for a 5th level crystal and had already advanced to the 4th level by this morning. While everyone was discussing, a sound of a sword ringing echoed from the top of the golden fortress. A beam of sword light shot into the sky, cleaving a level 3 zombie bird into two from 100 meters away. Feathers floated down, and the crystal plummeted into Chen Qi's hand. 5th level of Qi refinement. My attack range has upgraded once more, he nodded in satisfaction, pocketing the crystal. The sect leader is incredible. It seems Master Chun has advanced again. Master Chun is invincible. The disciples, witnessing this scene, were filled with excitement. Chen Qi looked at the disciples below, his mood soaring. Today, as I have advanced, I shall treat you all to a meat lunch. The sect leader is wise. You are truly my reborn parents. Nonsense. That is my real father. Chapter 74. Fifth level of Qi refinement. Ancient seeds. Today for lunch, we feast on beef soup rice. After the ingredients were distributed, each team began cooking in their respective villas. In an instant, the entire golden fortress was filled with the aroma of food. The disciples of the sect were exceedingly joyous. Most had not savored beef in quite some time. Of course, if the beef cubes and the old pickled cabbage beef noodles counted as beef, they had actually consumed quite a lot. The sect leader is truly generous. Following the sect leader, 3 days equate to 9 meals. The disciples expressed their gratitude. In this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a beef meal could truly bring tears of joy. Within the fortress, the Chu sisters laid out the celebratory feast on a table adorned with gold and jade. Golden minced meat, plum blossom soup dumplings, dawn-hued soup, lotus chicken slices, emerald soup, pearl meatballs, 8 treasure rice, mandarin duck sea cucumber, squirrel mandarin fish, crystal pork knuckles, gold-studded white jade rice, amber peanuts, dragon and phoenix in harmony, and precious pearls. Each dish was a royal delicacy, and merely gazing upon it was a feast for the senses. Chen Qi surveyed the grand banquet before him, indulging heartily at the 5th level of Qi refinement. He was virtually invincible in the present world. Without a doubt, unless facing a super mutant, he could roam freely in this apocalypse. Relying solely on themselves to seek others felt rather slow. They must rely on publicity. Chen Qi contemplated as time progressed. Survivors were gathering into factions, a natural trend, soon forming super factions with thousands of members. Given the current strength of the Shireen sect, encountering such factions would indeed pose a challenge, even if he were invincible. The spiritual energy had its limits. He could only slay a few hundred before exhausting his strength, which would be perilous. He needed to expand the number of allies as much as possible. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. Let's set a small goal. Reach 300 members. Why not we create recruitment flyers to distribute when we head to the main city? Those who see it will naturally come to join us. Chu Chanshan suggested. Humph, that's too slow. I believe it would be better to directly annihilate other factions and absorb their elites. Zhu Rongrong said calmly, flames swirling at her fingertips. Xia Yubing nodded. I find this proposal quite agreeable. Zhang Dafei trembled in a corner, terrified of the 2 female tyrants. Chen Qi also nodded. Then let us pursue both routes. You print the flyers, and you gather information on any other factions that may be lurking. The scientists had been working tirelessly these past few days, almost like a group of workaholics. Many machines and instruments had been acquired, from small items like calipers, flasks, and electric batons, to large ones like paper-making machines, printing presses, generators, and basic machine tools. Soon, they might even be able to set up a production line for firearms. Chen Qi remarked, in this apocalypse, if conditions allow, investing in science yields substantial returns. Although cultivation is powerful, it is ultimately too slow. The advantage of technology lies in mass production. As long as the principles and blueprints are established, they can swiftly equip a batch. For personal development, cultivation is undoubtedly superior. But for collective advancement, technology is the faster route. After finishing the meal, he returned to his room to digest the food and check his ring, discovering that the mark of the elven world was glowing once more. It has finally arrived, he responded, and entered the world of elves. Alice's grandfather had recovered and was now accompanied by several elders of the elven tribe at the Tree of Life. Bowing in gratitude to Chen Qi, wise creator, thanks to you, we were able to hear our calling. We are immensely grateful for your grace. If you require these seeds, we can offer them as a sacrifice to you. These are ancient seeds. It is said that planting them will yield a powerful tree spirit, but they require a continuous supply of life energy for nourishment, which we lack the ability to provide. If the Creator desires them, you may take them to Alice's grandfather, the leader of the Light Elves, held a green seed, roughly the size of a human head, appearing rather unremarkable aside from its size. Naturally, Chen Qi could not slight these elves. As a blessing, he casually tossed over 1,000 crystals. Most of them are mere first-level crystal nuclei, not particularly valuable. If he desires them, he can venture into the densely populated areas of the zombie hordes, alternating between fighting and resting, and he could easily harvest such crystals in a single day. Good heavens! The elves gazed at these crystals, utterly astonished, so much life energy in crystal form. Their tribe is on the verge of rising. The elves all knelt in gratitude, continuously extolling the Creator's mercy. Chen Qi chuckled softly, glancing at Alice. You should direct your gratitude towards this dutiful little girl. With that, he returned to reality. He examined the green seed in his hand. Roughly the size of a human head, the seed of the elven divine tree. Exiting the golden fortress, he pointed and created a large pit in front of him, tossing the ancient seed inside, then following it with several hundred crystals, before channeling his mana to fill the pit. This must be how it's done, right? I hope you can surprise me. After planting the ancient seed, commotion arose at the fortress entrance. He approached and saw 3 or 5 burly men brandishing guns, aiming at the 2 guards. Damn it. What sect master and disciples? Are you all playing cosplay here? The leader, a portly man with gold teeth and a face full of fat, exclaimed, I can already smell the meat. Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll shoot you all. Chen Qi frowned and walked over. Sect master. The disciples respectfully bowed to Chen Qi. Chen Qi nodded, furrowing his brow as he stared at the rotund man. Are you courting death? Ha! Young man, I am Zhao Tai, the chairman of the Chun Zhao group. Surely you've heard of my illustrious name? The fat man held his chin high, speaking with pride. Before the apocalypse, he was the CEO of a publicly traded company worth billions, residing in a villa on the outskirts, with his supplies exhausted. He could only venture out with his subordinates in search of food. Upon seeing the vibrant activity around Chen Qi, especially in the freezing winter, ill intentions immediately arose within him. They were armed. And not with mere handguns, but with submachine guns. I know you have magic, but you can't outrun bullets, nor can you withstand gunfire. I've seen it. Those disobedient fellows on the road were all shot dead by us. I advise you to be sensible and hand over a ton of beef. One of the henchmen shouted angrily. Chen Qi waved his hand, signaling all disciples to retreat. The kinetic energy of machine gun bullets poses a significant threat to those below level 4. But for those above level 4, the threat is limited. Are you scared? Heh, you little brat. Chen Qi smirked, just as Wang, the dog king returning from hunting zombies, happened upon this scene and perked up excitedly. Woof. Master, do not fear. It's my time to shine. Chapter 75. Capture the dog before the master. Basic skills. Do not fail. Woof woof woof. Wang launched a surprise attack, taking down 2 burly men with his paws. What the hell? It's a dog. The men were caught off guard, and in the blink of an eye, another was bitten to death. Kill it. Rat-a-tat-tat. The henchman unleashed a flurry of bullets, attempting to kill the dog. You want to kill my brother? Wang dodged and weaved, the bullets whizzing past him, nearly all of them missing. In close combat, with bullets whizzing by, Wang swiftly dispatched 3 more hulking men. What's wrong with this dog? It's too powerful. Although the short distance and the presence of allies contributed, it was utterly humiliating to be overrun by a mere dog while wielding submachine guns. Finally, they managed to hit it. The fat boss shouted. Bullets struck Wang, but his body was enveloped in an icy armor. While the bullets were deflected, ice shards flew everywhere, causing him to yelp in pain. Wang was infuriated, while the fat boss and his subordinates were completely paralyzed with fear. What kind of dog is this? Bullets can't kill it. It must be cheating. Now at level 4, Wang possessed a protective ability strong enough to withstand bullets, but too many could exhaust his power and potentially kill him. If this continues, we might truly be annihilated by this dog. Damn it, we can't even defeat a dog while holding guns. Why should we continue living? Wang, is that what you think? Allow me to fulfill your wish. In the blink of an eye, 3 more were bitten to death. Capture the dog before the master. Let us seize this so-called sect master. The fat boss, being the CEO of a public, the towering heavy-duty truck swiftly arrived at the university town. After the intelligent zombies were vanquished, the remaining zombies noticeably dispersed, their density markedly different from before. The level of danger was, naturally, incomparable to that of the day they had managed to break through. A small team was dispatched to search the area, distributing flyers along the way while maintaining communication via walkie-talkies to identify other factions and relay information promptly. Chen Qi descended from the truck, gazing at the university town before him, and issued an order. Yes, master. The disciples quickly scattered. Chen Qi, accompanied by the core team, commenced their search within the university town, prioritizing the engineering institute to ascertain if any faculty members, such as teachers or professors, had survived. These individuals are treasures of humanity, Chen Qi remarked. Through the core of the shelter, they can play a significant role that as time progresses, they may well influence the overall trajectory of the apocalypse. However, the prospects are not bright. At the onset of the apocalypse, helicopters evacuated all key personnel, leaving behind only ordinary students. Zhu Rongrong interjected. Indeed, even some top scholars were granted priority for transport. The truly exceptional talents are now predominantly within the base city. Chen Qi acknowledged this reality, yet he did not abandon hope. What if there were teachers and professors who had been left behind or failed to receive timely rescue? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Teachers, you must leave quickly. The zombies are breaking in. My brothers and I will hold them off for a while. The voice, robust and resonant, carried a considerable distance. Chen Qi's eyes brightened. Let's go investigate. The core team hurried towards the source of the sound, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow until they arrived at a laboratory building. At that moment, the main entrance had been breached, and 3 figures were engaged in combat amidst a throng of zombies, blocking the entrance to prevent them from entering. The young man in the midst seems to possess great potential, Chen Qi observed as he watched the battle unfold. The individual he referred to was clad in traditional martial attire, exuding an air of heroism, his fists moving like shadows, his body as agile as a dragon. In less than a minute, he had pulverized 2 of the strongest level 2 zombies using nothing but his fists, and even managed to dispatch a level 3 zombie. A martial artist? Chen Qi exclaimed, astonished as the zombies continued to gather in increasing numbers. Even this man began to struggle to fend them off. Engage, Chen Qi decisively commanded, for he valued talent highly. With a whoosh, Zhu Rongrong unleashed flames from her hands, while Xia Yubing rained arrows like a tempest at Ha Wang, and Zhang Dafei charged into the horde of zombies. Akin to a tiger among sheep, in no time, dozens of zombies were slaughtered. The heroic young man stood momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes that he had thought that surrounded by such a multitude of zombies, he would meet his end that day. Little did he expect that divine reinforcements would descend and obliterate the zombies. Such strength must surely be a blessing sent by the Bodhisattva, he mused internally. Thank you, he sincerely expressed, bowing to Chen Qi, recognizing the life-saving grace bestowed upon him. Chen Qi nodded, not one to feign humility. What is your name? I am Qin Zhanfeng, a student of this institution. My father is Qin Lin. He replied earnestly. Qin Lin, Chen Qi responded with understanding. Having heard of Qin Lin's illustrious reputation as the unparalleled master of traditional martial arts in Huaxia, he had achieved an impressive record of 8 consecutive victories against foreign experts and was widely celebrated as the contemporary paragon of martial mastery. No wonder you are the son of Master Qin. Your skills are remarkable, Chen Qi praised, offering a thumbs up. This boxing technique is extraordinary. It can even rival magical prowess. Truly a talent. Haha, it's just passable. Qin Zhanfeng replied, displaying pride in his martial prowess. Were you protecting your teachers just now? Chen Qi inquired. Are you the only ones left in this school? Not quite. Initially, there was a student organization, and around 200 individuals remain. But they refused to accept the teachers. After all, in the apocalypse, these elders are of little use in combat and consume precious resources daily. Qin Zhanfeng's face darkened. Yet they are our mentors. My father taught me that once a teacher, always a father. I cannot abandon them merely to save a meal. Chen Qi nodded, recognizing the loyalty and righteousness in him. Join me. I will also take in your professors and teachers, Chen Qi declared. There was no need for an assessment. This young man had just proven himself by defeating a level 3 zombie with nothing but his fists, meeting the criteria for acceptance into their ranks. Really, excitement flickered in Qin Zhanfeng's eyes that a faction was willing to accept his teachers. Will you be able to provide enough food? He asked, concerned for his mentors. This question stemmed from his devotion to them. With his capabilities, he would be welcomed by any faction. However, the conditions for his teachers were uncertain. Even if the leader valued him and allowed his teachers to join, it was common for them to be treated poorly afterward. Dafei, enlighten him about our sect's rules. Chen Qi chuckled, amused that in the Corpse Shadow sect. Is there any fear of going hungry? What a joke. First, absolute obedience to the commands of the sect leader. Second, treat teammates as family. Betrayers shall face death. Third, all information within the shelter is forbidden from being disclosed outside. Likewise, as a reward for adhering to these rules, the leader guarantees that all members will never go hungry and will not be bullied by outsiders. Should the leader violate these two guarantees, any member may apply to withdraw. Zhang Dafei recited the regulations flawlessly. Never go hungry. Never be bullied. Qin Zhanfeng's eyes lit up. Even without these two guarantees, he would have followed Chen Qi for a time, indebted to him for saving his life. However, he remained concerned for his mentors. After gathering the remaining professors and teachers from the laboratory into the convoy at the JK girls team, transmitted a distress signal. Chen Qi furrowed his brows. What is your location? Explain the situation clearly that we are in front of Building C of Chunhua University, surrounded by a large faction. They are attempting to force our girls to join their ranks. And if we do not comply within 3 minutes, they will eliminate all the boys in our team. The JK girl urgently reported. Master, please hurry. At that moment, at Chunhua University, the JK girls team found themselves encircled by a massive crowd. All of these individuals were girls, and the leader, a spirited young woman donned in pirate garb with an eye patch, stood at the forefront. Have you made your decision? You worthless men, will you leave on your own? Or shall I dispose of you all? The pirate leader bellowed. Our master is on his way. If you don't flee now, you will regret it. The JK girl, acting as the leader, stepped forward with confidence. Countering the threat. Your master? Does he have 3 heads or 6 arms? You should take a good look at how many of us there are. Even if he arrives, he will still have to kneel and bow before me. The pirate leader scoffed. With a lifespan spanning 5 calamities and 100 billion years, one can comprehend the great Tao, traverse beyond the speed of light, perform interdimensional teleportation at will, withstand the crushing force of black holes, and manipulate the laws of the universe to resist the tumult of space-time that I in the realm of the great perfection. A complete understanding of a particular Tao allows one thought to refine an entire star domain, becoming one with the cosmos, which is eternal. Thus, the great perfection is indestructible, achieving immortality. Grasping the fundamental essence of the universe ensures eternal existence, impervious to decay, even in the face of cosmic annihilation. The immortal remains unaffected, capable of conjuring vast worlds with but a thought. Should any queries arise, feel free to inquire in the comments, and I shall elucidate. Writing tales of divine wealth is my seasoned craft. For those who enjoy such narratives, do peruse my earlier work, starting with 3 yuan cola, rebate of 80 million on supercars, a completed opus of over 260,000 words. If divine wealth is not to your taste, there is no need to delve further. Thank you for your attention, and I bow in gratitude. Chapter 77. Would you refuse what is offered? We shall never yield, the JK girl exclaimed, furrowing her brow. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. The girls in the team stood resolute. The female bandit leader frowned, plagued by self-doubt. This shouldn't be the case. In apocalyptic teams, aren't women supposed to despise those with men? In this era of divergent civilizations, power reigns supreme. Survival of the fittest prevails. Humanity has regressed to a primitive state, where men wield their inherent advantages and primal instincts, dominating the hunt and leadership within teams. Surely, they would exploit and toy with the women they are meant to protect. Why then do these girls so fiercely defend their so-called master? Could it be that your master possesses the power of brainwashing? The pirate bandit leader suspected these girls had fallen prey to Stockholm Syndrome. Indeed, sisters, they have all been brainwashed by that wicked master. We must rescue them, the bandit leader declared. Behind her, over 200 girls echoed their agreement. Absolutely. We must drive these men away. Drive them away. I believe they should all be killed. Not a single man is worth saving. The opinions among the girls behind the bandit leader varied. Humph. The bandit leader smirked coldly. Those who agree to slay these men, step forward. Since some sisters are soft-hearted, let us take action. Very well. Among the 200 girls, 60 or 70 stepped forward, their gazes icy, weapons in hand. Attack, the bandit leader signaled. The JK girl squad gritted their teeth, eyes resolute. If we can hold out until the master arrives, we shall prevail. They knew that with just their team, they could never withstand the onslaught of the bandit leader's many subordinates. Whoosh! A flying sword sliced through the air from afar. Swoosh! In an instant, over 10 heads flew from their shoulders, blood splattering the air. This scene left the female bandits, poised to charge, utterly stunned. The bandit leader shrieked, "Who dares? You are bold to harm my people." The sword spun back, revealing a young man stepping onto it. What? This technique rendered the bandit leader and her crew wide-eyed in shock. Riding a sword. Isn't this something only seen in cultivation films? Master, the members of the JK Girl Squad were filled with excitement. You are the master they speak of. The bandit leader furrowed her brows. It appears you possess some skill. Are you the one who ordered my death? Chen Qi gazed at the bandit leader with indifference. Indeed, I find you somewhat capable and quite handsome. If you are willing to submit to me, I would be inclined to make an exception and welcome you into my ranks. The bandit leader declared with great pride. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qi confirmed the woman was the instigator and unleashed his sword. You. Before the bandit leader could utter a second word, her head was severed from her body. Blood gushed from her neck as her lifeless form collapsed to the ground. Many girls were so terrified by the sight that they lost control and trembled on the ground. They had merely banded together for survival. Some had never even slain a zombie, and this bloody scene was beyond their capacity to endure. You are ruthless, a veritable demon. The girls who had brandished weapons earlier shrieked in alarm. Indeed, all men are nothing but savage and lowly creatures obsessed with slaughter and lust. Oh, you sought to kill my subordinates without cause. Do you not deserve death? A flicker of indifference passed through Chen Qi's eyes. The girls were rendered speechless. Boss, Master, Zhang Dafei, and the others finally arrived, and upon understanding the situation, glared at the armed girls. Chen Qi regarded them as one would a corpse. He had to establish authority. The reputation of the corpsine sect must be upheld. Sometimes, reputation is forged through strength, and at other times, through blood. Anyone who dares to harm the people of the corpsine sect must face annihilation. In this apocalypse, that is the finest of banners. What do you intend to do? Do you plan to kill us all? The girls shrieked. What do you think? A cruel smile crept upon Chen Qi's lips as he waved a hand. Kill them all. Very well. Without hesitation, Zhang Dafei was the first to charge forward. With a thunderous crash, he swept down a spear, reducing several women to mere pulp. Qin Zhanfeng followed suit without delay, having just joined the team. He was eager to showcase his loyalty. He struck out, each punch dispatching a whimpering foe. Slay the leader. If he dies, we shall be saved, a woman screamed. Dozens rushed at Chen Qi, weapons in hand. Meanwhile, over 100 girls who had previously advocated for driving them away, lacking any murderous intent, trembled in fear, paralyzed by confusion, some fleeing, others collapsing in fright. That Tio kill me. Chen Qi scoffed. He stepped forward, casually drawing a talisman and tossing it to the ground. Sizzle. Earth spikes erupted, impaling the first 10 girls in line. No one who harbors murderous intent against me shall survive. Chen Qi moved like a specter, blood spraying as he advanced. Those who had awakened their powers were so paralyzed with fear that they forgot how to wield them. In less than a minute, every last one of them was slain. A sea of bodies lay scattered. Those who offend the corpse-in sect shall die. His form was drenched in blood and malice, leaving the non-combatant girls faint with terror. Meanwhile, the disciples of the corpsine sect were invigorated. With such a formidable master in this apocalypse, how could they not thrive? Lacking for nothing, protected by the strong. Being a disciple of the corpsine sect was the epitome of fortune in this world. Their eyes sparkled as they chorused, "Those who offend the corpsine sect shall die." Chen Qi nodded, knowing that the cohesion of the corpsine sect had deepened today. As for you, since you bore no murderous intent, I shall spare you. Chen Qi sheathed his flying sword, preparing to depart with his team. Wait, a girl clad in black stockings stepped forward. What is it? Chen Qi turned, regarding her coldly. The girl with black stockings gritted her teeth. I wish to follow you. Very well, provided you meet the entry requirements. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow at her unexpected clarity of situation. The JK girl stepped forward, outlining the conditions to the other girls. Slay zombies. We have to kill so many. The girls were taken aback. However, the promised reward stirred their hearts. Warm rice and vegetable soup awaited them, even meat. In their eyes, that was worth more than gold. Cough, cough. I may not be able to slay zombies, but I am quite alluring. The girl with black stockings showcased her perfect figure. Chen Qi shot her a cold glance. If you cannot slay zombies, then be on your way. Do you think my team lacks mere ornaments? The girl with black stockings glanced at Zhu Rongrong and Chu Qianshan, only to be left dumbfounded, bursting into tears. Didn't the pirate woman claim all men lust after them? Why then, when she offered herself, did they seem disinterested? This world is not meant to be this way. Chapter 78. The highest level alarm. After establishing the rules, Chen Qi led his team away that it is rare to encounter promising subordinates worthy of significant cultivation. Today's acquisition of Qin Zhanfeng as a capable aide was already a noteworthy achievement. The team continued their search outward. One university after another fell to their sweep, whether it be supplies or the scientists discarded like refuse. All were gathered into their hands. That a bountiful harvest indeed. Qin Zhanfeng was overjoyed. In his previous escapades, he had never seen such an abundance of resources. He was elated, having secured tens of thousands of pounds of rice, various snacks, and several trucks filled with instant noodles and ham. Turning to look, he found Zhang Dafei, Xia Yubing, and others maintaining an unnaturally calm demeanor, utterly unfazed. Qin Zhanfeng was puzzled. My heavens, such a vast amount of resources. Are you really not even going to smile? When you return to the base, you will understand the true meaning of affluence. This is nothing. These are merely trinkets. Zhang Dafei pointed to the experimental apparatus on the heavy-duty truck. Qin Zhanfeng was baffled. Didn't the book state that science and technology are the primary productive forces? Zhang Dafei chuckled. Who knows? In a few days we might develop nuclear weapons or technology to conjure food out of thin air. And then we would be invincible. Qin Zhanfeng shrugged. It feels like I am listening to a science fiction novel. However, he began to comprehend Chen Qi's willingness to accept the old scientists. He couldn't help but admire Chen Qi's far-sighted vision that in this apocalyptic world, everyone is desperately seeking sustenance and a means of survival. Yet, this particular individual seems to be an exception, already beginning to strategize for the vast future that lies ahead. All right, it's time to head back, Chen Qi said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Today, they had swept through the entire university city, and their reputation would undoubtedly spread far and wide. The iron-fisted approach and the regulations of their sect were already circulating. Those who heard the news would surely come in droves. My goodness. Upon returning to the Golden Bastion, Qin Zhanfeng found himself utterly astonished by the towering golden walls and the formidable defensive weaponry adorning them, almost believing he was dreaming. He internally mused that the sect leader must have been aware of the impending apocalypse long before, having constructed this fortress many years in advance. Just in this single day, they had welcomed over 100 new members and acquired significant supplies. Tonight would be a feast, Chen Qi exclaimed joyfully. The sect leader is truly wise. Upon hearing about the feast, the disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement. That a feast. New members could enjoy the same dining privileges as formal disciples for one night, and each would receive a portion of spicy strips and chips. The entire sect was engulfed in jubilation. In the following days, as Chen Qi had anticipated, there was no need for further promotion or recruitment. People from all corners of Spring City flocked to them. Many professors and teachers, carrying scientific research instruments, braved dangers to rush towards the Golden Bastion, unafraid of the zombies. After all, waiting to die in place only led to doom. But arriving at this legendary sanctuary, where one could enjoy hot meals daily, offered hope for survival. The number of people registering to join each day was simply overwhelming. Zhang Dafei struggled to keep track. It is worth noting that the screening criteria for the Corpsine sect were quite stringent. Only the most elite could gain entry. Yet even so, a substantial number managed to join daily. Soon, the name of the Golden Bastion spread throughout Spring City. The 8 major factions, currently the most powerful forces in Spring City, were naturally alarmed. This fellow seems intent on monopolizing everything. His growing notoriety is akin to encroaching on our livelihoods. The faction leaders fumed. They had realized that zombies could evolve and that they must secure more living resources before the evolution occurred to survive longer in this apocalypse. However, Chen Qi's prominence had drawn many to his side, leaving them with only a handful of stragglers, inadvertently undermining their own survival prospects. They could not allow this brat to continue his arrogance. Indeed, let us take him down. The leaders reached a consensus, exchanging messages and gathering together. What about the Lone Wolf Gang? I heard they were wiped out recently. Who did it? Who else but that brat? Damn it. Does he intend to step on our heads to rise to power? Among the 8 factions, aside from the destroyed Lone Wolf Gang, 5 factions had gathered. Are the members of the Triad Gang and the Grass Snake Gang scared? The leader of the Tiger Gang roared that I suspect they wish to reap the benefits while we do the fighting. The Dragon Tooth Gang's members' expression turned sinister. They truly believe they can stay uninvolved. Once we annihilate that damned Corpsine sect and divide their resources, we will join forces to eliminate the Triad Gang and the Grass Snake Gang. The female bully of the green-red gang's veins bulged with intensity. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The Tiger Gang leader nodded. Henceforth, Spring City shall belong to our 5 factions. With these opponents, who feed off our resources, eliminated, our chances of survival in this apocalypse will significantly increase. That fellow named Chen Qi is truly foolish, making such a ruckus without considering his own capabilities. Dragon Tooth sneered disdainfully. When you provoke the wrath of the masses, you must face the consequences. Listen up, within the Golden Bastion, there is food and drink. Anyone who kills Chen Qi will receive a reward of 1,000 pounds of meat. The female bully of the green-red gang waved her hand. The disciples of the 5 factions erupted in a frenzy. Filled with excitement, 1,000 pounds of meat can buy countless lives in this apocalypse. Without hesitation, they set forth, determined to eliminate the corpse-eating sect. They charged towards the Golden Bastion. Beep! The alarm sounded within the Golden Bastion. Chen Qi, who was outside collecting supplies, furrowed his brows upon receiving the alert. After all, the King of Hounds was guarding the place. With the King of Hounds' combat prowess, even a group of dozens of marauders would be easily dispatched. Why then was he receiving such an urgent distress signal? The assailants must surely number in the multitude. Realizing this, he shouted into the intercom repeatedly. All disciples, assemble and return to the bastion. Yes, the disciples responded solemnly, as this was their first time witnessing the highest-level alarm signal from the bastion. Chapter 79. As expected, the reward is a meeting with the King of Hell. What is happening? It seems there is an issue at the bastion. The sect leader has summoned us. All must return for defense. Damn it, who dares to ambush our corpsing sect? The team members' eyes glowed red with rage as they raced towards their base. That is no mere base. It is their paradise, more important than their very lives. Anyone who seeks to harm the corpse-eating sect must first step over my dead body. The members roared. Soon, hundreds of members gathered at the entrance of the Golden Bastion. Meanwhile, an unending crowd had amassed outside. Where is your sect leader? Tell him to come out and surrender, the Tiger Gang leader bellowed. If you do not surrender soon, once we break in, we will not be so polite. Dragon Tooth smirked wickedly. They had no intention of leaving a single member of the corpse-eating sect alive. The rise of the corpse-eating sect was a slap in their faces. If they wished to establish themselves in this apocalypse, they must eradicate the corpse-eating sect completely to showcase their iron-fisted dominance. This is the law of the apocalypse. Resources are limited, non-renewable, and are continuously being consumed. In the end, only one faction can survive. Ultimately, perhaps only one person can endure. Seize any opportunity to continually weaken external forces while strengthening one's own. Humph. Once you come out to surrender, I will kill you. Murder is not just about killing. It is about breaking their spirit. The 5 faction leaders each harbored their own schemes, sneering coldly. Such delusions. The only reason you are hesitant to charge in is that you fear the formidable weaponry atop the walls. Don Tu, a disciple of the corpse-eating sect, scoffed. Once the sect leader returns, you all will be in for a rude awakening. The leaders of the 5 factions burst into laughter. They are all level 4 ability users. In their daily lives, they were indeed unstoppable. Now that all 5 stood together, they were 5 level 4 powerhouses. No matter how great your abilities, can you truly defy the heavens? You corpse-eating sect number only about 500. Combined, our 5 factions total a staggering 6,000. With a single spit, we could drown you. Dragon Tooth hissed coldly. Doe, their main force has returned. The Tiger Gang leader looked into the distance. Who are you? Zhang Dafei frowned and barked. Doe, you've never heard of the names of our 8 major factions. Dragon Tooth shot a chilling glance at Zhang Dafei. No wonder you dare to brazenly snatch people. You truly are audacious. I advise you to leave quickly. Once the sect leader arrives, you won't be able to escape. Qin Zhanfeng looked at Dragon Tooth and the others with pity. You all possess an inexplicable trust in your sect leader. The leaders shook their heads. No matter how powerful he is, can he really take down all 5,000 of us? Even if he could wipe us all out. So what? A cold voice interrupted. The disciples of the corpse-eating sect parted to create a path, and Chen Qi walked out indifferently. You are the one called Chen Qi? The Tiger Gang leader pointed to the ground. Kneel and beg for mercy. Disband your pathetic corpse-eating sect on the spot, and surrender your supplies. Seeking death. Chen Qi struck without hesitation, his flying sword transforming into a streak of light, swiftly severing the Tiger Gang leader's neck. Dragontooth and the other 4 faction leaders were left dumbfounded. Such ferocity. He didn't even exchange harsh words and went straight for the attack. All of you, come at once. Chen Qi, wielding his celestial sword, spoke calmly. Before possessing strength, one must act with utmost caution. Now that he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement in his cultivation, these insignificant figures were not worthy of his caution. Ha ha, Dragontooth sneered. Relying on a sneak attack to kill one person, and you think you're invincible. The 4 faction leaders secretly rejoiced. With the Tiger Gang leader dead, after this battle, all of Spring City would belong to their 4 factions. UVE killed the Tiger Gang leader. Aren't you going to take revenge? The female bully of the Green-Red Gang incited. Clearly, Chen Qi was a force to be reckoned with, his abilities enigmatic. Let the Tiger Gang members go first to die, depleting their ranks before proceeding. I offered you a dignified death, yet you failed to appreciate it. Chen Qi shook his head, forming a hand seal as his flying sword shot forth instantly. What? The 4 faction leaders never anticipated that Chen Qi would dare to take the initiative against so many powerful foes. Kill him. The 4 unleashed their respective abilities. Sizzle. The ground beneath Chen Qi crumbled. Earth attributes? Chen Qi smiled coldly, embedding a grounding talisman into the earth below, instantly halting its transformation. He was a dual attribute ability user. He could control the very earth. The burly man from the Earth Rock Gang bellowed. Sizzle. Before the leader of the Green Bamboo Gang could even unleash his abilities, he was cleaved in half by the flying sword. Terrifying. The female bully and Longya were both thoroughly frightened. Charge. Whoever kills Chen Qi will be rewarded with 5,000 pounds of meat. The sounds of hungry growls echoed, and in an instant, 5,000 gang members were filled with rage, charging forth with great momentum. How generous of you to offer my possessions to others. Chen Qi succinctly exposed the female bully's true intentions. Heh, your mind works quickly, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance for a comeback. The female bully sneered disdainfully. Even if Chen Qi were immensely powerful, the sheer volume of 5,000 gang members could drown him in a sea of spittle to kill them. He would need to charge through the crowd for over 100 meters. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, it would be exceedingly difficult, practically impossible, unless, of course, he could fly. This is what they call being trapped with no escape. Longya laughed heartily. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is truly effective. Wait, am I seeing things? The female bully was stunned, gazing at the area where sword energy was rampant. Longya, the female bully, and the burly man were all left dumbfounded. There, in fact, was a figure soaring through the air, truly riding a flying sword, ascending to a height of 100 meters. The sound of the sword rang like a dragon, shaking the surroundings, shattering the worldviews of the 3 among the 5,000 gang members. 2,000 to 3,000 awakened their abilities. Never had they heard of anyone possessing the power of flight. Could he be a cultivator? Longya gaped in disbelief, muttering. Chen Qi smiled indifferently. Congratulations on your correct guess. Your prize is a meeting with the King of Hell. With a foot upon the flying sword and fingers forming the 5 thunder formula, he unleashed a thunderous assault. Boom! 5 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly cleaving the burly man apart, flesh and blood scattering. Die! Chen Qi delivered a punch imbued with the might of unblocking meridians, crushing Longya's skull, his brain matter splattering. Don't kill me. I can serve you like a beast. I have an excellent physique. I can be your entertainment. The female bully, gripped by terror, shouted repeatedly, "No thanks." Chen Qi turned and delivered a swift kick, producing a resounding blast in the air. The female bully's entire body was folded in half. Sent flying over 20 meters to ensure she wasn't merely injured, Chen Qi swiftly pursued, stomping down and crushing her skull underfoot. Chapter 80. Big brother, you have finally appeared again. Is everyone dead already? The overseers among the gang members widened their eyes. Incredulous, we cannot allow this battle to cease. This person is so powerful. The castle must contain numerous treasures. If we kill him, we can obtain it all. Let him die. Once he is dead, I shall surely become the leader of a new power, gaining everything and becoming an invincible king in the apocalypse. The overseers among the gang members turned red with fury, incessantly shouting, "Avenge our leader! Kill this brat!" A murderous glint flashed in Chen Qi's eyes. He formed hand signs, targeting whoever spoke. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flying swords pierced through those with malicious intentions, severing limbs and heads. blood staining the ground. What? The gang members were utterly terrified. Those who rose to the ranks of the gang were at least of Tier 3 strength, the strongest among them. Even so, they were slaughtered by Chen Qi, utterly powerless to resist. Is he too strong? Thousands were left trembling in fear as Chen Qi single-handedly wreaked havoc. Zhang Dafei and the others formed a battle line, employing unique tactics, and over the past few days, they had cultivated a sense of camaraderie in combat. They fought these ragtag groups as if they were a regular army taking on petty thugs, causing the gang members to fall one after another. On the city walls, crossbows and weapons were fired frantically, reaping lives without mercy. Before long, a river of blood flowed before the Golden Fortress. Nearly 2,000 members of the 5 major gangs had been slain. All were in disarray, either fainting from fear, kneeling in surrender, or fleeing in all directions. Thousands were collapsing and running, and Chen Qi couldn't yet stop them. Halt! He waved his hand that it was meaningless to expend precious energy on this rabble. It would be better to hunt down more zombies. The disciples of the Confronting sect returned, drenched in blood, yet they bore an unprecedented sense of unity against a common enemy. What if their enemies outnumbered them by several times? As long as the sect master was present, the apocalypse belonged to the Confronting sect. Long live the sect master! Among the crowd, their shouts resonated through the air, excitement filling the entire Golden Fortress. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, few survivors remained. This battle, involving thousands, was already the largest-scale conflict within the Spring City region. Soon, those who had fled would spread the news. There existed a force called the Confronting sect. A single individual had scattered the combined might of the 5 major gangs. The leaders of the 5 gangs had all been slain by the sect master of the Confronting sect. It was said that Chen Qi was a celestial being, capable of flying on a sword. He could soar through the skies and behead his foes from 100 paces away, and more. Rumor had it he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the pen of the King of Hell, pointing at whoever would perish. The tales grew more outrageous, and many who heard Chen Qi's name were frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Yet, even more had brightened with hope. He was undoubtedly the fiercest person worth following in this apocalypse. Indeed, the 5 major gangs have been utterly defeated. As long as we follow him, who would dare to bully us? Numerous ability users and survivors struggling in the apocalypse disregarded everything and headed towards the Golden Fortress. It was said that joining the Confronting sect required a zombie crystal as proof of one's strength. As long as they joined the Confronting sect, attaining a core position as an inner disciple or above, they could feast on meat every day. What? This must be a myth. In the apocalypse, we can eat meat every day. The conditions for joining the Confronting sect spread, and those who heard it became frenzied. They no longer feared zombies obstructing their path, even feeling exhilarated. This was the ticket to joining the Confronting sect. They journeyed forth, eyes alight, hearts whispering, "As long as I can join the Confronting sect." Days later, Zhang Dafei, clutching a ledger, his hands sore from writing, complained to Chen Qi, "There are just too many people. If I hadn't seen the zombies lurking outside, I would think the apocalypse never happened." Indeed, Zhu Rongrong nodded in agreement. Over these days, the Golden Fortress was bustling with activity, almost resembling a bustling marketplace. Each day, at least 1,000 individuals sought to join the Confronting sect. However, the entry requirements for the sect were indeed stringent. Throughout the day, only 1 in 10 truly qualified. It was astonishing. The Confronting sect had only been established for a short time, yet the number of disciples had already surpassed 1,000, approaching the 2,000 mark. Zhang Dafei was immensely excited. Chen Qi, however, shook his head, not particularly concerned with this, focusing instead on enhancing his cultivation with Xia Yubing and Chu Qianqian. In the future, the apocalypse would become increasingly brutal. It was uncertain how many of these ordinary disciples would survive 3 years down the line. Buzz, having just finished his cultivation and dressed, preparing to rest for a while, his ring unexpectedly lit up. Green light. His eyes instantly shone with excitement. "Big brother, you have finally appeared again." Chapter 81. Is 1,000 celestial beings not enough? Buzz, the elder brother of the Confronting sect, appeared, his face radiating boundless joy. "Big brother, I missed you so much," Chen Qi exclaimed with glee. If his elder brother were not merely a phantom, he would have rushed to embrace him. His rise to prominence was largely thanks to the storage bag of his elder brother. The elder brother, Wu Yong, chuckled. "I missed you too. Why have you been offline for so long?" Chen Qi inquired. Alas, the world of cultivation is perilous. His elder brother shook his head. I've had a rough time recently, but things are much better now. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Innocent men suffer for possessing treasures. Even a nascent soul powerhouse would be tempted by these zombies. The elder brother shook his head. Though I am exceptionally gifted and strikingly handsome, being the foremost disciple of the Confronting sect. Cough, cough. Ultimately, my strength is lacking, unworthy of possessing such remarkable materials for a furnace that I in my hands. This thing is merely a hot potato. I risked my life to participate in an auction for a chance at wealth. The elder brother reminisced. This zombie sold for 30,000 top-grade spirit stones at that auction. However, as a result, I attracted the attention of some powerful figures, facing numerous trials and attempts on my life. I nearly perished. Thankfully, I am exceptionally clever, cautious beyond measure, blessed by fortune, and protected by the heavens. Following this, the elder brother spent over 2 hours boasting. He regaled tales of how he cleverly evaded the searches of numerous core formation cultivators and even the pursuit of a nascent soul ancestor. Chen Qi was delighted to hear his elder brother's tales. What harm was there in letting him boast for a while? Hey, how have you been lately? The elder brother finally, in high spirits, asked what would likely become his most regrettable question of the year. As for me, I lack your unparalleled wisdom, big brother. I merely managed to gather a bit of material, cultivate a bit of immortality, and then acquired a golden fortress. Chen Qi laughed heartily. This story is rather lengthy. I first did this, then that, and finally blah blah blah. Before long, night fell, and Chen Qi animatedly conversed with his elder brother until dawn. The elder brother was so sleepy, he could barely keep his head up. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since succumbed to slumber. He believed his eloquence was quite commendable, yet when compared to Chen Qi, he resembled a mere novice in the presence of a master. What a waste of talent if you don't pursue writing novels. You're even more creative than those storytellers. However, upon hearing that Chen Qi had already reached the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, he was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief, his drowsiness vanishing. What did you say? You've attained the 5th level of Qi refining. How long has it been? Are you some sort of monster? Chen Qi scratched his head. Was it that fast? I thought it was rather slow. By heavens. The senior brother was left speechless. Even the elite inner disciples of the Confronting sect, with the aid of blessed realms, would require 3 years to establish their foundation. At this rate, you might achieve it in just half a year. In your world, there's no spiritual energy to bolster your cultivation. As the foremost disciple of the Confronting sect, after 5 years of training, I have only reached the late stage of foundation establishment. This is truly remarkable. He scrutinized Chen Qi from head to toe. Had you been born in the realm of cultivation, you would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure of the nascent soul stage. Returning to the matter at hand, he declared, now that I have my first pot of gold, I estimate I'll soon break through to the core formation stage. The senior brother chuckled. With the strength of the core formation stage, you will possess true self-defense capabilities, allowing you to traverse the world with confidence. Let us join forces and grow stronger together. What are your plans? Chen Qi inquired. That if you could procure a few more zombies, I will supply you with spiritual stones and magical artifacts. You can establish a sect on your side while I bolster my strength and expand sales channels here. Wu Yong spoke with grand ambition, his eyes shining brightly. I share your sentiment. Chen Qi nodded in agreement. I'll send you 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones for now. Use them as you see fit. Once I am wealthy, we shall dominate both realms and enjoy boundless riches. Wu Yong, filled with generosity and trust in Chen Qi, promptly transmitted 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Once we are strong enough, we can create a portal for transporting sentient beings. At that time, I shall send you 1,000 beautiful fairies. Heh. I am lacking in many things, but zombies are not among them, Chen Qi proclaimed confidently. However, 1,000 fairies. That not a bit too few. The senior brother chuckled. No. It's too monotonous. I want demonesses, sorceresses, goddesses, and saintesses. Chen Qi counted off on his fingers. You are indeed my brother. The two laughed heartily in shared understanding. Chen Qi, not one to hold back, sent his disciples to carefully select and bind a dozen exquisite zombies. Now, with the Confronting sect thriving, capturing a few zombies was an easy task. Thank you, brother. I'll await your good news. The senior brother laughed heartily after receiving the zombies and severed their connection. Chapter 82. Accelerated progress. After their communication ended, Chen Qi immediately returned to his secret chamber to begin his cultivation. He laid the spiritual stones out like a grand bed before seeking out Chu Qianqian for a dual training session. This way, he could reap the benefits of the training method while continuously enjoying the invigorating environment filled with spiritual energy. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Unbeknownst to him, chaos was unfolding in the outside world. How could these zombies suddenly become so powerful? Oh heavens, no. I don't want to die, the survivors wailed. Powerful zombies began to appear in every city. Even the Reborn Alliance was nearly breached, with severed limbs and corpses strewn about. This did not align with the memories of past events. Had the apocalypse accelerated its progression? It was utterly merciless. On the fortress of the Reborn Alliance, several reborn individuals frowned. Find me 10,000 test subjects immediately. Do not concern yourselves with their fates. We must quickly concoct the secret potion. Indeed, only the secret potion can save us now. The pace of the apocalypse had evidently quickened. Barely had the second wave passed when the third wave of mutations commenced. This is too brutal. It's clearly far worse than the last time. If this continues, we may not even last as long as we did previously before facing total annihilation. The potion has made new breakthroughs. The latest formula has achieved a stabilization rate of 30%. A woman from the Reborn Alliance, masked and impassive, remarked, "Success is imminent. Report, black mist detected." What? The reborn individuals turned to the scout, their eyes widening in horror. Are you certain you're not mistaken? Do you realize what you're saying? Black mist. That only appeared during the fifth wave of mutations in the last apocalypse. Once the black mist appears, it signifies that level 7 zombies and monsters will continuously emerge. Oh heavens, this is utterly hopeless. Despair enveloped the reborn individuals. The most cunning survivors from the last apocalypse felt hopeless. Perhaps by tomorrow, they would face extinction. Within Spring City, several areas also succumbed to the black mist. Terrifying zombies crawled forth from the darkness, attacking anyone they encountered. The zombies tainted by the black mist were at least level 4. They were far beyond the capacity of mere level 2 or 3 mutants to resist. People were slaughtered en masse. The region surrounding Spring City, near the black mist, gradually descended into an absolute silence. What to do? There is only one place left with hope. Only there. The Corpsine sect. The survivors frantically fled towards the Corpsine sect. Curse the Corpsine sect for refusing to accept me. Am I too weak in their eyes? Ha! I shall lead the entire horde of zombies to you. If I cannot survive, neither shall anyone else. The survivors screamed in madness, laughing or weeping uncontrollably in an instant. The entirety of Spring City erupted into chaos. Yet the fleeing individuals all rushed towards the Golden Fortress. The disciples of the Corpsine sect remained oblivious to the impending calamity on the battlements of the Golden Fortress. The guards yawned. Recently, the reputation of the Corpsine sect had soared, and no one dared to provoke them, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Only the occasional zombie or monster would emerge to provide them with a chance to engage in combat. Easily dispatched with a mere flick of their fingers to send golden crossbow arrows piercing through them. There was no challenge whatsoever. Sigh. How dull. I'd rather join a sweep team. At least there, I could slay some zombies for points. Indeed, stop complaining. It's just our turn to guard the city gate today. Tomorrow, another team will take over. Less chatter, more action. The captain speaks wisely. The team members shrugged in boredom. What the heck? Captain, look over there. Did you see that? My goodness. Seeing the dust rising from all directions, the previously listless disciples of the Corpsine sect instantly snapped to attention. Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. In an instant, urgent alarm bells rang throughout the Golden Fortress. Those are survivors. Are they gathering so many to attack the city? No, look behind them. Good heavens, it's all zombies, and many of them are mutated zombies. This is utterly terrifying. Through their telescopes, they could easily see the zombies mercilessly harvesting large groups of survivors without leaving any alive. The brutality, aggressiveness, and lethality of these zombies surpassed anything they had encountered before. Quickly notify the sect leader. This looks dire. It's over. This seems far too formidable. Fear not. Our lives are given by the Corpsine sect. Even if we die today, we must hold the fort. Exactly, just a horde of zombies. Bring it on. In an instant, the disciples guarding the city, their gazes fierce and resolute, prepared for battle. It's pretty much as I guessed back then. This book has practically run out of funds. I'll likely update it every 10 days just to provide a somewhat decent conclusion. Juyong is writing another one. You definitely want to find it. And I'll let everyone know once it becomes popular. Chapter 83. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The zombies surged to the foot of the city, clashing fiercely with the disciples of the Corpsine sect. Fire. On the walls, various defensive tools were deployed, and the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent. Thud. 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 In an instant, the leading zombies fell, either pierced through or crushed flat. The efficiency of this zombie slaughter was unmatched, with few places outside of major bases capable of achieving such results. However, even so, compared to the terrifying tide of zombies, the ones that had been slain were insignificant. Prepare for close combat. If other survivors had witnessed this, they would surely have been terrified to the point of wetting themselves. Yet, the disciples of the Corpsine sect had spent these days in fierce battles, their skills exceptional in less than 3 minutes. The distant zombies crashed against the city walls. Boom, 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 boom. The zombies relentlessly slammed against the walls, ultimately climbing atop one another to scale the ramparts. Hold the line. Wait for the sect leader to emerge. We must hold strong. Even those who faced life and death struggles daily would feel despair in the face of such a scene. For there was no sight of victory or hope for survival. Yet, the Corpsine sect was different. They had hope. Chen Qi was their hope. This sect leader was as powerful as if he belonged to an entirely different dimension. As long as he appears, there are no enemies that cannot be vanquished, no crisis that cannot be resolved. Kill. The disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect, their eyes bloodshot, roared in the midst of this life and death struggle. Many surpassed their physical limits, ascending in rank. Yet, even so, in comparison to the mutated zombies, they remained woefully inadequate. Were it not for the towering walls and the limited number of zombies able to surge forth, their defenses would have long since crumbled. Alas, a high-level mutated zombie is charging forward. Numerous level 5 zombies began to infiltrate the attacking horde. The pressure intensified. Hold the line. Xia Yubing, Chu Qianqian, and others ascended the city walls. Chen Qi was making his final breakthrough, and everyone was to hold for 3 minutes. Good. The disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect, who had been on the brink of despair, seemed to glimpse hope. Their spirits rekindled. Just 3 more minutes. They just needed to hold for 3 more minutes. Zombies lacked intelligence. Even if they were stronger, there were still ways to defeat them. Roar, a level 6 zombie, brandishing mutated arms resembling scythes over 3 meters long, charged forth. Oh no, it's a level 6 zombie. The disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect gasped in alarm. I'll take it on. Zhang Dafei charged forward. Damn it. Die. Zhang Dafei roared, striking down with his snake spear at a scythe-wielding mutated zombie. Bang! In a mere exchange, he was flung away by the zombie's scythe. What? Aside from Chen Qi, Zhang Dafei was the strongest in direct combat, yet he was instantly knocked back. This sent a shudder through everyone. Was there no hope left? Gulp. The disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect fell into utter despair. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scythe zombie rampaged, swiftly slaughtering dozens of nearby disciples, creating a bloody breach. Roar, roar. The zombies surged through the opening, and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. It's over. They couldn't even hold for 3 minutes. They felt their helplessness and weakness, their hearts filled with a profound hatred. They were utterly incapable. They couldn't even support their leader for 3 minutes. Woof! The king of beasts exploded into his second form, unleashing all his powers in a frenzied assault. Hiss! Little Qing transformed into a 6-meter-long giant serpent. Striking with her tail, it was the beast god and the demon beast. The disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect were exhilarated. The king of beasts had reached the pinnacle of level 5 through their recent battles, while Little Qing was a level 6 mutated monster. The two beasts joined forces, almost instantly annihilating the level 6 scythe-headed zombie. The beast god is magnificent. Everyone shouted. The demon beast isn't magnificent. The king of beasts growled in defiance to, oh no, more level 6 zombies are advancing. The faces of the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect turned pale. Leave it to us. You focus on the zombies below level 6. Little Qing communicated telepathically with the disciples. Good. The crowd was invigorated. The oncoming level 6 zombies grew in number. Even with Little Qing and the king of beasts giving their all, they were nearing their limits. The wounds on the king of beasts and Little Qing multiplied and deepened. Hold for 3 more minutes. The only thought left in their minds was that single goal. My heavens, that is a level 7 zombie. A demon-like zombie, towering at 3 meters, with gliding membranes extending from its arms, soared in from the distance. It resembled a demon descending. With one swipe, it sent the king of beasts flying, blood spraying forth. Boom! Little Qing attacked, only to be kicked away by the demon zombie. No. The disciples of the corpse shadow sect were distraught. A level 7 mutated zombie is terrifying. The already injured king of beasts and Little Qing stood no chance against it. This was the end. Had they held for 3 minutes? Not yet. Damn it, let us fight to the end. Many disciples of the corpse shadow sect howled, launching suicide charges to fill the breach the demon zombie had created. Tell the leader, my name is Su Jifei, and I have shed blood for the corpse shadow sect. I am Ma Benwei. Engrave my name on the list of the fallen. These disciples shouted as they surged forward. Cackling, the demon zombie emitted a bloodthirsty and disdainful laugh, effortlessly killing dozens of disciples with a casual swipe. In less than half a minute, it had slaughtered scores of them. Blood and dismembered limbs littered the ground, piling up along the walls. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse completely, a sword's cry resonated from deep within the golden fortress. Buzz! A flying sword sliced through the air, instantly cleaving through the city wall. The nearly invincible level 7 demon zombie was reduced to blood mist in an instant. Along with it, the dozen or so zombies that had surged in were also obliterated. Leader, it's the leader. The disciples of the corpse shadow sect shouted in exhilaration. Chen Qi rode the flying sword, transforming into a white rainbow as he charged forth, his eyes blood red. For the slaughter of my disciples. All of you shall die today. Chapter 84. Slaying the level 9 zombie. The leader has arrived. We have held for 3 minutes. The disciples of the corpse shadow sect cried out in madness. Please. Leader, take action and avenge us. Chen Qi descended with a roar, forming hand seals as he swept across the ramparts of the golden fortress. Hiss, 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 hiss. Like slicing through vegetables, all the zombies climbing the walls were obliterated by his flying sword. With a single sweep, he slaughtered at least 200 zombies. Damn, the leader is incredible. The leader is invincible. The disciples of the corpse shadow sect were utterly revitalized. Initially, they thought that even if Chen Qi emerged from seclusion, he would only be one person. No matter how powerful, he would likely suffer severe casualties, and they could not expect a victory without heavy losses. But now, it seemed, the leaders might far exceeded their expectations. What the hell? Level 7. The boss has reached level 7. Zhang Dafei, covered in wounds, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. I remember he was only at level 5 before going into seclusion. This rate of advancement is simply astonishing. It's terrifying. Even he, having almost enjoyed the best resources of the corpse shadow sect, was still a distance from level 4, yet Chen Qi had jumped straight to level 7. How terrifying. Roar, from the depths of the zombie horde. A fearsome figure emerged. The feeble zombies were crushed into pulp beneath its towering form. Beside it were 3 mutated level 7 zombie guards, clearly the king among this horde. An 8th level mutated zombie. Chen Qi locked eyes with this 8th level zombie. It was precisely due to its summoning that the otherwise mindless horde of zombies could come together in organized assaults on the city. Die. Capture the leader first. If this leading zombie is not eliminated, the horde will only grow in number, and 1,000 will be unstoppable. Currently, there are at least 1 million zombies in Spring City. If all are summoned by this creature, even if he had established his foundation, he would be unable to contend with them. Damn spawn, I will kill you. Chen Qi roared, forming hand seals as the 5 thunder technique descended from the heavens. All the zombies attempting to surge forward to grab and bite him were obliterated by the 5 thunder technique. Boom, 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 boom. He descended like a thunder god, exploding hundreds of zombies along the way. Zombie flesh and bones flew apart, leaving only the crystals relatively intact. Roar, roar, roar. The 8th level hulking zombie seemed to sense something amiss, its eyes flashing with cunning as it tossed 2 level 7 zombies forward. The 3 talents, sword formation. Chen Qi formed hand seals, and 2 additional flying swords emerged from his storage bag. Once a Qi refining stage cultivator steps into the 7th layer, their energy undergoes a qualitative change. His spiritual energy surged far beyond before, allowing him to control 3 flying swords simultaneously. even forming the three talents sword formation. With the formation's augmentation, the three flying swords spun at high speeds. Their might resembling a rainbow, buzz, buzz, buzz. Like terrifying darts of sword energy, the two level 7 zombies did not even have the chance to exhibit their abilities before being utterly shredded by the sword energy. Roar, roar, roar. The 8th level zombie was now thoroughly enraged, grabbing a level 7 zombie, tearing off its head, and swallowing its crystal core. The 8th level zombie, which was on the verge of leveling up, instantly swelled in size. A level 9 zombie, my heavens! The terrifying aura of the level 9 zombie left the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect on the city wall pale. Leader, be careful. The level 9 zombie is too terrifying. Its height alone surpassed 4 meters. Its blood-stained eyes seemed to carry the weight of corpses and blood seas, locking onto the low-level practitioners. Just a glance could scare a human practitioner to death. Bang! The three-talent sword formation crashed against the level 9 zombie's arms, sending it flying several dozen meters. Roar! The arms of the level 9 zombie were shattered, yet they quickly healed. It let out a thunderous roar, spewing forth a mouthful of blood phlegm. Anything that came into contact with it instantly turned into a zombie. Earth's spirit shield. Chen Qi transformed his hand seals, and a soil-colored shield expanded from his storage bag. Blocking the blood phlegm. A direct assault didn't seem feasible. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. The level 9 zombie was indeed a formidable opponent. He altered his hand seals again, redirecting the three-talent sword formation to attack from 3 directions. Roar, 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 roar. The level 9 zombie swung its arms, temporarily trapping 2 flying swords within its bones. While it lunged forward, its gaping maw wide open, leaping 10 meters high. It seemed poised to swallow Chen Qi's head whole. Leader, the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect screamed in heart-wrenching terror. The speed of the level 9 zombie was too fast. There was no time to react. If they faced that leap, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Just as the level 9 zombie was about to consume Chen Qi's head, the third flying sword whirled, piercing through the back of the neck and penetrating the oral cavity of the 9th level zombie. Blood splattered. A flicker of fierce intent flashed in Chen Qi's eyes as he raised his hand sharply. Whoosh! The flying sword erupted with a resonating hum, its brilliance flashing as it severed the massive head of the 9th level zombie in two. Crash! The enormous corpse of the 9th level zombie collapsed to the ground, crushing a multitude of lower-level zombies beneath it. Whoosh! The 3 flying swords returned, swirling around Chen Qi. He stood upon the flying sword, gazing down at the colossal corpse. The 9th level zombie is dead. Chapter 85. Desert Temple. Queen Medusa. My goodness, he actually killed a 9th level zombie. The sect leader is invincible. Long live the sect leader. The disciples of the Corpsine sect erupted in a thunderous cheer. Chen Qi was overwhelmingly powerful. Upon his arrival, he directly slayed a 9th level zombie. Wasn't that akin to striding through the apocalypse? Who could stand in his way? Without the intelligence to lead, the zombies, now devoid of their organizational figureheads, became like headless flies, gradually being harvested. Stronger zombies were continuously culled as Chen Qi rode the flying sword. In less than 3 hours, the vast and seemingly hopeless horde of zombies was utterly annihilated. Truly formidable. Do you not think the sect leader is the strongest in the world right now? Huh? Do we even need to guess? It's a certainty. Indeed, I think so too. The numerous disciples of the Corpsine sect nodded in agreement, feeling that further discussion on the matter was superfluous. What are we waiting for? Gather all the crystals. Lin Etienne held the 9th level zombie crystal, which was larger than half a head, and gestured. Roar! The disciples of the Corpsine sect excitedly rushed out of the city gates, beginning to clean the battlefield. Although this wave had brought the crisis of city destruction, it also presented immense opportunities. They had weathered the storm. The crystals they collected could only be described as abundant, with many high-grade crystals among them. It was foreseeable that during this period, their strength would soar. Nighttime. Once the joy of collecting crystals subsided, the atmosphere grew heavy. In the center of the square, beneath the statue of Chen Qi, the names of the fallen disciples were inscribed upon a stone tablet. The crowd stood before the tablet, silently mourning, their eyes filled with sorrow. In the recent days of team exploration, those who had perished were brothers with whom many had shared life and death, comrades with whom they could entrust their backs. Yet, these individuals now lay in eternal slumber. Many had tears in their eyes, and some of the women began to sob. There is no need for sadness. Chen Qi stood before everyone. What? The disciples were astonished. Although they revered their leader, these were their brothers in life and death, and yet they were told not to mourn. This did I assure you. The names etched here are but temporary. One day, they shall awaken once more. Chen Qi's gaze was resolute. His voice brimming with boundless confidence, he wielded the power of life and death and possessed methods of cultivation in the later stages. It was not impossible to reverse life and death. He had the audacity to proclaim this. Gulp. Leader, do you mean to say? Many disciples of the sect revealed expressions of incredulous shock. Indeed, in the future, I shall resurrect all disciples who sacrificed themselves for the sect, Chen Qi declared boldly. The disciples were moved to tears. If anyone else had uttered such words, they would have scoffed, deeming the speaker mad. Or they might think it was merely a grandiose fabrication to manipulate them into risking their lives. Yet, the one making this proclamation was their leader, Chen Qi. He had created too many miracles. He was the very embodiment of miracles. It seemed he possessed a certain charm that compelled one to believe in him unconditionally. Even the notion of reversing life and death, which seemed utterly far-fetched, was something they were willing to accept, simply because he was Chen Qi. Leader, we believe in you. The disciples were filled with fervent excitement, and the atmosphere once again became jubilant to celebrate their great victory. Chen Qi hosted a grand feast, where everyone could indulge in ample servings of beef, potatoes, ribs, and green beans. Accompanied by garlic and white rice, they could eat as much as they desired, with no limits. Good heavens, this sumptuous dinner was enough to bring one to tears. I truly wish every day were besieged by zombies, for this meal alone would make it worth dying for. Look at your lack of ambition. What? Is that not how you feel? Ahem, let's not speak of it. We are still good friends. Following the joyous feast, Chen Qi had just concluded a retreat after a day of slaying and, not wishing to engage in further cultivation, sought out Xia Yubing and Chu Tianqian for their usual training sessions. After thoroughly relaxing his mind and body and loosening his muscles, he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Chen Qi lazily rose from bed. Though the apocalypse was brutal, one must still enjoy life. He was humming a tune when his ring suddenly glowed with a silver light. Oh! Chen Qi was overjoyed. This was a new world. He quickly initiated communication. Buzz, his consciousness manifested within the desert temple. Desert god, you have finally responded to my call. An impressively statuesque woman draped in sheer fabric approached. She wore a crown. Her sun-kissed skin smooth and alluring. She scrutinized Chen Qi, her eyes filled with seduction and desire. Yudgar. Although Chen Qi had seen and experienced much, the fiery queen still left him momentarily speechless. Humph, divine envoy. I am Queen Medusa of the Desert Kingdom. Medusa drew closer. The people of the Desert Kingdom were known for their wild and unrestrained nature, even displaying little reverence towards deities unlike what one would find in a civilized society. My subjects are in dire need of water. If only I had water, I could offer you everything. Queen Medusa's hand caressed the visage of Chen Qi's ethereal form. Even if the divine envoy desires my servitude, I would acquiesce. Gulp. Chen Qi silently recited his scriptures to my dear queen. You are truly beguiling. Were it not for the spatial ring's inability to transport living beings, I would certainly whisk you away for some indulgence. After a moment of internal lamentation, he recalled his need for supplies. Diamonds. Do you have any? What diamonds? Queen Medusa inquired, perplexed. Do you not wear one upon your chest? Chen Qi pointed at the proud bosom of Queen Medusa. Oh, you mean prism stones. Such things are not rare in the Desert Kingdom. While they are challenging to mine, for the royal family, they are as abundant as one desires. Queen Medusa smiled seductively. Divine envoy. How could you desire such a trinket? Do you regard me as valueless? Ahem. Chen Qi inwardly muttered. What a sin, what a sin. Oh heavens, please take this little enchantress away. I can hardly bear it. In that case, I shall offer 100,000 kilograms of prism stones in exchange for 1,000 cubic meters of water. How does that sound? Can you agree, divine envoy? Queen Medusa blinked, fearful that Chen Qi might refuse. If everyone loves the queen, drop a 1. Chapter 86. Level 5 Diamond Castle. Qi Training 9th Layer. Alright, I accept your offer. Chen Qi found this deal exceedingly beneficial. Water alone, he currently had more than enough. Trading water for diamonds was an incredible bargain. Moreover, it was 100 kilograms of diamonds for a cubic meter of water. Could there be a more advantageous trade than this? Really, divine envoy, you are truly wonderful. Queen Medusa embraced the ethereal form of Chen Qi and planted an excited kiss on him. Pure water is a sacred treasure of the desert. Incredibly difficult to obtain. 1,000 cubic meters of water is of immeasurable value. Alas, Chen Qi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Damn this ring. Even if it cannot transport my physical form, at least it should convey the sensation of a kiss. What a loss, just when he thought he was about to score a tremendous gain. Chen Qi suddenly felt as though he had been robbed. Divine envoy, your great kindness. I, Medusa, will never forget. As long as you remain interested, you are always welcome to come to the desert kingdom and marry me. Queen Medusa smiled seductively. Ahem. Chen Qi gazed at the alluring Medusa, unable to withstand the temptation. The feeling of being unable to capture what one desires was truly unbearable. After hastily completing the transaction with Queen Medusa, he suppressed the pent-up frustration and sought out Chu Qianqian and Xia Yubing. Brother Chen Qi, why is your face so red? Chu Qianqian blinked in inquiry. Just feeling a bit heated. Come help me cool off. Chen Qi grinned. In the next moment, the sound of cooling off echoed through the air. Recently, Chu Qianqian had clearly learned numerous new cooling techniques. A full set of cooling procedures yielded remarkable results, leaving Chen Qi feeling refreshed. It's time to begin upgrading the fortress. Chen Qi brought the diamonds to EVA's side. Little E, let us start the upgrade. All right, master. Receiving the command. Shelter upgrade. Level 5 building. Diamond Castle. This upgrade includes expansion of the fortress, transformation into a castle, the original main building upgraded to a fortress, expansion of 103-story villas, cellar upgrade, golden city walls, diamond crenellations, intermediate obsidian energy conduction routes, and intermediate golden inscription crossbows equipped with diamond bolts. Optional upgrades: 10 underground temperature-controlled farms, ability storage devices, incubation chambers, sauna rooms, bar renovations, game room renovations, entertainment facilities, adult product rooms, diamond weapon forging rooms, and future science classrooms. Special optional upgrades: mental leader banners and magma motes. Special functions unlocked. Mobile castle. Estimated upgrade time: 1 month. Current progress. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swarm of nanorobots surged forth, embarking on the transformation of the entire Golden Fortress. Boom. With every passing moment, the Golden Fortress underwent monumental changes. This was no ordinary enhancement. Chen Qi nodded in satisfaction. Ascending from Tier 4 to Tier 5, the modifications were indeed plentiful. Each one proved to be remarkably beneficial. Particularly that adult novelty shop. It was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. Not only did it elevate the entertainment value for the disciples within the sect, but it also provided him with numerous new avenues of enjoyment. Truly splendid. Unlocking the feature of a mobile castle, Chen Qi murmured. Could it be that my base can move on its own in the future? Goodness, this is quite formidable. If the castle could traverse freely, it would be utterly invincible. Previously, he had been troubled by the limitation that his faction could only expand within Spring City. No matter how powerful they became, the number of survivors was finite. Those with potential and qualifications were even scarcer. But now, with the unlocking of the mobile castle feature, all those constraints had vanished. How astonishing! He was brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the Tier 5 Diamond Castle. While Chen Qi delved into researching the new characteristics of the Diamond Castle, the outside world was abuzz with miraculous happenings from the sect leader. Was the sect about to undergo yet another transformation? Gulp, it had already been formidable enough. What new functions could possibly be added this time? The elevation of the castle was akin to a miracle for the disciples. The sect leader truly was a chosen one. Surely, he must be the protagonist of this apocalypse, defying the odds. Among the disciples were many who regularly indulged in apocalyptic novels, and at this moment, they all felt fortunate to have aligned themselves with such a powerful figure. After the Black Fog incident, the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect resumed their expansion and resource scavenging after 3 days of recuperation. Alas, the Black Fog was terrifying. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, in the wake of a zombie tide. Not a single survivor remained, and even the tiniest creatures, like mice or earthworms, were not spared. The devastation was profound. They transported resources back to the Diamond Castle. However, when the zombie tide struck the Golden Fortress, Chen Qi decisively repelled it that a small portion of Spring City remained untouched, with approximately 18,000 survivors continually discovered by the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect. A month swiftly passed within Spring City. Survivors either perished or were assimilated into the Corpse Shadow sect. Almost all resources within Spring City had been claimed by the sect. In the entire world, it was likely that no other faction could rival the wealth of resources amassed by our Corpse Shadow sect. The Corpse Shadow sect had now grown to over 2,000 members, each disciple taking pride in their affiliation. Within the meditation chamber, Chen Qi remained secluded throughout the month, either training rigorously with his female companions or honing his skills. His strength had soared dramatically. In just 1 month, he ascended from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the 9th layer, achieving perfection. Who could rival such speed? Chen Qi grinned widely. This pace, even in the realm of cultivation, would be deemed extraordinary. Only the most exceptional disciples of elite sects, harnessing the finest resources, could hope to achieve such feats. With a sense of anticipation swelling within him, he gazed upon the vibrant Corpse Shadow sect. With the full support of his senior brother, his ambitions had expanded significantly, and the recent slaughter of numerous high-level zombies had greatly enhanced the resources available to the disciples. Were these merely zombie crystals? Utilize them to your heart's content. As long as one had contributed, there were always ways to bestow benefits. Over the past month, the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect had all made remarkable progress. The most talented among them, Zhu Rongrong, had already regained the strength of a Tier 6 Esper. Chen Qi casually tossed her an 8th tier crystal, intending to assist her in breaking through to Tier 7 within a week. Zhu Rongrong possessed exceptional combat talent, and achieving Tier 7 would certainly prove advantageous for him, allowing her to become his right-hand ally, alleviating him from shouldering all the burdens in battle. The progress of Xia Yubing was even more astonishing. As a bioengineered human, she faced no limitations in talent. Her energy consumption dictated her level of advancement, and her loyalty was unwavering. Thus, Lin Etienne had spent the month nourishing her with spiritual stones and his own essence. Now, Xia Yubing's energy rivaled that of an ordinary Tier 8 Esper, and she was on the verge of breaking through the threshold of Tier 9, alongside the now late-stage Tier 7 Shaoqing. These 3 remarkable women constituted the strongest combat force under Chen Qi's command. At long last, the upgrade was complete. Chen Qi gazed at the newly minted Tier 5 Diamond Castle. Tier 5 Shelter, Diamond Castle. The size of the castle now spanned a radius of 3 kilometers. The walls soared to an astonishing height of 9 meters, deserving the title of a majestic fortress. The original main building had been entirely transformed into the castle, boasting its own independent combat and defense systems. The entire fortress was adorned with clusters of villas, serving as the living quarters for the disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect, each villa capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. Now expanded to 3,000 disciples, the Corpse Shadow sect had yet to fill even a third of the residential spaces. Housing resources were extraordinarily abundant. Every individual had their own room, free from concerns about accommodation. The cellar, as Chen Qi stepped into the cellar, he couldn't help but marvel. The cellar now measured a staggering 2 kilometers square and towered 100 meters high, divided into 5 levels, each serving distinct purposes and functions. The lowest level housed artificial soil, cultivated by scientists in collaboration with elven knowledge to produce super rice seeds. Every 3 months, they could yield enough seeds and vegetables to sustain thousands for an entire year. It could be said that they had achieved complete self-sufficiency. Exiting the cellar, the 9-meter-high golden city walls stood imposing, adorned with intricate, radiant engravings. Scientists, utilizing the core of the shelter, had deciphered a wealth of scientific knowledge and developed numerous technological products. Though their current quantities were limited, production lines were under construction, and once completed, weapons and equipment could be mass-produced in large quantities. At that point, a single fortress would resemble a thriving modern metropolis. Every member of the Corpse Shadow sect would enjoy a quality of life that was unattainable before the apocalypse. In addition to the underground temperature-controlled farms, there were Esper storage devices, incubation rooms, saunas, bars, game rooms, entertainment facilities, adult novelty rooms, diamond weapon forging rooms, and future science classrooms. Education, healthcare, entertainment, dining, and training were all readily available. This existence would have been considered divine even before the apocalypse. Chen Qi surveyed it all with immense satisfaction. Turning his gaze to the center of the fortress, in addition to the obsidian monument, a new flag had been added. This flag possessed spiritual power, capable of ensnaring the souls of those who gazed upon it, compelling them to pledge allegiance to the fortress's owner from the depths of their being. It was tantamount to a mental indoctrination. From that moment forth, every member of the Corpse Shadow sect would be utterly loyal to him. With no possibility of betrayal, surrounding the fortress was a moat of molten lava. A mere minute within its depths would reduce even a king-tier zombie to ash. And then there was the feature I anticipated most, the mobile castle function. Chen Qi eagerly checked. The intermediate obsidian patterns possessed anti-gravity capabilities, allowing the fortress to float temporarily and embark on aerial patrols. EVA explained. What? Chen Qi was overwhelmed with excitement. It could indeed move. The entire fortress could take flight. This was simply exhilarating. What are we waiting for? Let us take off. Chen Qi exclaimed. Boom. The diamond fortress began to tremble. What is happening? An earthquake. The entire ground shook. Only our fortress quivered, several kilometers away. Everything remained still. The sect leader urgently summoned all disciples of the Corpse Shadow sect to return. Everyone, heed the command and return swiftly. An hour later, the entire fortress rose from the ground. No way. The fortress is flying. Am I seeing things? The colossal 3-kilometer fortress soared several dozen meters high, accompanied by a subterranean space extending over 100 meters. This surpassed even the previously envisioned aerospace carrier, didn't it? Earlier, Xia Country had proposed the Southern Sky Gate project, aiming to construct a 500-meter-long aerospace carrier to elevate aircraft carriers into the sky. Now, the Diamond Fortress far exceeded that expectation. A 3-kilometer superfortress. Combined with such a vast underground space, this kinetic energy was terrifying. The many scientists Chen Qi had gathered were left utterly astonished. This was unfathomable. They could not comprehend how this was achieved. It appeared that the technology concealed within the core of this shelter surpassed the capabilities of this era by leaps and bounds. The realm of scientific knowledge was vast and boundless. We had merely skimmed the surface. We must strive harder to uncover more technological insights from the core. Indeed, we cannot hinder the sect leader's progress. The scientists expressed their excitement. Where are we heading? Xia Yubing, possessing the strongest capacity for comprehension, inquired directly to the location where the first king-tier beast was discovered. Chen Qi declared with ambition. Now that the apocalypse was accelerating, and with the emergence of Tier 9 monsters, he wondered if the creature that had been the first to be acknowledged as a king still existed or had been rendered obsolete by this rapidly evolving era, or perhaps, seizing this opportunity for ascendance, it had claimed its title of king. After all, crises simultaneously present the greatest opportunities. To be among the earliest beings to ascend to kingship would signify immense potential. Surviving a great calamity could very well lead to the emergence of a king-tier monster. The sight of the first king-tier beast's discovery, Xia Yubing murmured, I shall slay the king. Chen Qi did not conceal his thoughts, speaking earnestly. All right, Yubing trusts her master and will always accompany you. Xia Yubing's expression was resolute. The first king-tier monster discovered was an evolved marine creature, a sea turtle. Being an amphibious species, upon ascending to the king tier, it landed in Dalian Bay, inflicting an extraordinarily terrifying blow to the northeastern bay city of that year. The first apocalypse had passed, and it took 1 or 2 years for a king-tier monster to emerge, which caught the bay city completely off guard. If that sea turtle has indeed ascended to the king tier now, the crisis it would bring would be even more dreadful. Of course, Chen Qi's fundamental objective was to obtain that king crystal. The king crystal could expedite my evolution along the path of supernatural abilities. Although there are methods of cultivation, his abilities pertain to life and death. Even within the cultivation system, this is an exceedingly rare and mysterious power, worthy of thorough development. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Chapter 88. Step back. I will slay him. Boom. The fortress roared as it soared through the tumultuous skies. Although the diamond castle could only fly at low altitudes now, its speed was not particularly slow. From the ground, it appeared sluggish due to its massive size. In just half a day's time, it had flown from Spring City to Dalian Bay. This velocity was hardly inferior to that of trains from a previous life. This was merely the diamond castle. Should it undergo further upgrades, its operational speed would undoubtedly increase, perhaps allowing it to traverse the world in its aerial form someday. Chen Qi was filled with ambition and anticipation. This is the place. After analyzing the information provided by Chen Qi, Xia Yubing confirmed, Master, the coordinates you mentioned should be directly below us. In this bay. Good. Chen Qi's gaze fell upon the scenery below. The view was splendid. With the cessation of large-scale human activities in the wild, nature gradually reclaimed its original form. Towering trees, flourishing wild grasses, and the azure sea mirrored the sky in a harmonious display. The most beautiful nature, as envisioned by humanity, was ironically the least suitable for human habitation. One could only wonder where the sea turtle had hidden. How terrifying. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack without a clue. Indeed, what should we do? The disciples of the Confronting sect were somewhat anxious. Chen Qi furrowed his brow at present. He was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and although he was on the verge of foundation establishment, this one step made it impossible for him to utilize his divine sense. If he were already at the foundation establishment level, he could deploy his divine sense to scan at least a kilometer, making it easier to locate that monster. Do not worry, Sect Master. We have a solution. The elderly scientists, having learned of the current situation, emerged from their research lab, their faces brimming with excitement. Chen Qi had been supporting them all along, and their lack of substantial contributions to the Confronting sect had left these high-caliber scientists feeling quite ashamed and disheartened. They had been seeking an opportunity to prove themselves. You have a solution. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, indeed. Sonar is a relatively straightforward device to construct, and we have sufficient resources in the castle to produce sonar equipment. We can have it ready in 3 hours. As long as you have an approximate idea of the target's shape, we can locate and capture it. The old scientist insisted eagerly. Excellent. Wonderful. Chen Qi was delighted. The power of science should not be underestimated. Some scientific advancements, once restored, equated to possessing the abilities of a high-level cultivator. For instance, the ability to transmit sound over great distances is typically reserved for nascent soul cultivators. Yet modern scientific telecommunication can easily accomplish this. The relationship between science and cultivation is indeed mutually beneficial. Chen Qi could not be bothered to discern which was stronger or weaker. Only a child would make such choices. He desired both. Soon, the sonar detector was completed. Buzzing, the ultrasonic waves continuously probed the waters. After about half a day's search, they made a discovery. Director Luo Feng exclaimed with joy. It should be right below us, approximately a kilometer deep. Chen Qi nodded. He believed in science. Over 1,000 meters underwater, he rubbed his chin. The aberrant beast was inherently a marine creature, possessing a significant advantage in aquatic combat. He would be at a disadvantage. He was already preparing to confront the king-tier monster at the 9th level of Qi refinement. If the environment worsened, it would be extremely unfavorable for him. Issue my command. Collectively urinate into the sea. A sudden idea struck him. In the memory of the Space Queen, that sea turtle was highly sensitive to odors. Such a potent stimulus would drive it into a frenzy upon entering the ocean. What? The disciples of the Confronting sect were bewildered. Yet Chen Qi's commands were absolute. We have to urinate too. That's so embarrassing. Chu Qianqian and Zhu Rongrong both expressed their reluctance. Ahem, you can relieve yourselves in your home toilets. The castle has a waste disposal system that will ultimately discharge these impurities into the seawater, Chen Qi replied, exasperated. The thought processes of these disciples were indeed peculiar. As soon as the order was given, a sentry began to lower their trousers and urinate into the sea below. It was quite unseemly. Soon, the waters below began to churn violently. Boom! The entire world seemed to tremble as the sea was stirred. Waves surging forth. Roar! A furious roar reverberated from the depths of the ocean. The colossal creature seemed overwhelmed by the stench, bursting forth from the water and thrashing toward the shore. Indeed, it had reached the king tier ahead of schedule. Chen Qi's eyes brightened. What a dreadful flying island. Just as the bay water turtle entered the king tier, its grasp of human language was still clumsy, causing it to stutter, having just broken through at the seabed and still adjusting to its newfound powers. It was overwhelmed by an incomprehensible foul odor, compelling it to rush out of the water. Who dares? Such an evil stench. I shall kill, the bay water turtle roared, glaring at the diamond castle in the sky. A savage killing intent flashing in its eyes. It activated its king tier abilities and soared toward the heavens. Having attained the king tier, its powers were immense, enabling it to forcibly ascend the skies. The diamond castle, floating at low altitude, was unable to escape the turtle's attack range. The turtle's massive form, with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it could crush mountains. Attack! The guarding forces shouted, unleashing an array of offensive measures from the diamond fortress, golden cannons, diamond crossbows, rune technology. Numerous attacks rained down upon the bay water turtle, yet they had little effect. Turtle-type monsters are notoriously renowned for their exceptional defense. Even though it had just entered the king tier, ordinary attacks could not harm it. So weak. Humans, the bay water turtle mocked. Chen Qi had anticipated this scene. During the last apocalypse, the bay water turtle had single-handedly caused significant damage to the northeastern base upon landing. Though the diamond fortress was formidable, it was still inferior to one of the 8 major base cities of Xia country. Step back, I will slay him, Chen Qi declared, raising his sword with determination. You seek death. The bay water turtle opened its mouth wide, unleashing a 3-meter diameter water dragon that could topple a building with its force. Is this all you've got? Chen Qi laughed heartily, executing the 3 talismans sword formation to cleave the water dragon in half. 5 thunder techniques of life and death. He combined his supernatural abilities with cultivation techniques to forge this powerful technique. Within the 5 thunder techniques lay the essence of his life and death abilities. Buzzing, the water conducted electricity. The bay water turtle's massive jaws connected to the water dragon were instantly charred, smoke mingling with blood rising. Cunning human, the turtle roared in fury. It unleashed its immense powers, causing the sea surface below to react, conjuring numerous water dragons summoned by its will. Chapter 89. The astonished senior brother, the heavenly path of foundation establishment. Annihilate, Chen Qi bellowed, forming hand seals to unleash a fireball that collided with the water dragon. The fire and water intertwined, instantly generating countless steam clouds that enveloped the entire bay, obscuring everyone's vision. Sizzle, the mist was torn apart by immense force, and the bay water turtle surged forward on a massive wave. Attempting to crush the fortress with a single claw, freeze, Chen Qi shouted, brandishing a magical artifact that directly froze the waves, ensnaring the bay water turtle within the ice. What a fearsome battle! The disciples of the Corpsine sect were left in awe. The sect master's strength was becoming increasingly unbelievable. They felt exhilarated. With such a powerful leader, their future seemed bright, rendering the apocalypse less daunting. Crack, crack, the bay water turtle struggled, on the verge of breaking the ice layer. Chen Qi called out, riding his sword to the turtle's head, giant sword technique. The transaction with his senior brother had granted him numerous magical artifacts and techniques. Now, summoning another artifact and activating the giant sword technique, it instantly transformed into a massive sword over 10 meters in length. Slash. Chen Qi's hand seals shifted, and the giant sword descended in an instant. Sizzle. The air was cleaved, a vacuum forming, creating a terrifying whirlwind that swept in all directions, melting the ice with the immense energy's heat. Whoosh. The giant sword descended with unstoppable force, severing the bay water turtle's colossal head, which plummeted into the sea, sending up a spray of water over 10 meters high. Such terrifying power! The sect master is invincible. The disciples of the Corpsine sect shouted in unison. Such power is utterly overwhelming in today's world. Chen Qi, wielding his sword, descended and cleaved the head of the bay water turtle, extracting its life crystal. Onward. He recalled that several other beasts were on the verge of breaking through or had already done so during this time frame, with just a few more cores from royal-level monsters. He could reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement and procure some foundation establishment pills from his senior brother to solidify his foundation. That would signify a profound leap in his life as trajectory. And the power he would attain then would be unimaginable, enough to truly dominate the current apocalypse. The cultivation system of immortality is indeed formidable, Chen Qi mused, even at the 9th level of Qi refinement. He could slay royal-level monsters with ease. Thus, the Diamond Fortress continued its aerial patrol, as one beast after another, destined to rule the world and become humanity's nightmare in the apocalypse, met its demise at Chen Qi's hands. Whoosh! Along the way, while slaying royal-level monsters, he absorbed their essence at last. Chen Qi's aura surged to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. In the fortress's central chamber, he touched his ring. Goodness, have you been cheating? His senior brother nearly fainted upon seeing Chen Qi. How long had it been since he last saw him? And here he was, already at the peak of Qi refinement, truly a prodigy in cultivation. Yet, it was not surprising. In Chen Qi's world, even the loss of such cultivation treasures was commonplace. Undoubtedly a land rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures that a simple breath should suffice to elevate one's Qi refinement. You wish to exchange for foundation establishment pills? His senior brother rubbed his chin. His expression grave. Foundation establishment pills are indeed precious, and there are distinctions among the heavenly, earthly, and human foundation establishments that to obtain a heavenly foundation establishment, you must at least possess a heavenly foundation establishment pill and 5 corresponding treasures of the 5 elements. Speak plainly, how many zombies will it take? Chen Qi discerned that his senior brother merely sought to raise the price. Ahem. His senior brother, with a serious demeanor, cautiously extended a finger. At least 100 zombies. Chen Qi was left speechless. He had expected it to be more costly. With an eye roll, he retorted, I say, senior brother, is that really necessary? Such a paltry number of zombies, and you dare to ask? Ah, is that not sufficient? His senior brother was taken aback. Each time he heard Chen Qi refer to zombies as if they were worthless, he felt like weeping. What an extraordinary realm this was. How long will it take you to gather this batch for me? I will have it ready shortly. With a thought, Chen Qi commanded the disciples of the Confronting sect to go out and capture zombies. Moreover, I will provide you with 1,000. What? His senior brother gulped. Consider it an advance payment. In the future, I shall certainly need to exchange for other treasures from you, and we can deduct from there. Chen Qi stated, Ahem, that should suffice. His senior brother waved his hands repeatedly. Such a bounty of zombie treasures is more than enough to secure the resources for your heavenly foundation establishment to reach its zenith. Is that so? It seems that achieving the golden core within a few months will still be quite challenging. Chen Qi frowned at a few months to establish the golden core. His senior brother nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother, I have just established my golden core. Do you know how long it took me to reach this point? Senior brother, you are the esteemed first disciple of the Confronting sect, with abundant resources and prodigious talent. I estimate that you could establish your golden core in no more than 3 years. Chen Qi flattered. 3 years. I spent a full 50 years. His senior brother, caught off guard, was suddenly irate. Who would have thought? Senior brother, you seem quite ancient. Chen Qi teased, rubbing his chin. Humph, a golden core cultivator has a lifespan of 500 years. 50 years is merely akin to 10 years for an ordinary person. Who is the ancient one here? His senior brother rolled his eyes. Ha, then senior brother, you are but 10 years old. You should address me as elder brother. Chen Qi humorously analyzed. Roll, roll, roll. Now that I am advancing to the golden core realm, my status within the sect will greatly increase, and obtaining the resources for heavenly foundation establishment will not be difficult. I shall prepare everything tonight, and we can trade then. After agreeing, his senior brother temporarily cut off contact. Nightfall. After sending the zombies, Chen Qi gazed at the heavenly materials and treasures and the heavenly foundation establishment pills in his hand, filled with emotion. The 5 elements spiritual pearls of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each one contained a power far surpassing that of royal-level beings. Unfortunately, the natural energies within these heavenly materials could not be absorbed by those who cultivated supernatural abilities. They were entirely incompatible. Tap, tap, tap. He arranged these spiritual pearls according to the formation and then consumed the heavenly foundation establishment pill. Rumble. The thunder tribulation brewed instantaneously. This was the first foundation establishment tribulation in the earthly realm in many years. Chen Qi's gaze sharpened as he rose, soaring skyward on his sword. Boom, crackle, terrifying thunder roared. And the disciples of the Confronting sect rushed out of the diamond fortress to witness the spectacle. How terrifying. This is no ordinary thunder. It feels as though every bolt could slay that dreadful bay water turtle. Why does it seem like this storm is coming for us? Can the diamond fortress withstand such a terrifying assault? The disciples were filled with trepidation. In the next moment, Chen Qi soared into the sky. Xia Yubing and the Shallow sisters were drenched in sweat. This tribulation was the most formidable calamity they had ever witnessed. Can Chen Qi truly withstand this? Chapter 90. Mr. Goe, the arrival of the demon city, is this the heavenly foundation establishment? Chen Qi gazed at the terrifying thunder above, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Come forth, he bellowed. unleashing numerous spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. The tribulation of the Heavenly Foundation establishment is exceedingly fearsome. Overcoming it is at least dozens of times more challenging than the most ordinary human Foundation establishment. Yet, once successful, the rewards are unimaginably great. In the same realm, one could easily conquer 10 foes. He consumed spiritual herbs as if drinking water, casting magical artifacts to counter the thunder tribulation without a hint of regret, even if they shattered. Even golden core cultivators would not dare to be so extravagant. But Chen Qi was now immensely wealthy, having exchanged too many valuable resources with his senior brother. Not utilizing them would be a waste. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder tribulation rained down incessantly, yet Chen Qi remained calm and unperturbed amidst it all. Even when a few bolts of thunder managed to breach the defenses of his artifacts, he could simply wield his sword to dispel them, with plenty of spiritual herbs on hand, completely unconcerned about insufficient spiritual energy. After a day and a night, the thunder tribulation dissipated. Chen Qi's aura surged, the power of Foundation establishments sweeping through the heavens and earth, the tides of 5-element energy roiling, causing living beings to tremble in fear. The leap from Qi refinement to Foundation establishment is monumental. Chen Qi felt that with a single strike of his sword, he could level a mountain. Even the most formidable royal-level beings from his previous life would pale in comparison. Chen Qi smiled faintly. This overwhelming sensation is simply exhilarating. At the same moment, deep within the Reborn Alliance, shadows twisted wildly, their furious and hoarse thoughts reverberating like the tide. The 10 or so guardians of the shadows were instantly shattered. Flesh and blood exploded, saturating the entire chamber with a stench of blood. Alarms blared throughout the Reborn Alliance. Soon, the leaders of the Reborn Alliance rushed over to Mr. Gue. What has caused your wrath? The leader of the Reborn Alliance furrowed his brow. Gazing at the shadow, just now, a power emerged that I find unsettling. It poses a threat to me. The now calm Mr. Gue rasped. What? The leader's face paled, disbelief etched across his features. The origins and might of Mr. Gue are well known to him. What existence could invoke such a sense of threat and fear in him? The implications are chilling. Could some terrifying entity have prematurely emerged from the ocean depths? Indeed, it is strange. It seems there has been an issue in the northeast region. In the past, there were no supernatural beings capable of eliminating one of our strongholds at this juncture. We have all been reborn together. How could things unfold according to the pace of our previous lives? It must be the doing of other reborn individuals. Once we find them, they will pay in blood for their deeds. Several stewards spoke ominously. The leader furrowed his brow. Mr. Gue, can you discern the source and nature of that power? Mr. Gue twisted and raved. Are you doubting my greatness? The leader shook his head. Though you are powerful, you are still a being, not an omniscient god. Mr. Gue laughed maniacally. What do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? The leader frowned. I believe I need not reiterate. We are in a cooperative relationship. We both possess what the other needs. You have no right to be so insolent before me. Only then did Mr. Gue settle down, cackling. The black mist has appeared. Time is of the essence. That power is rife with potential for growth. We must eliminate it before it fully matures. Our plans cannot afford any missteps. Inform us of its exact location, and I shall handle it for you. The leader replied casually. Even if I tell you, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to contend with that power that it twists its form. Do not attempt to analyze the black powder. How many lives have been lost due to the inferior drugs concocted from it? Are you not aware of this? Accept the power of the black powder sooner rather than later. The leader's eyes turned icy. The concoctions we have produced can elevate individuals to level 7 or above in supernatural abilities in no time. Currently, the Reborn Alliance boasts at least 100 individuals at level 7 or higher, and even the official base city may not surpass our might. Such power is sufficient to sweep across a region. As long as you do not declare that this power belongs to the official domain, I believe the Reborn Alliance possesses the capability to handle it. Cackling with madness, the shadow twisted into an ever-changing form. The frog at the bottom of the well. That force undoubtedly belonged to a human of royal caliber, and not just any royal. Impossible. How could there be a human at the royal level at this moment? The Alliance leader shook his head in disbelief. I advise you to utilize the black powder. Otherwise, sending more people will only lead to their demise. This is a tracking beacon for that power that I've said enough. I am weary now. You may leave. Mr. Gue chuckled ominously, soon contorting into a spherical shape, no longer emanating any fluctuations. Leader, what shall we do? The stewards of the Reborn Alliance wore somber expressions if their opponent was indeed of royal status. Only by having all their experts join forces could they hope to contend. Furthermore, Mr. Gue's assertion that this individual was not an ordinary royal suggested that even with all their elite members, they might still be unable to subdue him. To avoid any missteps, let a few individuals accept the power of the black powder. The leader sighed and shook his head. Very well. Several stewards nodded in agreement. As the core of power, they could not risk consuming such a perilous substance themselves. Proceed quickly. That power has just revealed itself and is likely not too formidable yet, the leader gloomily remarked. To ascend to royalty in such a short time, who knows how powerful it will become in just a few more days. Indeed, the stewards nodded gravely. Shortly thereafter, a warship lifted off from the Reborn Alliance base, carrying its formidable members to launch an assault at that moment. The Diamond Fortress had already flown to the old demon city. Each time it descended upon a city, the Diamond Fortress would land and recruit survivors within. Among them, the most talented and capable were recruited by Chen Qi into the Confronting sect. In recent days, the Confronting sect had expanded to over 10,000 members. The entire Diamond Fortress was bustling and resplendent, with voices ringing out, making it hard to believe this was a fortress soaring through the apocalyptic sky. The Demon City had been one of the most prosperous cities in the world before the apocalypse. So there should be no shortage of survivors and powerful beings. They would be able to recruit many disciples this time. The disciples of the Confronting sect chatted amongst themselves. Previously, Chen Qi had single-handedly battled against the heavenly tribulation, earning their utmost reverence. Thus, even now, as they descended into the most perilous demon city, they felt quite at ease and found little to fear. After all, with the current strength of the Confronting sect, as long as they did not encounter a super zombie tide, there was essentially no threat to the Diamond Fortress. Boom! As the Diamond Fortress landed, the disciples of the Confronting sect expertly began to clear the nearby zombies and disseminate the recruitment announcement. The once silent demon city, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, became lively at that moment. Chapter 91. The Demon City boils. The Qinghong Gang experts are dumbfounded, my heavens. This treatment is simply extraordinary. Even ordinary disciples are guaranteed a meat meal once a week. Sausages, instant noodles, plenty to go around. Points can even be exchanged for numerous precious items. And there's even adult content. Incredible. The depiction is too fantastical. They possess a fortress and can drink tea, watch movies, and savor coffee inside. This is hardly different from life before the catastrophe. It's almost like a dream, even in the current official base city. Such a blissful life is unimaginable, right? Hee, don't mention it that I just escaped from the official base city. Escaped from the base city? At least the base city guarantees your survival, right? We don't even qualify to enter the base city. And you managed to escape? You know nothing. In the base city, while you 1T die, the lower-tiered folks live lives worse than death. Hee, if you ever get the chance to enter the base city, you'll understand. So it seems the recruitment from the Confronting sect appears more reliable. Once the news spread, the survivors of the Demon City went wild. However, having lingered in the apocalypse for too long, their understanding of human nature was profound. They dared not easily trust others. What if this Confronting sect was merely luring people to slaughter them, after laboriously securing a bit of supplies? What if they were all snatched away, not to mention risking their lives? Meanwhile, local forces in the Demon City began to frantically disseminate slanderous information about the Confronting sect, the largest local force. The Qinghong Gang had now grown to a scale of 10,000, rampaging through the Demon City, akin to local emperors. What is the origin of this Confronting sect? How did they suddenly emerge? Boasting over 10,000 members? Did they just drop from the sky? The leader of the Qinghong Gang gritted his teeth, glaring at the recruitment information as if he wished to shred it to pieces. His current life as a local emperor was exceedingly comfortable. How could he tolerate others encroaching on his territory? The reason the Qinghong Gang thrived was precisely because they ensured that the top 10% of contributors were treated to a fresh meat meal every month. Yet now, with meat resources scarce, the cold storage unattended and lacking power, the stored meat had already spoiled. The source of this fresh meat was self-evident. Thus, in the eyes of the Qinghong Gang, Those scattered survivors in the demon city were merely fodder. He would not allow his supplies to escape. If they fled, what would he eat? Spitting out a leg bone, his gaze turned icy. No matter what, we must locate the position of this corpsing sect and force them out of the demon city. Or I shall annihilate them. Yes, we will go negotiate with them at once. Negotiate. Watch me capture that so-called leader of the corpsing sect and stew him for meat, the vice leader of the Qinghong gang. A level 7 expert named Qing Zhanshan stepped forward with bravado. He then led several experts toward the location marked on the recruitment flyer. Upon arrival, the originally proud and arrogant experts were left dumbfounded. What a magnificent fortress! It seemed more than just an ordinary castle. Merely gazing at it made their legs weak. Gulp. Should we still go negotiate? Let us go. Of abandoning the shadows to embrace the light. Forsaking wickedness to return to righteousness. Indeed, this time, our leader has set a trap akin to the banquet of Hongmen. Should you attend, your return may be fraught with peril. The members of the Qinghong gang expressed their concerns in unison. Do you think I am unaware? Chen Qi scoffed coldly. The Qinghong gang boasts a considerable number of high-level practitioners, yet he does not recruit just anyone. Those who have tasted human flesh are simply unacceptable. That is a line he will not cross. His strength is sufficient, and what he seeks are not unscrupulous tyrants devoid of principles, but honest individuals with integrity to assist him. The presence of these dangerous elements poses a threat to his reign. With a flick of his robe, he gathered the few members of the Qinghong gang and prepared to depart. Master, at the very least, take me with you. It is somewhat perilous for you to go alone, urged Xia Yubing repeatedly. Indeed, let us accompany you. Chen Dafei and the Shinshin Qianshan sisters chimed in. You are to remain here to guard the home front, Chen Qi stated. Although the Shireen sect is currently formidable and well fortified, it is not invincible. As long as he is absent, many forces could threaten the Shireen sect, such as the 8 major base cities or the Rebirth Alliance, especially the Rebirth Alliance, whose members possess foresight abilities. Although they have lost much of their usefulness by now, they still hold a significant advantage. The Qinghong gang's experts sneered derisively. The Qinghong gang has over 10,000 members, no matter how strong you are. Can you truly contend with that many? You would tire yourself to death. Furthermore, our esteemed leader is a level 9 practitioner. Attending the banquet alone is akin to courting death. Initially, they had considered joining Chen Qi, but now they deemed him foolish and unworthy of allegiance. It would be far better to eliminate Chen Qi within the Qinghong gang and allow their leader to seize the Diamond Fortress. As high-ranking members of the Qinghong gang, they could still enjoy the spoils after betraying the Shireen sect. This thought invigorated them. Chen Qi, enveloping them in his aura, soared through the skies and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Qinghong gang. Landing directly in the ceremonial hall, the leader of the Qinghong gang regarded him with trepidation. How many have come? Only myself, Chen Qi replied with a cold chuckle. Ha! What audacity, Master Chen, the leader of the Qinghong gang sneered. However, this saves me the trouble of haggling. Your act of delivering yourself to me demonstrates your lack of intelligence, and you deserve to hand over your legacy to me. He understood that Chen Qi likely had some form of reliance. But to think he could single-handedly overturn the situation was preposterous. If he possessed such power, his schemes would be rendered meaningless, and he could simply surrender later. He could not believe that Chen Qi would willingly relinquish such a vast territory. Kill him. The Qinghong gang members, uninterested in further conversation, did not even take out their drinks before issuing commands. Seize him. The waiting practitioners unleashed their abilities. Hurry. This brat can fly. Do not let him escape. Surround him. He must not get away. The area was already ensnared in a web of traps from which he could not escape. Numerous experts from the Qinghong gang surged forward, wielding various POW in the present day. The forces in the Magic City are expanding their influence. This is a technique from the first 6 levels of the Qi refinement stage, which can be cultivated by those with innate talent for cultivation. Chen Qi has passed down the methods of cultivation. Now, as the black mist draws near, the pressure is overwhelming. Although he is invincible, he cannot ascertain whether he can withstand the black mist alone. It is imperative to nurture his forces first. Moreover, he has already reached the Foundation Establishment stage, specifically the Dao Foundation Establishment, rendering the Qi refinement stage a mere trifle for him. His expression turned grave as he transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the Rebirth Alliance's base, that enigmatic figure, Mr. Gue, is likely a harbinger of the Black Mist, and his strength cannot be underestimated. He did not anticipate that the speed of this black mist invasion would escalate to such an extent. A chilling murderous intent surged within Chen Qi. The black mist is the harbinger of doom, and now the Rebirth Alliance has betrayed their allegiance to the black mist forces. He cannot tolerate this. Both the black mist and the Rebirth Alliance must perish. Chapter 94. Try it and see. Boom. 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 Chen Qi flew onward, surpassing the speed of sound, the thunderous roar echoing like the wrath of the heavens. At the Rebirth Alliance headquarters, Mr. Gue was in a state of agitation, incessantly battering against the spatial barrier before him. The leader and several high-ranking officials were alarmed and rushed over. What is happening? Mr. Gue, the leader inquired, unable to contain his concern. Our dispatch members have all perished. Mr. Gue's voice resonated ominously. That force is rapidly approaching us. We are in grave trouble. What? The leader and high-ranking officials were struck with horror. The individuals they had sent were among the strongest in the Rebirth Alliance, and they had all ingested black mist pills before departing. Those were 7 or 8 pseudo-king level combatants, along with several fighter jets. How could anyone possibly eliminate them all? What in the world is that force? Such a being could not have existed at this time in the previous life. It appears our emergence has indeed brought about a butterfly effect in this era. However, that force should not be the work of a single individual. Otherwise, it would be far too terrifying that it is uncertain whether it is even human to take down 7 or 8 pseudo-kings and fighter jets. One must be at least a 3-star king. The high-ranking officials were deep in discussion. Be quiet. Mr. Gue hissed menacingly. Our immediate priority is to eliminate that force, not to debate whether it is human or demon. I refuse to die inexplicably before the arrival of the Dark God. The high-ranking members of the Rebirth Alliance were dumbfounded. Mr. Gue, are you suggesting that you are in danger of falling? They could hardly believe it. Mr. Gue's strength far surpassed the era. In the last life, during the apocalypse, he had been a harbinger of the Dark God, slaying several high-tier kings and plunging all survivors into despair. They had never even seen the Dark God in their previous life. A mere high-ranking servant of the Dark God had annihilated the 3 sovereigns of the apocalypse, extinguishing all hope for human existence. Do not hesitate any longer. Quickly accept the Dark God's power and blessings. Otherwise, you will be unable to halt that boy's advance. Mr. Gue bellowed. The leader and high-ranking officials hesitated. They merely wished to negotiate with the Dark God, not fully commit to his service. After all, they were all Reincarnators. Believing themselves to be the children of destiny, how could they willingly become someone else's servants? Humph. Mr. Gue snorted coldly, indifferent to their choices. The black mist power pierced through the spatial barrier and began to infect the surroundings. You are violating the covenant, the leader shouted angrily, his brows furrowing in defiance. I am under threat for my life. I care not for your foolish covenants. Mr. Gue grinned wickedly as the black mist began to surge chaotically, causing many experts to become infected, instantly turning them into the Dark God's minions. Crack. The leader felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had been close to reaching the king level through collaboration, he had not yet broken through. Now, he could only flee with a few high-ranking officials from the alliance. What shall we do now? Let us seek refuge in a base city. Our strength is formidable, and we possess valuable information. I believe the leader of the base city will respect us. Indeed, as long as we have breath left, there is no need to worry about survival. Let us head to the nearest base city. The few high-ranking officials and the leader fled towards the closest base city in disarray. Cackling, Mr. Gue's sinister laughter echoed throughout the base. Now, the vast majority of the Rebirth Alliance had been infected by him. He could not break the spatial barrier, but his power of infection could still seep through. Having created dozens of kings, I do not believe I cannot withstand you. Before long, Chen Qi arrived, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Boom! Upon reaching the Rebirth Alliance's base, he felt no pity in his heart. He struck down with his sword. Boom! Countless flying swords surged from his back, culminating in a colossal celestial sword, giant sword technique. The terrifying giant sword descended, cleaving the Rebirth Alliance in twain. Ha! I shall see what dares to flaunt its might before me. Pitiful insects of Blue Star, do you not realize your futile struggles? Mr. Gue's hoarse voice echoed as the black mist billowed forth, obscuring the entire sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous infected minions of the black mist soared into the sky, all of them king-level anomalous beings. Additionally, numerous ordinary minions infected to the 9th level hurled their skills at Chen Qi with wild abandon. A cold light flickered in Chen Qi's eyes as he shifted his hand seals, manifesting numerous celestial techniques. Great swallowing technique. He opened his mouth wide, and celestial power transformed into a gaping abyss, swallowing the rushing minions of the Dark God in one gulp. Life and death. All malevolent entities are cast into the yellow springs. His power of life and death swirled behind him, forming a taiji of life and death, with 6 illusory figures of reincarnation faintly materializing. This was his trump card after elevating his life and death ability to the king level. Puff, puff, puff. Those minions of the Dark God that he devoured were transported to the wheel of life and death, constantly being obliterated. 10,000 sword technique. With a wave of his hand, the giant sword shattered into countless flying swords, sweeping horizontally towards the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. These 9th level anomalous minions were all exterminated, their blood and flesh scattering. Blue Star is indeed unfathomable. Mr. Gue was filled with dread. The level of energy manipulation displayed here was absolutely not inferior to the Dark Goddess cultivation techniques, and it might even surpass them. To witness such a terrifying existence arise at this moment in time, it seems that the Dark Goddess plan must have been hastily initiated. Utilizing spatial vibrations, he transmitted a message to the Dark God. Die. Chen Qi transformed into the Thunder God, surrounded by the 5 Thunder Righteous Law. Anyone who approached within 100 meters was either obliterated by the thunder or devoured and plunged into the cycle of life and death. Soon, he had slaughtered every last minion of the Black Mist, the black blood flowing in torrents, infecting the Rebirth Alliance. Chen Qi stood before the spatial barrier, probing with his divine sense, and quickly discerned that Mr. Gue was trapped within the spatial crevice between Blue Star and the Dark Goddess realm. He was unable to return to the Dark Goddess realm, nor could he truly descend upon Blue Star. Cackling, Mr. Gue's deranged laughter echoed. You do possess some skill, but so what? Are you intending to trap yourself within the spatial crevice as well? Do you dare to enter and kill me the moment you step in? You may never escape. Let us try it and see. Chen Qi grinned, drawing his sword and plunging into the spatial rift. How dare you? Mr. Gue was horrified, his form twisting in terror as he shrieked. Die. Chen Qi roared, his spiritual power surging violently, a chilling murderous intent radiating from him. No, you cannot kill me. I am a noble servant of the Dark God. The Dark God will soon notice me and descend. You, insect, will be crushed. Mr. Gue had completely lost his sanity. P.S. You can find Zhuyang's new book on the author's homepage. This book aims for a weekly update, as the traffic is not as generous. For those interested in watching Zhuyang's livestream, you can check the directory for the volume title. Chapter 95. Is the apocalypse a paradise for evil cultivators? Preparing to refine the Blood Soul banner. Sizzle. Chen Qi charged directly into the spatial barrier, forming hand seals as countless flying swords surged like a torrent towards Mr. Gue. Mr. Gue fought tooth and nail, the black mist surging to counter the stream of swords. Alas, it was futile. His combat power was merely that of a 7-star king-level being. Whereas Chen Qi, as a Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, equipped with myriad techniques, could easily overpower even a 9-star king-level being. Soon, in a chorus of anguished screams, Mr. Gue was slain. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying spatial vibrations erupted. The spatial membrane was torn apart, and a fearsome hand emerged from within, aiming to annihilate Chen Qi. Chen Qi frowned, retreating swiftly, unleashing various spells and talismans. This giant hand was indeed formidable. Even the mere aura it emitted posed a deathly threat. It was at least a perfected golden core level being. Chen Qi's scalp tingled as he deployed all his abilities, racing towards the spatial rift that it appeared this was the outworldly Dark God. The power system of cultivation is extraordinarily advanced. The Dark Goddess emissary could not traverse the spatial barrier, which posed no challenge to Chen Qi, who had achieved Dao Foundation establishment with a single spatial traversal technique. He returned to the main world. The formidable giant hand hesitated for a moment before crashing down again. Boom, boom, boom. The giant hand shattered the spatial barrier, emerging amidst a cloud of black mist that infected the entire space. Chen Qi let out a cold laugh. Since you dare to risk your life to traverse the spatial barrier, then let there be a price to pay. His eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. The invasion by these otherworldly beings, the evil gods, would be restrained by the will of Blue Star. Forcing one's way through the spatial barrier would significantly diminish his strength if he had possessed the full prowess of the golden core stage within the interstitial space. Now he was reduced to merely the foundation establishment stage. Blade of Slaughter, he formed a hand sign, absorbing the murderous intent within a 100-mile radius. In this apocalyptic era, the essence of slaughter permeated the environment. Deeply entrenched in the atmosphere, boom, the Blade of Slaughter descended, embodying the sword intent of life and death. Wielding an unfathomable might, that enormous hand was cleaved asunder beneath the blade's ferocity. Chen Qi smiled faintly. Collecting the severed hand into his storage pouch. Roar, the space trembled, and a furious will emanated from the other side of the barrier. The day I descend shall be your day of demise. I await to see whether it is you who perishes, or I. Chen Qi remained unperturbed. The otherworldly evil god could not possibly descend upon Blue Star in the near term. He had time to cautiously cultivate. As the spatial tremors subsided, he flew back to the corpse-eaten sect and immediately entered seclusion. His encounter with the otherworldly evil god had instilled an overwhelming sense of crisis within him. A hand emerging from beyond countless dimensions, possessing the strength of the golden core stage within the interstitial space. How terrifying must its true power be? Yuan-ing, or even transformation into divinity. It was crucial to note that even within the realm of cultivation, as long as one had not ascended to the higher realms, the pinnacle of combat prowess was merely transformation into divinity. Moreover, those at the transformation stage were bound by the laws of heaven and could not act recklessly. Even if he were at the Yuan-ing stage, the timeline for a full-scale invasion was unlikely to exceed 3 years. 3 years to ascend from foundation establishment to Yuan-ing. The mere thought struck him as absurd, a task deemed utterly impossible. He directly contacted his senior brother, inquiring about potential solutions. Your world faces such a crisis. His senior brother shook his head. What a shame. If it were merely a Yuan-ing level adversary, I could invite the elder of our sect. However, we have no means of teleporting living beings. After pondering for a moment, his senior brother's eyes lit up. You know, I have thought of a method that could grant you Yuan-ing level power within 3 years. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with interest. Do tell? Humph. This method can only be realized within the unique environment of your world. His senior brother stated solemnly, you must fully embrace the path of an evil cultivator and forge the 10,000 souls banner. According to your account, your world is home to billions of lives, the vast majority of which have become pure, mindless souls. A 10,000 souls banner crafted from such souls would possess tenfold the power compared to one made from sentient souls. If you could forge 100 million souls into a banner within 3 years, you would surely be able to contend with those Yuan-ing old-timers. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Qi exclaimed, exasperated. You never asked, his senior brother retorted. Moreover, this path of evil cultivation is forbidden in the realm of cultivation. Anyone discovered practicing it would be eliminated on the spot. Silently slaughtering tens of thousands to create the 10,000 souls banner would only suffice against foundation establishment cultivators. To stand against Yuan-ing old-timers, one would need to slaughter billions, an impossible feat before being overwhelmed by them. Thus, no one has dared to speak of such matters in millennia. The cultivation of evil techniques has become an ancient rumor. Were it not for my extensive reading, I would never have known of it. Quickly send me the secret techniques. Chen Qi replied eagerly. To repay you, I will first send you 100 zombies. Chen Qi grinned, feeling a significant weight lifted from his heart. Soon, he received the secret text of evil cultivation and began his training. With renewed ambition, Chen Qi set forth. The apocalypse? This was nothing short of a paradise for evil cultivators. It was exceedingly easy to forge 10,000 souls banners of a billion-level caliber, especially with the abundance of pure souls, equivalent to 100 billion ordinary souls. Such a level of banner would cause even transformation into divinity cultivators to frown. Chapter 96, City of Emeralds, millions of blood souls banners. Before departing, Chen Qi decided to upgrade the level of his refuge. He activated his ring once more, and soon, a figure appeared before him. Clad in a palace silk gown, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet possessed a fishtail. A mermaid princess. Chen Qi blurted out. You know my identity. The mermaid princess exclaimed, surprised. That's splendid. Chen Qi's eyes gleamed. The underwater dragon palace was renowned for its treasures. And to upgrade his diamond fortress, he required an immense quantity of emeralds. Collecting emeralds from various cities would prove exceedingly arduous. The dragon palace must have a substantial stockpile. Why is there no water around you? The mermaid princess inquired, scrutinizing Chen Qi with curiosity. We reside on land, he explained. Land? What is that? Our entire planet is composed of oceans. The mermaid princess's eyes displayed confusion. Chen Qi couldn't help but chuckle as he transmitted a geographical book about Earth. What an eye-opener, the mermaid princess marveled. If you were willing to send me 500 kilograms of soil, I would be happy to exchange some of my treasures, she proposed. Emeralds, do you have any? Chen Qi asked directly. What is emerald? The mermaid princess inquired. Puzzled, it is the jade stone adorning your attire. Chen Qi elaborated though. That. We have emeralds in abundance at the bottom of the sea, as common as soil is to you. The mermaid princess thought Chen Qi sought something of high value. With a grand gesture, she summoned tons of emeralds to fly towards him. The two parties quickly finalized their transaction. Chen Qi, satisfied, utilized the emeralds to upgrade his refuge, transforming it into the City of Emeralds. Now, the City of Emeralds could be regarded as a magical artifact. Chen Qi beamed with satisfaction. The upgrade brought about a qualitative change. The refuge could now both attack and defend. Even a golden core cultivator would find it no easy task to breach its defenses. He decided to further enhance his own strength. Chen Qi began to refine the arm of the evil god. This arm was composed of pure energy, but it was tainted with the evil god's power. By expelling this malevolent energy, he could directly absorb its strength. 3 days and nights later, he had completely absorbed the energy of the evil god's arm. Boom! His cultivation level surged, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. To break through to the golden core stage, he would still need to rely on the Blood Soul's banner. Chen Qi's gaze sharpened. He imparted the technique to his utterly loyal subordinate, Xia Yubing. After a rigorous training regimen, Xia Yubing's strength reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Finally, Chen Qi assisted her in overcoming the heavenly tribulation, allowing her to become a formidable cultivator of the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Yubing, from this day forth, you shall serve as the acting leader of the sect, Chen Qi declared. Rising to begin crafting the Blood Soul's banner, he soared across various locations, his hand morphing into a colossal palm that crushed the wandering zombies with ease. With every strike, hundreds, even thousands, of zombies were reduced to a mist of blood. Swish, 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 he unfurled the Blood Soul's banner, absorbing the pure souls of these vanquished zombies. Referring to them as pure souls did not imply innocence. Rather, their souls were solely imbued with the will to kill, thus rendering them pure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Qi fully transformed into a slayer of zombies, relentlessly exterminating them. Within a mere few days, he eradicated millions of zombies in the city of Mo. The survivors of Mo stared in disbelief at the now pristine streets, momentarily experiencing the illusion that the apocalypse had come to an end. They fell to their knees, expressing gratitude, referring to Chen Qi as the savior immortal. Yet, by this time, Chen Qi had already soared beyond Mo, commencing his tour of numerous cities. Wherever he arrived, the zombies would be swiftly crushed and collected. The once fearsome zombies had become mere fodder for his Blood Soul's banner. Truly terrifying. Who possesses such formidable capabilities? The survivors in these cities gradually emerged, unable to believe the scene before them. Although some zombies still roamed the villages or wilderness, their numbers paled in comparison to that of the humans. Zombies only posed a threat when their numbers were substantial. A few scattered undead were hardly a concern, especially now that most survivors had awakened their abilities, rendering them immune to infection. Could it be that the apocalypse was finally drawing to a close? Can we restore our former lives? The world had undergone a profound transformation. Even in the absence of zombies, returning to the past was utterly impossible. The survivors fell into silence. That powerful being might indeed have a chance of success. For now, restoring the network and basic living infrastructure is of utmost importance, a leader among the survivors remarked. With Chen Qi's arrival, conditions in various cities began to improve. Before long, the number of souls within the Blood Soul's banner reached an astounding 10 million. He was on the brink of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 97. 9-Pattern Golden Core. Crushing a nuclear bomb with one hand, are you truly about to reach the Golden Core stage? His senior brother was enviously astonished. Ah, your world makes me green with envy. Cultivation flows as easily as drinking water, and you have pure souls to serve as nourishment for your super blood souls banner. With such a trump card, even if you came to my realm of cultivation, you could undoubtedly become a powerful figure. Chen Qi smiled faintly. This is merely a stroke of luck. Very well. Here lies all the treasures required for the formation of my golden core. I must hasten my cultivation. With the zombies you've provided, I have amassed quite a collection of treasures. My progress has been rapid lately. Perhaps within 50 years, I shall reach the nascent soul stage. The senior brother is also exceedingly joyful. Soon, Chen Qi consumed all these treasures and immediately commenced the golden core tribulation. That a golden core was swallowed into his abdomen, proclaiming, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." The golden core stage signifies a monumental turning point on the path of cultivation. In the realm of immortality, one in possession of a golden core is recognized as a true immortal. Akin to the elders of prestigious sects or even the heads of lesser sections. Chen Qi raised the blood soul banner, standing firm against the heavenly tribulation. Yet, compared to the blood soul banner brimming with countless pure souls, the tribulation appeared feeble. He defied the heavens, unleashing a torrent of souls that consumed the tribulation in reverse. The most formidable 9-pattern golden core. Chen Qi smiled subtly, gazing at his own 9-pattern golden core with satisfaction. With the blood soul banner in hand, it was no surprise to achieve such a golden core. It was time to return. Chen Qi pondered. This venture into golden core formation had taken over a month. He wondered how the Confronting sect was faring. With a thought, he traversed 1,000 meters, his divine consciousness enveloping the surroundings, exuding an air of unassailable nobility. The golden core stage. One's life essence reached unprecedented heights, causing all living beings to tremble and bow in reverence. Before long, he returned to the Emerald City. He frowned, surprised to see Xia Yubing already awaiting him. What is going on? He inquired. The commander of the base city has sent someone to requisition the Emerald City. It must be surrendered to the state, or else we shall face annihilation. Xia Yubing explained urgently. What audacity! Chen Qi scoffed. In this apocalyptic era, the governors of the base cities act on their own. And times have changed. They still cling to their lofty rhetoric to manipulate others. It may deceive the foolish, but to intimidate me? Utterly absurd. If they seek death, so be it. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. With the invasion of the evil deity imminent, he needed to ensure human unity. If they turned against one another at such a critical moment, the battle would be lost. Nuclear bombs are about to strike. Xia Yubing's expression shifted as she cautioned. The power of nuclear bombs varies. A low-yield bomb could annihilate ordinary kings, but a high-yield bomb could obliterate any king. Even the Tsar Bomba could spell doom for sovereign-level beings. Humph, failing to slay zombies and engaging in infighting among ourselves. How reckless! Chen Qi's gaze turned icy, radiating murderous intent. He observed the nuclear bombs soaring in the distance, and with a cold wave of his hand, he commanded, boom! Terrifying thunderclouds stretched for miles, enveloping the bombs before he crushed them with a single gesture. The resulting mushroom cloud erupted, scattering thunderclouds across dozens of miles. Xia Yubing gazed at him with admiration. Master, you are incredible. You can even disregard nuclear bombs. Chen Qi smiled gently. The 9-pattern golden core is equivalent to a peak sovereign. The techniques I command are beyond mere abilities. Intercepting a few nuclear bombs is a trivial feat. It seems they truly wish for their demise. With a chilling gaze, Chen Qi instructed, take me there. Ensure the sisters prepare a feast for my return. He then sped forth, arriving at the Jianghe base city. Buzzing, aircraft scrambled to intercept him, but he effortlessly struck them down with a single blow. Soon, he hovered over the base city, announcing the truth of the apocalypse while elucidating the origins of the Confronting sect. Everyone was welcome to join the sect, even if they could not become disciples. However, those who became subjects of the Confronting sect would receive his protection. What are you? Just a lowly survivor rising amidst the apocalypse. You must be quite bold. Came the furious roars from within the base city. Chen Qi smiled coldly, his murderous intent spreading. All who harbored thoughts of killing him were precisely struck down by this aura. A golden core immortal, in the face of ordinary humans, is akin to a god. The disparity was utterly overwhelming. The citizens of the base city displayed expressions of joy. Ever since the establishment of the base city, their lives had been unbearably harsh. Although the resources of the base city were sufficient for a decent life, the governors and nobles indulged in excessive luxury, leaving the ordinary folk in dire straits. They often went days without a meal, subjected to forced labor. Their existence was only marginally better than being devoured by zombies. Thus, many risked being bitten by zombies to escape the base city. Now, with these oppressors dead, they felt an immense relief. Those who had fought valiantly for the governors and nobles were instantly reduced to dust under Chen Qi's terrifying might. The truth of the apocalypse, along with Chen Qi's declaration, rapidly spread, unveiling a new chapter in this cataclysmic saga. Chapter 98. Nascent Soul Stage. Starfall City news spread swiftly, inciting global turmoil. Although the apocalypse had shattered human society, powerful nations retained their base cities and maintained some communication. Everything Chen Qi had stated was disseminated quickly, soon reaching the ears of humanity worldwide. The entire world plunged into transformation. Before long, 2 years had elapsed. Chen Qi continually refined the Blood Soul banner, absorbing its energy, ultimately achieving the perfection of the golden cord. He had finally ascended to the realm of the 100 million soul banner. Nascent soul tribulation, come forth, he declared, wielding the Blood Soul banner and gazing at the calamity clouds covering the heavens. His fighting spirit ignited. Now invincible, only the tribulation could provide him with a modicum of excitement. Boom! The great tribulation descended, and Chen Qi, relying on the Blood Soul banner, swept the terrifying calamity clouds into its embrace. In his mind, a nascent soul sat cross-legged, strikingly similar to him. Thus, even if the evil deity were to descend, he would possess means to contend. Chen Qi exhaled deeply, feeling the pressure on his heart lessen considerably. In these 2 years, he had propagated cultivation methods across the globe, yet due to a lack of spiritual energy, progress was slowed. As a result, few formidable beings had emerged. Now, as a nascent soul, he could sense the entirety of Blue Star with a mere thought. Despite his occasional provision of resources and guidance, the number of Foundation establishment cultivators born in Blue Star remained pitifully low. 9 out of 10 were from the Confronting sect. Many king-level experts had arisen. But the spatial rifts expanded, and the evil deity's disciples increasingly infiltrated Blue Star. Along with the myriad terrifying creatures they had infected, the pressure on humanity remained immense. Fortunately, he had become a nascent soul expert, capable of instantaneous movement. Any crisis on Blue Star could be addressed in a remarkably short time. Unless the evil deity personally arrived, even the mightiest evil deity emissary would merely be at the perfected golden core stage. Easily vanquished. Senior brother, it has been a while. Congratulations on becoming the vice master of the Confronting sect. Chen Qi clasped his hands in greeting. Originally, senior brother had anticipated reaching the nascent soul stage in 50 years. But due to the recent events with the zombies, he encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities and advanced even faster than Chen Qi. Haha, it's all thanks to you, little brother. Whatever you need, just ask. I shall procure it without hesitation. I am at your service. Senior brother laughed heartily, fully aware of the troubles Chen Qi faced in his world with the impending invasion of the outer gods. Well, I shall not hold back then. Chen Qi nodded. I require starfall iron. Only advanced civilizations could forge such materials, and procuring it would depend on whether it existed in the cultivation realm. All right, I will send it to you immediately. Senior brother promised, fulfilling his word. Soon, the starfall iron arrived in Chen Qi's hands, the final form of the refuge. Chen Qi's heart brimmed with anticipation. He placed the starfall iron into the core of the small E. Upgrade complete. The refuge transformed into Starfall City. Chen Qi gazed upon the magnificent and towering city of the cosmos. Even an asteroid collision would be but a drizzle to Starfall City, a city that could navigate the stars. This was humanity's ultimate retreat. Chen Qi's expression darkened. Should he prove unable to contend with the outer evil gods, humanity would have no choice but to take refuge in Starfall City, wandering the cosmos in flight. On land, the bizarre creatures in the ocean sensed the pressure humanity faced. The 3 strongest ocean emperors united their forces, launching an assault on the land. The human alliance sent him a plea for help. Understood, Chen Qi nodded, stepping forth, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, arriving directly at the battlefield. So, you are the human leader. The 3 powerful ocean emperors queried haughtily, but I have no interest in wasting time with you. Will you submit and serve, or shall you perish? Chen Qi asked bluntly. Humph, you are rather arrogant. Before the words could fully escape their lips, Chen Qi unleashed a palm strike, shattering 2 golden core ocean emperors with a single blow. Under such overwhelming might, the last ocean emperor of the Beast Alliance had no choice but to lead all the monsters in submission. Crack, crack. The rifts continued to widen. Chen Qi's gaze fell upon the ominous cracks of the evil gods and frowned. Strange creatures had begun a full-scale invasion. The world would soon plunge into darkness and chaos. Let everyone retreat to Starfall City. Chen Qi commanded directly that I lack the energy to rescue others or deal with these messes. As for those humans far from Starfall City, they must fend for themselves. The evil gods may descend at any moment. He resolved to devote all his efforts to perfecting the Blood Soul banner. Leaving no room for delays. With his goal set, he soared across the ocean and land. With his current capabilities at the nascent soul stage, with a mere wave of his robe, he conjured an entire landscape. Over 1 million zombies could not withstand a single strike from his sleeve's hidden universe. The souls within the Blood Soul banner were multiplying exponentially, while the spatial rifts in the distance were widening. The form of the outer evil god was becoming increasingly discernible. He and Chen Qi were in a fierce race against time. Chapter 99. The grand finale. This is no trivial matter. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from the outer evil god was akin to that of a god transformation stage practitioner. Such combat prowess could potentially shatter stars. He absolutely could not allow this being to enter Blue Star. A thought struck Chen Qi that if the outer evil god were to breach Blue Star, even if he could confront the entity, he would be powerless to prevent its apocalyptic ambitions. The battlefield must remain in the outer realms. Resolute in his determination, he drew upon his understanding of space gained at the nascent soul stage, gaining deeper insight into the ring in his possession. While he could not yet traverse any time or space at will, he could identify several realms most closely bound to his ring. Chen Qi began his search. Harnessing the foundational power of the ring, he transported himself directly to the underworld, in the endless expanse of the underworld. Lost souls and wandering spirits drifted. Yet he refrained from capturing them. Divine beings resided here, including those righteous deities from the legends of the Xia Kingdom. Even a god transformation stage cultivator would not dare to act recklessly in this domain. His purpose was solely to seek out the fabled waters of the river of the underworld, also known as the Yellow Springs. Legends spoke of the Yellow Springs' power to sever the ties between 2 realms, rendering them entirely disconnected. After vanquishing the outer evil god, he could utilize the river's waters to seal the spatial rift, thereby completely isolating the outer realms from Blue Star, ensuring its safety. After an extensive search, he finally located the river of the underworld within the vast and desolate realm. After storing the river water in his spatial storage, he soared back into the fray. Prepare to meet your end, he roared, charging directly into the spatial rift with the soul banner in tow. You dare to confront me? The outer evil god cackled menacingly. An evil deity. He was equivalent to a god transformation stage cultivator, capable of obliterating stars with a single blow. Thus, he dismissed the notion of any formidable adversaries residing on a mere native planet. After all, the energy of those who still lived on this planet could never reach the level required to destroy stars with a single punch. What did it matter if he faced him? I shall slay you, Chen Qi bellowed, unleashing the power of space, pouring forth his entire magical essence. How intriguing, but to think you could kill me with this is rather naive. The outer evil god roared in fury, raising his hand to eliminate Chen Qi. Humph! Chen Qi's gaze turned icy as he wielded the Blood Soul banner. Countless souls of the undead surged forth, their sheer might causing the very fabric of space to tremble. What? The outer evil god was struck with terror. The Blood Soul banner wielded by Chen Qi was truly formidable. Kill, kill, kill. The two engaged in a fierce battle, each fighting for survival. A myriad of spells and techniques were unleashed. Initially, the outer evil god held the upper hand, but as Chen Qi fought and killed relentlessly, he erased countless beings from the outer realms, gathering their souls within. With each conflict, he grew stronger. This battle raged on for 3 months, transitioning from the barriers of space to the cosmic void, and then from the cosmic expanse back to the outer realms. He annihilated billions of evil spirits along the way, instilling dread in the hearts of the outer races. Why is he growing stronger? The outer god felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chen Qi's escalating power was alarming. Humph, my trump card, return. Finally, Chen Qi unleashed his long-held secret weapon that he had preserved a clone, remade a blood soul banner on Earth, and within 3 months, had swept across the globe with the speed of a nascent soul. Fusion, the clone and Chen Qi merged into one, and the 2 blood soul banners combined as well. Boom, boom, boom. The ultimate blood soul banner, forged from the billions of zombies on Earth, equated to hundreds of billions of standard blood soul banners, a single strike capable of obliterating stars. Chen Qi's combat prowess surged, overwhelming the outer god. No, the outer god felt despair consuming him, his strength and vitality waning. Yet he grew frantic, relentlessly exhausting the world's essence in a frenzied attempt to slay Chen Qi. This battle endured for 3 years, leaving the world desolate, the fabric of space shattered, and stars falling from the skies. With the final banner's descent, the outer god perished in an abyss of unyielding resentment. Chen Qi, gravely wounded, found his blood soul banner in tatters that he returned to the spatial barrier and released the river water, sealing the rift. Upon returning to Earth, it took him an entire year to fully recover from his injuries. During the years he battled the outer god, countless beings from beyond had invaded Blue Star. If he had not facilitated the unity of humanity and ushered them into Starfall City, humanity would have faced utter annihilation. He rose to his feet, eliminating all lingering threats and malevolent entities. The great calamity had finally come to a close. He reflected, watching as mortals tirelessly rebuilt their homes. Regrettably, he had transcended to a realm of immortality. No longer captivated by the mortal coil, revered as a leader by the people of Blue Star, he sat upon a divine pedestal. Once he had nurtured humanity, he would venture into the cosmos for exploration. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Chen Qi ascended to the celestial heavens with the blood soul banner, triumphing over the 9 layers of heavenly tribulation, achieving the god transformation stage. Leader has ascended, shouted the multitude of Blue Star inhabitants that humanity's population had now rebounded to 3 billion, with cultivators aplenty, all venerating Chen Qi as their Daozu. There was nothing left to cherish, after leaving behind his precepts of cultivation. Chen Qi took with him Starfall City and the loyal followers of the Corpse Shadow sect, soaring into the cosmic expanse, leaving behind a legacy of the Daozu on Earth. The end. Special thanks to the generous benefactor of the Zhatian gang, the top supporter of this book. That if you enjoy this work, please visit the author's homepage and join the Tomato fan group to explore the author's other creations. A long, completed epic, beginning with 3 Yuan Cola. A rebate of 70 million supercars and other fine works await your discovery. This book experienced a hiatus, resulting in underwhelming performance, as the author contracted COVID and was unable to write. Nevertheless, with the determination to conclude a story,